In the world-renowned Umbrella Corporation, a vast and secretive underground biochemistry research facility, a weak-looking 16 or 17-year-old Caucasian boy of American descent is imprisoned in an observation chamber within the research area for X gene mutation and virus antibodies, having become a tragic human test subject. He had just been injected with a mutated gene serum and was immediately confined to a fully enclosed isolation room, where a group of researchers in white lab coats closely monitored him. Not only must he undergo regular injections for the X gene fusion and mutation research, but he also has to participate in Teri-gen MIST mutation adaptability analysis, as well as various tests on the pathological effects of virus antibodies at different levels within his body. At that moment, a clinical trial was being conducted on a newly developed AIDS virus antibody. The trial on the actual human subject is intensified, involving third-level AIDS virus antibodies and SARS virus antibodies, which pose significant harmful side effects to the human body, potentially even fatal. This subject has extremely poor physical condition, and his immune system functions below the regular level of an average person. Using him for clinical pharmacological trials against such a fierce virus as AIDS seems very precarious. It's very likely that he won't survive until the medication takes effect. The outcome is too tragic, and it's indeed inappropriate, but we can't find a more suitable test subject at the moment. A middle-aged researcher, fully clad in protective gear except for his bloodshot eyes, hoarsely spoke to his two assistants dressed similarly as they held Joe firmly, preventing him from resisting or escaping. The boy was originally named Murphy, an American child, but his body had been occupied by Joe, a Chinese drifter and troublemaker who had crossed over into this life. The researcher, wearing protective gloves, unhesitatingly inserted a syringe into Joe's left upper arm and injected a thick yellow AIDS virus antibody serum into his body. Joe was first injected with the AIDS virus, becoming a carrier, and then he was given this new type of virus antibody. Alright, let's all step out, keep him locked in the observation room, monitor him constantly, and take samples from his body every half hour to observe the effects of the antibodies in real time. The lead researcher quickly withdrew the syringe from Joe's arm and briskly walked out of the small, 10-square-meter isolation chamber. Soon after, Joe was locked up like a dog in a cage, subjected to real-time research observations, while samples were taken from his body at any moment to study the pathological formation process of his immune response to the virus and the sustained effects of the new virus antibody. After this inhumane ordeal, Joe was tortured to the brink of death, his immune system completely in disarray, and his body and mind severely battered. Even under the strong side effects of the new virus antibody, he experienced multiple organ bleeding, bringing his body to the edge of collapse. These beasts injected me with the AIDS virus and then immediately with this experimental, immature virus antibody, with such severe side effects. It's like they're trying to kill me. His heart sank, his face pale, and his frail body curled up in the dark corner of the sealed isolation room, trembling as he struggled to cope. All he could do was pray for good luck, hoping that this new type of virus antibody would completely eradicate the AIDS virus in his body and create a miracle. Otherwise, Joe would have to accept a fate of becoming a lifelong carrier of the AIDS virus, quietly waiting for the shame of dying from a complete collapse of his immune system. Uncertain how much time had passed, Joe, nearly on the brink of death and feeling his soul descend into an endless dark abyss, was suddenly lifted by two burly men in tight protective suits, dragging him out of the isolation room like a dead dog, escorting him into another research laboratory working on a different project. In this lab, a new group of researchers in white coats quickly and skillfully bound him to a heavy electric chair, then affixed various tubes and wires to his head, beginning to connect electrical currents and smart internet signals for intense electric shocks and stimulation. These people appeared even more ruthless. The entire place was silent, with everyone fully focused on experiment observation and recording. This was research on the transmission of human consciousness, soul memory, brainwave signals through smart network electrical signals, directing them into supercomputers for recording, copying, and stripping technology. Stripping human soul thought brainwaves and sending them to the internet or high-powered supercomputers for recording or survival was a black technology research secretly conducted by many advanced countries. As the world's leading company, the wealthy Umbrella Corporation had long since actively pursued this, unwilling to lag behind. Joe's head suffered intense electric shocks, with various electrical signals violently invading, making it feel as if his head would explode, causing excruciating pain throughout his body as he struggled with all his might. Enduring this inhumane torment of both mind and body, Joe had long begun to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and his head tilted, slipping into a hazy state of consciousness. Boom! Just when Joe was in pain, humiliation, unable to live or die, feeling worse than death. Suddenly, everything unexpectedly and abruptly was liberated. A violent series of explosions erupted in the vast underground secret biochemistry research facility, as if molten lava surged forth, a volcanic eruption. As the explosions began, everything was instantly engulfed and destroyed, putting an end to it all. It happened so fast that one couldn't react, losing consciousness and dying in a very pleasant, clean, and swift manner, without any suffering. In the moment Joe fell into utter darkness, he initially thought he had completely perished in the devastating explosion of the Umbrella Corporation's underground biochemistry research facility, but he did not know that after losing consciousness for some time, he miraculously awakened again. He then discovered that he was lying amidst an endless expanse of massive urban ruins. Strangely, apart from the ruins and rubble scattered everywhere, in the city destroyed by the explosion, there were no bodies of victims or any sign of violent explosive energy fluctuations to be seen. Not even smoke or dust. Instead, the sky was clear, and the air was eerily clean. I'm not dead? That explosion buried everything. Joe's brain short-circuited, making it hard to believe. How could my fragile life, like a flickering candle in the wind, survive such a violent annihilation? However, soon after, Joe instinctively felt thankful that he had survived, realizing that it's better to live poorly than to die well. Who would want to die? Sure. Here is the translation in English. Xiaoko was quite worried about his physical condition, and then he was filled with surprise and astonishment, sinking into self-reproach. His heart was a mix of emotions, with various contradictions surging within him. Instinctively, he performed a sudden leap and quickly bounced off the ground. Wait a minute, what's going on? How has my body's reaction ability become so fast? He was startled by his own reaction and began to sort out his thoughts, carefully examining himself. However, he discovered that he was completely naked, and the white-striped hospital gown he had been wearing was long gone. Yet, after a rough self-assessment, he found that not only was his body unharmed, but it had also become countless times stronger than before. First of all, what caught his eye was a body that could be described as having a golden ratio, exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Moreover, it seemed that he had grown quite a bit taller, reaching over 1.75 meters, feeling strong and fit, light as a swallow, with an abundance of energy. His movements were agile, his senses acute, and his mind was quick and alert. Especially that part of his lower body, which hung down like a third leg, enormous like a donkey's appendage, enough to scare anyone. This was ample capital to deal with a big horse, and with the passionate and uninhibited nature of Western women, it seemed that happiness was beckoning to him. He was destined to accomplish a magnificent feat of heroic proportions, wasn't he? Furthermore, he had undergone an AIDS virus antibody experiment, and whether it was an AIDS carrier or having antibodies against the virus in his body, he no longer had to worry about contracting sexually transmitted diseases. Is fate playing a joke on me? How could this happen? I just escaped from a dire situation, and my bleak and severed life is beginning to reconnect, taking a turn for the better. Xiaoko subconsciously felt that this twist of fate, which had turned misfortune into blessing, had made him suddenly become so perfect, as if he had become a Superman. Additionally, he suddenly felt that his mind was particularly agile, with extraordinary memory, as if he knew everything, a scholarly genius. This was truly hard to imagine. Xiaoko originally came from an indescribable continent, and after graduating from university, he had always been unable to find a job, becoming a street thug who loafed around for many years. Once, in order to support a group of friends, he got involved in a gang fight with another group of rival thugs, and unfortunately, he was stabbed to death. As a result, after his death, his soul crossed over to this mysterious Marvel universe and took over the body of a poor boy named Murky, who had become a live test subject. He had thought that arriving in America would mark a significant turning point in his life. Because everyone on Earth knows that America dominates the world, integrating and even blatantly plundering global resources into its own country. Here, goods and wealth are extremely abundant, and the country is vast with a sparse population, lacking in human resources. With 35% of the world's resources supporting only 6% of the global population, as long as one avoids various bad habits like drug use, gambling, alcoholism, laziness, and self-destruction, seeking a livelihood and development is not difficult. Therefore, the value of labor in America is very high, with paths to earn a living and create wealth found everywhere. Here, the people are rich and the country is strong, with citizens so wealthy that even begging for money can easily yield hundreds or thousands of dollars a day. Now, having the fortune to arrive in such a financially thriving free country, it is a place that many poor people dream of and aspire to reach. Unfortunately, Xiaoko had taken over the body of a 16 or 17-year-old American boy named Murky and sadly fell into the inhumane and vicious human trafficking trap of a local gang, being sold off directly. The gang's unscrupulous human traffickers naturally sold him to the secret, vast underground biotechnological research base of the Umbrella Corporation. In this dark place, he became a cruel victim, a human guinea pig for live testing. However, fate is unpredictable, and people face fortunes and disasters in a day. In this catastrophic explosion, Xiaoko not only survived but also experienced a violent and domineering genetic mutation. He vaguely sensed that his life form had undergone a complete upheaval and change, though it was unclear whether it was a blessing or a curse. It could only be determined through comprehensive physical examinations and medical tests. But no matter what, he had first escaped the dark and inhumane captivity of the world's #1 umbrella corporation and the cruel live human experimentation, truly breaking free from the cage and regaining the invaluable freedom. Once again basking in the sunlight, this was more important than anything else. A feeling of secretly rejoicing arose from the depths of his heart. In short, this immense luck and fortune, he should sincerely pray and give thanks to the Absolute Supreme. Beep beep beep. The light brain is implanted in the host's brain, and the system has been activated. Beep beep beep. Light brain energy, antimatter superdense compressed body, subatomic plasma quantum level, energy is sufficient. Beep beep beep. The light brain, antimatter energy, and the host's soul, thought, and will have completely merged into one in the closed explosion's collapse and concentration, forming a singularity. Beep beep beep. The host's soul, thought, and will can exist independently of the physical body in the form of the singularity light brain. Beep beep beep. A slight extension of thought can complete the body control commands. Beep beep beep. The soul's thought and will have mutated into the singularity light brain form, coexisting while being detached from the physical body, just like the installation and operation of computer hardware and software, but it does not affect the host's ability to control their body's movements. Beep beep beep. The body scan is complete, and the host's body has been modified through a powerful genetic serum injection and explosive impact, barely reaching level 5, epsilon, delta level, mutant strength. Beep beep beep. The host simultaneously possesses complete antibodies against level 3 viruses, capable of resisting all level 3 and below viruses. Beep beep beep. The light brain has detected a wireless network and is connecting to the network to access all network resource libraries and real-time internet information. Beep beep beep. The Singularity Light Brain has an internal evolution system for singularity evolution, becoming a god, and the current host level is the lowest ordinary mutant level. Beep beep beep. The host should continuously explore their potential, upgrading step by step, ultimately becoming a god. Beep beep beep. Theoretically, it could reach the highest level of the entire infinite universe power system, the so-called supreme ruler of the infinite universe, Absolute Supreme or OOA, God. A cold and emotionless electronic synthetic voice suddenly echoed continuously and mysteriously in Xiaoko's head. He was currently dazed by a series of sudden changes, and the sounds from the light brain system further disturbed his emotions, almost suffocating him, as if his heart could barely withstand it. However, he quickly calmed down and realized that at some unknown point, an antimatter superdense compressed singularity light brain had been implanted in his head, and his soul, thought, and will had completely merged with the light brain, encompassed within the singularity. This singularity not only contained all the energy from the recent explosion at the vast underground secret research base but also encompassed the life energies and spiritual wills of millions of people. This meant that even if his physical body were to be destroyed, his soul and will, combined with the light brain into a singularity, could continue to exist indefinitely. This singularity resembled the heart of the universe, serving as the fulcrum for everything in the cosmos, and it could even potentially be the center and focal point of the universe, much like the 6 infinity stones that contain immense power. Of course, it couldn't be that powerful at the moment, but it resembled a miniature version, and perhaps its true potential was even greater than this. At least now, Xiaoko's power level had mutated to that of a level 5 mutant, granting him the long-desired strength, pulling him away from the category of a helpless victim who had suffered humiliation, and opening up infinite possibilities. The strength of mutants is divided into 7 levels: Zeta, Epsilon, Alpha, Beta, Delta, Epsilon, Gamma, and Omega. There is also the final extraordinary level above these 7, Omega level. 1. Alpha level. Alpha mutants are the most powerful, possessing extremely strong mutant traits without significant flaws. 2. Beta level. Beta mutants are nearly as powerful as alpha mutants but have minor flaws. 3. Gamma level. Gamma mutants possess strong abilities but have significant flaws that hinder their lives, such as the Rakshasa woman, and are categorized as gamma level. 4. Delta level. Delta mutants have no significant flaws, but their superpowers are relatively weak. About 50% of mutants belong to this level. 5. Epsilon delta level. Epsilon delta mutants do not always exhibit their abilities and can only use them in specific situations. 6. Epsilon level. Failed evolution mutants. About 20% of mutants belong to epsilon level. 7. Zeta level. Artificial X gene. And the extraordinary level above alpha, omega level mutants. Level 5 mutants possess super abilities, superior to the failed evolution of level 6 epsilon mutants and the artificial X gene of level 7 zeta mutants. The epsilon delta level mutants do not always exhibit their abilities, only able to use them in specific circumstances, but they do not possess the powerful strength of delta level or gamma level mutants. Epsilon delta mutants have the appearance of ordinary people, with relatively weak abilities and a significant lack of control over their powers, leading to various troublesome issues. It remained unknown what specific superpowers Chao Ke's level 5 mutant abilities were: agility, speed, strength, or even antiviral capabilities, or perhaps destructive power, etc. However, besides the possibility that he might not be able to control his superpowers, he had become a new mutant and was the sole survivor of this catastrophic event, inevitably becoming a target for the US government, SHIELD, or anti-mutant organizations, facing capture and imprisonment. In this multiple crisis, his daily freedom of movement would be severely restricted and filled with troubles. Although Chao Ke had regained his life and become a powerful level 5 mutant, his situation in the US remained challenging. It was even more likely that he was surrounded by crises, with every step fraught with danger, making his situation extremely grim. He had once traversed into Murky's body, becoming a cruel human test subject in the Umbrella Corporation's secret research base, experiencing a life worse than death. After learning a lesson, he became extremely cautious and sensitive to his safety. Especially in this Marvel universe, where crises could arise at any moment, such incidents could only occur once, there could not be a second time. He could not be so lucky again and fall into a situation where he could neither live nor die, and then somehow have another chance at life. Agent Coulson, our SHIELD has been ordered to investigate the explosion case in Raccoon City. Where should we start? From the confidential intel, we have learned that there is an underground secret smart biochemical research base under Raccoon City, owned by the Umbrella Corporation, which has been engaged in secret antimatter artificial sun research and experiments. This explosion must have been caused by the artificial sun going out of control, destroying the entire crime-ridden city of Raccoon City, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people living in the city. Now, we can't even find a single victim's body, nor have we seen signs of explosive energy overflow or dispersion. What is going on? Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter searching overhead broke through, accompanied by the voice of a sturdy middle-aged man in black tactical gear sitting at the helicopter's open door. This guy was shouldering a mechanical crossbow and carrying a quiver on his back. This was his signature look: Hawkeye, a SHIELD agent. Hawkeye, this time the President's office has directly contacted Director Nick Fury, asking us to cover up the truth of this terrorist explosion for the Umbrella Corporation and pin the blame on Hydra, the Mutant Brotherhood, or even alien attacks, or some fabricated multi-party alliance scapegoat. In short, we must do everything possible to conceal the truth of this incident to avoid causing panic among the domestic populace and shaking public sentiment. So, you should be careful with your words, don't be so straightforward. We can't afford the responsibility, Phil Coulson in the helicopter cabin quickly warned. Chao Ke vaguely sensed that he had become the sole survivor of the entire city explosion and human extinction tragedy, not daring to be discovered by the military and SHIELD personnel searching from above. Otherwise, ignoring his mutant identity, merely being the miraculous sole survivor who knew the truth of this extinction disaster could lead to him being captured again by various US factions and imprisoned, once more becoming a human guinea pig for experiments and interrogations. Moreover, even worse, he could be directly eliminated on the spot, silenced by the Umbrella Corporation and all the powerful factions involved to evade responsibility and cover up the truth. This predicament was simply too tragic, and it was certainly not what Chao Ke desired. He quickly darted into a gap between some collapsed walls, hiding his figure. Sure enough, his body was not just agile, his speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. This was still without any training, relying solely on his instinctive physical agility. Chao Ke, as a newly mutated level 5 mutant, had instinctive speed that surpassed that of ordinary people, which was undoubtedly an exhilarating and powerful ability. The arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate the urban explosion was just the beginning. However, this was far from over. Soon, various U.S. agencies such as the FBI, CIA, National Guard, rescue teams, and fire departments surged into action, beginning large-scale search operations across the city ruins. Faced with this situation, Xiaoke could only silently lament in his heart, feeling as if he had just escaped from a tiger's mouth only to fall into a wolf's den. There was currently no opportunity to act or escape. Fortunately, beneath the hidden wall debris, he discovered a destroyed sewer manhole. Without hesitation, he crawled into the manhole filled with rubble and sand, hiding in the crevices within. He planned to wait until nightfall, when it was quiet, to find an opportunity to sneak away quietly. Suddenly, the enormous roar of a U.S. military C-130 Hercules transport aircraft echoed in the sky once again. One after another, the transport planes arrived, dropping countless large iron cages into the city ruins. These cages were not holding anything else but various mutants captured from different locations by the military, FBI, and security agencies. It was evident that they intended to imprison all captured mutants in these iron cages and drop them into the newly formed city ruins. The reason for this action seemed to stem from the collaboration of various powerful interest groups in the U.S., seeking to cover up the Umbrella Corporation's crimes and perhaps for other unspeakable plots and purposes. Indeed, before long, a large number of mutants swarmed in. Some were piloting military helicopters, some driving military trucks, and others riding in groups on motorcycles, armed with various weapons, beginning an assault on the city ruins, firing upon the National Guard. National Guard, S.H.I.E.L.D., FBI, CIA, immediately release our comrades. The Brotherhood of Mutants will never abandon any of our mutant brothers. Release the mutants you have captured immediately, or we will launch a full-scale attack to rescue all our brothers. Hovering above the area where the iron cages were being deployed, an armed helicopter circled. Standing at the door of the cabin was a muscular mutant, his body a fiery red like blood, clearly not someone to be trifled with. This was the Red Tank of the Brotherhood of Mutants, and he was loudly shouting at the National Guard who were conducting search and rescue below. Brotherhood of Mutants, I demand you leave immediately with the utmost seriousness. The dignity of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the honor of the nation cannot be provoked. Phil Coulson and Hawkeye's helicopter quickly arrived upon hearing the news. Coulson held a megaphone, leaning out of the helicopter door, shouting towards the Brotherhood of Mutants' armed helicopter. If you insist on attacking, we will make you pay an unbearable price. Now that the Brotherhood of Mutants is attacking, the situation is so complex that I fear we won't be able to handle it alone. The National Guard and the rescue teams will suffer tremendous disaster and loss. Taking advantage of the moment Coulson finished speaking, Hawkeye immediately suggested, Coulson, quickly contact Director Fury and ask him to dispatch reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. It would be best to mobilize the Avengers, otherwise, this situation will be hard to quell. Price? Ha ha, what a joke. The Brotherhood of Mutants never fears threats and intimidation. We have dozens of our brothers here, what price can you make us pay? Do you think the National Guard, these ordinary people, and you two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can scare us? That sounds ridiculous. The robust Red Tank laughed heartily, then shouted down to all the mutants imprisoned in the large iron cages, Brothers, do you hear the call of the Brotherhood of Mutants? Don't panic, and don't be afraid. The Brotherhood of Mutants will never abandon you. Endure the unjust treatment for now, we will soon do everything we can to unite and rescue you from this endless abyss. Damn it, what is happening? Phil Coulson lowered his head and pondered for a moment, seemingly understanding the whole sequence of events. Isn't it usually the case that mutant criminals are handled by the FBI? What is the president and the government up to? Why are all these mutants being locked in cages and dropped into the explosion-ravaged city ruins, allowing the Brotherhood of Mutants to get wind of it and swarm in? Could it be that the Umbrella Corporation, to absolve itself of blame, has influenced the decision-making at the White House and Pentagon with its powerful backing and substantial financial resources, deliberately setting this trap to cover its tracks? Thus provoking the Brotherhood of Mutants to attack, leading to a full-scale battle that would destroy and cover up the evidence of their underground secret research base explosion? This is completely framing the Brotherhood of Mutants to take the blame. The Umbrella Corporation is using its deep connections and influence. It's truly cunning and malicious. Hawkeye felt a strange sensation rising within him. Under normal circumstances, without Magneto's involvement, the Brotherhood of Mutants would not have the capability to openly challenge the government and military or boldly invade. While they acted recklessly, they were not fools, They would not easily step into the ruins of Raccoon City without any contingency plans, especially in such a dangerous place surrounded by the National Guard, CIA, SHIELD, and even the police.
Do we really have to notify Director Nick Fury and assemble the entire Avengers team from SHIELD?
Phil Coulson touched the communicator in his pocket, contemplating the truth of the situation, torn with guilt and questioning himself, before pulling his hand out of his pocket. But this is precisely the major conspiracy that the Umbrella Corporation has concocted to cover up the truth behind the destruction of the entire city and the unforgivable heinous crimes it has committed. If we really assemble our main forces from SHIELD to engage in a battle with the Brotherhood of Mutants in this city ruin, that would play right into their hands. We would become pawns in their game, unwitting accomplices.
Phil Coulson's conscience was under scrutiny, still hesitating, while the Brotherhood of Mutants could not wait for his response.
They had already engaged in fierce combat with the National Guard, and both sides were embroiled in a battle. Moreover, one of the mutants, wielding a large axe, swung it fiercely at Phil Coulson, who was leaning out of the helicopter's door.
"Coulson, watch out!" Hawkeye shouted loudly, quickly drawing his bow and preparing to shoot.
He released the bowstring, and an arrow shot out like a bolt from the blue, producing a loud clang as it deflected the mutant's giant axe.
"Hawkeye, I knew it.
Even without mutant powers, your archery skills are unmatched." Phil Coulson turned his face to Hawkeye, genuinely praising him.
"Watch out behind you!"
Hawkeye shouted, as a green-skinned mutant known as the Green Goblin piloted a military helicopter, quietly creeping up behind Phil Coulson. Coulson immediately ducked and turned, firing his laser pistol in rapid succession like an automatic rifle, yelling at the Green Goblin scum, die. The green-skinned mutant staggered back inside the helicopter, falling over, but not a drop of blood was shed.
"Hawkeye, you need to be careful too.
Mystique could be lurking around. She excels at disguising herself to confuse enemies and could easily catch you off guard," Coulson said, becoming increasingly vigilant.
"Mystique?" Hawkeye exclaimed, "This is bad."
"She's a member of our special forces." "Mr. Coulson, it seems you have some misunderstanding about my abilities." Suddenly, an agent sitting in the back of the helicopter, behind Coulson, leaned forward. He grabbed Coulson's arm from behind, twisting it and taking away the laser pistol. "This is a finely crafted killing tool, Mr. Coulson. You should have the gentlemanly grace to gift it to me." A sophisticated woman of many charms, this rugged male agent spoke in a surprisingly sultry voice. Seeing a rugged-looking male agent say such things, even knowing he was Mystique in disguise, Coulson felt somewhat nauseated. "What a humorless and stiff man you are." Professor Charles is the same.
"Only Marx understands the heart of a woman." "Enough, Mr. Coulson. Please withdraw from this dreadful game.
We, the Brotherhood, are here to rescue these wretched mutant brothers.
Just hope you won't interfere with us.
We all carry the sacred mission bestowed upon us by the Constitution to protect our nation and its people, specifically addressing various issues concerning mutants.
We represent the law and law enforcement."
"You'd best let me go and leave now," Coulson insisted, showing no signs of compromise, even as Mystique pinned him to the seat, a gun pressed to the back of his head. "Your greatest advantage is your ability to change into others. No one knows you are Mystique.
By taking me hostage, you're revealing your identity.
When our elite agents from SHIELD arrive, you're finished."
"Pretty tough, huh? But being tough also requires strength, otherwise, you'll pay a heavy price."
Mystique maintained her hold on Coulson, continuing, "Quickly get the National Guard and FBI to withdraw."
"Raven, what are you doing?"
At that moment, another helicopter buzzed in. Flying alongside it was Iron Man, Tony Stark in his armored suit.
"Charles, you're here too?"
Mystique quickly withdrew her hand, her expression wary as she exchanged glances with Professor Charles, who was flying in the helicopter.
"Professor Charles, what brings you here?"
Coulson seized the opportunity while Mystique was distracted, slipping out from under her and looking relaxed at Iron Man's group. "Mr. Stark, you made it here as well."
"Raven, has the Brotherhood of Mutants gone mad? Where's that guy Marx? Do you know what you're doing right now?"
Charles exclaimed, his eyes wide, not even having time to greet Coulson, glaring at Mystique. Suddenly, he felt an ominous cloud looming over him, making him feel uneasy. Everyone sensed a strange change in the situation and looked up, eyes wide, staring at the sky above. What was once a clear blue sky suddenly had a beam of light shooting down from afar, piercing through the clouds.
In an instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder rolled, and a series of thundering roars echoed across the sky.
One by one, dark, endless wormholes appeared in the sky, eerily. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Along with them came blinding laser ion blasts, pouring down like a torrential rain. Boom!
The city, already reduced to ruins, was bombarded by these blinding beams, creating chaos as dust and debris flew everywhere, like turbulent water swirling.
Ah! Help! Oh my god! What is that? My god, it's a wormhole! An alien fleet! Aliens are invading Earth! Run!
When all the members present, including the National Guard, rescue teams, the FBI, and the Brotherhood of Mutants, reacted, they immediately scattered like ants fleeing a collapsing dam. Even the Brotherhood of Mutants could no longer focus on rescuing those imprisoned in the ruins, let alone continue their conflict with the National Guard. Then, massive ships never before seen by humanity surged out of the wormhole like a flood. Among them were massive floating creatures, resembling ancient beasts, emitting deafening roars that caused everyone's eardrums to ache, nearly knocking them out. As this apocalyptic scene unfolded, not only did the people in the ruins erupt in panic, but the entire United States was plunged into chaos.
Countless cries for help pierced the heavens, rolling in waves like the ocean. Damn, this scene feels strangely familiar. Aliens are invading outside?
Xiaoko, hiding in the depths of the destroyed sewer debris, was exposed when the fire from the alien fleet blasted away the thick layer of rubble and earth. Covered in dust and dirt, he lay on the rubble, staring dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before him. Indeed, it was Loki who had allied with Thanos, carrying the scepter that contained the Mind Stone, secretly lurking on Earth. Loki had conspired with the Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., stealing the Tesseract that had been hidden on Earth and stored by S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra used the Tesseract to open a wormhole, summoning the Chitauri aliens under Thanos to invade and prepare to attack and destroy Earth. However, this overwhelming alien fleet did not act according to the original Marvel Universe plot, directly attacking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters in New York to seize the Tesseract. Instead, as soon as they descended to Earth, they targeted the ruins of Raccoon City. What could be the reason behind this? Could it be that the Tesseract was secretly brought into the ruins of Raccoon City? Xiaoko looked up in confusion, watching the laser beams falling like torrential rain, the flames shooting up like a surging ocean. The ruins of Raccoon City already resembled an apocalyptic scene. Now, with the influx of alien creatures, it felt even more hellish and spine-chilling. In this precarious situation, facing the invasion of numerous alien creatures, everyone fled in panic, scattering toward the outskirts of the ruined city. This was an excellent opportunity. Amidst the chaos, it was the perfect time for him to escape this hellish nightmare. At that moment, Xiaoko suddenly sprang up from the pile of rubble, moving with the agility of a raccoon as he dashed toward the outskirts of the ruins, making his escape. Before long, during his frantic flight, a loud thud echoed suddenly, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Immediately, a Chitauri soldier jumped down from an aerial craft, glaring fiercely at Xiaoko, blocking his escape route. Ugh, how unlucky can I get? Xiaoko thought, feeling panic and a sense of misfortune as he faced this vicious, ugly Chitauri soldier. Without saying a word, the Chitauri soldier raised his laser gun and, upon noticing the human presence, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! A laser shot out in a straight line, carrying a powerful force capable of burning, piercing, and cutting through anything, suddenly erupting from the gun's muzzle. At that critical moment, Xiaoko felt an inexplicable sense of danger wash over him, as if his instincts were urging him to evade, causing his body to instinctively lean slightly to the left. In a panic, he glanced sideways and clearly saw the laser barely grazing past his skin, even feeling the searing heat it radiated. Xiaoko realized that all his sensory abilities had enhanced tenfold, as if he possessed superhuman capabilities, which made him increasingly elated. Boom! The laser swept past and struck a crumbling wall, instantly piercing through the thick steel-reinforced concrete. I dodged it. The Chitauri soldier displayed a look of disbelief. Strangely, their laser guns were equipped with automatic targeting and thermal tracking systems, capable of precisely locking onto any warm-blooded creature, yet that shot had been so easily evaded. Next, the Chitauri warrior's face displayed a look of sheer astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. Whoosh! 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 The Chitauri soldier continued to fire his laser gun at Xiaoko frantically. But just when it seemed Xiaoko would be turned into a sieve, he always managed to evade at the last possible moment with a slight margin. This scene looked incredibly perilous, like dancing on the edge of a knife, where one misstep could lead to instant death. During this process, he leaped forward while dodging, his body infused with overwhelming kinetic energy, exhibiting extraordinary athletic talent, effortlessly jumping over 10 meters in a single bound. His sensory abilities, agility, coordination, and overall physical capability had all increased by dozens of times, as if he contained an endless reservoir of powerful energy. Having undergone complete transformation and enhancement from the explosion's energy, Xiaoku had now become a new mutant, or rather, a mutant being. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoku had circled behind the Chitauri soldier. Then, just as the Chitauri warrior was about to react, he bent low and leaped, gracefully soaring over a nearby crumbling wall and landing amidst the debris behind it. Using the wall as cover, he crouched down and concealed himself. At this moment, around the chaotic ruins of the city, numerous military forces had swiftly gathered and rushed in to join the fight against the invading Chitauri. More and more fighter jets and armed helicopters surged from the skies, engaging in fierce gunfire with the Chitauri fleet, the sounds of explosions echoing through the air, shaking everyone's ears. To stop Loki and the Chitauri invasion, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, Falcon, Hulk, Hawkeye, War Machine, and others gathered to form the Avengers, uniting to combat the alien invaders, the Chitauri Legion. Not far behind Xiaoku, a massive green giant, muscles bulging, was smashing Chitauri soldiers to pieces with wild, furious punches while roaring, "Hulk! Hulk!" In front of him, grotesque Chitauri were piloting floating crafts, frantically firing laser cannons at him. Yet he was like a rampaging god, unstoppable in his fury. The lasers rained down upon him like raindrops, but they couldn't break through his natural defense or inflict any harm. Even while under heavy attack from numerous Chitauri, he would use his sheer strength to pulverize the Chitauri into dust with powerful punches. Suddenly, the Hulk accelerated, sprinting forward, and then with a tremendous push, sprang into the air, propelled by his terrifying explosive force. Then, he landed directly on the back of a Leviathan floating in the sky, like a battleship. "Hulk! Hulk!" The Hulk stood on the back of the Leviathan, his massive fists starting to pound down in fury. This big guy is useful, but when transformed, he loses his mind and goes completely berserk, posing a disaster for both friends and foes. It's truly a double-edged sword. At that moment, Thor, tossing his long golden hair with finesse, watched the Hulk with admiration, then swung his hammer charged with lightning, effortlessly blasting a group of enemies to pieces. Perhaps he didn't see the Chitauri army as a threat, appearing to handle the situation with ease, or perhaps it was to assist the Hulk, or to vie for attention against the Hulk. In any case, Thor was a natural brute with an IQ of only 2, and his hammer began to spin rapidly, drawing forth a white streak of lightning. From a distance, he hurled it toward a nearby Leviathan, close to where the Hulk stood. Boom! Thor's hammer, infused with the terrifying power of thunder, exploded with incredible force, piercing through the Leviathan from head to tail. One Leviathan was blown apart, colliding heavily with the Leviathan the Hulk was riding. The two Leviathans crashed into each other with a thunderous boom, transforming into plumes of thick smoke, their heavy bodies falling rapidly to the ground with tremendous momentum. Caught off guard by Thor's sudden action, the Hulk felt his balance falter, and together with the Leviathan, began to plummet down. Meanwhile, on the ground, having killed several Chitauri, Black Widow Natasha had just caught her breath, her serious expression returning to a cool detachment. Suddenly, she felt a massive shadow loom over her, blocking out the sunlight, and the previously bright ground dimmed instantly. By the time Natasha reacted and looked up, she saw two damaged Leviathans, crashing into each other and spraying sparks and smoke, hurtling toward her at a meteoric speed. "This is bad." Natasha's pupils dilated in shock. In an instant, Natasha could no longer suppress the despair in her heart and let out a piercing scream, at the same time noticing Hulk standing on the back of the Leviathan. "Hulk! Help me!" she shouted, understanding that even if she sprinted at full speed, she couldn't evade the terrifying onslaught of the two giant monsters crashing down like a dark cloud. She could only frantically plead with Hulk, hoping he would come to her rescue. However, just as Natasha's desperate cries faded, a figure suddenly leaped out from behind her, soaring like an eagle. With a powerful sidekick fueled by all his strength, the force erupted like a gale. Boom! That kick, carrying the weight of destruction, sent the two smoking Leviathans careening aside, crashing to the ground in a burst of roaring flames and dust. This kick saved Natasha's life, and she exhaled a long breath of relief, grateful for the timely intervention. Meanwhile, the bewildered Hulk was also sent flying off the Leviathan. The sudden arrival took Natasha by surprise. She stood frozen, her face filled with shock as she exclaimed, "Shit! Hulk got knocked away." Now, she could clearly see the person who had saved her. It was Shang-Chi, the Chinese martial arts master. She stared at him in disbelief. "Wow!" Natasha gasped, realizing she was safe. This confirmed that what had just happened was real. If it weren't for him intervening in time to blast away the falling leviathans, she would have surely been crushed into a pulp.
Thank you for saving me.
I didn't expect your Eastern martial arts to be so powerful. Mr. Shang-Chi, we all know you don't have superpowers, you are just a martial arts master, she continued. To be able to possess powers akin to a superhero merely through your training in Eastern martial arts is truly remarkable.
Mutants are defined as those who inherently possess the X gene mutation within their bodies, granting them superpowers.
Those who acquire superpowers through external factors are not classified as mutants but rather as inhumans. In this world filled with inexplicable and bizarre phenomena, mutants are an independent group, no longer rare. The first mutants were created by cosmic beings who came to Earth, testing human ancestors by injecting them with the X gene.
After millions of years, this gene resulted in genetic mutations.
Among them, the most notorious is the international criminal known as Magneto, one of the most powerful mutants in the world, capable of manipulating any form of magnetic field in nearly all metals. What Shang-Chi displayed now was extraordinary martial arts that could easily rival, if not surpass, mutant abilities. In response, Shang-Chi, embodying the conservative and reserved nature of his Eastern heritage, shrugged and said, "It was nothing, Miss Natasha." Mr. Shang-Chi, with the alien invasion, Earth is facing a massive crisis. We need powerful individuals like you to unite and resist the alien incursion to prevent this disaster. Therefore, I invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D.
What do you say?
The thought of Shang-Chi's powerful abilities sparked an idea in Natasha's mind. The immediate priority was to fend off the Chitauri invasion, and their newly formed Avengers team clearly lacked sufficient personnel to stop this catastrophic event.
Thus, Natasha extended a friendly invitation to Shang-Chi. He nodded slightly. Cooperation is certainly possible.
For him, cooperation was beneficial with no downsides. After all, these repulsive aliens were flying around like flies, which meant that the safety of every Earthling was at risk. Ending this war was inevitable. However, Shang-Chi was also concerned that he was facing the Chitauri's invasion with a sense of chance, aiming to seize the Tesseract and the Mind Stone amidst the chaos. Naturally, he was risking it all for his selfish motives, hoping to claim the two Infinity Stones, which were the most powerful artifacts in the universe.
Great, let's go settle the score with Loki. The Avengers are almost fully formed.
Natasha smiled lightly, her lips curling into a relaxed grin. However, upon hearing this, Shang-Chi paused slightly before nodding. "Wait, there's one condition: if I take down this Loki guy, all the spoils must belong to me. Even the Tesseract, if I find it first, it has to be mine." At this point, Natasha felt a bit uneasy. "Yours, if you can defeat Loki before my teammates Tony and the others, then maybe," she replied. In truth, she did not dare to promise this condition on behalf of the government and the Avengers. Natasha knew well that Loki possessed a very important artifact, the Mind Stone, which could manipulate human consciousness. Loki was deliberately provoking a war to claim the Tesseract, the Space Stone, which could open wormholes. Both were essential for the Avengers. If they fell into Shang-Chi's hands, Tony Stark and his team would obviously not agree. Suddenly, two Chitauri appeared ahead, their guns accurately locking onto Natasha and Shang-Chi, and lasers were fired instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, two beams of laser shot towards them like lightning. Humph! Natasha let out a cold hum. Her eye capture speed had already reached human limits, and after undergoing special training and receiving the same super serum as Captain America, her reaction speed had significantly increased, forming an instinctive dodging ability. She pushed off the ground with her right foot and launched herself into the air, performing a graceful backflip. The two laser beams narrowly missed her, perfectly evaded. Finally, as she completed the backflip, she was about to land smoothly. Whoosh! Whoosh! But at that moment, as she was rotating in midair, her hands moved like lightning to draw her guns, firing in a fluid motion towards the enemies. Put! Put! Her shots were incredibly precise, as if she could hear the wind and discern positions. Two bullets, like deadly talismans, accurately pierced the necks of the two Chitauri soldiers behind her. Green blood erupted like a fountain, and they fell dead on the spot. In that moment, she noticed Captain America and Iron Man charging into the midst of the Chitauri fleet and soldiers. Captain America, amidst the crowd of Chitauri soldiers, held his iconic shield high, bulldozing through like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable. Meanwhile, Tony's combat was even more dazzling and extravagant. Equipped in his armored suit, he soared through the air, heading toward the alien fleet, armed with Jericho missiles on his shoulder, laser cutters in his hands, and cannons firing from his chest. Iron Man's armor activated all attack modes, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the alien fleet and the extraterrestrial creatures within it, as if they were merely vegetables being cut down.
However, Xiaoko quietly hid among the rubble, observing everything silently.
At that moment, he felt a deep distrust toward everyone. Even the seemingly righteous Avengers, he planned to avoid to prevent unnecessary trouble, appearing somewhat standoffish. In an instant, aside from Thor and the Hulk who had already joined the battle, Ant-Man and the Wasp arrived, rushing forward alongside Captain America and Iron Man Tony Stark. Not far to the side of Xiaoko, the Chitauri army surged in like a tide from all directions. Before long, the Chitauri troops surrounded Shang-Chi and Natasha in layers.
"Here are two foolish humans. Kill them,"
a Chitauri soldier declared, their eyes gleaming with a strange light as they raised their laser guns to aim. Seeing this, Shang-Chi remained calm and composed, embodying the demeanor of a martial arts master. "You were so crazy and inhumane, you forced me to unleash my wrath." With that, he charged into the crowd of Chitauri warriors, swinging his nunchaku and starting to wreak havoc.
Natasha supported him from the side, occasionally launching surprise attacks.
At that moment, hidden behind a crumbling wall amidst the debris, Xiaoko suddenly saw a strange black mist floating toward the battlefield, like a swarm of flies. Wherever this black mist encountered the bodies of those who had been slain, whether they were American soldiers or Chitauri, it surged in like ravenous wolves. They eagerly dove into the wounds of the corpses, consuming them and leaving behind dry husks or skeletons in moments. While it seemed that this black mist was merely consuming the corpses, it suddenly seemed to detect Xiaoko's presence among the rubble, swirling toward him like a horde of vampires. Before he could react, the black mist enveloped his entire body, countless tiny particles seeping into his skin and burrowing into his insides. It felt as if the most terrifying parasites had invaded him, and in an instant, the black mist had completely entered his body, beginning the horrifying process of parasitic erosion and consumption.
"What on earth is this vile and terrifying thing? Why is it trying to consume me?"
Xiaoko had no time to evade or resist as the black mist invaded him.
"With so many Chitauri and American soldiers dead on the battlefield, isn't that enough for you to fill your belly?"
Beep beep beep. Light brain system detecting the invasion of the alien parasitic organism hive has invaded the host's body.
Beep beep beep. Power scan indicates that the alien parasite hive is at level 5 Newton power level.
Beep beep beep. The host possesses enough power to activate a singularity black hole to counter-consume the parasitic hive and integrate its attributes, gaining the perfect parasitic consumption characteristics of hive.
Does the host wish to activate the singularity black hole to consume hive and integrate its characteristics?
Just as Xiaoko was at a loss, the prompt from the light brain system echoed in his mind. He felt a surge of joy upon realizing that he possessed the property of consuming through a cosmic black hole and could integrate the characteristics of what he consumed. This was simply perfect and perverse. "Immediately consume hive and fuse its characteristics," Xiaoko commanded without hesitation.
Sure enough, the antimatter compressed light brain singularity manifested as a faint point within his body, quickly forming a force field around it.
This force field evolved rapidly, creating a small black hole the size of a thumb around the singularity. Though small, being a black hole, it would consume. Instantly, the black hole generated a tremendous sucking force, drawing in both Xiaoko himself and the parasitic hive within him. Xiaoko's entire body was consumed and disappeared, leaving only a small black hole, thumb-sized, where he had hidden. This black hole was the result of the force field effect produced by his core singularity. The singularity was a product of immense energy compressed to its limit, usually resulting from energy exploding in a closed environment, leading to collapse and extreme compression. Thus, the singularity became a point of infinite energy yet infinitesimal size. As the black hole consumed, the material energy continued to compress back into the singularity. After completing the consumption, the black hole astonishingly transformed into a white hole, beginning to expel material from within. This was akin to a body expelling useless waste. Once the waste was cleared, the singularity began to replicate infinitely, continuously producing copies that were automatically arranged and combined. In just a few breaths, a brand new Xiaoko was reassembled in the place where he had previously hidden. At this moment, Xiaoko truly realized what kind of existence he had become. His life form had undergone a complete transformation. He was now an undeniable singularity.
This singularity could form black holes for consumption, integrate all material attributes, and replicate infinitely, customizing its properties.
Ultimately, the form and attributes would be determined by the will of the singularity, which was also Xiaoko's will. But this singularity could only release the power it exhibited externally, currently only achieving the power level of a level 5 mutant. Now, Xiaoka's infinitely replicated body had transformed into a more perfect parasitic consumption hive, likely far stronger than the shapeshifting abilities of Mystique and others. Beep beep beep. Host's attribute panel and ability value system activated, please check your abilities. Beep beep beep. Mutant ability value table formed, detailing strength comparison by power values for each mutant level. Beep beep beep. Value analysis and classification table established, with the following base values: the higher the growth rate, the greater the value, representing greater strength. Attributes and notes classified as follows. The detailed attributes would be further categorized into 7 levels, 1 to 7, with higher levels indicating stronger abilities. Beep beep beep. Using the Dark Phoenix power possessed by Phoenix Jean Grey as a reference, the highest Omega level mutant value for comparison. Intelligence 7. Strength 7. Speed 7. Stamina 7. Energy projection 7. Combat skills 7. This table serves as a reference for comparison. Beep beep beep. Simultaneously, the host's power detection is activated, allowing the host to view others' attribute values, but only applicable to those of equal or lower levels. After transforming back to his original appearance, the light brain's prompt sounded again in Xiaoka's mind. Looking at his amazing transformation, he felt ecstatic, as it seemed that the power he had long desired was now within reach. As long as he continued to consume, he could achieve endless growth in ability and strength, with potential that was simply limitless. Check my attribute panel, activate. Xiaoka silently commanded. Indeed, the attribute panel generated directly in his mind, with all values clear at a glance. Xiaoko, Life Singularity Light Brain Form, Attributes Hive Infinite Replication and Transformation, Parasitic Consumption. Intelligence 2.07. Strength 2.11. Speed 3.03. Stamina 3.84. Energy Projection 1.00. Combat Skills 1.29. To him, the level 5 mutant values seemed trivial. Apart from his speed and stamina exceeding those of ordinary people, the rest were nearly on par with an average person. After checking his attribute values, with the mindset of enhancing his strength for self-preservation, he leaped out of his hiding spot in the rubble. He quickly approached the fallen American soldier, swiftly removing his camouflage uniform and putting it on himself. Xiaoka didn't want to stir up any trouble, he just wanted to escape this hellish place as quickly as possible. However, his sudden arrival in the Marvel Universe had triggered a series of butterfly effects, disrupting the development of certain plotlines. At this moment, above Shang-Chi, who was wreaking havoc among the Chitauri army, a man suddenly descended. Dressed in a black and green leather outfit, with long curly black hair and a hooked nose, he held a staff emanating a ghostly blue glow, his slender fingers gently stroking his hair. He exuded an extraordinary aura, resembling a noble scion, with a smile that hinted at cunning, clearly a sly and treacherous character. This individual was none other than Loki, the primary commander of the Chitauri invasion, the adopted son of Odin, Thor's brother, the first melee mage of the Asgardian realm, and also known as the god of mischief. It seems that my clever plan to control S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Dr. Selvig with the Mind Stone, colluding with Hydra infiltrators to seize the Tesseract and open a wormhole for the Chitauri army to invade Earth was indeed a wise decision. These Earthlings are utterly pathetic, so foolish that they dare to resist. But Thor is truly foolish for joining the hopeless cause of the humans. As Loki watched the Chitauri and Leviathans rampaging through the city ruins, a smug smile crept onto his lips. His desire was simple, to fulfill Thanos' will by acquiring the Space Stone, opening a wormhole to lead the Chitauri army to invade Earth, and to see his wretched brother Thor, the heir of Asgard, defeated in this war, ideally dead so he could inherit the throne of Asgard. To Loki, the billions of lives on Earth were merely insignificant creatures, as inconsequential as ants, and he did not care about them at all. Without warning, Loki ascended and landed on the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopter piloted by Phil Coulson. Without a word, like a flash of lightning, he struck, thrusting his staff directly through Coulson's chest. Coulson immediately erupted in a fountain of blood, his complexion turning pale as gold paper, his breath weak. Before Coulson and Hawkeye could react to the life-threatening situation, Loki, holding the Mind Stone, darted out of the helicopter cabin and plunged toward the ground. You have no mutant powers, yet you dare to act so arrogantly among my Chitauri army? But your martial arts skills are indeed impressive. You've killed quite a few of my Chitauri soldiers. Now, let me experience your prowess, Loki said, feeling a surge of anger as he looked at Shang-Chi, fighting among the Chitauri warriors. Loki leapt into the air, soaring toward Shang-Chi like a great bird spreading its wings.
Damn it!
Shang-Chi's heart raced as he saw Loki charging at him from above.
You dare to strike at me?
Shang-Chi roared in fury, rushing forward to engage in a fierce battle with Loki, who held the Mind Stone.
Mind Stone? Lock onto that guy's thoughts, I will control his mind.
Loki swung his staff, sending an invisible mental attack soaring toward Shang-Chi's head.
Meanwhile, Natasha also saw Loki personally engaging Shang-Chi in battle.
She had never expected Shang-Chi would end up fighting Loki. However, a faint smile appeared on Shang-Chi's lips. Looks like you're a worthy opponent. It's just the right time to test my skills and hone my martial arts abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by the mental storm from the Mind Stone, hitting him right on the crown.
Crackle!
The attack from the Mind Stone struck Shang-Chi like a bolt of lightning, causing his short hair to stand on end as if it were smoking.
Perfect!
Loki breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that he had unexpectedly hit Shang-Chi again. His eyes gleamed with undeniable pride. You yellow-skinned Asian can die. Whoosh! Loki hurled the Mind Stone at Shang-Chi, the sharp sound ringing in the air as it sped toward him with incredible velocity.
Mr. Shang-Chi! Can you dodge it? It's dangerous!
Natasha shouted, her pupils widening with worry, fearing for Shang-Chi's safety. After all, he was the ally she had just recruited, and she did not want him to be severely injured.
However, the speed of the Mind Stone was too fast for the human eye to catch.
Moreover, Shang-Chi's head had been struck by the mental attack, leaving him sluggish, as if he were frozen.
In this unexpected moment, he was completely unable to react.
Even Natasha could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, Shang-Chi is done for. He's caught off guard by Loki right from the start. What a misfortune.
Who would have thought he would go all out right from the beginning, using the Mind Stone for mental enslavement and control? You bastard! Shang-Chi had no idea what was coming. Just as he cursed, preparing to turn around. Put!
The sharp Mind Stone pierced through Shang-Chi's chest like lightning, unleashing tremendous force, pinning him against the wall where Chao Kun had been hiding. Blood splattered as Shang-Chi felt a sudden, intense pain in his heart. His body convulsed, his vision blurred, and he slumped, losing consciousness.
Shang-Chi! Natasha's eyes filled with deep fear upon witnessing the scene before her. Boom!
At that moment, a thunderous hammer, crackling with lightning, hurtled toward Loki's position. Loki deftly dodged, avoiding Thor's hammer, which struck the ground with a tremendous impact, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying like rain. Immediately following, a muscular man with bare arms, clad in light leather armor, and a red cape billowing behind him, charged forward. He had a rugged appearance, tall and robust, perfectly embodying the image of a Western warrior. Even if he turned to dust, Loki would recognize him. After all, they had grown up together as brothers. He was Thor, the heir of Asgard and Loki's elder brother. Despite his fierce appearance and proud demeanor, he was a typical big, dumb guy, often committing foolish acts with an IQ of 2, a true natural fool. Simple-minded yet strong was his defining trait. The next moment, a blue arc of energy erupted from Loki's staff, speeding toward Thor, who was charging in. In that split second, Thor twisted his waist, narrowly dodging the blue arc, which struck the ground behind him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blue arc detonated, sending shockwaves and swirling debris everywhere. Seeing his brother Thor evade his attack with such agility, Loki's pupils constricted in surprise, his face darkening with disbelief. Thor's reaction speed is surprisingly fast. The most astonished was Natasha, whose genes had been enhanced, reaching the pinnacle of human strength and reaction speed. Yet Thor managed to dodge the arc in such a short distance. Natasha, momentarily distracted from Shang-Chi's injuries, stood frozen, estimating that Shang-Chi, like Coulson, might not fare well, his life hanging in the balance. Looks like Thor is indeed quite mysterious. Ever since he was banished to Earth, it seems he has regained his original formidable powers. Loki, seeing that his surprise attack had failed, suddenly vanished and reappeared like a wraith behind Natasha. He then delivered a powerful punch to her back. Bang! As a descendant of the Frost Giants, Loki's physical attributes and strength far surpassed those of ordinary beings. His punch was immensely powerful, sending Natasha flying into the rubble-strewn ground, where she landed heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could a mere mortal body contend with that of a god? Fortunately for Natasha, her fate was not as dire as Shang-Chi's or Coulson's. She knew she wasn't dead yet, just severely injured with some internal damage. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Chao Kun seized the moment. Transforming into the hive, he rapidly enveloped and pounced on the nearly lifeless body of Shang-Chi. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he began the cruel process of parasitic erosion, initiating a brutal consumption.
Beep beep beep. The host has initiated parasitic erosion. Beep beep beep.
Power scan in progress. The parasitized subject is in a near-death state, classified as a level 3 mutant.
Beep beep beep.
Due to the host being in a near-death state, they have lost the ability to resist. The host can directly consume them.
Beep beep beep.
The host can integrate all combat attributes, granting the host nearly perfect close-quarters combat skills.
Beep beep beep. Does the host wish to activate the Singularity Black Hole to consume the current near-death target and integrate their martial arts expertise?
Just as Chowka began the parasitic process on the dying Shang-Chi, the prompt from the Singularity Light Brain echoed in his consciousness once again. Immediately consume Shang-Chi and merge his martial arts techniques.
Xiao Ke did not hesitate.
He firmly believed in the principle of power supremacy. Only by possessing sufficient strength could he stand firm and protect himself in this perilous world filled with superpowered beings. Thus, he unhesitatingly issued the command. And so, another scene of consumption quietly unfolded. The black hole tore apart Shang-Chi's lifeless body, disintegrating it. Subsequently, Shang-Chi's soul, memories, experiences, physical abilities, and skills were all compressed and absorbed into the core of the Singularity Light Brain, robbed and integrated entirely. It was akin to copying all of Shang-Chi's advantages like a computer file and embedding them into the Singularity. Thus, Xiao Ke once again absorbed and fused Shang-Chi's martial arts techniques and physical attributes. Knowing that Shang-Chi's combat skills rating reached the maximum of level 7, his capabilities underwent a significant transformation. The Singularity Light Brain, which fused with Xiao Ke's will, possessed immense potential. It was well known that the entire universe was born from a singularity explosion, with all matter containing the traits of a singularity. One could even say that from the macroscopic universe to the microscopic quantum realm, atoms, subatomic particles, and plasma, everything is a product of the infinite replication and splitting of singularities. Therefore, according to singularity theory, all matter and power attributes can be infinitely compressed, merged, and even superimposed into the singularity, much like a computer with infinite memory.
This process allowed Xiao Ke to continuously improve himself. When the entire universe collapses and ultimately compresses back into the singularity, it creates a constant cycle of cosmic epochs. Thus, the singularity has boundless potential, making it one of the most promising entities in the material world and the void of chaos, akin to the 6 infinity stones. Because of this, Xiao Ke already possessed immense potential. He just needed to continuously dig, consume, and merge power to grow stronger. His capacity for growth was virtually limitless. After all, his current power was still quite weak, like a newly hatched chick, pitifully frail and unable to fly without ample time for growth. In Xiao Ke's mind, various training methods related to physical conditioning, techniques, and combat styles began to surface as he absorbed Shang-Chi's abilities. The martial arts techniques reached their peak performance. Sanda, utilizing hands, feet, elbows, knees, and other body parts, one transforms into a killing machine, delivering relentless assaults to opponents, with agility as the primary attribute. Judo, focusing on the body's flexibility and explosive power, maximizing physical strength, and adept at finding an opponent's weaknesses for deadly close-range attacks, with strength as the key attribute. Qigong, the mage of martial arts, training and controlling mental energy to deliver powerful strikes against enemies, with intelligence as the core attribute. Combat grappling, the king of combat and master of practical application, combining poison expertise and hidden weapons with both ranged and close combat, instilling fear, with skill as the defining attribute. Wing Chun, expert in explosive close combat, skillfully using finesse against brute force, emphasizing agility. These elements synergize and complement each other, enhancing overall combat effectiveness. For instance, Sanda emphasizes turning body parts into weapons, boasting high agility and speed, while incorporating Judo's flexibility and explosive power boosts its effectiveness. If one were to combine the explosive power of Judo with the quick reflexes and speed of Sanda, it would be like giving a tiger wings. Of course, there's also the mental energy of Qigong, the finesse of Wing Chun, street tactics, and more. Xiao Ke directly inherited Shang-Chi's martial arts foundation. His reflexes and sensory organs became incredibly sharp, allowing him to absorb various martial arts skills, boxing, jiu-jitsu, aikido, judo, etc., seamlessly, enabling him to develop superhuman athletic abilities. Moreover, in practical combat, he could freely combine these martial arts according to tactical needs,
forming a highly refined combat style. In the future, during chaotic battles, Xiaoke would surely be able to unleash extraordinary power through his remarkable combat skills. Even when facing opponents significantly stronger than himself, he would still have the capacity to defeat them, becoming a master of close combat. Just like Captain America, Black Widow, Natasha, Daredevil, and others, they were all masters of close combat with extraordinary skills and strength. But they too needed constant practice to absorb and accumulate rich combat experience. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect.
Xiaoke checked his power attribute panel once more. Xiaoku, pseudo, mutant.
Life, Singularity Light Brain, or Light Brain Singularity Form. Attributes, infinite replication, combination transformation, parasitic consumption, mastery of martial arts.
Intelligence, 2.57. Strength, 2.83. Speed, 3.33. Stamina, 4.04. Energy projection, 1.60. Combat skills, 3.29. Beep beep beep.
The host has fused the essence of the most powerful martial arts and combat skills, but requires more practice and refinement to accumulate rich combat experience. Significant breakthroughs will be achieved in the shortest time possible.
Beep beep beep.
Conducting power assessment, the host's ability level has reached level 4 mutant power level, the light brain prompted again. As Xiaoke completed the consumption of Shang-Chi, his strength received another massive boost, especially in combat skills, which saw the most significant increase. He felt ecstatic as his infinite replicants rearranged and recombined, transforming back into his original appearance, a camouflaged U.S. soldier. Among U.S. soldiers, many were recruited from outside the U.S., including numerous individuals of Chinese descent. The military uniform Xiaoke wore belonged to an American soldier, and there were military identification documents in the pockets. This provided Xiaoke with convenience. He could use it as a false identity document, granting him a legitimate identity in the U.S., which brought him considerable relief. He tightly held a submachine gun in both hands, making a grand entrance as a U.S. Marine ready to resist the invasion of the Chitauri. On the other side, Captain America, Steve Rogers, threw his shield, exploding the head of a Chitauri soldier, and suddenly noticed that behind him, Thor and Loki had already engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, who was hovering in the helicopter cabin behind them, had a broad view and was looking up at the intense fight between Thor and Loki. In his arms lay their comrade, Phil Coulson, who was on the brink of death. He couldn't help but feel anxious and shocked. Oh my god.
Have they finally found the Chitauri commander, Loki?
I believe Thor will be able to defeat his brother Loki and send him to hell, quickly ending this battle. At that moment, Loki waved his scepter, activating the mental power of the Mind Stone, and stepped back. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Loki executed a short-range teleportation, appearing like a ghost behind Thor. My dear brother, it was about time you met your end at my hands, allowing me to inherit the throne of Asgard.
This day has finally come, and you should feel immensely honored. Loki's left hand extended with a touch of coldness, landing on Thor's shoulder, the box of ice. The box of ice?
Thor couldn't fly and had to rely on his hammer to move back and forth.
With no leverage in midair, this weakness became apparent.
He hurriedly swung his hammer, trying to escape Loki's attack range, but it was already too late. Suddenly, a blinding ice enveloped the space within 1,000 meters, and the bone-chilling cold caused the surrounding ruins and numerous soldiers and agents to be covered in solid ice. They wore expressions of confusion and fear before losing consciousness. Thor was trapped in the solid ice. Despite his robust physique, he could only slightly resist the ice. Within seconds, he felt dizzy as the ice invaded his entire body, and he began to gradually freeze. The Frost Giants had battled Asgardians for countless years, and their clan's artifact was specifically designed to target Asgardians. If the box of ice harmed ordinary humans at a level of 1, then the damage to Asgardians was 1.5 or even double that. Although Thor was filled with anger, he could not withstand this powerful attack, and his will gradually dissipated, his eyelids growing heavier. You fool! Loki snorted lightly. However, his arrogance didn't last 3 seconds before the Hulk leaped up, soaring into the air, charging toward him. Another big idiot has come. Loki's heart twisted with malice and resentment. For a moment, he was a bit flustered and once again used the box of ice, hoping to freeze this big oaf as well. However, the Hulk was not like Thor. He slammed his massive fists against the ice, and even though it was the Frost Giant's artifact, it couldn't withstand the Hulk's bizarre strength. With just 2 punches, he shattered the ice pillar. This shattered Loki's psychological defenses. Even the strongest artifact was helpless against the Hulk. He wanted to use the Mind Scepter but found no openings and barely had time to react. What else could he do?
Loki turned and ran, occasionally using ice to hinder the Hulk's speed. After all, running away when you can't win is human instinct.
Initially, the Hulk chased Loki down, but soon realized that Loki's ice was incredibly tough, which piqued his interest.
The box of ice could continuously create solid ice, both sturdy and numerous.
The Hulk, with a childlike heart, took big strides and chased after Loki. Loki was very cunning and had long seen that the Hulk could not fly, so he took to the air. The Hulk, of course, would not let him escape easily and leaped and sprinted to closely pursue. Just when Loki let his guard down, passing by Thor again while being chased by the Hulk punched the ice block trapping Thor, shattering it and allowing Thor to escape once more. Seizing this opportunity, as Loki's palm was about to fall, intending to counterattack the Hulk, Thor suddenly stomped the ground hard. Loki's hand exerted force, his other right hand tightly gripping the Mind Scepter, aiming directly at Thor's right side under the ribs. In the blink of an eye, Thor suddenly turned, grabbing Loki's outstretched left hand.
Naughty! My wicked brother, can't you just settle down for a while and be a good boy? You act like a disobedient bad child wherever you go, always causing trouble and destruction, making it impossible for anyone to have peace of mind. Boom! A powerful force erupted from Thor's entire muscular body as he leaped backward, quickly dodging Loki's most lethal blow. Buzz!
Suddenly, as Thor was flying backward, he swung the hammer in his right hand like flowing clouds, launching it with all his might toward Loki in front of him. A wailing and vibrating sound suddenly arose, growing louder and faster. Originally prepared to continue shaking off the pursuing Hulk, when Loki's eyelids lifted slightly and he wasn't paying attention, he saw a hammer wrapped in crackling lightning coming straight for his face with a sonic boom.
Mjolnir!
Just as it seemed he was about to be hit, Loki's face turned pale, and he hastily retreated.
Boom!
But he was still a moment too late, unable to dodge in time. Under the combined assault of the Hulk and Thor, he was brutally struck by Mjolnir. He instantly spun through the air like a burlap sack, completing several backflips before being sent flying, turning into a meteor, launching toward outer space, with the scepter dropping to the ground. The expressions of Natasha, Hawkeye, and others watching from the ground were filled with shock. Even the local famous BBC television host, reporting live, couldn't help but burst into tears. Thor is so cool. This godlike man is like a great savior, driving out the leader of the invading demons. It's just so astonishing. At this moment, inside the White House, the head of the U.S. government, President Amaro, successfully connected to the new satellite, just in time to see the live broadcast of Thor defeating Loki, sending Loki flying into space, his whereabouts unknown.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Miguel, did you see that? It's so crazy. This is insane.
President Amaro was so excited that he stood up from his chair, his voice trembling with excitement. He didn't know if it was out of relief or hidden delight. Get me the Pentagon on the line. I want to talk to General Ross immediately. Beep beep beep. The president's secretary immediately dialed the Pentagon, connecting the presidential office directly with General Ross's office. At this moment, the Pentagon had activated a nationwide Level 1 combat readiness status. In the wartime command center, the generals were nervously directing the front line through remote real-time surveillance, managing the battle against the alien Chitauri invasion in the ruins of Gotham City.
Meanwhile, in General Ross's private office, the phone suddenly rang with a direct line from the president.
His office secretary, not daring to delay, hurriedly ran to the wartime command center to report the president's call.
What happened? What's going on?
General Ross, who was anxiously coordinating the frontline battle, shouted angrily at his secretary. He had already seen the destruction of Raccoon City, watched the alien Chitauri army wreak havoc, turning the ruins of Raccoon City upside down, making it a hell on earth. A situation that even their homegrown hero Iron Man seemed unable to salvage had left him with a belly full of anger, and his temper was extremely volatile and easily ignited. General, it's the president's direct line. It seems he has some important urgent matters to discuss with you in secret. Please return to the office immediately to connect with him. The secretary, fearing for his job, hurriedly reported the situation.
The president's line? General Ross was slightly taken aback.
He turned to his personal secretary and waved, "Let's go back to the office and see what the president has to say." General Ross hurriedly returned to the office with his secretary, closed the door, and quickly connected to the president's line. "Hello, this is Ross.
What instructions do you have for me, Mr. President?"
"General Ross, don't you think the performance of this alien Chitauri invasion is perfectly timed?
completely covering up the evidence of the explosion at the Umbrella Corporation's secret underground bioengineering research base that destroyed the entire city, allowing both of us to escape unscathed? The alien invasion is a mixed blessing, isn't it? What could be more gratifying than this? Otherwise, once the truth about this huge case is exposed, it will be you and I who approve the Umbrella Corporation's establishment of a secret underground research base, and if Congress in both the House and Senate, even the Supreme Court, pursue us, we might not be able to escape responsibility, and will face impeachment in public trial. Getting out of this situation is minor. It's more likely that we'll be treated as traitors and sent to a military court, locked up, carrying the infamy of a lifetime and living in a miserable and tragic prison for the rest of our lives. President O'Mara swiftly relayed to General Ross over the direct line. As the great President of the United States, how can you keep making mistakes, indulging the Umbrella Corporation's misdeeds and even protecting it when the crimes are exposed? Iron Fist General Ross said excitedly, heartbroken, to cover up the truth about the accident and explosion at the Umbrella Corporation's secret underground research base, destroying everything, is simply a flawless design, an impeccable excuse to absolve yourself of guilt and evade punishment forever. What do you mean I'm absolving myself of guilt? This is simply an exaggeration. President O'Mara responded with dissatisfaction in his tone. Initially, approving the Umbrella Corporation to establish a secret bioengineering research base underground in the crime city of Raccoon City was meant for long-term considerations, to collaborate with our government and military to combat crime in the future. Our original intention was for the safety of the nation and the people, and our starting point was good. There was nothing wrong with it. But who could have anticipated that such a thing would happen? Now that the truth is out, it has truly become a disaster. And wasn't it you who accepted my suggestion and decided to sign the military documents after careful consideration? If we are to assign blame, the explosion of this secret research base that destroyed Raccoon City and killed hundreds or even millions of innocent lives should ultimately fall on your decision. Don't you realize the situation yet? At the same time, I have been tirelessly trying to clean up this mess for you, helping you absolve yourself of guilt. This is all for your own good. Don't you know how to be grateful? You repay kindness with resentment? Wake up! Do you even have a shred of conscience or awareness? You should resign immediately and step down from the presidency. General Ross, now embroiled in the president's troubles, displayed an expression of endless remorse and regret. The Umbrella Corporation is your financial backer. The relationship between you two is one of collusion, all to help you successfully campaign for president. I cannot bear to have my conscience condemned, living forever in the shadow of sin. You and I are essentially not on the same side. You are a treacherous, deceitful, hypocritical politician, while I am just a loyal soldier, responsible for defending my country and homeland. From now on, I do not want any more evil entanglements with you. I want to atone for my sins with my conscience and live on in misery, hoping you can take care of yourself. Ross angrily hung up the president's direct line, slumping in his office chair, cradling his head in his hands and rubbing his aching temples. On the battlefield in the ruins of Raccoon City, after being repelled by Thor, Loki's fallen mind scepter was picked up by his ally, the supergiant. Meanwhile, numerous superheroes continued to repel, drive away, and kill the Chitauri alien fleet that had lost its commander. The battlefield was ablaze, with explosions shaking the ground as if it were a brutal hellish game of death, with countless bombs, missiles, laser projectiles, and incendiary bombs raining down like a storm. Get out of the way. SHIELD agent Grant Ward finally issued the order for everyone to scatter and run. The bald guy immediately began to run for his life, while the other agents, unable to stop the massive explosions on the battlefield, chose to evade. A massive Chitauri ship crashed violently to the ground, raising clouds of dust and scattering countless fragments of stone and metal over a 1,000-meter radius. The ship created a large pit with a diameter of several dozen meters and a depth of over 10 meters. With the impact, the surrounding ground began to collapse over a larger area. This ship was very sturdy. Even though it was shot down, it did not explode. Before the dust had settled, many Chitauri soldiers began to emerge from the ship. They followed the same approach as SHIELD, first establishing a defense line and then opening fire without retreat. Major Eli, I need you to establish a defensive point at the intersection of 15th Street. I will send a squad of mechanized soldiers to assist you. Received. All units report the status of battle losses. General Ross, stationed at the Pentagon's temporary command center, was systematically directing the overall battlefield situation through remote control. The Chitauri began wave after wave of fierce attacks, with the sounds of gunfire and explosions ringing continuously.
On the ground, May and Lightning Thompson met. Lightning Thompson was a Venom agent trained by the government, not part of S.H.I.E.L.D., but all factions had temporarily united against the Chitauri army. At the same time, Loki's ally, Supergiant, one of Thanos' Black Order, wielding the Mind Scepter, had been using some advanced means to conceal her presence. Seeing the Chitauri suffer heavy losses, she could no longer sit still. She gently stroked the Mind Scepter, aware that using it could lead to a loss of control, much like how the White Queen might lose herself while using a mental amplification device. Supergiant was also reluctant to use the Mind Scepter recklessly. Occasional use was fine, but immersing herself completely could lead to losing herself or even damaging her mind, with mental harm being more severe than physical ailments. The Mind Scepter would amplify her mental power 100-fold. For ordinary people, having a small base of mental power means the amplification doesn't have a significant impact, and a strong-willed person can endure it. But for someone like Supergiant, who was already a mental powerhouse, akin to Professor Charles and Phoenix Jean Grey, her base mental power was large, and amplifying it 100 times was equivalent to infinite expansion, far exceeding the control limits of any flesh and blood. Supergiant did not directly use her own mental power to connect with the Mind Stone and unleash a violent mental attack, but chose to absorb it bit by bit, first extracting a power comparable to her own mental power, mixing it with her own, and then launching an attack. Professor! Hurry! Black Widow, fighting the Chitauri on the ground, was first noticed by Supergiant. The two faced each other from opposite ends of the fiery battlefield, their gazes locking. The mental power reinforced by the Mind Scepter pierced toward Black Widow Natasha like a tangible sword. Fortunately, the Hulk quickly rushed over, his massive body blocking the attack for Natasha without hesitation. The Hulk frowned and closed his eyes, clearly struggling against the mental attack, enduring it with great difficulty. The power of the Mind Stone was indeed terrifying. As Supergiant prepared to adjust her rhythm for a second round of attack, Professor Charles's assault arrived just in time. Directly attacking the mental manipulator was the fundamental solution to the problem. Subduing Supergiant would resolve all the underlying issues, providing Professor Charles with a perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities on the battlefield. The invisible wave of mental power crossed half the city's ruins, striking toward Supergiant. Instantly, this Chitauri general, with Kree blood, was caught off guard, her white hood shattered, revealing the scars crisscrossing her blue scalp. Ha! Black Widow spotted many intricate devices behind her head. It turned out that the reason this individual had such immense mental power was due to a radiation-enhancing machine, much like the principle of a loudspeaker we use for announcements. What's wrong? The Hulk, who had just taken a hit for her, felt very unwell, dizzy and nauseous, as though his chest was churning, forcing him to fall to the ground, gasping for breath to calm his mental state. Black Widow pointed at Supergiant in the distance, explaining to the Hulk, "That guy has many technological devices behind her head. She may have some mental power talent, but more relies on these devices and the Mind Scepter in her hand." Compared to Supergiant, who was enhanced by advanced technology, and Charles, whose potential was developed as a new body by Apocalypse, as well as Phoenix Jean Grey, who had the powerful backing of the Dark Phoenix, the Hulk could be said to be a pure natural dullard. At this moment, Professor Charles's mental abilities were amplified 100-fold by the radiation-enhancing machine and then fiercely attacked. Supergiant was caught off guard, repeatedly losing ground as Charles pried open her inner defenses, uncovering many secrets buried deep within her heart. She had never expected that there would be such a strong mental powerhouse on Earth. At first, she thought it was the planetary will attacking her. But this mental force was not pure, and one could even say it was somewhat superficial. But who or what was attacking her? Doubts began to arise. Supergiant quickly calmed down, with the Mind Scepter in hand, and the Mind Stone as her backing. Even the rejection of the planetary will wouldn't scare her. She extracted power from the Mind Scepter again, drawing out 2, 3, 10 times her mental power. When she extracted energy equivalent to nearly 50 times her original mental power, she barely held off Professor Charles's mental invasion and regained some lost ground. Old bald Professor Charles saw many things in Supergiant's memories, with Thanos being the first and most vivid. Supergiant had the most profound memories of Thanos, followed by the Black Order, including 5 powerful aliens, and Thanos' vast cosmic army. Many memories were fragmented, and Charles's mind did not have time to carefully inspect them before being forcefully repelled by the powerful mental force emitted by Supergiant. The two fell into a stalemate, locked in a tug-of-war. Natasha, Hulk, and Iron Man, Captain America, you all need to communicate with each other. I'm afraid I can't hold on for much longer. You need to deal with this troublesome alien monster with powerful mental manipulation abilities within 10 minutes.
Ultimately, advanced technology could not compare to the Mind Stone, and humans have limits.
Relying on his willpower, Professor Charles felt that he could hold on for at most 7 or 8 minutes with the mental amplification device, otherwise, he would lose himself and still be unable to deal with this powerful alien monster before him. To deal with the enemy, of course, it had to be resolved on the physical level through annihilation. Upon learning the news, Captain America immediately ordered the Avengers to mobilize to physically eliminate Supergiant.
Supergiant was not foolish either. She issued the same command to kill Charles Xavier, the principal of Xavier's school.
Once this obstacle was removed, no one would be able to oppose her powerful mental force, allowing her to smoothly control the mental world of humanity globally through the Mind Scepter. Under her command and with the growing threat of Thanos, the Chitauri, despite knowing they had suffered heavy losses, had no choice but to obey the orders and launch a fierce attack. Captain America knocked down a squad of Chitauri, finally breaking through the previously dense wall of protection. His gaze fell upon Supergiant, who held the Mind Scepter and was locked in a fierce struggle with Professor Charles, surrounded by a heavily guarded Chitauri army. When Supergiant extracted nearly 100 times her mental power from the Mind Scepter, she had already suppressed Professor Charles, even catching glimpses of some of the old bald professor's memories. The one she was battling was merely an incredibly powerful mortal with mental strength, and with the Mind Scepter in hand, Supergiant felt confident in her victory. The only concern was whether she could maintain her rationality after winning, putting down the scepter and relinquishing this seemingly omnipotent power. In 10 seconds, she could defeat her opponent. Her heart was already clear as she began to suppress her excitement at the impending victory, silently counting down, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. At the crucial moment just before victory, Captain America finally broke through the heavy encirclement. When he saw Supergiant fully engaged in her battle against Professor Charles, he didn't hesitate for a second and hurled his shield with all his might. The circular shield, embodying Captain America's strength and unwavering resolve, sliced through the wall of Chitauri soldiers like a bolt of lightning, tracing a graceful yet powerful arc in the air. Ultimately, it landed squarely on Supergiant's ugly head without a hint of doubt, striking with incredible accuracy. From a distance, Captain America's strength could be considered immense for an ordinary person, but for Supergiant, it was merely average. However, this timely intervention was like a last-minute rescue, catching Supergiant completely off guard. At that moment, Supergiant had her mental energy highly concentrated and never anticipated the interference from an external force. She was using her mental power to wield the Mind Scepter, akin to a child swinging a large knife, dangerous to both herself and others. Any disruption could become the last straw that breaks the camel's back, which was a fundamental principle. Just as Supergiant was on the brink of victory, she was struck hard by the shield, not only knocking away her hard-earned advantage but also leading her to an irreversible and self-inflicted defeat. The backlash of her immense mental energy left her in excruciating pain, as if her head had been cleaved into several pieces. Her once coherent and smooth thought process was brutally severed, exposing many of Thanos' secrets to Professor Charles. No! Supergiant could not tolerate her defeat. She would rather choose death than betray Thanos. In the end, she resolutely made her decision. Though she was already at her limit, she ignited her life force, extracting the last of her mental energy from her very essence and using it to trigger a preset mental bomb in her mind. A superstorm of mental energy erupted in an invisible realm of thought, catching everyone off guard. Before they could comprehend the situation regarding Thanos, Professor Charles was forcibly interrupted in his mental invasion connection. With a pained expression and blood at the corner of his mouth, he struggled to remove his helmet and slumped back in his wheelchair. Everyone, listen to my command, full assault. Eliminate all these invading scum without leaving a single one. Captain America issued the order for a full assault on the battlefield. Captain, thank you for your hard work. Despite differing opinions, Tony Stark was filled with respect for Steve Rogers at this moment. Is this guy blown to bits? Captain America pointed toward a nearby deep pit. There were no bodies in the pit, only remnants of Supergiant's hood and cloak, scattered pieces of blue blood, and several completely charred and shattered mental energy extraction devices. Is he dead? Iron Man was also uncertain. He first picked up the fallen Mind Scepter, examined a fragment of what seemed to be a mental energy extraction device, then crushed it in his hand. He searched for similar targets nearby using the device's unique frequency, but found nothing. The two searched the area again but still saw no sign of her. Whether Supergiant had destroyed herself or teleported away remained unclear, and they could only curse the enemy for being troublesome. However, when Iron Man picked up the Mind Scepter, it felt like a hot potato in his hands. There were too many people present who had seen the Mind Scepter. It was not right to claim it as his own. In the short term, he would have to hand over the Mind Scepter and the Mind Stone it contained to S.H.I.E.L.D. The Infinity Gauntlet, as a device meant to wield the 6 Infinity Stones, had a very precise order for installing the stones. Every step was crucial, from power, space, reality, time, soul, to mind. Naturally, the Mind Scepter was handed over to Captain America, who would take it back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping. In the end, when the highest council behind S.H.I.E.L.D. ordered a nuclear strike to eliminate all Chitauri aliens, disregarding the lives of the troops on the battlefield, Iron Man bravely embraced the nuclear bomb and charged into the Chitauri command ship located behind the spatial wormhole. Subsequently, the bomb detonated with a violent explosion, destroying the Chitauri mothership and obliterating the wormhole leading to Earth, narrowly interrupting and preventing the Chitauri from continuing their frenzied invasion. Joker had been masquerading as a long-dead American soldier, moving alongside the U.S. forces and participating in the extermination of the remaining Chitauri warriors. Suddenly, amidst the shrinking counterattack encirclement, 3 extremely strange figures burst out from the surrounded remnants of the Chitauri army. One was a bizarre man with a red skull, another was the exceptionally strong Baron Strucker, and the last could be identified as a highly realistic intelligent robot. These 3 odd characters formed a peculiar trio, closely guarding a gray-black password briefcase locked to the wrist of the intelligent robot. It was clear without asking that this was the former Nazi scientist Dr. Arnim Zola, who had been transformed into an intelligent robot, carrying the Tesseract, and was intentionally roaming the ruins of Raccoon City. Alongside him were the resurrected Red Skull and Baron Strucker, a seasoned member of Hydra, all 3 belonging to Hydra's remnants. This Nazi scientist, Arnim Zola, was on the brink of death at the end of World War II when the Nazis were defeated. Yet, his consciousness and will were stored as a computer program within a supercomputer and secretly protected by S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, under the manipulations of former S.H.I.E.L.D. director and current security chief Alexander Pierce, who was a Hydra infiltrator, Zola had been successfully made into an intelligent robot. These 3 strange figures were extraordinarily powerful, seemingly impervious to damage. Ordinary soldiers' gunfire could not breach their defense. They rampaged like a storm, easily toppling ordinary U.S. soldiers and breaking through the encirclement, swiftly escaping the battlefield with the password briefcase. In the atmosphere, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aerial carrier was closely monitoring the battle in the ruins of Raccoon City. The newly appointed commander, Maria Hill, was focused on a 3-dimensional projection in front of her that displayed real-time footage of the battle. Commander, our radar and satellites have detected the strange trio from Hydra carrying a briefcase suspected of containing the Tesseract. They have escaped our military's encirclement and are heading northeast into the towering forests outside the Raccoon City ruins to evade our surveillance and capture. The technician monitoring the instruments reported his findings to Commander Hill. Deploy all our satellites and detection radars to lock onto them, monitor their movements, and report their locations at all times. They have stolen the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D., and we must pursue them without fail. Commander Hill calmly issued her orders, determined not to let the strange trio, Zola, the resurrected Red Skull, and Baron Strucker, escape her grasp. After all, the Tesseract was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most critical assets and must be retrieved immediately. Target imagery has been captured, and all surveillance systems are locking on. Real-time monitoring will be transmitted to the main display shortly. The technician promptly reported. Commander Hill watched the 3-dimensional image closely as it gradually focused and became clearer. Hawkeye, your helicopter needs to turn back immediately and get Coulson back to Triskelion headquarters. We must do everything possible to save his life. Commander Hill issued another order, methodically arranging, also, May, prepare the Quinjet for takeoff and take both Shocker and Barbara's special teams with you to pursue the target. We must get back the Tesseract for S.H.I.E.L.D. We will immediately start transmitting real-time tracking of their strange trio to you, ensuring you keep a tight hold on the target and don't lose them. Instantly, the Quinjet took off from the back of the aerial carrier, soaring into the sky in pursuit. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood of Mutants members, who had retreated to the outskirts of Raccoon City's ruins during the alien Chitauri invasion, returned to report to Red Tank and Mystique, informing them that the Hydra trio carrying the Tesseract had escaped. Upon receiving the news, Red Tank, Mystique, and others quickly made a response, leading the Brotherhood of Mutants members to abandon the Gotham City ruins and chase after the direction in which the Hydra trio had fled. At this time, Joker, who had been keeping a low profile and following the U.S. military forces, participating in the encirclement and extermination of the remaining Chitauri aliens as if he were just a bystander, saw the Hydra trio fighting their way through the encircled US soldiers, breaking free and escaping. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind the Hydra trio, swiftly tracking them down. Annihilating the alien Chitauri provided him with no benefits, but the Hydra trio held the Tesseract. What was there to wait for if not to pursue and seize it? Therefore, seeing that the hope of obtaining the Mind Scepter had vanished, Joker's desire for the Space Stone from the Tesseract ignited, and he felt a rush of luck at the possibility of getting it. Unable to resist this temptation, he pursued without hesitation, attempting to make a stroke of fortune. Before long, he had exited the city ruins, following the trail and plunging into the vast, dense jungle where darkness obscured the sky. Unlike in the Tian Chao, America does not have a permanent rural population. All citizens live concentrated in major cities and towns. Outside the cities, the remote areas consist mainly of private farms and various primordial forests. Although there are many recreational cabins for city dwellers to occasionally escape to for relaxation, they are usually deserted. This is also related to the relatively low population density in America, making the vast areas outside towns quite desolate and quiet, often inhabited by various wild beasts. Allowing the Hydra trio to escape into this vast, primordial forest with the Tesseract, using the advantageous terrain to hide and maneuver, it was easy to imagine that even with S.H.I.E.L.D's advanced technology and resource advantages, capturing them again would be an exceedingly daunting task. In the open mountains and fields, the dry grass lay limp on the ground, and the leaves of the deciduous trees had all fallen, powerless against the increasingly cold mountain winds. Some withered yellow leaves were swept up by the fierce wind, swirling and racing toward the unknown distance. Beneath the dense evergreen forest, sunlight struggled to penetrate, and the sky overhead became hard to trace. Dressed in camouflage attire, wearing a steel helmet, and carrying a bayonet submachine gun, Joker quietly infiltrated this dense jungle. This outfit transformed the once timid and cowardly Mercier into a more resolute and rugged soldier. He was now facing the ultimate test of survival in the wilderness, with life and death on the line. Having never served in the military or undergone formal training, let alone Special Forces survival training, he felt a mix of trepidation and determination as he stepped into the primitive forest to track the Hydra trio. However, he was no longer the same person. Armed with newfound abilities, he was eager to hone and test himself. Despite being in the wild jungle, his handsome and refined features could not be overshadowed. Mercier possessed an outstanding appearance, and now that Joker occupied his body, he was indeed fortunate. He exuded a maturity beyond his years, radiating confidence. His bright eyes reflected both intelligence and toughness, a blend of strength and gentleness. This transformation resulted from merging various energies and character attributes, resulting in a complete reversal of his former life form. He was no longer the helpless, bullied boy but a lone wolf king, lurking deep in the jungle, patient and ready to hunt his prey. This was not only a path of self-improvement but also a means of better survival. He understood he might need some time away from the world to survive through hardship, serving as an adjustment and buffer, allowing him to integrate into American society in the future. Joker emanated an aura of wildness and danger, always prepared to deliver a lethal blow to any enemy. As the season shifted toward winter, a cold wind crept in through his sleeves. Although Joker possessed the formidable physique of a level 4 mutant, he still felt a chill and instinctively tightened his clothing. Roar! A tiger's roar shattered the tranquility of the wilderness. Startled, Joker turned toward the sound and saw a massive, fierce jaguar perched on a nearby hillside, hungry and on the prowl. This dangerous predator had come out in search of food, desperately needing to replenish its energy as the heavy rain approached. It was at its most troublesome state. Joker tightened his grip on the bayonet submachine gun, his demeanor shifting as a look of grim determination replaced his earlier demeanor. He watched the hungry jaguar with wildness and impulsiveness flickering in his cold gaze. This was his first encounter with such a formidable beast on his own in the wild, and sensing the imminent danger, his heart raced, a hint of nervousness creeping in. With hands firmly gripping the submachine gun, the veins on his hands bulged as his body slightly bent, preparing as if facing a formidable foe. The mercilessness and frenzy of a starving tiger could only be truly understood by someone who had experienced it firsthand. A well-fed tiger does not have a high demand for food, and even when encountering prey, it does not attack recklessly. But a starving tiger is entirely different. For survival, it will stop at nothing. Perhaps provoked by the presence of this young human, the jaguar charged at him. As Joker witnessed the massive adult jaguar charging with speed and force, his expression grew more serious. This was an experienced predator, maintaining a steady pace and a straight line while running, which helped shorten the distance and time for its attack. It appeared not to be exerting its full strength yet, indicating it was still rational despite its hunger. Joker did not act recklessly but chose to wait for the right moment. He coldly observed the charging tiger, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he naturally lowered his submachine gun, positioning it with the blade facing outward against his chest. At that moment, he entered a state of concentrated readiness. As the hungry tiger drew closer, he remained perfectly still. Panic would only accelerate his demise when facing a starving beast. Although Joker lacked battle experience against tigers, he had inherited extensive combat skills. The tiger leaped toward him, and at a distance of about 6 or 7 meters, it sprang into the air. It launched a powerful, unrestrained attack, showcasing its ferocity. The magnificent creature soared into the air, its massive body arched, and its sharp claws glinted ominously in the fading light. However, the tiger lost its chance to leverage its jump. Once committed, it could not change its attack. After all, it was an animal, driven by hunger and intent on devouring whoever stood in its way. In its eyes, Joker was merely a tempting meal, completely unaware that this young man posed a threat. Joker waited for this exact moment. As the fierce tiger charged, he stood firm as a mountain. When he finally struck, it was swift as a rabbit fleeing from danger. "Kill," he roared, pushing off with his feet, moving not backward but forward, lunging toward the tiger. Just when he was about to collide with the tiger, he pivoted with a side kick, squatting down in an unusual manner to dodge while simultaneously thrusting the bayonet upward in a slicing motion. Thwack! The sharp blade sliced through the tiger's abdomen, creating a massive gash beneath its soft belly, and blood gushed out like a fountain, spilling forth. Thud! The once leaping tiger crashed heavily at Joker's feet, groaning in pain. Normally, a tiger's attack involves multiple strikes, but unfortunately, Joker lacked practical combat experience and was extremely tense in the face of the hungry beast. In his first confrontation with a tiger, he poured all his strength into his attack, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Therefore, his strike was remarkably swift and decisive. The tiger, unwilling to accept defeat, looked up at the young man before it, curling its body and struggling to rise again. Joker's exceptionally calm gaze remained locked onto the tiger as he swiftly drove his bayonet forward once more. The submachine gun's blade plunged deep into the tiger's body, piercing to the hilt. The tiger let out a horrid scream, its yellowed eyes fixed on Joker, quickly dimming as life faded from them. Watching the tiger finally collapse and breathe its last, Joker felt a wave of relief wash over him as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The fight had been perilous. Had the jaguar not been starving and recklessly leaped into the attack, and had it not been for Joker's calmness and waiting for the right moment to strike, who could have predicted the outcome? One should never underestimate their opponent, even if it is a starved beast. Joker withdrew the submachine gun's bayonet, wiping the blood off on the fur of the now lifeless jaguar. After taking a long breath, he noticed the trail left by the Hydra trio had already grown distant, so he dragged the dead tiger and hurriedly pursued. Joker moved like a solitary wolf king tracking his prey, following the footprints left by the Hydra trio as he relentlessly pursued them. Ahead, he suddenly spotted a pile of ashes from burnt firewood. Although the ashes had been extinguished, the signs were faint, yet he still caught a whiff of a damp, smoky scent lingering in the air. From this, he surmised that the Hydra trio had not gone far. They were likely just ahead, and he could directly catch up with their trail. He felt a surge of joy and thought to himself, could it be that there are no agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, the X-Men, the Knights of the Round, the Brotherhood of Mutants, or the Hellfire Club chasing after the Hydra trio? It's impossible. The allure of the Tesseract is too great for anyone to ignore. They must be fighting over it, yet why haven't I seen any sign of them? With this thought, Joker's determination to seize the Tesseract and rapidly enhance his own power strengthened even further. Dragging the jaguar's corpse, he planned to use it as backup food for survival in the wild, then swiftly moved forward. Boom! A thunderclap sounded, and the torrential rain intensified, howling winds adding a sense of foreboding to the entire wilderness. The endless night was chilling, like a primordial beast capable of devouring everything. Joker's youthful face grew increasingly resolute. Despite having just experienced a real battlefield, having killed several invading Chitauri and a ravenous jungle tiger, he still possessed an indomitable spirit and a heart full of fiery passion. For that glimmer of hope, for the chance to seize the Tesseract and augment his own power, he was willing to risk everything, resolutely embarking on this path. He moved forward with unyielding determination, his footsteps splashing in the rain, producing a rhythmic sound. Joker seemed to be truly embodying his courage, daring, and resolve as he strode confidently down the path of a conqueror.
Having grown up in the mountains, Joker felt an inexplicable familiarity and fondness for the terrain.
His survival skills in the wild had been honed since childhood, while not top-notch, they were certainly not lacking. Now, having merged various energies and attributes, his physical prowess had reached new heights. As the saying goes, a hero acts boldly, and with newfound strength, he had become fearless and completely self-assured. This was also why he dared to take risks alone and venture into the dense jungle. In the cold, rainy night, Joker moved quickly, nearly jogging forward, gripping the bayonet submachine gun tightly, rainwater streaming down the stock.
A flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating Joker's determined face, the blade's cold gleam reflecting his inner resilience and tenacity.
After an unknown amount of time pursuing, the sky slowly brightened, and the downpour finally ceased. Joker, feeling exhausted and weary, slowed his pace, using the bayonet to dissect the tiger's corpse, consuming the raw meat with great hunger. After taking a few swigs from his military canteen, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, and dizziness washed over him. After a night of rapid marching, combined with intense focus and a hint of nervous excitement that drained his energy, Joker was left with only one thought: survival and reaching the peak of his powers. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. Having endured too many humiliations and feelings of helplessness in the past, he vowed to become a powerful being who could control and dominate everything. Never again would he find himself in a pitiful position of weakness. Just then, a tall and muscular figure clad in a pitch-black spider suit emerged from a dense thicket of the jungle. This newcomer also looked weary and hungry, much like Joker, and he too seemed to have been tracking the Hydra trio carrying the Tesseract. Joker noticed the way the figure swallowed hard, his eyes fixated hungrily on the dead tiger before him, as if he were desperate to devour its flesh.
"Venom!" Joker exclaimed in shock. "That's right. I'm Eugene Flash Thompson, a Venom agent chosen by the US government to join Rebirth Program 2.0, symbiotically bonded with Venom.
I've been sent to investigate deep in the jungle for the Tesseract." Venom immediately introduced himself.
"Looks like our meeting here is destined for a fight, then?" Joker asked cautiously. "You want to fight me? Then so be it."
"Whoever wins gets to dictate the rules of survival in this jungle," Venom replied, feeling a surge of aggression at Joker's eager and slightly provocative demeanor. Inside, Joker felt a flicker of hesitation. After merging with the Tesseract during the second explosion, he had gained more powerful abilities. However, he also had a significant drawback: his combat skills were still not very refined. He had never undergone professional training in killing, and his newly acquired powers were still somewhat unfamiliar, which greatly diminished his overall combat effectiveness. To take down Venom, he would have to engage in close combat, but Venom thrived on devouring his enemies at close range, making it difficult for Joker to get close. After a moment's hesitation, Joker clenched his teeth and decided to take the risk of engaging Venom in close quarters. He crouched slightly, gathered his energy, then sprang forward like a cheetah, his speed so swift that he left behind afterimages. Facing Joker's sudden burst of speed, Venom was startled, momentarily slowing his clawed arms.
"What an opportunity!"
Joker thought as his eyes lit up, seizing the moment. He managed to break through the blockade of Venom's two mutated blades and closed in to within 3 meters of him. The attack method of those blades limited their effectiveness at close range, making them much less agile. Although he had successfully approached Venom, Joker felt confident in his ability to maneuver in close combat, as grappling was his specialty. However, Venom found himself frustrated. Joker was as slippery as an eel, his speed and agility far exceeding Venom's expectations. Each time Venom raised his blades to strike, Joker would already be evading, often dodging even before the attack was fully executed. Despite Venom's frequent high defense, aggressive strikes, Joker found it challenging to land a decisive blow. If this stalemate continued, Venom would inevitably seize another opportunity. Venom's long-bladed weapons were suited for ranged attacks, and their attack style limited their effectiveness at close quarters, making them clumsy. Just then, Venom suddenly lunged at Joker, wrapping him tightly in an embrace. This unexpected move caught Joker off guard. Next, he saw a dark, viscous substance imbued with strange life characteristics oozing from the massive male body Venom had once inhabited, weaving through the air like a net and rapidly enveloping Joker.
"Is this the alien symbiote, Venom?"
"I didn't expect it to so decisively abandon its original host to shift its target and bond with me."
"Am I its ideal host?" Joker thought, fully aware of his robust characteristics. If even a nuclear explosion could not defeat him, how could Venom?
So he approached without fear, allowing the symbiote to envelop him completely. Moments later, he transformed into a black and white patterned version of Venom, with a spider emblem adorning his chest.
Wasn't this the same transformation Spider-Man underwent to bond with Venom, becoming aggressive and volatile?
Swish! Joker stared at his hands for a long time, then suddenly, a crisp cicada chirp rang in his ears. His hearing had dramatically improved, allowing him to detect every sound within 100 meters. A sense of brutality surged within him, invading his mind at lightning speed. A black, oil-like viscous substance oozed from beneath his skin, swiftly wrapping around his left arm and precisely engulfing a cicada that was 5 meters away. The intense heat made Joker acutely aware of the cicada being dissolved by this mysterious black substance. Simultaneously, a warm current flowed through the black viscous matter into his body, causing an unparalleled internal tremor that filled him with delight. However, almost immediately, he felt a surge of acidic liquid churning in his stomach, a burning sensation that seemed to corrode his insides and directly sear through his abdomen.
He was ravenously hungry, hungrier than ever before. Eventually, the beastly instincts hidden deep within him erupted, overwhelming the remnants of his humanity. Joker felt as though he could see the movements of every creature before him, even insects 10 meters away were visible in detail. His gaze locked onto a squirrel peeking from a tree hollow a dozen meters away, completely unaware that danger was silently approaching. In a surge of sensation coursing through his left arm, the familiar yet disgusting black substance spilled out again, rolling and congealing into a mass that shot through the air like a spider's web. With lightning speed, it ensnared the small squirrel hiding at the tree hollow, swiftly pulling it back into his grasp. The black, viscous liquid quickly enveloped and undulated around the squirrel, swallowing it whole without a trace of bloodshed, and the poor creature didn't even have time to scream as it perished in the acidic substance, completely devoured by Joker. Beep beep beep. The host has fully merged with the alien symbiote, Venom, and attributes have been enhanced and refreshed. Please check your status. Joker eagerly examined his power attribute panel. Joker, pseudo-mutant. Life * Singularity Light Brain, or Light Brain Singularity Form.
Attributes * infinite replication, combinational transformation, parasitic consumption, symbiotic embodiment, martial arts mastery.
Intelligence * 2.57. Strength * 3.38. Speed * 3.63. Stamina * 4.44. Energy projection * 2.36. Combat skills * 3.49.
All stats had increased to varying degrees, especially stamina, which had seen a significant boost, along with enhanced self-healing abilities. Joker was thrilled. After this unexpected turn of events, he continued on his quest to pursue the Hydra trio. After walking for a while, the sun began to rise. Climbing up a slope, he surveyed the area. The mountains stretched endlessly, with towering trees and withered underbrush, making it impossible to find a way out. There were no signs of civilization. The desolation was suffocating, as if he had entered a dead zone. Only a few birds circled overhead, soaring into the high sky and chiming cheerfully, adding a touch of life to the desolate expanse. Joker realized he was lost, and after a night of heavy rain, all traces of footprints and scents that might have led him to the Hydra trio had vanished, completely severing his tracking clues. Feeling frustrated, he sat down to rest, closing his eyes to calm himself and gradually regain his strength. After all, having grown up in the mountains, he was better suited to survive in the forest. But he was not a seasoned warrior trained in military tactics. He had relied purely on his tenacity and experience honed in the wild to make it this far. After another night of relentless running, his physical and mental energy were nearly depleted, and he began to drift in and out of sleep. Boom! A faint explosion echoed in the distance. Suddenly jolted awake, Joker's eyes widened, his senses sharpening as he surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. The mountains appeared unchanged, shrouded in mist, the clouds light and airy. His clothes, still damp from the rain, warmed slowly against his body, releasing puffs of white steam. The air was filled with a chilling freshness, invigorating and uplifting. Joker looked up at the sky, where the warm winter sun was slowly rising. He was certain that the sound he had just heard was no illusion. It was impossible for thunder to rumble on a clear day in this jungle. The only reasonable explanation was that it was the sound of an explosion. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he quickly adjusted his military backpack, gripping his submachine gun tightly. His cold, sharp eyes scanned the surroundings like an eagle, seeking the source of the explosion. This sudden realization invigorated him, and he felt re-energized, his demeanor transforming into one of vitality. Boom! Another explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by the buzzing of helicopter blades and the sonic booms of fighter planes slicing through the air, gradually becoming audible in the sky. Joker recognized that this meant S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet and the Brotherhood of Mutants armed helicopters were searching the area, confirming that the strange Hydra trio had not yet escaped and were still being closely tracked by S.H.I.E.L.D. They must be hiding nearby. At that moment, Joker keenly sensed that the explosion was coming from deep within the mountains, relatively far from him. He felt a surge of joy. Not bothering to think further, he sprinted toward that direction. At least the target was now in sight, and the efforts he had made last night running through the rain had not been in vain. He felt empowered, as if the wind itself was propelling him forward. Swish! 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 However, just as he was sprinting, a group of differently dressed individuals suddenly emerged from the concealed forest, blocking his path.
Hey, brother, are you one of our National Defense Marines? Given your attire and demeanor, you must have been tracking the strange Hydra trio that escaped from the battlefield against the alien Chitauri invasion all night long, haven't you?
A seemingly trustworthy and easygoing middle-aged white man stepped forward. His Special Forces uniform was torn from branches and thorns, and he appeared weary, yet he greeted Joker with respect. Brother, it's not easy to be out here in the wild tracking in this weather all night long. I really admire your military discipline and toughness, you've worked hard. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Grant Ward, the acting head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. field team. This is Gordon, this is Lincoln, this is Knight, this is 33, and this is Whiplash. Ward maintained his politeness as he introduced everyone around him. Our agents, May and Echo, along with Shocker, are piloting the Quinjet and conducting aerial searches. As agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is our duty to unite closely and capture this strange Hydra trio, Gordon chimed in. And to uncover the truth behind the complete destruction of Raccoon City, seeking justice for the millions of innocent lives lost, the female agent Knight added passionately, her words flowing like a barrage of bullets. Raccoon City was obliterated overnight, turned into ruins, with millions of its citizens perishing without exception. In the face of such a terrifying disaster, I must spare no effort to find the true culprit. Grant Ward and Whiplash were indeed long-term undercover members of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., while Joker, having crossed over from the real world, was well aware of the Marvel movies, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and other related series and comics. Since Marvel's animations and films were immensely popular worldwide, his awareness of these characters and events was almost prophetic due to his unique circumstances. Ah, so you are all renowned agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., popular icons in your own right. My apologies for not recognizing you all. Joker was startled, surprised at how fluently he could speak English. He had struggled with the language during his university years and had never passed his English Level 3 exam. Agent Knight said, Agent 33 has the ability to sense the vegetation around her, which is a great advantage for tracking the Hydra trio. Agent 33 appeared to possess the ability to communicate with plants, similar to how Poison Ivy did. Indeed. You all seem to have worked hard and made great efforts to come this far, Joker remarked. Having grown up in his own country, he had a tough time in university and had barely spoken English. After years of neglect, he had forgotten most of what he learned. It seemed the Singularity Light brain had incredible capabilities, enabling him to master a foreign language instantly. I'm a Marine, my name is Joker. As a passionate soldier, I've tracked my way here to capture the Hydra trio, he stated confidently. It seems fate has brought us together, we share the same goal, he added. Good, Joker. This time we fight for justice. Grant Ward immediately extended a sincere invitation, let's join forces and look out for one another. What do you think? Of course. I wouldn't want to wander this dark jungle alone, I might just get sick from the solitude, Joker agreed readily, assuming the identity of an American soldier. However, he knew that Ward was a Hydra mole planted within S.H.I.E.L.D. and was potentially dangerous. But since they were strangers, he assumed they wouldn't just turn on him for no reason. As several people traversed through the dense jungle, climbing over hills, crossing ridges, and navigating valleys, the explosions ceased. After a few hours, they arrived at a hillside. Looking around, they still saw an endless stretch of mountains, devoid of human presence, surrounded by an unbroken expanse of forest with towering trees reaching for the sky. At this moment, even the roar of the Quinjet and armed helicopters was no longer audible. Seeing this familiar yet strange wilderness, Joker felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. The vastness of the mountains and the jungle made it easy to lose one's way, and finding the culprits would not be easy. Agent 33, what's the status? Quickly use your ability to sense the entire forest and search for the Hydra trio's whereabouts. With your connection to the vegetation, you should be able to track them down, Ward urged. If they went the wrong way, it would all be in vain, and they might miss the best opportunity to catch the culprits, causing even the morally conscious Ward to sigh in frustration.
Caw!
A sharp bird call pierced the air, as if tearing through the clear sky, adding a bit of life to the desolate mountains.
Joker immediately turned to see a mountain hawk soaring into the clouds. Then, a flock of birds erupted from the towering trees of the forest, flapping chaotically as they flew into the sky.
Seeing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. The startled birds indicated that there were people in the forest.
Boom! A faint explosion sounded from the forest, confirming their suspicions.
Whiplash was overjoyed. With his tough skin and powerful physique, he was agile as he dashed toward the forest without regard for the danger. For the sake of justice, even a fearsome creature like him had no fear. The group continued deeper into the jungle, with Agent 33 using her ability to communicate with plants and her accumulated experience to search for traces. Broken branches, trampled ground, marked tree bark, all were clues in their hunt.
Despite their efforts yielding no results, another explosion rang out in the distance.
They rushed toward the sound, faintly hearing the whoosh of bullets tearing through the air.
Someone is fighting up ahead,
Gordon stated with certainty, increasing his speed. The sound of gunfire grew louder, occasionally mixed with the explosions of grenades. Ward quickly alerted everyone, "Stay close together and remain vigilant. We might be facing a tough battle ahead." Running through the forest was physically demanding, especially with the ground muddy and obstructed by branches and bushes, complicating their movements. Fortunately, the SHIELD agents, fueled by their sense of justice, found tremendous resolve and managed to keep going. The tall trees of the forest blocked out much of the sunlight, the ground receiving little nourishment from it. A thick carpet of dead leaves covered the ground, making it difficult for shrubs and weeds to grow, so aside from the large exposed tree roots, all that remained were piles of decaying leaves. The air was filled with the stench of rotting foliage and mud, and the depths of the forest after the heavy rain were not as beautiful as they first appeared. To Joker, who had grown up accustomed to the wild, none of this mattered.
Moving through the forest felt like returning home.
He navigated swiftly like a nimble mountain monkey, jumping over obstacles with impressive speed. This proved challenging for the two female agents, who were naturally fastidious about cleanliness, while the others fared better, but Agent 33, who was at home among the greenery, felt a sense of belonging in this environment. After another 10 minutes, the sounds of battle finally ceased. Joker instinctively slowed his pace. Despite lacking combat experience, he knew that rushing ahead could be dangerous, as ambushers could be lurking in the jungle. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, tiptoeing behind a large tree to hide. Once he assessed the environment and terrain, ensuring no immediate danger, he quickly dashed to hide behind another tree not far ahead, continuing to observe while constantly changing his position, crouching low as he advanced. As Joker moved forward, he grew increasingly cautious. After only a few steps, he noticed a person lying motionless ahead. The back of this person's head and shoulders were covered in blood, half of their skull had been blown off, with brain matter splattered around. The individual was clearly dead. Dressed in a camouflage uniform that blended perfectly with the surrounding environment, it would have been nearly impossible to spot him without the bloodstain.
Joker approached carefully, gently turning the body over.
He was met with the youthful face of an American white male. His strong features were marred by blue eyes that, even in death, expressed a lingering attachment to life. Beneath him lay a well-maintained Barrett semi-automatic sniper rifle, a high-end weapon. Without any identification on the deceased, Joker picked up the sniper rifle to inspect it closely. Moments later, Grant, Ward, Gordon, Lincoln, and Knight approached cautiously.
At that moment, Joker's interest in the weapon far outweighed his curiosity about them.
He had never received formal firearms training and had limited knowledge of guns, unable to even name the various parts. Unlike Americans, who grew up familiar with firearms, Joker had not had that experience.
Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out ahead, startling Joker, Ward, Gordon, and Knight.
Joker quickly grabbed his submachine gun and dashed forward. Not far ahead, they witnessed someone fire a shot before rolling swiftly to the side. The spot where the individual had hidden was struck by a trio of bullets in rapid succession. Had the person been even a fraction slower, they would surely be dead.
Joker continued to advance but could no longer see that person.
Confusion reigned as they did not know friend from foe, and they dared not act recklessly. Joker discarded the sniper rifle. It was a weapon he couldn't use, and he felt more secure with the bayonet on his submachine gun. He tightened his grip and concealed himself behind a nearby tree, waiting patiently in the silence. Ward, Knight, Gordon, and Lincoln stayed close to Joker, now acutely aware of the enemy presence and reluctant to rush in blindly. They sought cover and prepared for the unknown situation ahead. Joker's instinct warned him that beneath the calm surface lay great danger, and he knew he could not afford to act impulsively. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his presence, lowering his body to blend into the environment, as if he were part of the very grass and trees. Gradually, his breathing became steady and elongated, his mind exceptionally calm and alert.
The others, hiding in place and hesitant to move, couldn't help but feel curious. Had the attackers already retreated? Was it foolish to wait idly?
With these thoughts, Joker cautiously peeked forward, only to suddenly find a submachine gun barrel pressed against his forehead. Joker's heart raced, and instinctively, he reached for his weapon to retaliate, but a cold, steely female voice interrupted him. "You can try, but let's see if your bayonet is faster than my trigger finger." She spoke in standard international English, and an overwhelming coldness emanated from her presence, freezing Joker in place, his body feeling as if all strength had been drained from it. A woman with a face painted in dark colors emerged slowly from behind a tree. Dressed in a casual black bodysuit, without a tactical helmet, she stood over 6 feet tall, showcasing her impressive physique. The hand holding the pistol was pale and strong, exuding a terrifying sense of power. Her icy eyes, full of menace, scrutinized Joker, and upon recognizing him, her sensuous lips curled slightly in surprise, a glint of scrutiny in her gaze. Joker had no idea how she had approached without him noticing, and he was utterly terrified as the gun was aimed at him. For the first time in his life, he truly felt how close death could be, and his mind went blank. Hearing her murmur of surprise and noting her hesitation to shoot, Joker managed to steady himself.
"Don't shoot, I'm one of you," he blurted out in a panic. Just then, another female voice came from behind the camouflaged woman. "Hey, looks like we've found a new awakened mutant in hiding."
Following the sound, Joker saw a short-haired woman with purple hair, adorned with spikes, approaching excitedly.
"Ha ha! I believe Leader Eric will be thrilled.
Another mutant chasing the Hydra trio has been found," the purple-haired woman exclaimed, and behind her was a massive, muscular red man.
The two followed the camouflaged woman closely, approaching Joker. "Who are you?" Joker raised an eyebrow.
"We're with the Brotherhood of Mutants, kid. I saw your powers. I'm Eliza, the scout with the ability to sense mutants." The short-haired woman grinned. "This beautiful lady here is Butterfly, and this hulking brute is Red Tank.
Join our brotherhood. This is a paradise for mutants. Are you all from Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants?"
Grant Ward, the temporary head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hiding not far behind Joker, finally stepped out, raising his hands to show he meant no harm. He openly addressed Butterfly, Eliza, and Red Tank. "Then we are not enemies. We're also here to track down the Hydra trio. I'm sure you're also in pursuit to retrieve the Tesseract." Perhaps Ward's sincerity and upright demeanor eased Butterfly's concerns, or maybe Joker's standard U.S. military uniform made the Brotherhood trio trust him a bit more. Their fierce atmosphere began to dissipate, but Butterfly still kept her gun trained firmly on Joker's forehead.
With an icy expression, she questioned, "Name? Rank? Which unit do you belong to?" She then gestured toward Ward. "And you, what's your identity?
You don't look like a regular soldier in that tactical gear, you seem more like a high-ranking agent." Joker was about to respond when he suddenly noticed a red laser dot on his forehead from a sniper rifle positioned about 300 or 400 meters away behind a large tree. Following the beam, he realized a sniper rifle had been stealthily aimed at him, but he couldn't see the shooter. His heart sank, and without time to explain, he shouted, "Watch out!" With that, he sprang forward like a tiger, tackling Butterfly to the ground. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed past his head, burying itself into the trunk of a tree behind him. The powerful impact of the sniper bullet created a massive hole in the tree, sending bark and wood splintering everywhere.
"Everyone, take cover. There's an unknown sniper lurking, ready to ambush us at any moment."
Joker had narrowly saved Butterfly, then turned to warn Ward, Gordon, Eliza, and Red Tank. Butterfly reacted swiftly, pushing Joker off her. With explosive strength, she kicked him in the abdomen, using the momentum to propel herself backward against a nearby tree trunk. With that kick, she slid away from the slippery, decaying ground, and while moving at high speed, she opened fire.
Her movements were fluid and precise, powerful and astonishing.
Almost simultaneously, the area where they had just taken cover was hit by 3 consecutive bullets, kicking up dirt and creating 3 crater-like holes. Joker watched in horror, realizing he could no longer afford to be careless and quickly sought cover. Once hidden, he noticed that Butterfly, Eliza, Red Tank, and even Ward and Gordon had vanished without a trace.
Whoosh! Another gunshot rang out.
A tree trunk nearby was struck, creating another large hole.
Joker looked over to see Butterfly taking cover behind the tree.
In this dense forest, it was impressive how their opponent could shoot at them despite the obstacles. The trees were not enough to block their view. Joker rubbed his aching abdomen, recalling how close he had come to death. Had it not been for Butterfly kicking him away, he would have likely been shot multiple times, becoming a cold corpse. Who are these people? Why are they all so formidable? They strike from the shadows, and I can't even see where the bullets come from. Joker thought, hiding behind the tree and daring not to make a sound. The others remained extremely cautious, not daring to act recklessly. They quietly hid in the underbrush, behind mounds of dirt, or against the backs of large trees, waiting patiently for the situation to change and for the right moment to act. Butterfly gripped a katana in her right hand and held a submachine gun in her left, yet there was no cover within several meters around her. If she exposed herself, she would be shot by the lurking snipers, who were lying in wait. Approximately 200 to 300 meters ahead, at least two experienced and fierce enemy snipers were concealed, poised to strike. They were ready to deliver lethal blows, acting as an insurmountable barrier that hindered the team's advance and forcing the entire situation into a passive stalemate. With this in mind, Joker's thoughts raced like lightning, his blood pumping with urgency. He spotted a Barrett semi-automatic sniper rifle carelessly discarded on the ground nearby, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. He dropped to the ground, swiftly picked up the rifle, and rolled back to hide behind a large tree. Whoosh! A bullet struck the very spot where the rifle had been, shattering the stone into dust. Whoosh! Another bullet struck the ground just where Joker had rolled past. If he had been just a moment slower, he would have been dead. He stared at the horrifying bullet crater nearby, smoke curling upwards, and an icy chill shot through him, making his back feel cold and clammy with sweat. His body involuntarily began to tremble. Those who had never experienced the battlefield could never truly comprehend its horrors. Joker forced a bitter smile, wanting to toss the sniper rifle to Butterfly, but suddenly recalling the terrifying accuracy of the enemy snipers, he decided to throw something conspicuous and noisy instead, hoping to create a diversion to probe the enemy's exact positions. As he leaned against the tree to turn around, he caught sight of Butterfly signaling urgently to him, seemingly asking him to throw the Barrett sniper rifle. Grinding his teeth, he suppressed his fear. He took a deep breath and let out a long shout, forcing himself to calm down. He then hurled his military backpack to the side while throwing the rifle toward Butterfly at the same time. Whoosh! A bullet struck Joker's backpack with precision. He breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the tree, he turned to see Agent 33, hiding among the thorns, making gestures to Butterfly, Gordon, Ward, and even Red Tank. It seemed she was using her mental connection with the vegetation to sense the exact positions of the two enemy snipers hiding on the opposite side and was warning them. In this situation, Knight, Eliza, Lincoln, and the others were nearly powerless. They needed to focus on self-preservation. Almost simultaneously, Butterfly sprang up from the ground like a swift hunting cheetah, catching the thrown sniper rifle midair as she soared. In the moment of her descent, a powerful killing aura emanated from her, palpable and intense. Gripping the sniper rifle, she smoothly pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. The gun erupted with a thunderous roar, and the bullet, accompanied by a sharp blast, tore through the air like a shooting star, flying toward the area ahead that was shrouded in uncertainty. After landing, Butterfly rolled quickly to the side, narrowly avoiding two bullets that skimmed past her body. Joker watched in disbelief as Butterfly slapped the ground with her right hand and, like a spring, propelled herself upward. Her feet pushed off the ground with incredible force, vaulting her forward 5 meters, where she deftly took cover behind a tree trunk. Her movements were fluid, natural, and executed with a grace that resembled a stunning performance. Impressive! She's so powerful and agile, it's like watching a master at work, Joker thought, admiration swelling within him. He had not anticipated the enemy's shooting speed to be so rapid, while Butterfly evaded in that fleeting moment with remarkable speed and skill. She must be at least a level 2 mutant in terms of power, he mused. Reflecting on Butterfly's formidable abilities reignited the fire in Joker, dissipating his earlier fears and restoring his calm and sharp intellect. He knew that he had to remain hidden behind the tree like Ward, Agent 33, Gordon, Lincoln, and Knight, as he realized this high-level battle was not something he could engage in. Stepping out would be tantamount to courting death. Yet merely hiding was not necessarily safe. The enemy's numbers were unknown, and the situation remained unclear. If they were to be flanked from behind, it would spell disaster. He needed to do something to assist Butterfly and help secure their escape.
Whoosh! Another gunshot rang out from a distance.
Joker turned to see that it was Butterfly who had taken aim. He then heard a faint grunt, indicating someone had been hit. His heart soared with excitement as he recognized Butterfly's incredible marksmanship.
Whoosh! Boom! A gunshot erupted, retaliating against them, striking a tree.
The trunk trembled from the impact, splinters flying everywhere.
Whoosh!
Another shot fired back, and Joker felt a bullet was past his head, the searing heat nearly suffocating him.
This was the brutal reality of the battlefield. One misstep could lead to death.
He had to remain alert at all times and be wary of enemy fire. Rubbing his head, he felt a surge of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster.
"Did you die?" Butterfly called out to Joker. "I'm fine."
"Just be careful, we're up against fierce enemies, and the situation is precarious," he replied, warning Butterfly.
"We can't go any further, we need to pull back."
"Our lives are the priority right now," Butterfly commanded decisively, her tone firm.
Even Red Tank, the large brute, looked surprised at Butterfly's words.
Just then, they heard a sharp whistle coming from the direction of the enemy, leaving them uncertain of its meaning.
Seeing Butterfly's grave expression, they suspected it was not good news.
Feeling startled by Butterfly's decision, Joker turned to see her had already dashed to another tree, glaring fiercely at everyone. In that moment, he realized that in a battle of skilled fighters, his presence was a liability. Compared to Butterfly, he felt utterly outmatched. And those enemies, exchanging fire with Butterfly, seemed evenly matched, far beyond what he could contend with.
"Are you all not afraid of death?"
Butterfly asked, noticing that Joker showed no intention of retreating, and neither did Ward, Gordon, Knight, Agent 33, or Lincoln.
Gordon, hearing Butterfly's inquiry, shook his head without hesitation and replied firmly, "Fear? Who isn't afraid of death?" Butterfly coldly asked, "Then why aren't you all retreating?" "I'll hold them off for you." Grant Ward responded emphatically, "I can't let a woman cover our retreat."
His expression hardened, and a determined light shone in his eyes. Lincoln, inspired by a sense of justice, added passionately, "There's a more important reason: we must capture the strange Hydra trio and extract the truth behind the devastation of Raccoon City, where millions perished in a single night. We owe it to those countless innocent souls to seek justice." A strong aura of righteousness emanated from him as he tightened his grip on his pistol, his gaze becoming more resolute, shaking off any previous panic.
Red Tank interjected, "With just this handful of SHIELD field agents, it's too weak to accomplish anything.
Even if you manage to find the Hydra trio, it's nearly impossible to capture them now, especially with so many powerful organizations targeting them, all wanting the Tesseract."
Eliza eagerly chimed in, "Why not join us in the Brotherhood of Mutants? With the Brotherhood backing you, you might even have the chance to take down the president someday."
The Brotherhood of Mutants, led by Magneto, was regarded as one of the most powerful and dangerous international criminal organizations. Eliza was the only member who could detect mutant powers. She was a level 4 mutant capable of sensing all mutants at that level and below. As soon as she saw Joker, she sensed the strong surge of mutant energy radiating from him and identified him as a level 4 mutant who had just awakened and advanced. While the Brotherhood was seen as a paradise for mutants, it operated under a strict hierarchy, where higher-level mutants enjoyed greater rights and privileges. Additionally, recruiting new members earned recognition from their leader, Magneto, making Eliza and others almost like recruitment heads for the Brotherhood.
Gordon shook his head, firmly rejecting the offer. "Not interested. We are SHIELD agents, and we don't have mutant powers. We're not mutants, myself included. We won't interfere with your affairs." Red Tank's rough voice chimed in, even placing a hand on Joker's shoulder, forcing urgency into his tone. "Brother, haven't you had enough of being looked down upon by those lowly ordinary people? As a mutant, you should join us." Joker tilted his head and pushed his hand away, saying, "First, we need to get out of this jungle and stay alive, right?"
Red Tank raised an eyebrow and smirked.
Butterfly, hearing Joker's disinterest in the Brotherhood, let out a barely audible gasp of surprise.
She glanced at him, her previously expressionless face now showing a hint of astonishment, then turned away, no longer pressuring him.
The atmosphere grew awkward. Butterfly remained silent, ignoring Joker. He felt a surge of uncertainty, wondering what to do next.
There were countless enemies outside, and hiding here was not a long-term solution.
Suddenly, another gunshot rang out. Without hesitation, Butterfly opened fire, as if she knew exactly where the enemy was hiding. A deep male voice boomed from the other side, "Listen up. We're from the Hellfire Club, and our strength far surpasses yours. But we don't want to be hostile, how about we make a deal?" His tone dripped with mockery and provocation. The trio from the Brotherhood, led by Butterfly, along with Joker, Gordon, Ward, and the others, were not in a position to make decisions, so they all looked to Butterfly, waiting for her command. Butterfly ignored the enemy's taunts, seemingly waiting for the right moment or a third party to disrupt the situation. Joker, watching Butterfly, suddenly felt resolute and declared firmly, "I'll go out and test the waters." Without waiting for anyone's approval, he dashed forward, sprinting to hide behind a tree 10 meters away. In that life-or-death moment, his heart raced, pounding in his chest, and he felt an adrenaline surge. After waiting 2 or 3 seconds, he bent down and grabbed a large rock from beside the tree root, throwing it to the side while sprinting toward another tree for cover. Yet, no one fired their weapons. Instead, a cocky voice called out, "You pathetic wretches, sending in someone who moves like a snail to die? You lack the sincerity to cooperate. If you want to die, come at us." Joker, taunted as a snail, retorted loudly, "Let's see if you can handle a one-on-one fight. If you don't dare, you're just a coward. If you're too afraid to come out and just hide, all you can do is sneak attacks and talk trash. What does that even mean? That's not much of a skill." After waiting for a while and receiving no response, Joker realized that provoking them wouldn't work. He felt insignificant in the eyes of the enemy. Even if he exposed himself, they likely wouldn't shoot him easily, especially with Butterfly and others behind him. Joker shouted again, "Coward, come out. My grandfather is here, let's settle this one-on-one. If you've got the guts, come kill me." Suddenly, Joker noticed a pair of dark feet rapidly approaching his field of vision, coming to kick him. "I'm just taking this opportunity to familiarize myself with and test my use of the Barrett sniper rifle. I'll consider the watch duty as practice." "Good, now that we are a team, we need to cooperate and look out for each other. Let's have Joker take the watch. We can all use this time to rest." Butterfly and Ward, as the temporary leaders, immediately agreed with Joker's suggestion. After making the announcement in their leadership roles, they began to rest as quickly as possible. Joker smiled sheepishly, climbed up into the branches of a tree with the Barrett sniper rifle, and set up the gun. With the night vision scope in hand, he could clearly see the surroundings in the darkness, making the watch duty manageable. After an unknown amount of time, Joker began to feel drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. Just as he rubbed his eyes and tried to shake off the fatigue, he suddenly noticed a faint red beam of light flickering deep in the forest. The light was very dim and only flashed for an instant. If it hadn't reflected off his face, he would have missed it entirely. Joker instantly became alert, the sleepiness vanishing. How could there be infrared light reflections in this dark forest? He set up his rifle, putting the night vision scope over his eyes, and began to observe carefully. Not long after, he saw vague figures moving closer in the shadows beneath the trees. These people were as vigilant as leopards searching for food in the night, moving swiftly and cautiously, and it appeared that a few more individuals were following behind. The two in front were clearly leading the way, while those behind provided cover, demonstrating excellent tactical coordination. Knowing he couldn't handle these people, Joker quickly and cautiously climbed down the tree to alert the others resting below. The group stirred awake, shaking off their drowsiness and heightening their vigilance. Butterfly instinctively leaned forward to peer into the dark forest, then shook her head. "That's the X-Men group. Leading the way is Deadpool and Wolverine, followed by Beast, Iceman, and Cyclops. This combination is too powerful. We should avoid any conflict with them if possible." Agent 33, utilizing her telepathic connection with the vegetation, could accurately assess the enemy situation even in the dark. However, before she could finish her sentence, a fierce battle suddenly erupted not far ahead in the dark forest. Clearly, the X-Men squad had encountered a third-party force, leading to a conflict that escalated rapidly. It turned out that members of the Hellfire Club, including Black King and Black Sun, were engaged in a fierce battle with the X-Men in the forest. When Black King unexpectedly thrust a massive staff into Wolverine's back while he was searching the area, the fight officially began. Clang! Wolverine spun around, his adamantium claws extending with a swift motion, colliding violently with the incoming staff. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, causing trees to shake violently, their leaves fluttering. Wolverine's fur bristled, resembling a fierce ironback wolf, filled with explosive power and reacting with incredible speed. His invincible aura radiated from his body. X-Men's Wolverine truly lives up to his reputation,
Black King observed, his eyes wide as he watched the wild wolf. "It is indeed an honor to encounter you, Black King, in this dark jungle," Wolverine replied, his eyes shining with intensity and a toothy grin on his face. "I assume your arrival is also to seize the tesseract carried by the strange Hydra trio."
Likewise, Black King replied nonchalantly, not intending to attack further. "We have not yet seen the cosmic cube, so let's avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary conflicts. Otherwise, we'll only end up hurting each other and allowing others to take advantage. There are more than just our two teams pursuing the Hydra trio tonight in this jungle, who knows how many will swarm in. Shall we shake hands and move on?"
At that moment, Beast, who had been lurking behind Wolverine, charged forward. Beast exuded a wild, explosive energy, his eyes flashing with a blood-red ferocity that was frightening in the darkness of the forest. Now, two powerful experts teamed up to take down Black King from the Hellfire Club.
Black King nodded unconcernedly.
"Very well, one of you is a gorilla, and the other is Wolverine. Both are beasts suited for navigating this dense dark jungle."
"Excellent." Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted from deeper in the forest, accompanied by blinding flames and thunderous shouts.
It seemed a grand spectacle was unfolding, with multiple forces and countless strong individuals starting the final contest for the Tesseract in the cold night. "Let's go to that explosion. There must be many people surrounding the Hydra trio, trying to seize the Tesseract," Beast said, immediately turning to call Wolverine, Cyclops, Iceman, and the rest of their companions, rushing toward the dark explosion. Black King and his entourage, including Black Sun, Diamond, and Storm, were equally unwilling to fall behind, sprinting alongside the X-Men at full speed. Meanwhile, a bit further away, Joker, Butterfly, Gordon, Ward, Knight, and the others were hidden in the darkness, highly alert. Aside from Butterfly and Red Tank, the others were relatively weak, including Grant Ward, who had the hive body. They didn't dare to confront the others directly and found it normal to keep their distance. "Red Tank, let's hurry up and check the situation," looking for an opportunity to seize the Tesseract, Butterfly urged Red Tank. "Even though our strength is thin, we can't delay our mission, otherwise, we won't have any explanation for Magneto when we return to the Brotherhood of Mutants.
Let's go, right now."
Joker, feeling a stroke of luck, bravely took the lead, dropping the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand and rushing out from the darkness toward the unknown explosion ahead. "I can take this opportunity to familiarize myself with and test my use of the Barrett sniper rifle, so I'll take the watch as practice. Alright, now that we are a team, we need to cooperate with each other and look out for one another. Let's have Joker take the watch. We'll all use this time to rest." Butterfly and Ward, as the temporary leaders, immediately endorsed Joker's suggestion. After making the announcement in their leadership roles, they began to rest as quickly as possible. Joker smiled sheepishly, picked up the Barrett sniper rifle, climbed into the branches of a tree, and set up the rifle. With the night vision scope in hand, he could clearly see the surroundings in the darkness, making the watch duty manageable. Before long, Joker began to feel drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. Just as he rubbed his eyes and tried to shake off the fatigue, he suddenly noticed a faint red beam of light flickering deep in the forest. The light was very dim and only flashed for an instant. If it hadn't reflected off his face, he would have missed it entirely. Joker instantly became alert, the sleepiness vanishing. How could there be infrared light reflections in this dark forest? He set up his rifle, putting the night vision scope over his eyes, and began to observe carefully. Not long after, he saw vague figures moving closer in the shadows beneath the trees. These people were as vigilant as leopards searching for food in the night, moving swiftly and cautiously, and it appeared that a few more individuals were following behind. The two in front were clearly leading the way, while those behind provided cover, demonstrating excellent tactical coordination. Knowing he couldn't handle these people, Joker quickly and cautiously climbed down the tree to alert the others resting below. The group stirred awake, shaking off their drowsiness and heightening their vigilance. Butterfly instinctively leaned forward to peer into the dark forest, then shook her head. "That's the X-Men group. Leading the way is Deadpool and Wolverine, followed by Beast, Iceman, and Cyclops. This combination is too powerful. We should avoid any conflict with them if possible." Agent 33, utilizing her telepathic connection with the vegetation, could accurately assess the enemy situation even in the dark. However, before she could finish her sentence, a fierce battle suddenly erupted not far ahead in the dark forest. Clearly, the X-Men squad had encountered a third-party force, leading to a conflict that escalated rapidly. It turned out that members of the Hellfire Club, including Black King and Black Sun, were engaged in a fierce battle with the X-Men in the forest.
When Black King unexpectedly thrust a massive staff into Wolverine's back while he was searching the area, the fight officially began. Clang! Wolverine spun around, his adamantium claws extending with a swift motion, colliding violently with the incoming staff. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, causing trees to shake violently, their leaves fluttering. Wolverine's fur bristled, resembling a fierce ironback wolf, filled with explosive power and reacting with incredible speed. His invincible aura radiated from his body. X-Men's Wolverine truly lives up to his reputation, Black King observed, his eyes wide as he watched the wild wolf. It is indeed an honor to encounter you, Black King, in this dark jungle, Wolverine replied, his eyes shining with intensity and a toothy grin on his face. I assume your arrival is also to seize the tesseract carried by the strange Hydra trio. Likewise, Black King replied nonchalantly, not intending to attack further. We have not yet seen the cosmic cube, so let's avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary conflicts. Otherwise, we'll only end up hurting each other and allowing others to take advantage. There are more than just our two teams pursuing the Hydra trio tonight in this jungle, who knows how many will swarm in. Shall we shake hands and move on? At that moment, Beast, who had been lurking behind Wolverine, charged forward. Beast exuded a wild, explosive energy, his eyes flashing with a blood-red ferocity that was frightening in the darkness of the forest. Now, two powerful experts teamed up to take down Black King from the Hellfire Club. Black King nodded unconcernedly. Very well, one of you is a gorilla, and the other is Wolverine. Both are beasts suited for navigating this dense dark jungle. Excellent. Boom! Another deafening explosion erupted from deeper in the forest, accompanied by blinding flames and thunderous shouts. It seemed a grand spectacle was unfolding, with multiple forces and countless strong individuals starting the final contest for the Tesseract in the cold night. Let's go to that explosion. There must be many people surrounding the Hydra trio, trying to seize the Tesseract, Beast said, immediately turning to call Wolverine, Cyclops, Iceman, and the rest of their companions, rushing toward the dark explosion. Black King and his entourage, including Black Sun, Diamond, and Storm, were equally unwilling to fall behind, sprinting alongside the X-Men at full speed. Meanwhile, a bit further away, Joker, Butterfly, Gordon, Ward, Knight, and the others were hidden in the darkness, highly alert. Aside from Butterfly and Red Tank, the others were relatively weak, including Grant Ward, who had the hive body. They didn't dare to confront the others directly and found it normal to keep their distance. Red Tank, let's hurry up and check the situation, looking for an opportunity to seize the Tesseract, Butterfly urged Red Tank. Even though our strength is thin, we can't delay our mission, otherwise, we won't have any explanation for Magneto when we return to the Brotherhood of Mutants. Let's go, right now. Joker, feeling a stroke of luck, bravely took the lead, dropping the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand and rushing out from the darkness toward the unknown explosion ahead. Butterfly and Red Tank were not willing to fall behind. Without a word, they charged forward. Sure enough, at the sight of the explosion, countless figures converged, members from various factions gathering together. They were clearly divided into camps but maintained a united front, surrounding Hydra's Red Skull, Zola's robot, and Baron Strucker in the center. Joker rushed forward with his submachine gun, but he was blocked by the human wall formed by the united factions, unable to penetrate and see the situation at the heart of the encirclement. Die! Suddenly, someone with a particularly fiery temper shot a laser beam from their eyes, illuminating the darkness as the beam streaked straight toward Zola's robot, who was at the forefront of the Hydra trio. Boom! Immediately following, a violent tremor shook the ground, and thunderous sounds filled the air as lightning cracked through the sky. Then, another individual followed closely behind the laser-eyed attacker, launching an assault against the Hydra trio. It was Zorn. Zorn was a Chinese teacher in America with a split personality, believing himself to be Magneto, and had gathered his students into a brotherhood. A star resided in his head, allowing him to generate intense heat and control electromagnetic fields and gravity. At that moment, he was using the thunder he controlled as an attack. Xavier also stepped forward, using his powerful mental abilities to manipulate his body as he flew above the surrounded Hydra trio, unleashing mental pressure and thought control. He seemed intent on firmly restraining the three, determined to seize the cosmic cube they held. Joker, lurking in the shadows, silently observed everything. He felt excluded, like an outsider watching the scene unfold. He lamented his own weakness. In the face of so many powerful mutants from various factions, he had no opportunity to exert his strength. However, he noticed that the X-Men had sent the largest number of members for this operation. They were indeed deploying their strongest forces.
Suddenly, the ground shook again, rocks flew, and Petra, who controlled earth and stone, seized the moment to attack the Hydra trio. Although her power was not strong, she excelled at energy projection, allowing her to attack from a distance without needing to engage in close combat. Everyone began to attack, unleashing their most powerful abilities without mercy. Yet, all their attacks diminished as they approached the Hydra trio, their forces condensing and shrinking until they became needle-like, as if the very fabric of reality was being compressed into a single point. Cosmic cube, distort space. Chaotic singularity, black hole vortex. Zola's robot, modified by the Nazi scientist, seemed to wield the power of the cosmic cube, effortlessly neutralizing the incoming attacks. The massive bombardments that seemed so overwhelming exploded upon contact with him, failing to penetrate his defenses, as each powerful assault faded into nothingness. The cosmic cube was known as the Space Gem, rumored to be one of the 6 original stones of chaos that existed before the cosmic explosion, possessing immense spatial power that allowed the wielder to manipulate and create wormholes for space travel. Bang! The members of the Hydra trio, their clothes flapping wildly, had their bodies twisted by the spatial force, becoming unpredictable. All the lightning and attacks exploded upon contact with them, unable to invade their bodies. Why bother resisting? Any further struggle is futile, kneel and surrender, a sigh echoed from behind Zola's robot. Quicksilver struck silently and swiftly, like a dragon appearing and disappearing in an instant, crashing into Zola's back with a resounding boom. Known for his speed, Quicksilver was one of the fastest beings in the universe, even faster and more terrifying than the Flash. His appearance ushered in a terrifyingly rapid assault, like lightning descending upon the earth, wreaking havoc everywhere. Good, you're all eager to rush over and die, come along and join us in this burial. We couldn't ask for more. Zola's robot, Red Skull, and Baron Strucker seemed completely unconcerned, their confidence unwavering. Zola's robot silently prayed, drawing a cross with his hands in front of his chest, as a black hole began to expand from the grayish-black briefcase in his hand. Behind him, countless energy lightning waves swirled like giant serpents, radiating outward with crackling sounds. Nuclear explosion activated. Cosmic cube, brewing a storm for total destruction. Ah, let's all go together into the grave. Boom! Accompanied by Zola's maniacal laughter, a massive mushroom cloud erupted on the spot, lighting up half the sky, resembling an apocalyptic disaster as fire rained down. In an instant, everything was incinerated, including a forest spanning hundreds of kilometers, reduced to scorched earth and radioactive dust, leaving nothing behind. This Hydra trio was utterly mad and violent, clearly not the type to fear death. They had already resolved to die. They triggered a nuclear explosion in an instant, willing to destroy everything and perish together. Joker's vision went dark as he lost consciousness in the explosion. He didn't know how long it had been, perhaps just a brief moment, or maybe several hours after the blast, when everything returned to calm. He found that his infinite copies had disappeared, leaving only a point of consciousness fused with his thoughts, flickering dimly in the darkness of the nuclear dust storm, like a pearl covered in dust or a diamond buried in gravel. His own singularity had opened a black hole, tugging at another point of faint light, seemingly drawn to each other, yet also in conflict, as if they were consuming and merging with one another. He immediately understood that the other black hole was what everyone referred to as the cosmic cube, the space gem. Everyone knew of its power, and everyone wanted to seize it. At this moment, he no longer believed in his luck or tenacity for life. Deep down, he sensed that ever since experiencing the massive explosion and merging with tremendous energy, transforming into a singularity light brain life form, he no longer feared nuclear explosions or other devastating blows, much like having antibodies formed within him to resist viruses. The explosion merely replenished his core with an even greater amount of concentrated energy, although he couldn't unleash this power just yet. He used his will to manipulate his light brain singularity form and resolutely charged toward the other black hole. Bang! A faint sound broke the threshold of repulsion between the two, and they collided, initiating an irreversible and fierce process of devouring and merging. Ultimately, the primal power of the cosmic cube, born from chaos, proved stronger, quickly engulfing Joker's mutated light brain singularity entirely. While singularities are highly compressed forms of infinite energy, their energy attributes differ. For instance, Joker's mutated singularity leaned more toward the intelligent computational power of a light brain, with his sole consciousness acting as the autonomous controlling will of this light brain, tailored specifically for him. In contrast, the cosmic cube's singularity focused more on manipulating spatial power and, like other materials in nature, was an unconscious entity devoid of self-awareness. The cosmic cube itself could not govern itself, it could only be controlled by other sentient beings or follow the natural laws of the universe. After the two singularities consumed and merged, the light-brain singularity found itself enveloped within the cosmic cube singularity, unable to fully integrate at that moment. It seemed that only time could allow them to gradually permeate and fuse, blending their attributes and energies together. The two protected Joker's soul consciousness in their core, and then the external black hole vortex opened again, beginning to sweep and consume the chaotic energy left in the wake of the explosion, continuously compressing and replenishing this energy back into his core. During this process, Joker quickly familiarized himself with the powers and attributes of the cosmic cube. He knew he had to master this power quickly and make it work for him to ensure his safety. Otherwise, if the outside world came searching again after this catastrophic event and they discovered the truth, who would refrain from seizing and controlling him, leading to endless research and exploitation? The thought of being controlled like a lab rat was too tragic to bear, akin to the living experiments at the Umbrella Corporation's underground bioweapon research facility, a cautionary tale not forgotten. The cosmic cube could open spatial wormholes for interdimensional travel, even crossing parallel universes. Although understanding and mastering it was not particularly difficult for Joker, fully harnessing its power, or even a portion of it, was still beyond his current realm and strength. He needed time to gradually adapt to the properties and capabilities of the cosmic cube. For those with insufficient power and realm, the original 6 Infinity Stones, 6 chaotic singularities, could not only be unusable but would also backlash severely, potentially leading to death. This was easy to understand, as all 6 Infinity Stones pertain to the laws and powers of the omnipotent universe, not merely energy levels. To master the spatial laws, reality laws, time laws, and others from the 6 Infinity Stones, one must reach a realm capable of manipulating various laws. For Joker to obtain the cosmic cube and merge it with himself to utilize even a fraction of its spatial powers was already a stroke of fortune. It seemed that his singularity had been in fierce contention with the cosmic cube, and the system was fully engaged in the struggle, thus failing to provide timely prompts like before. However, at this moment, the system seemed to have a bit of spare time and began to prompt again. Ding ding ding. The host has merged with the cosmic cube, and attributes have significantly improved, all data has been refreshed. Please check your attribute panel. Joker quickly checked his power attribute panel. Joker asterisk, pseudo, mutant. Life asterisk roughly merged with cosmic cube, light brain singularity form. Attributes asterisk infinite replication, combinatorial transformation, parasitic devouring, symbiotic possession, martial arts mastery, opens spatial wormholes, performs short distance teleportation. Intelligence asterisk 2.77. Strength asterisk 3.68. Speed asterisk 3.96. Stamina asterisk 4.84. Energy projection asterisk 2.69. Combat skills asterisk 3.99. All the data indeed showed varying degrees of increase, he was becoming stronger. However, as he still could not truly control the immense power of the cosmic cube, his enhanced strength remained limited. He needed to continuously explore and elevate his power, facing a long road ahead. As the vast explosion energy was absorbed and compressed into his singularity core, Joker finally gained a deeper familiarity with the new space gem. Once he could barely manipulate and exert its faint powers, he unleashed his infinite replicas, reminiscent of the birth of the universe at the moment of the Big Bang. Soon, the infinite replicas quickly arranged and combined, restoring Joker to his original appearance. Unfortunately, he found himself naked once again, as his clothes had been completely destroyed in the explosion. After restoring his image, Joker felt an urgent desire to escape this place, wanting to distance himself from this site of chaos. He knew he had to sever any connection to himself to prevent anyone from discovering him as a survivor during their search. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a target, constantly watched. While being called in for discussions by S.H.I.E.L.D. or the CIA might be manageable, being targeted by the Brotherhood of Mutants or the Hellfire Club and treated as an experimental subject would be a true tragedy. The nuclear explosion incident on the east coast of New Jersey would later be secretly recorded and archived in the highest-level classified files of the CIA, FBI, and S.H.I.E.L.D. The U.S. government and military dared not make this incident public. From this nuclear explosion event, many superheroes would ultimately fall. This incident marked a significant turning point in history, ushering in a new era. Joker, help me. Thankfully, you and I have survived this calamity, especially your mutant X gene, which possesses such a strong resistance to nuclear explosions and radiation.
To emerge unscathed from the center of a nuclear explosion is nothing short of a miracle.
Just as Joker was about to hastily flee, he suddenly heard a weak female voice calling for him, her tone feeble.
He was greatly surprised. Someone else had survived. Who could it be? How did they know his name? What a coincidence!
He followed the voice and soon saw a woman, covered in blood, her clothes and hair burned almost completely away, lying unconscious in the scorched earth. Joker quickly rushed to her side, crouching down and turning her body over, faintly recognizing her as an Asian face. This was too strange. He had come to America and had never known an Asian person, nor had anyone ever called his name. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Who are you? How do you know me? I've never seen you before." Surviving this disaster is surely a blessing from above. We are both fortunate to have such unusual luck. We are kindred spirits. It's all right, I will get you out of this hell. I won't leave you to die alone. I am Butterfly. Strangely enough, during the explosion, I felt my body disintegrating, about to vanish. I didn't expect my soul to merge into another woman's body. It seems that the body I currently occupy has replaced its original owner, Joker said, contemplating the situation. She appears to be skilled in stealth techniques, particularly earth manipulation, having been lurking deep underground all this time, planning to launch a surprise attack to seize the cosmic cube. I never expected that her actions would preserve her physical form while allowing my soul to take over her body, granting me a second chance at life. If I were to tell anyone this, I doubt many would believe it. Butterfly reflected on her bizarre soul transfer experience, realizing she and Joker had both escaped a near-impossible disaster. Indeed, ninjutsu was a quintessential part of Japanese culture. It seems the original owner of this body was a Japanese woman, which is fortunate, Joker replied, suddenly understanding. He quickly helped Butterfly up, supporting her with his arm. Let's get out of here. This is the epicenter of the nuclear explosion contamination. Your body and soul have not fully merged yet, making you inherently weak. If we stay here any longer, you may not be able to endure it. We should escape as soon as possible. Although Butterfly's new body hadn't suffered much damage from the explosion, the original owner was a female assassin from the Japanese mafia who had been using ninjutsu to hide underground. She had only been affected by the shockwave and nuclear radiation after the explosion had uprooted the earth. Furthermore, Butterfly's soul had just recently transferred, leaving her weak and unaccustomed to her new body, making it challenging to adjust. As they made their way, Joker supported Butterfly as they walked. Leaning against him, she said, "After this nuclear explosion, we have become the last remaining survivors. What a fateful coincidence. I feel like this is destiny at work. Alright, since that's the case, I'm also willing to teach you more practical skills for survival in the wilderness. I'll start with the first lesson of jungle warfare, finding your way back when lost. You're going to teach me wilderness combat skills and experience? That would be amazing, thank you so much," Joker exclaimed, thrilled. In the deep mountains and dense forests, we can easily lose our sense of direction. When you realize you're lost, don't panic. First, carefully recall the paths you've taken and the surrounding environment as reference points. Then use your memory to find your way back, she instructed. It's so dark at night, and I've been busy following you all while staying alert for beasts and potential ambushes, so I didn't pay much attention, Joker replied, chuckling awkwardly. As a newcomer who had just experienced survival in the wild without any formal training, forgetting the path he had taken was a common mistake. In wilderness survival, staying calm is the most important thing, Butterfly continued. If you can't remember the path, another method is to analyze the terrain and geographical features to determine where wild animals might travel. Sometimes, animals think like humans, and their instinctual senses, sight, smell, hearing, and touch, are sharper than ours. They know how to avoid danger in the mountains and forests and find a safe path. If you can find the trails animals have taken, you'll find a safe area, Butterfly explained further. Joker listened intently, finding her advice to be quite reasonable. Animals wouldn't run aimlessly when entering the woods, they would instinctively move toward safety. Following the paths taken by wildlife could lead to safety, which made sense to him. Identifying the trails of wild animals shouldn't be too difficult. Everyone knows how to look for signs, such as trampled grass, broken branches, and droppings. Butterfly's calm voice resonated again, whether in the dense jungle or on a hillside covered in brush, if you look down closely, you won't find any tracks. Therefore, you must look from a distance, observing for signs of movement beyond several meters to notice any subtle disturbances in the foliage. Following these signs will help you discern the path.
Joker absorbed Butterfly's survival skills and experiences, committing them to memory.
In the chaos of battle and the horrors of killing, panic was inevitable. The fact that he could maintain his composure without any negative emotions was already quite remarkable.
Suddenly, a faint crackling sound echoed from a distance, sharp and clear in the post-explosion silence.
Butterfly's ears perked up, and she turned her head, searching for the source of the sound. With her expertise in telepathy, ninjutsu, and martial arts, she possessed heightened sensory abilities, allowing her to detect even the slightest vibrations in the environment. A long-haired man appeared in her line of sight, blue electrical arcs dancing through his body. Upon sensing Butterfly's gaze, the cyborg grinned evilly, wielding an electric whip and cracking it in the air above the nuclear dust. Hearing the sound behind them, Joker turned with a neutral expression, looking coldly at the cyborg.
A cyborg? Butterfly exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing here?"
This place was just hit by a nuclear explosion, everything has been destroyed.
Why do you ask me what I'm doing here?
Perhaps you should ask yourselves why you're here, the cyborg replied coolly.
I've been hired by the Inhumane's Illuminati to track down the cosmic cube. Whoosh! More figures emerged from the shadows, revealing themselves.
Butterfly's heart raced slightly as she watched the approaching individuals.
Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Who are you? Are you all hired by the Inhumane's Illuminati to search for the cosmic cube? Are you working together?" "Exactly. Allow me to introduce myself.
I'm Fireman, this is Jiaoshi, this is Dreamgirl, this is Frog, this is Quickstream, and there's Ghost and Zero. We are all hired by the Inhumane's Illuminati to investigate the whereabouts of the cosmic cube." Fireman took the lead in introducing the group.
"Oh, I see."
Butterfly responded casually, then said, "Since you all are after the cosmic cube, it would be best to conduct a thorough search of the entire nuclear explosion zone. You might find some clues.
However, we can't stay. We need to leave this hellish place."
"Why rush to leave? Look at you two, you're most definitely survivors of this nuclear explosion, and both of you have Asian features."
"You're quite lucky indeed," the cyborg remarked, a hint of malice in his tone.
"So many people are rushing here, and yet you are the lucky ones who can miraculously escape this disaster.
There must be something fishy going on.
Why don't you stay and tell us the whole story of this nuclear explosion incident in detail so we can understand the truth of the matter?"
The electronic man seemed determined not to let Joko and Ling Dai leave. It appeared he had a bias against them, as both Joko and Ling Dai had now taken on the appearance of Japanese female assassins, resembling Oriental Asians.
The electronic man gripped the electric whip tightly, standing ready as if he would act at any moment to stop them. Joko let go of Ling Dai, allowing her to sit on the ground to rest, using this opportunity to test his skills. These level 4 mutants were perfect targets for his trial. As the electronic man swung the electric whip toward Joko, Joko sidestepped, easily evading the range of the attack, then performed a backflip, landing gracefully behind the electronic man.
Sensing Joko's movement, the electronic man was about to turn around.
"In that case, don't blame me for being rude." The electronic man's palm curved like a claw, arcs of electricity flashing as he struck toward Joko's chest with immense force. Joko's body trembled slightly, bending like a bow before snapping straight, colliding hard with the electronic man's claw. He felt an immense impact on his fist, a wave of intense pain surprising him. He hadn't expected the electronic man to be so powerful. The electronic man lunged at Joko like a wolf, throwing a right hook aimed at his chin while guarding himself with his other fist and driving his knee toward Joko's groin. Joko reacted quickly, striking out his claw like lightning, accurately seizing the electronic man's fist, then using his right elbow to drive down like a javelin into the electronic man's knee. With a crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed. Joko had crushed the electronic man's knee, who let out a painful scream, now severely injured and missing a leg. The others were shocked at the sight. Phantom teleported instantly behind Joko, throwing a punch aimed at his back. Joko used his eagle claw to grab the punch with all his strength, suddenly turning around to crush Phantom's fist with a loud crack. Phantom was relatively weaker, only a level 5 mutant, whose superpower was merely short-range teleportation. Compared to Joko, who was now infused with the space gem, he was simply no match. Taking advantage of his momentum, Joko swung his right hand, striking down like a stone tablet on Phantom's forehead, producing a muffled thud. Phantom couldn't react in time to use his teleportation to dodge, and with a hit to the forehead, he fell like a wooden post, blood pouring from his ears, nose, and mouth, twitching a few times before dying. Dealing with these ruthless and ambushing attackers seemed to require being even fiercer than them to maintain control of the situation.
Suddenly, Zero shot an arrow from a distance, aiming to ambush Joko. He prided himself on being a sharpshooter, with unparalleled accuracy, and seeing Joko severely injure the electronic man and kill Phantom filled him with a sense of loss, prompting him to take ruthless action against Joko. Zhaoshi absorbed and manipulated photons, transforming into a shadow, swift as a ghost, launching an attack on Joko. The swift current brewed a vortex in each hand, viciously pushing toward Joko. Beautiful Dream attempted to invade Joko's mind with close-range mental pressure, trying to read and manipulate his thoughts and memories. The toad leaped into the air, extending a long tongue toward Joko to ensnare him. The fireman ignited two blazing flames in his hands, holding a burning iron chain, with the chain's unpredictable attack trajectory capable of obliterating a small area with each strike. After the electronic man was severely wounded and Phantom was killed, the others rushed forward to launch a desperate siege on Joko. They coordinated seamlessly, with Zero, Swift Current, and Beautiful Dream launching long-range attacks from the periphery, occasionally ambushing and disturbing Joko, making it difficult for him to defend. The fireman, Toad, and Zhaoshi engaged Joko in close combat, restraining him to create better opportunities for the other three to launch sneak attacks. Yet Joko stood confidently at the center, his fists apart, creating afterimages in the air, facing four opponents simultaneously, countering their attacks while skillfully maneuvering through their siege. No matter the assault from all directions, he seemed eternally unfazed, allowing the storm to rage around him. Joko had integrated the essence of all martial arts from the space gem. First, Sanda, which strengthens the body and even the soul through brutal training, embodies the true meaning of hardness. As everyone attacked him, the electronic man, who had nearly lost a leg, did not back down, his whole body in a heightened state of tension. He channeled electric power, transforming into a surge of lightning and thunder as he struck at Joko. The other skilled fighters present unleashed their fiercest attacks, all aiming to kill Joko in this crucial moment to vent their anger and avenge Phantom and the electronic man. Meanwhile, Joko hoped to use this opportunity to hone his boxing skills. He had just fused various energies, upgrading to a level 4 mutant, and had also plundered the properties of Hive, the parasitic devouring, and combat techniques from the space gem. He needed to familiarize himself with and master these abilities in practical combat, striving to push his fighting skills to the limit. With a swoosh, Joko suddenly executed a teleportation, leaping out of the encirclement. Intentionally, he aimed to eliminate Zero first, as Zero was a sharpshooter often hiding at the back, launching surprise arrow attacks that greatly annoyed him. Joko teleported behind Zero, stepping forward, his long arm striking like a spear toward the back of Zero's head. This unexpected strike caught Zero off guard. Joko's right hand thrust into the back of his skull, causing his eyes to burst, and he collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Not good, everyone be careful. This guy is not only skilled in martial arts and combat but also can use Phantom's teleportation, making him unpredictable and hard to defend against. The fireman was the first to scream, alerting everyone. Joko's teleportation had thwarted their encirclement and unexpectedly killed Zero, prompting Zhaoshi to immediately turn around with various techniques bombarding Joko. The fireman and the toad turned simultaneously, launching a fierce attack on Joko like lightning, while the Beautiful Dream and the Swift Current began their elusive attacks from a distance, darting left and right, their movements unpredictable. You are truly stubborn, since you seek death, I will grant your wish. Joko once again used his teleportation technique, instantly appearing behind the disabled electronic man who had lost a leg and was greatly limited in movement, like a ghost, and struck a powerful punch at the electronic man's back. This punch contained the inner strength of martial arts, and when this inner strength surged, the heart needed to be urgent and ruthless, while the skin and pores of the entire body had to loosen in contrast, making the skin at the point of exertion light and soft. Such precise control over essence, energy, and spirit requires an excellent state of mind and strong will. Only by entering a state of emptiness achieved through skill can it be accomplished. Those whose hearts and intentions are unrefined, no matter how strong physically, cannot unleash inner strength. The electronic man hurriedly turned, his left hand like a beam blocking Joko's incoming arm, forcefully deflecting Joko's fierce and deadly punch. Both of them exerted tremendous strength in their arm collision, and they remained evenly matched. Seeing this, Joko quickly jumped back, his steps agile as he instantly reappeared behind the electronic man, delivering another punch that struck fiercely towards the electronic man's spine like a direct assault on the dragon's nest. Ah! The electronic man let out a piercing scream. He barely blocked Joko's first attack but couldn't withstand Joko's successive rapid strikes. Joko's punch directly broke and shattered the electronic man's spine, instantly paralyzing his lower half. The electronic man rolled on the ground in agony,
emitting a heart-wrenching scream.
At the same time, Joko's whole body spread out like a honeycomb and, like lightning, launched a parasitic devouring attack on the electronic man.
In an instant, the electronic man was dead, leaving this world forever. Judo, unlike the rigidity of Sanda, perfectly interprets the word force. Lift power, release power, borrow power, and unload power. Every technique in Judo perfectly utilizes force. When one comprehends the mystery of force in Judo, an awakening can be achieved. Violent grabbing. Violent grabbing is the most direct and powerful application of force, capable of generating an incredibly strong suction when grabbing an enemy, making it impossible for them to escape from one's grasp. Both Judo fighting and Sanda combat require close-quarter attacks. Meanwhile, a Qigong master must understand and control the flow of energy, as energy flow is akin to the internal force cultivated in martial arts, similar to the concept of dark energy. Beep beep beep. The host initiates parasitic devouring on the electronic man, beginning to integrate its electronic physique and characteristics. Beep beep beep. The host gains new superpower characteristics. Please check the attribute panel. The system's prompt sounded. Joko checked his power attribute panel again. Joko, pseudo, mutant. Life, fusion with the space gem, light brain singularity form. Attributes, infinite replication, combinational transformation, parasitic devouring, symbiotic possession, mastery of martial arts, electrical integration, electronic resistance, opening spatial wormholes, performing short-distance teleportation. Intelligence, 2.97. Strength, 3.88. Speed, 3.73. Stamina, 4.94. Energy emission, 2.76. Combat skills, 4.09. All the data had clearly increased, indicating that as long as Joko continued to engage in parasitism, he could integrate superpower attributes and continuously enhance his values. Finally dealt with another electronic man, those who survived must be crying now. Although it seemed like a long process, in reality, it was just a fleeting moment, and Joko had killed another enemy. The pressure in his heart was significantly relieved, and a hint of ease appeared on his face. His exquisite combat skills left everyone present astounded, unable to match his prowess. The process of Joko parasitically devouring the electronic man was extremely swift. Almost in an instant, the remaining survivors could barely comprehend the entire process. They only saw Joko's body seemingly pass through the electronic man's body, after which the electronic man collapsed to the ground in a bloody mess, never to move again. What? The electronic man was also killed by him? How could we possibly defeat him? His combat skills are too exquisite, and he can manipulate teleportation freely. We are no match for him at all. The fireman was the first to wail in despair. Not being able to win means death. Brothers, we still have so many people. As long as we work together, we can definitely take him down. Everyone, do not lose heart. Seeing the situation was extremely unfavorable for their side, and the fireman was the first to lose hope, Jiaoshi anxiously rallied the morale. Indeed, it's not surprising that Phantom and Zero were killed by him. The swift current agreed with Jiaoshi's tone. And the electronic man underestimated him from the start, being careless, which led to such a tragic defeat and death. The remaining few exchanged glances and reached a consensus again. They no longer took the initiative to attack but maintained a cautious stance, quietly waiting for Joko's next move. Ah! The toad stared fixedly at Joko, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could hardly believe his eyes until he confirmed that the electronic man had indeed been killed by Joko. The grief and anger in his heart surged like a tide, and he let out a mournful roar that sent chills down people's spines. I will kill you to avenge the electronic man, Zero, Phantom, and the others. The toad could not bear Joko's calm and terrifying cruelty. His heart was filled with vengeful fury, wishing to eliminate Joko immediately to vent his resentment. But now Joko was no longer the naive individual from before. He had truly embarked on the path of the strong, and those who opposed him would only become stepping stones. No one could stop his progress. The toad leapt up in an eerie manner, darting towards Joko's back to prepare for a punch attack. At that moment, Joko suddenly stepped into the 8 trigrams position, cleverly avoiding the toad's attack while seizing the opponent's side. His figure struck like an eagle swooping down or a tiger leaping across a gorge with ferocity. As he lunged forward, his arms suddenly shook, slashing downwards from side to side, unstoppable like a tiger descending the mountain, enveloping the toad entirely within the momentum of his punches. As his arms spread out, his lungs resonated with deep breaths, coordinating with the muscles and joints of his entire body. Joko emitted a sound like the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards, deep and restrained, complementing his imposing demeanor, as if a colossal dragon stretching across the sky and a ferocious, massive striped tiger were hidden within him. The form and intent of martial arts are one, emphasizing the practice of form to grasp the intent. Truth is found within the false, and falsehood within the truth, perfectly interpreting the true meaning of form and intent. The most famous of Shaolin's 72 ultimate skills are all form and intent boxing techniques, where there is no dragon, yet there is a dragon, no tiger, yet there is a tiger. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Joko's mind as he gradually excavated the comprehensive inheritance of martial arts he had obtained, constantly accumulating and refining it in combat. Meanwhile, he also began to gradually integrate and refine other body changes and techniques into his fighting style. His footwork was the 8 trigram step, occasionally using spatial traversal to teleport, while his punching technique was Xingyiquan, combined with Wing Chun short punches and Jeet Kune Do. The toad punched into thin air, suddenly feeling the opponent's figure flicker and bizarrely dart to his side. Then, his head darkened, and he heard the sound of tigers roaring and dragons chanting in his ears. At that moment, the toad began to doubt in his subconscious whether his opponent was truly as formidable as a dragon and tiger. His explosive power was strong, but his spirit was not as steadfast as Joko's, and his combat skills were far inferior to Joko's mastery. In this critical moment, the toad crossed his arms to block, quickly retreating. However, his mind was in turmoil, and he had already lost the initiative, finally allowing Joko to find a glimmer of opportunity and collide hard with his arm once again. This time, Joko struck a solid hit, and his inner strength suddenly surged. The toad's arm instantly erupted with excruciating pain, as if it had completely shattered, hanging down and unable to be lifted again. The intense agony overwhelmed him, causing him to break into a slight sweat, and his stamina began to drain rapidly. Joko, of course, would not give the others the chance to assist and allow the toad to turn the tables. He split his hands apart and swiftly charged into the toad's center line, leaping upward and delivering a punch that struck the toad's chest like a cannonball. Crack! Crack! A muffled, mournful wail erupted from the toad's mouth as his entire chest caved in, accompanied by the shattering of ribs and the crushing of internal organs, signaling the final notes of death. After landing the fatal blow, Joko took 2 steps back, watching as blood gushed from the toad's mouth and nose, with blood also streaming from his eyes and ears, truly a sight of blood pouring from all 7 orifices. Then, the toad wobbled unsteadily, spinning around a couple of times before collapsing with a thud onto the blackened, contaminated ground, his mouth spewing forth dark blood mixed with shattered entrails. As death approached, his eyes remained wide open, fixed on Joko, struggling violently as if trying to escape the inevitable demise, but it was all in vain. Eventually, the fountain of blood drained all his strength, his pupils lost their luster, turning gray, and he breathed his last. Joko had initially prepared to confront the remaining attackers, focused and vigilant, but he never expected such a result. This kid is too strong, none of us can match him. If we keep fighting, we'll end up dead here. If we don't leave now, when will we? They were already terrified, and the courage to continue fighting Joko evaporated. Each of them let out a howl and scattered in different directions, fleeing for their lives. Clearly, they had lost the will and confidence to contest Joko, only thinking about survival as they fled like birds and beasts. Joko let out a long sigh, not bothering to pay attention to their escape. He stripped a few items of clothing from the dead, collecting tools they carried, knives and guns that would come in handy. Then he returned to Ling Dai's side, finding her safe and sound. During Joko's battle, the others had not taken the opportunity to harm Ling Dai, perhaps because they were too preoccupied with their own survival and hadn't had the time to target her. Joko removed Ling Dai's tattered clothes, helping her into a complete outfit, and donned a set of clothes himself, preparing everything. Joko, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in martial arts and combat. I've underestimated you, you just need to improve your marksmanship a bit. Ling Dai reassessed Joko's strength but also expressed concern about his heavy killing intent. You killed 4 out of those 7, the rest fled, impressive. But you were a bit too ruthless. In this situation, I had no choice. If I don't kill, then I'll be killed. Besides, they had the advantage of numbers. If I was careless, we would have fallen into their hands and faced their unwarranted humiliation. Joko was unperturbed by his actions, helping Ling Dai to her feet again. Let's go, we need to keep moving and escape this contaminated nuclear explosion zone as soon as possible. And also get out of this forest and return to a city where humans live. They resumed their journey. After contemplating, Joko felt a sense of tranquility. Understanding the myriad aspects of life, the journey of refining heart and mind is endless.
Without insightful and brilliant realizations, how could one perform dazzling and impressive combat?
The world is like a vast furnace, containing and refining all people. Some emerge as essence, some shine brightly, while many others are reduced to ashes in the process. As Joko traveled casually, his posture natural, his pores slightly closing and opening, as if breathing, he felt a deep, indescribable comfort in laziness. After walking for several days and nights, they finally exited the nuclear explosion zone, safely re-entering the lush green jungle, allowing themselves a slight sigh of relief. Joko helped Ling Dai sit down under a towering tree to rest. The side of the tree was low, resembling a natural trench. He quickly crouched down, raised his gun coldly, and swiftly searched for a target through the scope, soon locking onto the shape of a deer. The distance was considerable, making it hard for him to judge accurately. He could only estimate, desperately recalling the shooting skills Ling Dai had taught him. Depending on the distance, the bullet could land anywhere on the crosshair's vertical line. As a sniper, merely placing the enemy on the crosshairs wasn't enough. The sights were merely a reference tool, not a guide. To accurately hit a target, one must estimate the target's distance. In addition to distance, factors like wind speed, visibility, light refraction, and the quality of the optical scope would all affect shooting accuracy. Joko had learned much from Ling Dai regarding these aspects, but he lacked practical experience. It was his first time handling a sniper rifle, and he hadn't fired a single bullet, leaving him completely uncertain. After aiming for a while, he still couldn't determine if he could hit that deer, so he decided to abandon his worries. He judged the shooting position based on wind and light conditions, focusing and adjusting slightly when uncertain, making corrections repeatedly, yet still lacking confidence. However, suddenly he heard a gunshot, causing his heart to leap, and he reflexively pulled the trigger. Through the scope, he saw the sniper bullet roaring out, creating a shocking sight. Then, he saw the deer being knocked over, a spray of blood erupting from its chest. Joko realized that the shot had been fired by Ling Dai. He jumped up to check and soon retrieved the deer not far away, finally securing food to stave off hunger. Dragging the deer, he found a pond in the forest and proceeded to gut and skin it, quickly starting a fire. Now, he no longer worried about being pursued, as the nuclear explosion incident had passed, and the cosmic cube had also disappeared. They had left the nuclear zone and were out of danger. Who would have the time to target him? So now, back in the safety of the jungle, he could leisurely roast meat over the fire. Once Ling Dai was out of danger and back in a safe area, she too began to relax. She stripped off her clothes, disregarding the cold winter air, and jumped into the pond to wash herself. "Joko, come wash up quickly. We need to discard everything that's been contaminated by nuclear radiation, even the clothes on our backs." Ling Dai exclaimed boldly, showing no shyness, emerging from the water with her alluring curves, beckoning to Joko, who was sitting by the fire roasting meat. Although Ling Dai had taken on the body of the Japanese female assassin, her figure remained striking, with curves that drew attention. They had spent years training various assassination skills, during which their bodies had been fully developed and sculpted. Not only were they extremely fit, but they also stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, exuding a unique sensual charm. Joko, being an impulsive young man, found it hard to suppress a particular urge while in the solitude of the jungle, surrounded by no one. In a moment of impulse, he quickly stripped off his clothes and jumped into the water with a splash, indulging in his desires. After enjoying themselves in the wilderness for about 2 hours, they returned to the campfire. They fashioned 2 simple loincloths from the deer hide to cover themselves, realizing that the clothes contaminated by nuclear exposure were no longer wearable. They then began to feast on the delicious roasted deer meat to replenish their strength. Suddenly, a loud gunshot echoed through the forest, sounding like thunder in the silent jungle. Joko's body reacted instinctively, jumping in surprise as he swiftly turned to investigate. He soon realized it was a small group of alien Chitauri invaders who had managed to escape the battlefield and entered the jungle. These Chitauri were the enemies of humankind and needed to be eliminated quickly, but now they were proving to be quite a nuisance. Without hesitation, Joko drew his gun, aimed at one of the Chitauri, and decisively pulled the trigger, hitting the target in the head and killing it instantly. The other Chitauri reacted with lightning speed, evading and disappearing into the forest without a trace. Joko knew he had lost the initiative. Although he had managed to kill one enemy first, the remaining ones were numerous, and the upcoming battle would be exceptionally difficult. Are these the scattered survivors fleeing from the Chitauri battlefield? This is quite a troublesome situation, posing a serious threat to our safety. Ling Dai had apparently taken her position next to Joko without him noticing. Her spirits remained high as she exclaimed, "Joko, let's go eliminate them." After what we just experienced, I feel my self-healing ability is particularly strong now. I can move without any issues and feel invigorated.
I feel the same way.
Since we have that bond now, my marksmanship has become exceptionally accurate. It feels like I've undergone years of rigorous shooting training. Just now, I shot down a Chitauri. Joko nodded, agreeing with Ling Dai. His hive body possessed the ability to parasitize, steal others' powers, genes, and even memories, while also being able to feedback strength to others, heal injuries, and even merge with women to complement various attributes, skills, and superpowers.
Joko checked his attribute panel again. Joko, pseudo, mutant.
Life, fusion with the space gem, light brain singularity form. Attributes, infinite replication, combinational transformation, parasitic devouring, symbiotic possession, mastery in combat and martial arts, electrical integration, electronic resistance, telepathy, converting mental energy into various weapons, opening spatial wormholes, performing short-distance teleportation.
Intelligence, 3.09. Strength, 3.88. Speed, 3.78. Stamina, 4.99. Energy emission, 2.86. Combat skills, 4.49.
The enemies were formidable, and rushing in recklessly would be tantamount to suicide.
Joko decided to remain hidden and look for a better sniper position.
However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find a more suitable spot. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the idea of moving. Although this went against sniper convention and made him easily detectable, he felt there was no better option at the moment. Meanwhile, Ling Dai had already transformed her hands into the shape of gun barrels and stealthily slipped away. She clearly planned to split up temporarily and maneuver behind the group of enemies to shoot, creating a pincer attack. Before long, Joko heard gunfire from the opposite direction. He knew Ling Dai was engaging the enemy, executing her tactics after quickly separating from them. Hiding there, Joko felt a twinge of cowardice. After some contemplation, he decided to hold his ground and wait for the enemies to approach. He believed that given the enemy's capabilities, they wouldn't fail to notice his position. Therefore, he would wait for them to come to him, hoping to score another kill. Not long after, Joko saw a shadow flash through the trees ahead. He quickly scanned the area with his sniper scope but found no trace of the enemy. Shocked, he realized he had underestimated the combat prowess of the Chitauri. He had to remain thoroughly alert. However, he soon noticed that the enemies were now quite close, and their advance had slowed. Joko steadied his breath, trying to relax as much as possible, slowly placing his finger on the trigger. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting mottled patterns on the ground, but these rays interfered with his sight. After observing for 3 to 5 minutes, he still lacked sufficient confidence, but he refrained from firing. He looked up at the sky, for the first time feeling that the sunlight streaming through the leaves was infuriating. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, clearing his mind of negative emotions, and based on Ling Dai's shooting experience that he had absorbed, he began to aim carefully again.
One shot to the head, boom. Confidence surged within Joko.
With that thought, his heart gradually settled. After carefully considering the wind direction and speed, he adjusted the barrel slightly, anticipating that the enemy would undoubtedly fall beneath his gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Joko pulled the trigger, and 3 bullets roared out like ferocious beasts, the recoil of the gun shaking his hands.
He quickly searched the area through the scope again and, fortunately, discovered that he had hit his target. The Chitauri had been struck in the chest and abdomen, blood gushing forth from the wounds. In such a critical condition, even a god would struggle to save his life. He was certain to die. Tap. 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 A barrage of bullets rained down like a storm, and Joko knew his position had been compromised. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled away from behind the tree and sprinted out, running for his life. The intense gunfire attracted the attention of the enemies who were engaged in mutual sniping. Ling Dai, hearing the gunfire, displayed a look of confusion on her face. She thought of Joko, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Shaking her head, she forced herself to focus and continued to deal with her current enemies. The 2 Chitauri she was facing turned to look in surprise at the sound of the gunfire, quickly communicating through their earpieces. Upon learning that their comrade had been shot twice and was in danger, they were alarmed and quietly retreated. Ling Dai waited for a while, detecting no movement from the enemy, her surprise deepening. She pondered that something significant might have happened to the enemies. Gritting her teeth, she slowly raised her gunstock above her head to test the situation, yet still heard no gunfire. Frustrated, she tossed her gun aside, filled with uncertainty, the look of confusion on her face growing stronger.
After some time, Ling Dai finally decided to take a risk.
She rolled away from her cover, quickly picking up the gun she had just thrown on the ground. However, no sniping occurred as she had imagined, and she breathed a sigh of relief, no longer hesitating. She dashed toward the direction of the gunfire. Before long, she found herself atop a slightly elevated hill, hiding in the grass while observing through her sniper scope. To her surprise, she saw a group of people gathered together, anxiously exchanging words.
Meanwhile, Joko was encountering a person wearing a hood who was clearly a traitor from humanity, colluding with the Chitauri.
It turned out that this guy was Baron Zemo from the Hydra organization, who had colluded with the Chitauri. After the previous Hydra trio triggered the nuclear explosion, he had come to continue the search for the cosmic cube.
Joko knew that this guy was a formidable opponent.
Without saying a word, he reached out to grab Zemo's chest.
Zemo's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Joko's chest. Zing!
Suddenly, an electric whip materialized in Joko's hand, crackling with electricity.
He swung the heated whip toward Zemo's arm, wrapping around it. Zemo quickly swatted the whip away with his dagger, then thrust at Joko's face. Joko sidestepped, easily dodging the dagger attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zemo pressed the attack, swinging his dagger relentlessly.
The electric whip in Joko's hand crackled with energy, leaving behind charred marks in the air.
Zemo moved agilely, weaving left and right, skillfully finding openings to evade Joko's concentrated electric strikes.
Seeing this, Joko felt an inexplicable impatience rising within him, and his gaze hardened. He crossed his arms and violently swung his electric whip, creating an electric X in front of him.
Faced with such a widespread attack, Zemo had no choice but to retreat. Zemo's body had been enhanced by various drugs, greatly boosting his capabilities.
He was a sharpshooter, a close combat expert, and a skilled strategist and leader, possessing genius-level intelligence and scientific knowledge. He could use a headband to disrupt and manipulate circuits, carried various rifles, and sometimes wielded a handheld jet that could spray a powerful adhesive. However, given his defensive capabilities, he still struggled to withstand the damage from the electric whip. Successfully forcing Zemo back allowed Joko to breathe a sigh of relief, but he couldn't afford to be overly optimistic because Zemo had indeed put considerable pressure on him. At this moment, Zemo was also panting heavily. His speed and reaction time were not on par with Joko's. Although his intelligence, energy projection, and combat skills surpassed Joko's, the disadvantage in speed left him at a loss in one-on-one combat. Joko appeared calm on the surface, with only some dirt on him and no visible wounds. He took a deep breath and lightly moved his fingers, suddenly conjuring a handheld jet. Zemo aimed the jet at Joko, intending to spray the powerful adhesive and catch him off guard. Sensing Zemo's action, Joko rushed forward, narrowly avoiding the adhesive. He understood that if he could take down Zemo, all his plans would fall apart. After merging with vast energy several times, Joko's approach to handling situations had become much more aggressive. Faced with Joko's rapid response, Zemo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Boom! A loud explosion erupted from the electric whip in Joko's hand. Under an overload of energy, flames erupted from the whip, and a silver serpent-like current danced in the flames. The whip struck Zemo's arm, the intense heat searing his skin, instantly causing significant burns. Ha ha ha! Zemo did not flinch. Instead, he roared at the sky, not expecting such an unexpected outcome from increasing the whip's energy output. His expression shifted, becoming serious. He realized he could not easily deal with Joko and began to be cautious. Seeing that Zemo dared not advance, Joko coldly smiled and charged forward. The enhanced electric whip, now with flames trailing behind it, created a massive wall of fire in the air, restricting Zemo's ability to dodge and instilling fear in him with its destructive power. Zemo could only keep dodging. Any attempts to retaliate were thwarted by the searing heat. Joko's body crackled with electricity, lightning dancing in his hands, causing Zemo to furrow his brow. He attempted to retract his left hand, but it was too late. Joko reached out, tightly grasping Zemo's left arm, imprisoning it and pouring electricity into him. Crackle! The sound of electricity echoed as Zemo's left arm was rendered useless under the intense current, his entire body nearly paralyzed from the electric shock. The high voltage even caused his body to heat up, burning him. Ah! Zemo cried out in pain, his body tingling from the electric shock. the static field generated by the high current making him extremely uncomfortable.
Especially with his left arm tightly gripped by Joko and scorched by the electric shock, a scent of roasting meat emanated from him.
Despite this, Zemo struggled to stay conscious, enduring the discomfort as he suddenly lifted a leg to kick Joko in the groin.
Joko showed no mercy. Before Zemo's foot could rise, he kicked Zemo's knee first, seizing the initiative. Crack! Zemo's right knee joint was broken, leaving him crumpled on the ground, unable to move.
In this critical moment, Baron Zemo displayed an incredibly fierce side of himself. He remained silent, as if he had concealed his ferocity to the utmost. His body twitched violently, like a cornered beast fighting for survival, his reactions extraordinarily quick. With a crouch, he skillfully avoided the lightning that Joko shot from his other hand. Immediately after, his right hand shot out like lightning, retrieving a moonstone from his body and empowering himself with it, absorbing energy to enhance his stamina and other superpowers. At the same time, he quickly drew a dagger with his left hand, the blade striking toward Joko's chest with lightning speed. When Joko had no choice but to release his hold and sidestep, Zemo executed a roll and quickly fled into the distance. Joko would not let him escape easily. He quickly snatched up his discarded knife-laden assault rifle from the ground, without hesitation, and hurled it toward Zemo's back. Zemo, already hindered by the injury to his right knee, found his movements cumbersome. He sensed the assault rifle's bayonet flying toward him and had no choice but to roll away, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Yet Joko was relentless. He pursued Zemo closely, not waiting for him to get back on his feet. With a light jump, he pounced, hands charged with powerful current, pressing down mercilessly on Zemo's abdomen. Joko gave Zemo no opportunity. The immense electricity surged directly into Zemo's body. Even though Zemo had enhanced physical attributes, he had no chance to resist such an overwhelming attack from Joko. After absorbing and integrating the essence of various martial arts, Joko's strength had shifted clearly toward close combat, allowing him to fully exhibit his superior fighting skills. Zemo, struck directly by Joko, was in excruciating agony. Despite his modified body, it could not withstand the intense voltage, and his consciousness began to fade. His eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Seeing Zemo down, Joko was ecstatic. He quickly seized the dagger from Zemo's hand. This dagger was made of adamantium, the same material as Wolverine's claws, practically a weapon tailor-made for him. Joko pocketed the dagger, securing it at his waist. Additionally, he scavenged Zemo's moonstone, which enhanced various superpowers, as well as the strongest adhesive and handheld jet, claiming these as spoils of war to use in emergencies. He paid no mind to whether the incapacitated Zemo was dead or alive and swiftly picked up the sniper rifle from the ground, turning to escape from the scene. Ling Dai observed this scene with astonishment. She quickly scanned her surroundings, climbed to a concealed elevated position, and picked up her sniper scope to continue monitoring the situation ahead. Soon, she spotted a Chitauri lying on the ground, covered in blood, looking like he was done for. She couldn't help but feel overjoyed, suspecting that he had been killed by Joko. Thinking of Joko brought a smile to Ling Dai's icy face, as if the snow was beginning to melt and illuminate her surroundings. However, she suddenly remembered that Joko was still being pursued, the gunfire in the distance still ringing clear. She quickly crouched down and stealthily made her way toward the source of the gunfire. This time, her survival relied on Joko's rescue. She understood that although Joko's strength was currently limited, he had immense potential and would undoubtedly become an unparalleled sniper and a powerful mutant as he continued to grow, especially given his youth and vast room for development. At that moment, Joko was also searching for Ling Dai's location, running as swiftly as a leopard. He didn't dare think too much about it or how long he had been running. The gunfire behind him was gradually fading, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he continued searching through the jungle. After a while, he spotted a camouflaged figure approaching quickly. The camouflage was covered in withered grass, making it nearly indistinguishable at first glance. The figure's face was obscured by thick face paint, rendering their features unreadable. The Chitauri's eyes glinted with a cold murderous intent as he aimed a laser rifle at a tree, stealthily advancing on tiptoe without making a sound. As he got closer, he coldly called out, "Come out." Joko, preparing to retreat, was caught off guard by the enemy's discovery, his heart racing. He tightly gripped his gun, shrinking his body behind the tree, quickly formulating a plan. His hand brushed against a grenade clipped to his camouflage belt. Immediately, he pulled it out and was about to pull the pin when he realized that if the enemy shot and detonated the grenade, the explosion could harm him as well. What should he do? On the other side of the tree, Joko was unaware of where the enemy was hiding, but he estimated that the threat was very close, not far away. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the pin from the grenade and tossed his gun aside, attempting a diversion. Then, he peeked out from the other side and spotted the enemy's position, quickly throwing the grenade. Boom! The gun was first hit by a bullet from the enemy, flying far off. Then, with a loud explosion, the grenade detonated. When Joko peered out again, he caught a glimpse of the Chitauri lying motionless on the ground. Did I just blow him up? Joko felt a rush of joy. He looked out and saw the Chitauri mangled and unrecognizable, a huge weight lifted from his heart. He sighed in relief and walked toward the corpse. Whoosh! Just then, another gunshot rang out, startling Joko. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground, touching his head, filled with confusion. He scanned his surroundings and soon spotted another Chitauri lying no more than 10 meters away. He was camouflaged, making it hard to see his face, but he was completely still, evidently dead. Joko raised his gun and looked around, not noticing anything unusual, filled with curiosity. Just then, he heard a voice from the other side, "As long as you're not dead, we really are lucky. We've taken out several Chitauri." "It's you! That's fantastic. I'm here to regroup, let's find our way out of the jungle and escape," Joko exclaimed upon realizing it was Ling Dai. His heart soared with joy. He quickly got up to see Ling Dai watching cautiously from behind a large tree. She called out, "Don't come over. We've got enemies. Quickly retreat, I'll cover you." Okay. Joko was taken aback, seeing Ling Dai lift her gun and hearing another scream from the woods. Without hesitation, he bolted, and as he passed the dead ambusher, he noticed a Chitauri laser rifle on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and continued to run, keeping a vigilant eye around him. After sprinting several kilometers, Joko finally stopped to catch his breath. Just as he took a few deep breaths, Ling Dai suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. He jumped in surprise, then sighed with a wry smile, "You're quick. Is everything going smoothly?" "Yes, everything is going smoothly. Let's head out and find an exit from the jungle. If we keep wasting time here, we'll end up as wild as the locals," Ling Dai said with a serious expression, decisively. "Forget about those Chitauri deserters, let someone else deal with them." Joko could see that Ling Dai genuinely respected his opinion, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He boldly replied, "Good, let's leave this dark and dreary place and return to the human world to rest for a few days. Of course, as long as we don't provoke the enemy, there shouldn't be too much danger ahead. Besides, it would be a waste to keep the bullets, why not let you try shooting? While we make our way out of this jungle, I'll teach you proper sniping techniques and more wilderness survival knowledge." "We'll see how much you can learn," Ling Dai said, and Joko naturally agreed with immense delight. Snipers are one of the core components of special forces, capable of influencing the outcome of a battle, and mastering this skill is essential for becoming an elite soldier. The opportunity to systematically learn sniping techniques thrilled him. Whether in cities, mountains, jungles, or grasslands, regardless of the terrain, the first thing a sniper must learn is to estimate distance. Only by knowing the exact range to the target can effective sniping be executed, Ling Dai stated, her demeanor turning serious. The trajectory of a bullet is a parabola. A pistol bullet shows discernible differences at about 15 meters, while a rifle bullet does so at around 70 meters. Therefore, one must judge the deviation based on distance, which requires extensive sniping experience. I'll teach you a few methods for measuring distance. I'll say at once, and how much you remember depends on your understanding, she continued. Understood, Joko nodded earnestly, fully focused on listening. Ling Dai suddenly stopped, looking ahead, and raised her right thumb, squinting her left eye as she said seriously, "I'll first teach you the thumb method." "What is the thumb method?" Joko asked, intrigued by this sniping term. The thumb method is a way of estimating distance by gauging the width of objects in the real world seen through your thumb. The distance between your pupils is about 1/10 of your arm's length. You multiply the measured width of the object by 10 to get the distance from your standing point to the target. Joko stared at Ling Dai in surprise, recalling scenes from war movies he had watched before, where artillerymen would raise their thumbs to observe, then accurately report the firing range. He had not understood the reasoning back then, but after hearing Ling Dai's insights, it all made sense, and his interest grew. The measurement method involves extending your arm straight forward, raising your thumb, closing your left eye, and aligning your right eye's line of sight along the left side of your thumb towards the target. This establishes a reference point. Keep your head and hand still, then close your right eye, using your left eye to look through the same side of your thumb while remembering the point on the ground your line of sight aligns with. Then visually estimate the width from the reference point on the target's left side to that point. Multiply that width by 10 to get the distance from your standing point to the target, Ling Dai explained earnestly. Joko chose a target, raised his thumb, and observed for a while. After using his left and right eyes to gauge the distance, he confirmed there was indeed a gap. He estimated the gap's distance and, after multiplying it by 10, found that the resulting distance was roughly consistent with how far he was from the target.
Joko couldn't help but smile broadly, saying, "It's true."
The artillerymen raise their thumbs to observe with both eyes and can report the range. It really does have its method. The combat techniques honed by our predecessors through their sacrifices cannot be mistaken. If someone were an outsider, they would merely watch without understanding anything unless someone explained it to them, Ling Dai said dismissively. She returned to her cool demeanor and continued, "Next, I'll teach you the walking method, which measures distance based on your stride. It applies when a straight path exists between your standing point and the measured point." As she spoke, Ling Dai sized up Joko.
"Is there a trick to it?"
Joko asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. "You're about 1.75 meters tall, and your stride length is approximately 1.5 meters. Count how many steps it takes to reach your target, and multiply by 1.5 meters to get the distance," Ling Dai replied with her usual coolness. "However, when walking, make sure to aim at the measured endpoint, proceed in a straight line, and keep your strides even.
Adjust your stride when encountering uneven terrain to prevent significant deviation."
That's great. So I won't need a ruler wherever I go, my feet will be the best measuring tool," Joko chuckled, silently committing Ling Dai's advice to memory. Shooting techniques are divided into two realms, eye aiming and heart aiming. Eye aiming involves using your eyes to focus on the target before shooting, which requires estimating the distance to the target, necessitating the distance measurement methods, Ling Dai continued teaching Joko. As for heart aiming, it's when eye aiming has been mastered to the point where you feel it naturally, transitioning to aiming with your heart, firing based on intuition.
This requires extremely refined skills and experience.
The Chituri soldiers you shot were all done with heart aiming.
Although you haven't had formal training, you've accomplished it.
This indicates that your mental will is very firm, your mental strength is quite powerful, your understanding is very high, and you have great innate talent. You're naturally suited for sniping. With more practice and real combat experience, you'll become a master.
Don't waste your potential."
"Oh?" Joko was taken aback, realizing that his life was likely destined for roles as a spy, assassin, or even hero, making talent and potential quite important. He nodded firmly, saying, "Of course." Ling Dai stared directly at Joko, making him feel a bit bashful. He understood she had the ability to manipulate minds, which made him anxious under her gaze. Just as he awkwardly smiled, Ling Dai continued, "Eye aiming is a technique that beginners must master. Only by developing your eyesight to a certain level can you estimate the distance, wind speed, and shooting feel of hostile targets upon sighting them, achieving the level of natural proficiency that leads to heart aiming. I don't know how you developed your heart aiming ability, but since you have it, there's no need to practice eye aiming anymore, you can dive straight into heart aiming training. Heart aiming is about seeing your target with your heart and shooting based on that feel as if aided by a divine force.
This is an intuitive understanding that arises naturally from experience. Do you understand?"
"Yes, it's about using the heart as the eye, feeling the target, following that feeling, and discovering the location, distance, shape, and size of the target to determine the sniping point for shooting, right?"
Joko asked humbly.
Ling Dai's eyes widened in surprise as she looked Joko up and down, as if she had discovered a rare gem.
"Exactly. It seems you don't need me to teach you anymore. I wasn't wrong, you have immense potential. The only thing lacking is extensive training and experience."
"How did you come to these conclusions?" she exclaimed, delighted. "Because I have strong mental perception," Joko replied politely with a smile.
Joko's system could automatically connect to the network, and if necessary, he could even utilize satellite positioning systems.
Having shared life and death experiences and intimate moments with Ling Dai had deepened their trust, so he felt no need to hide anything. Seeing Ling Dai look at him with confusion, he explained, "There's no need to be so surprised.
Didn't you also occupy the body of a Japanese female assassin?"
"I think we're both mutants with superpowers, the logic is the same."
"Yes, it's connected.
No wonder you have such qualifications, and your fighting skills are exceptional. Initially, I thought you mysterious Easterners were naturally good at martial arts and combat, but that's not so unusual," Ling Dai said, suddenly realizing something as she looked at Joko with more anticipation.
However, to have such a high intuition for shooting is something else. It turns out it's because of your strong mental perception. That makes sense.
Ling Dai gazed deeply at Joko, her complex expression intensifying, making him feel uncomfortable. She averted her gaze, looking ahead as she said, "Now I'll teach you how to find water in the jungle and wilderness."
Don't underestimate finding water, it's actually the most crucial matter for survival in the wild.
A person can last at least a week without food, but without water, life-threatening risks can arise in 2 days at most.
You might last 3 days, but that's the limit. Do you understand? The journey ahead was still long, and with plenty of time, Joko couldn't help but ask, "Is there really a need to rush? Are you okay?"
It's better to teach you sooner rather than later," Ling Dai replied, surprised, shaking her head. "The primary task of wilderness survival is to find water."
"I'll remember that," Joko answered.
Ling Dai continued instructing, "Finding water involves listening, smelling, and observing. Use your keen hearing to listen for the sounds of streams or waterfalls at the foot of a mountain, ravines, cliffs, basins, and valleys.
Pay attention to the sounds of frogs or water birds.
If you can hear these sounds, it indicates you're not far from a water source, and it proves the water source is flowing and drinkable."
Got it. While most people might know some basics about finding water, hearing Ling Dai's explanation felt enlightening to Joko. Smelling involves detecting dampness or the earthy scent brought by the wind and the smell of aquatic plants. Follow the scent to find the water source.
Of course, this requires some accumulated experience. Observing means using your rich experience and knowledge to find water sources by looking at animals, plants, weather, climate, and geography. For example, underground water is often found at the foot of mountains, in low-lying areas, where rainwater collects, and downstream from reservoirs, where groundwater is usually high. Additionally, at the bottom of dry riverbeds, particularly at the outer edge of bends, digging down a few meters will often reveal a water source. However, the mud there is quite thick and needs purification before it can be consumed, Ling Dai said seriously, looking intently at Joko, hoping he would remember this information. Joko listened attentively, carefully sniffing the air and observing his surroundings. Aside from the dense trees all around, he didn't notice much else, but the earthy smell in the air hinted at something important. Ling Dai nodded and continued, "In hot summer, areas that have been exposed to the sun for a long time but remain cool and damp usually have a high water table. In cold winters, when frost appears on the ground, the water table is also likely to be high. Also, if you notice plants like cattails, sand willows, arrowheads, daylilies, or with sorrel growing in the area, that indicates the water level is high and the water quality is likely good. Conversely, if you see plants like pigweed, bulrushes, or sand sedge, there may be underground water, but the quality might be poor, possibly tasting bitter or astringent, or even rusty. If you see a lone tree sprouting new leaves or not yet turning yellow, there's likely water underground. In the summer, if mosquitoes gather and form a cylindrical shape, there's definitely a water source nearby. Places where frogs, large ants, or snails reside might also have water. Additionally, the flight paths of swallows and their nesting sites signify nearby water sources with high groundwater levels. Furthermore, quails will fly toward water sources in the evening and fly away from them in the morning. Doves will also head toward water at dawn and dusk. These can all be indicators of water sources." Joko absorbed this knowledge like a parched sponge, firmly committing Ling Dai's teachings to memory. He had never paid attention to these details before and had never considered the possibility of water scarcity. Now, hearing Ling Dai's advice, everything suddenly became clear. Wherever there's a rainbow in the sky, rain is sure to have fallen. Underneath dark storm clouds with thunder and lightning, there will definitely be rain or hail. In valleys that are always shrouded in thick fog, there's guaranteed to be a water source. Collecting dew can also temporarily alleviate water shortages. Moreover, you can obtain drinking water directly from plants, such as wild banana plants, also known as plantain, wild kudzu, grapevines, kiwi vines, and schisandra vines, all of which can provide drinking water. In spring, when trees are about to sprout, you can also extract drinking water from the trunks and branches of trees like elm and mountain ash. Be cautious, avoid drinking the sap from vines or shrubs and trees that have a milky liquid, they are toxic. You can also extract drinking water from cattails, cacti, and their fruits, Ling Dai continued. Joko felt a sense of enlightenment, saying, "Indeed, these are all pieces of practical wisdom. I never thought that survival in the wild could be so complex." As they continued walking toward the endless jungle in search of an exit, Ling Dai began to teach Joko various techniques and knowledge about jungle warfare, including combat skills and the intimate wild combat between men and women. Days later, Ling Dai, along with Joko, finally returned to the temporary headquarters of the Mutant Brotherhood located in New York, the St. Yetta Cathedral. The cathedral had long been occupied by mutants, filled with the strong sense of smoke and alcohol. Due to the large number of people gathered, it was overwhelmingly noisy, lacking strict discipline and rules, resembling a bar at night. This lively cathedral sharply contrasted with the holy and tranquil exterior. Among the noisy crowd of mutants, an old man dressed in tight black clothing and wearing a deep brown beetle helmet stood out, his wrinkled face exuding an air of superiority that set him apart from his surroundings. He sat quietly in the cathedral, holding a newspaper, displaying an unusual calmness and quiet demeanor as he read. This man was none other than the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, Magneto, Eric. The destruction of Raccoon City is a sacrifice of the alien Chitauri invasion, it's part of their conspiracy. There's also the nuclear explosion incident in the jungle along the New Jersey East Coast, which was a terrorist attack orchestrated by the Chitauri fleeing the battlefield. As Magneto immersed himself in the news, he read aloud, his pupils gradually narrowing and his expression becoming grave. This is absurd. All these catastrophic events are being blamed on the Chitauri invasion, yet there's no reasonable explanation. This is clearly an excuse used by the US authorities to fool the public, merely to absolve themselves of responsibility. Magneto was filled with doubt, convinced that these tabloid reports were manipulated by the White House and the Pentagon, who distorted the truth to protect their interests, spouting nonsense. He threw the newspaper aside in disbelief, feeling that politicians were the most hypocritical and deceitful, devoid of any integrity, while the military only cared about exonerating themselves, remaining detached from the situation. Such authorities were utterly untrustworthy. Just then, two distinct voices suddenly echoed throughout the cathedral. Clear the way. We just tracked the Hydra trio into the jungle east of Raccoon City and barely escaped with our lives. At the cathedral's entrance, two figures walked in. It was none other than the Mutant Brotherhood scouts, Eliza and Red Tank, finally back. Red Tank's powers derived from the magic of the dark god Sidorak, who produced a magically infused red gem. Anyone who touched this gem would gain magical powers and become Red Tank. Sidorak's magic granted Red Tank limitless strength, making his body nearly indestructible, able to demolish buildings multiple times and even withstand Thor's hammer and Wolverine's adamantium claws. When activated, nothing could stand in his way. It was precisely because of Red Tank's immense power that, while protecting Scout Eliza from a distance during the nuclear explosion, he tightly embraced her and charged out of the blast zone at the fastest speed. Ultimately, thanks to his relentless efforts and the full activation of his powers, he successfully saved both Eliza and himself. What's going on with you two? Magneto Eric's eyes suddenly sparked with interest as he coldly inquired. Red Tank involuntarily shivered and quickly explained, "Report, sir. We went to the devastated city to track down the Cosmic Cube. Initially, we closely pursued the Hydra trio carrying the cube. But, there were too many people vying for the Cosmic Cube. In the end, we cornered the Hydra trio deep in the jungle. Unexpectedly, they, unafraid when trapped, suddenly activated the nuclear device, intending to take everyone with them," Eliza added, their accounts aligning. Naturally, the outcome was disastrous, everything was destroyed. Fortunately, Eliza and I were far from the nuclear explosion center, and we reacted quickly to escape. With my strong defensive power, I managed to withstand the shockwave of the nuclear explosion, ensuring Eliza's safety. In the end, we couldn't find any trace of the Cosmic Cube and had to return to report to you. Hearing Red Tank and Eliza's report, Magneto Eric knitted his brows, his expression heavy. Oh? The nuclear explosion could destroy the Cosmic Cube? He glanced at the two again and suddenly asked, "Where are Raven and Ling Dai? Weren't they with you?" "Master Eric, I arrived a step late. During the nuclear explosion, though I miraculously survived, I sustained irreparable injuries. My body was destroyed, but my soul transferred into the body of a Japanese gangster woman. I barely made it out alive," came the reply. Of course, it was Ling Dai who had returned with Joko, and it was Joko's first time stepping into the temporary headquarters of the Mutant Brotherhood, filled with curiosity but also a deep-seated sense of caution. "Ling Dai, what happened to you? Is that really you?" Eliza exclaimed first. Red Tank added, "At that time, you and Joko seemed so confident, charging into the heart of the nuclear explosion. We thought you both. Hard to imagine. It's truly a miracle that you both survived such a catastrophe. Congratulations. Ling Dai, did you really exchange bodies with a Japanese woman?" Upon seeing Ling die, Magneto nearly leaped from the couch but managed to control his emotions. Given this situation, you were able to withstand the devastation of a nuclear explosion.
That's truly astonishing and proves you are incredibly powerful. As long as you survived, that's what matters.
The situation was terrifying. Only those who have experienced a nuclear explosion can truly appreciate its horror. Red Tank nodded at Ling Dai, speaking with deep feeling. Stop praising me, I also recruited a new mutant to join us. Ling Dai shifted the conversation, her tone filled with excitement.
She pulled Joko beside her and publicly introduced him. This is Joko, an American of Chinese descent, currently serving in the U.S. Marine Corps.
He is skilled in martial arts and has immense potential. Thanks to him, I was saved and managed to escape the nuclear zone and make it back to headquarters safely. To this, Eliza didn't dare hide anything. That's right, Joko, you were both at the center of the nuclear explosion. I thought you two had perished. Unexpectedly, Joko turned out to be even more impressive, able to withstand the destructive force at the nuclear explosion center, apparently unharmed, and he was the one who saved you. The capacity to withstand a nuclear explosion's destructive force requires immense stamina.
Stamina levels exceeding 6, possibly even reaching 7.
Such a person is practically impossible to kill.
It's truly unimaginable. In reality, Joko did not possess such extraordinary stamina.
His life form had undergone a very special transformation. His core form was that of a light brain singularity, with his soul, thoughts, and will residing within it, allowing him to remain undestroyed.
Joko's life form possessed unique characteristics, granting him a strong adaptability to withstand the shockwave of a nuclear explosion.
However, if he were to face an attack from a more powerful mutant, he would struggle to resist. Should he be forcibly taken to a laboratory for experimentation or destroyed through other means, the situation would be entirely different. Moreover, his original body had vanished in the explosion, and his current form was composed of newly created infinite replicates.
In an instant, Magneto Eric's expression darkened. Kid, you're of Chinese descent?
You've got quite the skills, that explosion couldn't bring you down. I always thought that aside from being proficient in martial arts, there wasn't much to praise about Chinese people, but it seems you're an exception. Regardless of your background, as long as you're willing to wholeheartedly join my brotherhood, I will treat you equally.
What do you say?
I would be more than happy to comply and follow your orders.
Joko replied without hesitation, confidently agreeing.
Very good. I appreciate your straightforwardness and obedient attitude. Follow me closely, and we will make a name for ourselves in the Brotherhood. Magneto, Max Eisenhardt, stood up and patted Joko on the shoulder warmly. He then turned to Ling Dai and instructed, Ling Dai, I'll leave him in your hands. Make sure to explain the Brotherhood's principles and regulations to him.
I trust you won't have any problems with that.
Yes, sir, Ling Dai responded immediately. Magneto turned to leave, and the sound of a car engine could be heard outside, indicating he was driving away directly. New York, as the largest city in the world, boasts a population of over 19 million, which speaks volumes about its prosperity. This international metropolis hides a multitude of criminal activities beneath its glamorous surface, making it a veritable capital of crime. While the laws here are highly liberal and democratic, the relaxation of these laws leads to an increase in illegal activities among the populace. Ling Dai's private apartment was located in Queens. After driving Joko out of the Mutant Brotherhood headquarters at St. Yetta Cathedral, they witnessed the bustling sights of New York, neon lights flashing, bars and clubs alive with energy, and skyscrapers towering above.
Instead of heading directly to Ling Dai's residence, they drove to the Clinton neighborhood on Manhattan's West Side, more commonly known as Hell's Kitchen.
Under Ling Dai's guidance, Joko entered a bar filled with the vibrant atmosphere of nightlife.
The doorman was a menacing-looking man who paused slightly upon seeing the two Asian faces, then gruffly asked, "What are you two doing? New faces here, and this isn't the Commerce District.
Tourists aren't allowed to wander freely, you better leave and not cause trouble."
"We're here to see old Tom. We just arrived from Tokyo, and we're important members of the local Yakuza. We're here to obtain legal identification, so no time for chit-chat. Let us in. Do you really want to mess with the Yakuza?"
Ling Dai deliberately adopted a more intimidating demeanor. The Yakuza had close ties to the gang lord Kingpin in Hell's Kitchen, and all the gangs here were under his control.
Given this connection, the small-time gang did not dare offend high-ranking members of the Yakuza.
"Oh, so you're big shots from the Yakuza here for identification?" Well, that's fine, the doorman said, somewhat reluctantly, but led them through the bar's main hall and out the back door, down a corridor, and up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was much quieter than the first, composed mainly of living spaces, with the music from downstairs fading into a gentle hum. Just as they reached the second floor, a more intimidating figure approached and asked, "Pietro, what are these two doing here?" "Boss Ryan, they claim to be high-ranking members of the Yakuza, just arriving from Tokyo to see Old Tom for identification," Pietro replied. "They weren't spotted by the folks in the other bar when they came in, right?" "I'm not sure, but they are unfamiliar faces, so the chance of being recognized should be high. However, the people across the way likely don't know if they are here for leisure or business." Sryan nodded and instructed Pietro to return to the bar entrance to maintain his watch. He scrutinized Joko and Ling Dai, asking, "You're here to see Old Tom, are you familiar with our business here?" Although Joko felt puzzled, he deemed it irrelevant to him and refrained from asking further questions to avoid trouble. Ling Dai responded, "We were sent by members of the Yakuza to see Old Tom for legal identification." "You understand the rules, right?" "Not really. Could you explain them to us?" "Regardless of age or gender, it costs $10,000 per person for the identification. You must pay a $1,000 deposit up front, with the balance due upon completion. Additionally, no one is allowed to discuss this afterward." Ling Dai nodded to indicate her understanding. Seeing that Ling Dai and Joko displayed no signs of hesitation, Sryan quickly said, "Then please follow me. I'll take you to see Old Tom." Sryan led the way down the corridor to the end, pushing open the last door on the right. He called into the room, "Old Tom, wake up. Your patrons are here, hurry and take the job." A flirtatious blonde woman in her 30s burst out of the room, wearing a bikini and a light cover-up, and dashed toward the front area with a gust of wind. Sryan shook his head, unfazed, motioning for Ling Dai and Joko to enter the room before closing the door behind them. Inside, the lighting was dim, with warm tones. A man stood in front of the sofa, pulling up his pants. It was Old Tom. "Sorry to keep you waiting, make yourselves comfortable. I'll be ready in just a moment." Joko took a closer look at Old Tom. He had a full beard and appeared to be in his 50s, perhaps nearing 60, looking rather worn out, likely due to excess alcohol and debauchery. After a short while, Old Tom finished dressing and smiled at Joko and Ling Dai, saying, "Pietro should have informed you of the price by now." Seeing Ling Dai nod, Old Tom continued, "Since the price is agreeable, let me explain what kind of identification I can provide. The identification I can issue is only for orphans who are parentless and grew up in an orphanage. The age can range from 18 to 30 years, and the birthplace must be Manhattan, New York. The issued identification will include a social security card and a driver's license. In the US, people do not have identification cards, they only have social security cards and driver's licenses as proof of identity. For safety reasons, social security cards are typically not carried around but kept secure, while driver's licenses are the most commonly used means for police verification of identity." Ling Dai nodded again, saying calmly, "No problem." Next, Old Tom led them into a cubicle, took their photos with a camera, and handed each of them a simple form. They only needed to fill in their names and ages. Joko put down Joko, age 18, while Ling Dai filled in Betsy Braddock, age 24. Afterward, Ling Dai pulled out a stack of cash from her wallet, counted out $200 bills, and handed them to Old Tom. "I know you only deal with cash, I hope you'll expedite the process for us." Old Tom frowned slightly, examining the bills closely. Seeing they were not sequential, he sighed in relief and smiled, saying, "No problem. You can wait for the news. Come back in 7 days and pay the balance, everything will be taken care of by then." Joko stood up and shook Old Tom's hand, secretly marveling at how orderly this gang was compared to what he had imagined. With the arrangements settled, Ling Dai opened the door and left with Joko. Emerging from Hell's Kitchen and passing through the busy district, they arrived at Ling Dai's relatively tranquil apartment in Queens. "From now on, am I really going to stay with the Brotherhood and not return to the Marine Corps? What if the military sees me as a deserter and tries to court-martial me?" Joko expressed his concerns to Ling Dai after returning to the apartment. He was now an illegal immigrant, lacking a passport, visa, or legal identification. He hoped to use the identity of a deceased Chinese-American soldier to seamlessly return to the Marine Corps, and after retiring, he could settle in the US legally. "In our Brotherhood, what can't be resolved? It's just about arranging a legal identity for you. Don't worry, just follow me," Ling Dai assured him confidently. We already prepared the identification, in 7 days, it will all be sorted out. What are you worried about?
Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated, shaking the entire building violently.
In the bustling commercial center of Queens, a massive golden energy column surged into the sky, resembling a giant dragon attempting to pierce through the heavens.
The golden light suddenly erupted, transforming into a dazzling beam that shot up into the clouds.
Although it vanished quickly, the explosion startled those nearby, especially in this densely populated area of New York City, causing a wave of panic. The New York City Police Department was swiftly alerted, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and unable to afford any negligence. They dispatched units without delay. Amid the blaring sirens, police cars formed a long line, racing toward the scene of the explosion in Queens.
Is this power? Amidst the rubble, Sentinel Robert Reynolds struggled to rise from the debris.
His upper body was bare, showcasing his muscular form, and radiant golden starlight emanated from him. He was struck with shock at the sight before him. His hands and feet emitted a golden glow. Not only had his clothes been instantly vaporized, but he also felt every part of his body, even down to his cells, being torn apart at the moment he fell to the ground, only to be rapidly reassembled in a brief span. Pain surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He screamed, feeling as though every cell in his body was screaming in agony beneath a torrent of golden flames. In the next moment, his dark pupils were illuminated by golden light, and even his mouth and ears seemed to spray forth brilliant gold, filling the vast ruins with a terrifying brilliance.
Direct mutation, and I've gained incredible superpowers while successfully enhancing and transforming my body?
He clenched his fist, feeling a tremendous power surging within him. There was a clear sense of destructive force hidden in his right arm, as if with a gentle punch, he could shatter mountains and split stones.
Boom! The overwhelming energy surged upward again, transforming into a straight golden beam that broke through the sky, causing New York City to plunge into chaos.
Simultaneously, at the moment the golden column shot up, the SHIELD organization, responsible for global security monitoring, detected the change instantly. A surge of unidentified energy has suddenly erupted in the bustling commercial area of Queens, New York. This is quite strange and poses a serious threat to the safety of the citizens, reported a member of the tech team responsible for global satellite security monitoring to his superiors.
Don't underestimate SHIELD, they possess the world's most advanced technology.
Even the tiniest actions, such as Thor being cast down to Earth as a powerless mortal by Odin, are monitored. Thus, the energy explosion in Queens was promptly detected by them.
Unidentified energy? Another supernatural force?
Commander Maria Hill, dressed in her black and white uniform, furrowed her beautiful brow.
Quickly dispatch SHIELD's rapid response team to secure the entire area and prevent the disaster from escalating, ensuring the safety of the citizens.
She decisively issued the command, for safety's sake, immediately call the Avengers back to base.
This incident naturally alarmed various sectors of the US government and piqued the curiosity of countless New Yorkers, including Ling Dai and Joko.
Being close to the scene, they quickly rushed out of their room and joined the throng of people heading to the explosion site to find out what was happening. Sentinel slightly shook his arm, and an immense force suddenly erupted from his right arm, sweeping through the area like a hurricane, demolishing several buildings in the distance.
Damn!
I became addicted to drugs, and in my withdrawal, I stumbled into some scientist's private laboratory, drank an unknown potion, and ended up mutating, accidentally gaining the power of 1,000,000 stars.
Robert Reynolds was utterly shocked by the overwhelming force he had unleashed unintentionally.
Living on this planet now, if I can't control my power, the entire Earth will bear the brunt of my apocalyptic might, which would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic disaster. The energy from the 1,000,000 stars within him had destroyed an entire laboratory, affecting several surrounding buildings and causing a massive commotion. He was certain that with his power surging, he could no longer control any ordinary object on Earth, and even the building he inhabited could be easily destroyed if his power spiraled out of control. It felt as if he had transformed into a king of destruction, a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Every cell in his body bathed in golden light, exuding a faint golden glow with each breath. Looking at the radiant light emerging from his hands, Sentinel furrowed his brow. He knew he couldn't control the energy within him, which was beginning to overflow. After consuming the potion, which was originally designed to achieve a 1,000-fold effect of the serum that transformed Captain America, the immense energy had caused the atoms in his body to undergo a phase shift. By almost zero probability, this phase shift had created a sort of door within him, connecting to a peculiar singular universe. In an instant, he gained the energy equivalent to 1,000,000 exploding stars, becoming a superhuman capable of either protecting or destroying all of humanity.
The line between good and evil lay within his thoughts, leading him to take on the codename Sentinel.
It was later confirmed that this potion was only effective for him and only during the first use.
Am I about to trigger another massive explosion?
This could truly be the beginning of a disaster, and I would be the one responsible, becoming the target of everyone's wrath. Sentinel felt a sense of despair. Perhaps this was the burden of happiness. This was the power of 1,000,000 stars within him, and although he understood that his power was more than just physical enhancement, he was hesitant to continue testing it in such a bustling area of New York.
The problem was that he had completely wrecked a certain professor's laboratory. A slight misstep could result in countless lives lost under his uncontrollable power.
If that were to happen, he would become the greatest enemy to all humanity, a pariah to be hunted down, leaving him with nowhere to go and no peace in his life.
But now, he had become a monster in people's eyes.
It was best to find a place to hide and stabilize his power.
Buzz. Just then, the wailing of police sirens echoed throughout the bustling district. The quickly mobilized New York City police finally arrived at the explosion site, fully armed, setting up barricades to keep onlookers at bay. Attention inside.
You have caused a massive explosion and severely threatened the lives and property of New Yorkers.
We cannot allow you to continue this rampage. Surrender now, put down your weapons, and come out with your hands on your head.
The booming voice of Officer Spike, in charge of the operation, echoed through the loudspeaker. To prepare for the sudden explosion, 2 armed helicopters were dispatched to the scene. The roar of engines and whirring of blades filled the air. As dusk approached, a brilliant searchlight from the helicopter shone down, illuminating the ruins of what used to be the professor's laboratory, now collapsed.
Sentinel Robert Reynolds was spotlighted, standing amidst the wreckage.
Even under this tight encirclement, he maintained his composure. The surrounding officers, having not received any response from Sentinel after their initial commands, felt the pressure mounting. Officer Spike, unwilling to lose face, waved his hand defiantly, commanding the officers to charge into the ruins to apprehend the suspect.
Go in. All of you, move in. We must capture the suspect. With Spike's command, the officers rushed into the ruins without hesitation.
Inside the ruins, a tide of officers surged in from all directions.
The multi-story laboratory had collapsed, leaving the ground uneven under the debris. The dim environment became brilliantly illuminated by the officers' flashlights. This commotion is quite significant.
I wonder which powerful figure has emerged.
Let's hope this doesn't lead to a complete disaster, Ling Dai expressed concern as she followed the crowd of onlookers with Joko.
Joko, however, remained unconcerned. He was focused on the chaos, believing that only in the midst of confusion would he find opportunities.
Come this way. The target has been spotted, the suspect has been identified.
Officers quickly discovered Sentinel's position and shouted out.
Following the beam of the searchlight, they could clearly see the muscular man standing amidst the rubble.
Perhaps due to being buried under the building collapse, he was covered in thick dust and appeared quite disheveled.
Listen up. You are completely surrounded. Please raise your hands, turn around, and surrender, or we will open fire.
The officers aimed their guns at Sentinel, warning him loudly. Under the spotlight, they could clearly see the man's appearance, and an immense pressure began to fill the officers as they realized who they were up against. The number of reporters outside was increasing, and the situation on the scene was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Officer Spike, feeling anxious, could no longer care about his own dignity and prepared to give the order to open fire.
Fire! Fire!
The target is an unknown, powerful mutant terrorist with enormous potential threats beyond our control and suspected to possess dangerous weaponry.
Yes, sir.
The officers responded, turning their weapons towards Sentinel and unleashing a barrage of gunfire in his direction. Before Officer Spike could wipe the sweat from his brow, his flustered deputy rushed up to him.
Sir, your phone. Damn it. Can't you see I'm directing the pursuit of a terrorist? Who is so inconsiderate as to call at a time like this? Just hang up. Officer Spike almost roared in frustration.
The deputy looked awkward but pressed on. Sorry, sir, it's S.H.I.E.L.D. on the line.
What? S.H.I.E.L.D.? Spike exclaimed, startled.
He understood the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was the global strategic defense organization against supernatural threats, with a status far exceeding that of ordinary departments.
Damn it! What are you waiting for? Give me the phone.
Spike took a moment to compose himself, easing his tension, and then answered the call. On the other end was Maria Hill, the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., who bluntly stated, "Get your men out of there immediately. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rapid response team has arrived. Don't be foolish, that's a new and uncontrollable powerful mutant. You can't handle him, you'll just make things worse. If you ignore my advice and cause significant casualties among personnel and civilians, leading to delays in our operations, I won't let you off the hook." Officer Spike swallowed hard, realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. The fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. was taking this matter so seriously and responding so quickly indicated that the supernatural being in the ruins was incredibly dangerous and difficult to handle. Though Spike had already dispatched officers into the rubble, he could no longer hesitate and quickly ordered, "Get them back immediately." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dull explosion echoed from within the ruins. Sentinel's fist crashed down like a surging wave, overwhelming the rubble. Broken walls and stones, along with the officers searching the ruins, were thrown out as if swept away by a gigantic tide. The terrifying screams echoed in the area, causing the crowd of onlookers to fall into panic. In contrast to the chaos at the Queen's Precinct and the panic of the onlookers, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rapid response team displayed an organizational discipline and strength far surpassing that of ordinary special forces. Four separate teams moved in from the east, south, west, and north, surrounding the ruins, taking their positions one after another. Soon, at the command, they formed a 360-degree crossfire net that enveloped Sentinel. Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! The sound of submachine guns firing was deafening as thousands of shells were ejected, unleashing a terrifying barrage aimed at the focused Sentinel. Meanwhile, snipers on nearby rooftops also took aim and pulled their triggers. Bang! Armor-piercing rounds, capable of penetrating tank armor, screamed towards Sentinel with deadly intent. "He's done for." Crossbones, the ground commander of the rapid response team, gritted his teeth, his face twisted with a grimace. But the next moment, his words caught in his throat. Within the ruins, Sentinel stood isolated among the crumbling walls, appearing calm and composed. A faint golden glow radiated with each breath he took as his body seemed to adapt to the newfound power within him. As bullets whizzed by, he raised an eyebrow, gently lifting his arms. A wave of golden light swept through the area. In an instant, the storm of bullets appeared to become trapped in a mire, halting in midair, including the armor-piercing rounds that could pierce walls, all frozen in place. Staying here any longer will only create more trouble and deepen the misunderstandings from the authorities. I should leave, Sentinel thought. The energy within him surged continuously, as if his body were a powerful conduit connecting to another universe's energy, allowing him to draw power endlessly. This might be the true source of his power of 1,000,000 stars. Under the cleansing of cosmic energy, he was accumulating power within him every second, a capability beyond human imagination. However, his weaknesses were also evident. As the energy within him surged uncontrollably, his mental state grew increasingly fragmented, thoughts muddled to the point of near insanity. He could no longer manage the newly acquired chaotic powers. Whoosh! Sentinel shot up like a cannonball, escaping the center of the crossfire, soaring into the sky, preparing to flee the scene. At that moment, a brilliant figure clad in golden armor streaked across the sky. Tony Stark, Iron Man, making a grand entrance. His voice echoed from above, "Ladies and gentlemen, the great protagonist always makes the grand entrance last. The real show is just beginning, so stay tuned." The dazzling golden armor swept across the sky, and the members of the Avengers arrived as well. Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood up, walking toward the hatch. "Listen up, everyone, we're dealing with a major problem. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy detection team reported that the energy readings from earlier were extremely high. We all need to be on full alert and proceed with caution." On the battlefield, he was not only the battle commander but also an inspiring leader. However, the situation on the ground remained grim. Crossbones, the commander of the rapid response team, clenched his fists, realizing that the previously interwoven firepower net had been easily blocked by the opponent's powers, allowing Sentinel to escape effortlessly. Watching Sentinel fly away into the distance, Crossbones swallowed hard, an inexplicable fear welling up within him. This mutant is extraordinarily powerful, a true king of destruction. He's taken to the skies. I request the Avengers to pursue him immediately. Crossbones urged the newly arrived Avengers. After all, they were just ordinary people, facing such a supernatural power monster. It was best to let the stronger beings handle it. Meanwhile, in the sky, Sentinel, fleeing at high speed, found the restless and unstable power of 1,000,000 stars within him spiraling out of control. The energy surged wildly, flowing endlessly like a spring, the vast cosmic energy pressing down on him, causing his body to emit dazzling starlight, dispelling the surrounding darkness of the night sky. At the same time, his bodily functions could not withstand the onslaught of this energy. Every bone, every blood vessel, and every cell was constantly breaking apart and disintegrating, only to be reborn and restored with the help of cosmic energy. It was a terrifying cycle of destruction and rebirth, and his mental consciousness grew increasingly chaotic, overtaken and controlled by another violent will known as Void, which knew only destruction and chaos. How could such a small planet endure his power? Sentinel struggled desperately to suppress this terrifying, split personality. Under the faint golden glow, Sentinel's face gradually contorted, clear veins bulging on the surface as he clenched his teeth, muttering, "Damn it!" At this moment, the Avengers' urgent pursuit was imminent, leaving no time to waste. Buzz! Just as the situation became critical, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly erupted. The piercing shriek was as fast as lightning, like a released arrow speeding toward Sentinel. The terrifying penetrating power was even stronger than armor-piercing rounds, and the sonic boom it created made Sentinel, who was flying in the sky, dare not underestimate it. As he slightly relaxed his guard, the energy within him surged like a tide, forming a defensive barrier around him, akin to a transparent turtle shell. The deadly miniature heat-seeking missile suddenly froze in the air behind him. A missile? Sentinel's remaining instinct kicked in, and he realized that the only one capable of launching such a sophisticated tracking missile was Tony Stark, Iron Man. Before he could finish his thought, the miniature missile suddenly lit up with a red glow, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion rushed toward Sentinel. He furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of fury rise within him. The boundless energy inside him erupted like a spewing volcano, wrapping around him and forming a slightly golden defensive shield, effectively blocking the explosive force from reaching his body. Bang! At that moment, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck, dust flying up like a fountain from the violent vibrations. In the distance, a massive figure, as large as a mountain, cut through the night, hurtling toward the sky like a cannonball, targeting Sentinel. Under the faint city lights, the figure's striking green skin and enormous stature stood out vividly. It was none other than the Hulk, a member of the Avengers. Sentinel's brow furrowed even tighter. While enduring the pain, he was continuously under attack, putting him on the brink of losing control. Bang! Bang! More explosive sounds echoed from above, as if a wild party had officially begun. Let the party begin, indulge and enjoy. Tony Stark's cheerful voice rang out, and a series of miniature Jericho missiles launched from the shoulder compartments of his armor, shooting forth like a swarm of bees, leaving bright trails as they were guided by heat-seeking technology, swiftly aiming toward Sentinel in the sky. Boom! The overwhelming blast instantly engulfed Sentinel, the explosion's flames mixing together, creating a spectacle that was both dazzling and dangerous. Inside the chaos, the golden energy shield around Sentinel remained unwavering, seeming like an indestructible fortress. However, under the relentless bombardment, the shield's energy gradually depleted, cracks forming rapidly across its surface before it shattered like a bubble, dissipating into nothingness. Is this ever going to end? Sentinel roared in anger. He had been thoroughly provoked, and the golden light radiating from him strangely began to retract and flicker, while a golden glow surged from the depths of his blue pupils. Whoosh! His eyes shot out a beam of golden light, transforming into a tangible golden shockwave, akin to a laser beam, aimed directly at the Hulk, who was charging upward. The Hulk let out a surprised cry, unable to dodge in time as the golden beam struck him squarely, resulting in a thunderous explosion that pierced through his entire right arm. The speed was so rapid that the Hulk barely had time to react, feeling as though his skin was being compressed, his previously furious momentum instantly doused as if splashed with cold water, collapsing in an instant. Instinctively, the Hulk struggled to resist his upward momentum, rolling his massive body in an attempt to descend back to the ground, hoping to evade the terrifying attack. However, the golden beam still crashed against him with tremendous force. Ah! The Hulk, that fearsome beast, let out a pained roar. The terrifying beam was intensely hot, containing an energy that sent shivers down the spine. The Hulk's agonizing cries were filled with overwhelming pain, clearly showcasing the brutal power of that impact. Amidst the swirling dust and chaos, the Hulk finally fell heavily to the ground below, landing in the ruins. A massive hole had formed in his left upper arm, with ghastly white bone visible, blood gushing out like a fountain in a horrifying display. No, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, watched the scene from a distance, her body instinctively frozen. This was the first time she had ever seen the Hulk suffer such a severe injury.
Her beautiful eyes, filled with intensity, fixated on the figure flying in the sky, wondering inwardly, is this guy even human anymore?
The golden glow gradually faded from Sentinel's pupils, and his eyes returned to a clear blue-white appearance, though a faint golden light lingered at the center of his pupils.
Another new ability? Sentinel thought to himself.
The earlier golden beam had been unleashed in a moment of anger, instinctively releasing the energy brewing within him through his eyes.
It resembled the powers of Cyclops, capable of emitting laser beams and creating shockwaves. He hadn't anticipated that this unintentional act would result in such impressive power.
This golden beam was similar to the heat vision of Kryptonian Superman, so let's call it laser vision. However, this brief moment of self-awareness was quickly drowned out by a tide of pain, as every cell, every bone, and every organ within him was undergoing a cycle of destruction and rebirth. More importantly, the void consciousness stemming from his split psyche was vying for control over his soul and mind.
It could be said that Sentinel was teetering on the edge of life and death.
To end all of this, the key lay in shutting the door that connected him to the power of 1,000,000 stars. That door led to an unknown dimension, filled with an infinite source of energy, otherwise he wouldn't dare claim to possess the power of 1,000,000 stars. Up until now, he had exhausted all his strength but still couldn't close that door. However, this painful process was not without its advantages. Each cycle of destruction and rebirth served as a superb process of body refinement. Sentinel could no longer discern how many times he had undergone such cycles, but after each cycle, his overall strength increased a notch. But now is not the time for body refinement. The key issue is that my autonomous will cannot be controlled, and the split personality known as Void is gradually taking over my control. The stronger my powers, the more intense the split personality becomes. If this continues endlessly, the Void will ultimately suppress my primary personality. Sentinel gritted his teeth, filled with anxiety and helplessness. At that moment, the external assault continued in rapid succession. A brilliant golden-red armored figure streaked across the sky. Tony Stark, Iron Man, reappeared, and from his hand, he unleashed a barrage of laser cannons, assaulting Sentinel like a torrential storm. As he faced the relentless laser strikes, the faint golden energy shield around Sentinel reactivated, attempting to shield him from the barrage like a massive umbrella in a downpour. However, against the dense and high-intensity ammunition, the energy shield ultimately shattered with a resounding crack, breaking apart like a mirror.
Enough with the noise.
A faint voice escaped from Sentinel's lips, causing Tony Stark to gasp in shock, witnessing Sentinel extend his hand as if to grasp something in the air.
Warning! Warning! An overwhelming surge of energy is rapidly approaching.
The alert from the AI system Jarvis echoed in Tony Stark's ears, and beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. He clearly recognized that he was facing an exceedingly formidable enemy, one whose intent and hostility he couldn't discern from his senses. However, Jarvis would not deceive him. With the alert at the highest threat level, he understood that if he didn't take decisive action, he could very well be annihilated.
Reluctantly, Tony Stark activated the eject mechanism.
The luxurious golden armor opened up from within, and Tony's figure plummeted toward the ground like a meteor. At the same time, the empty shell of the golden armor seemed to twist under a mysterious force, resembling a tangled mess of dough. Just as Sentinel reached out his hand as if to grasp something, a terrifying force suddenly acted upon the expensive Mark armor, as if an invisible giant hand had clutched it, producing a loud bang as the entire golden armor was crushed.
Jarvis! Tony screamed in terror.
Losing the protection of the Mark armor left him completely exposed to Earth's gravity, accelerating him rapidly toward the ground in free fall. Whoosh! Just before hitting the ground, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, and the roaring engine noise reverberated across New York City. Steel suits shot through the sky like a swarm of metal beasts.
It's the Iron Legion.
New Yorkers looked up in awe, witnessing the spectacular scene, and countless people screamed instinctively.
To them, Tony Stark was an indispensable superhero.
Thanks to his skills and courage, Tony managed to don a new Mark armor just in time, soaring back into the sky at the last moment, narrowly escaping disaster. Damn, that was close, Tony thought, feeling chills coursing through him. However, now that he had evaded danger, his expression improved, as the arrival of the Iron Legion rekindled his strong resolve. This only fueled Sentinel's anger and frustration. He seized the arrows fired by Hawkeye from a Quinjet, using his telekinetic abilities to return them one by one to the hidden archer. Then, another golden beam of energy erupted from him, his eyes transforming into a golden hue as he unleashed a brilliant laser beam, exploding the Mark suits in the sky like fireworks.
Boom! Boom! Amidst the thunderous explosions, the sky transformed into a dazzling fireworks display. Tony Stark watched this scene with a pale face, feeling as though he were being stabbed by a knife, filled with regret. Even the onlookers who had admired him were stunned. Their invincible superhero appeared so vulnerable and helpless at this moment. Bang! Bang! The brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, resembling piles of burning cash. Even Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was usually generous, felt a pang of pain for Tony. To deal with such a difficult opponent, the cost had been exorbitant, nearly emptying Stark's resources. The dazzling golden beam swept through the sky, obliterating the remaining Mark suits, and the light gradually faded. However, as soon as the beam dissipated, Sentinel seemed tireless. Another wave of terrifying golden laser beams erupted from his eyes. Damn it! This guy is out for blood. He wants to destroy all my iron suits. Tony Stark cried out in despair. If this continues, we may really lose control of this guy. This loss was unbearable for him. He couldn't help but wish Thor were there at that moment. The Avengers' defeat came swiftly, leaving most of them at a loss. For instance, Captain America Steve, although a super soldier with extraordinary strength, was still limited by human capabilities. He couldn't fly and was at a significant disadvantage when facing an airborne Sentinel. Hawkeye, lurking in the shadows, was similarly caught off guard. He had stealthily sought an opportunity to attack but paid a painful price. A veteran operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. for over a decade, he had never imagined that his own arrows would rebound and hit him. In a moment of oversight, he found himself shot in the arm by his own arrow. Sorry, he possesses some terrifying telekinesis. Hawkeye gritted his teeth as he pulled the arrow from his arm, sighing through the earpiece, I'm injured and temporarily out of combat. Fellow Avengers, Falcon and Black Widow, also found themselves in a passive position. Black Widow Natasha, who had been hesitant to engage, hadn't made a move, while Falcon didn't take to the skies. Even their Red-Wing drone remained inactive. Lacking specialized high-tech suits, they were merely flesh and blood beings amidst such celestial conflict, akin to cannon fodder. If only Thor were here, they lamented, reminiscing about their former comrade who had returned to Asgard, leaving them with a sense of loss. However, the Hulk was clearly not defeated. The gamma particles within him continued to proliferate. The massive blood hole on his shoulder was healing at an observable rate. This was the terror of the Hulk. Even with severe damage to vital organs, he could rapidly recover through the continuous division of gamma cells. Roar! Revived, the Hulk stood up, thumping his thick arms against his chest, creating a sound reminiscent of war drums. Hulk smash! The Hulk, now at the peak of his anger, drew strength from his rage, filling his body with overwhelming power. His blood-red eyes fixed on the figure soaring above the ruins, and with a powerful stomp, the ground cracked beneath him. With a mighty leap, the Hulk propelled his massive form back into the sky. As he ascended, the wind whipped around him fiercely. However, Sentinel seemed oblivious to his approach, simply raising his arm in another direction. Whoosh! A long missile streaked through the air, tracing a graceful arc as it shot toward the ruins. Tony Stark paused, suddenly realizing that this was an attack from the military's Air Force at the Pentagon. Damn it! It was evident that the Pentagon representatives could no longer tolerate the situation and decided to intervene personally, launching missiles through GPS positioning and satellite tracking. The missiles hurtled in from far-off horizons, showcasing the terrifying nature of modern warfare. Through electronic countermeasures and missile bombardments, everything could be covered. The Sentinel remained calm at this moment, as if facing an incoming missile was merely a trivial matter. He simply raised his right arm slightly and casually said, "Explode." It was as if a mysterious force was at work. The missile in the distance began to shake inexplicably, as though controlled by some invisible power, deviating from its original flight path. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion occurred as the missile detonated, turning into a brilliant and dazzling display of fireworks in the night sky, strikingly noticeable yet also profoundly ironic. At this time, the massive figure of the Hulk was charging like a cannonball towards the sky, becoming clearer and larger in the Sentinel's eyes. With a tremendous roar, the Hulk raised his fist, and a piercing sonic boom echoed in the air, the wailing sound seeming to penetrate everything, causing the distant crowd below to cover their ears and scream. Faced with the enormous fist approaching him, the Sentinel merely glanced at the Hulk with a sidelong look, then calmly raised his left arm, palm open, effortlessly meeting the giant's punch. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and the Hulk's full-force charge was abruptly blocked by the Sentinel's outstretched hand. Unable to advance any further, all of his momentum seemed to vanish in an instant. Just how terrifying is this guy? The crowd finally realized that being able to withstand the Hulk's attack with one's body was an unfathomable feat, considering the Hulk was widely recognized as the strongest being on Earth. This guy can so effortlessly resist the Hulk's attack. This unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone, leaving them dumbfounded and incredulous. The Hulk clenched his teeth, frustrated by his inability to fly, his body stuck in midair, forced to look down resentfully at the Sentinel hovering above him. Suddenly, the Sentinel let out a pained scream, his expression suggesting his head was about to explode. It turned out that his split personality void had fully erupted, beginning to take over his entire will, causing chaos and backlash at this critical moment, proving to be deadly. Buzz! The Hulk seized the opportunity, throwing a punch directly at the Sentinel's chest, hitting him hard while he was completely defenseless. The Sentinel was knocked down by this punch, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. What the hell is going on? This guy can't control his own power and suddenly suffered a backlash? Captain America Steve Rogers exclaimed in shock, as Natasha, Falcon, Hawkeye, and others also snapped out of their astonishment, feeling a mix of guilt and fear. Bang! The Sentinel crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust from the rubble. What an opportunity! The Sentinel fell precisely near where Jorko was standing. Bang! Without hesitation, Jorko, with reflexes far beyond ordinary, transformed into a cloud of dust, shooting into the air and mingling with the dust from the Sentinel's fall. This dust quickly adhered to the Sentinel's body, silently seeping in and parasitically absorbing his immense energy, thoughts, memories, and telekinetic attributes. He flew again? The crowd's expressions changed drastically, even Iron Man Tony halted midair. They saw the Sentinel bounce back from the ground, his tall figure once again hovering in the air. Bathed in the light, his upright posture radiated an unyielding strength, as if embodying an ambition of soaring aspirations. After being parasitized by Jorko, the Sentinel's split personality void seemed to sense the invading presence and immediately began to engage in a struggle with Jorko's will. This struggle alleviated the pressure of the Sentinel's own split personality and the loss of willpower, allowing his mental pressure to ease and his awareness to return, his power instantly restored to its original state. With cold light shooting from his eyes, the Sentinel soared into the sky like a divine being. He looked down at the Hulk from above and disdainfully declared, "The weak are destined to be looked down upon." Roar! The Hulk, insulted by such mockery, felt his rage surge in his mind. He unhesitatingly reached out with his massive arms, trying to grab the suspended figure in front of him. However, the Sentinel struck back, his palm, as large as a paddle, firmly grasping the Hulk's hands. The Hulk's expression was frantic, yet he could not break free. At the same time, the Sentinel suddenly flipped upside down, delivering a powerful headbutt to the top of the Hulk's head. Bang! The dull impact resonated like thunder, causing the Hulk to feel dizzy, a severe headache sweeping through his body, leaving him disoriented and unable to muster strength, his head drooping weakly, his whole form wilting like a frostbitten eggplant. Bang! The Sentinel released his grip, and the Hulk could no longer withstand the daze, his entire body collapsing to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust, motionless. Hulk! Captain America Steve swallowed hard, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is this guy's head made of steel? The crowd, looking at the Hulk sprawled on the ground, felt incredulous, wondering what kind of terrifying physical strength it took to subdue the Hulk, who was known for his brutality and widely regarded as the strongest being on Earth, to such a state. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence, only the howling night wind brushing against everyone's hearts. The Sentinel twisted his neck, completely dispelling the lingering daze in his head. For him, this minor headache was nothing. What worried him most was the struggle for willpower dominance posed by the void personality that had split from him. He looked down at the Hulk lying beneath him, now fully aware of just how terrifying his own power was. As his self-awareness returned, he increasingly realized that with the infinite increase of power came a more severe split personality, and the void consciousness that had just attempted to seize control seemed to have suddenly vanished, disappearing without a trace. The Sentinel distinctly felt that the speed of cellular restructuring in his body had slowed considerably, and the immense pain had lessened somewhat, with clear changes both physically and mentally. Could it be that his body, after enduring countless trials, was nearing the theoretical limit? The portal to the energy core within him seemed to be gradually coming under his control, able to slowly close now. Without a suitable vessel, how can one withstand the flow of cosmic energy within, let alone the force of 1,000,000 exploding stars? After all, the power of 1,000,000 stars exploding was overwhelmingly vast, and initially, his frail body could not endure it.
Thus, in desperation, all his bodily cells began to constantly split and reorganize to approach a state of perfect accommodation. What the Sentinel did not know was that all these changes began the moment Jorko silently parasitized into his body. One could understand that Jorko had now disrupted all of his processes of change. He possessed a cosmic singularity form, and with the addition of the cosmic cube, he became an excellent energy-absorbing vessel. At this moment, all energy began to flow continuously into Jorko's singularity core, while the void consciousness tangled with Jorko, inadvertently freeing the Sentinel from his previous predicament. Right now, the energy within him was approaching a critical point. He did not want to waste time lingering here, but needed some time to catch his breath and recover. However, these enemies were too troublesome. Just as one wave subsided, another would arise, endless and relentless. Once again, a whistling sound echoed in the air as missiles tore through the sky, coming back again. Iron Man Tony Stark hesitated to attack, worried that the Hulk lying at his feet might be accidentally harmed, but the military from the Pentagon had no such concerns. Whoosh! 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 Several missiles raced in from the distant horizon. Just as the Sentinel prepared to raise his hand to intercept, an inexplicable will suddenly descended into his mind. Bob Reynolds, I have entered your body. I will help you contain the void consciousness while absorbing that violent energy of a million exploding stars. It's time to stop your attack and quickly leave this place of conflict, finding a hidden spot to shelter and gradually familiarize yourself with your new abilities. Without warning, Jorko's words echoed continuously in the Sentinel's mind, causing his actions to hesitate involuntarily. Who are you? When did you parasitize into my body? If you are truly here to help me with no ill intentions, I would be very willing to accept you as a friend. The Sentinel's heart was filled with suspicion, responding instinctively. Bob, the void consciousness that split from you during your rampage, along with the energy of a million exploding stars, has thrown the entire city of New York into chaos. You have become a rat that everyone wants to hit. Jorko's gentle words felt like a spring breeze, revealing no trace of hostility. Bob Reynolds, listen to my advice, retract your abilities, quickly escape from here, find a safe place to protect yourself, stabilize the mutated energy inside you, and then make further plans. Despite this, Sentinel Robert still displayed a posture as if facing a formidable enemy, even more tense than when facing the Avengers. This voice resonated directly in his head, and he knew nothing about its origin. The unknown was often the most terrifying. What the hell? You can fully absorb the energy of a million exploding stars within me and help me resist the void consciousness? The Sentinel questioned, still alarmed. Just how strong are you? Can you completely control me and become an invincible existence on Earth? At that moment, his vision suddenly changed. The ground beneath him was no longer a ruin. The bustling skyscrapers, busy streets, and the flow of traffic in New York vanished, and even the Hulk lying below him inexplicably disappeared. In an instant, the Sentinel saw that a black hole had formed within his mind's sea of consciousness. The energy of a million exploding stars, connecting to another parallel universe, seemed to converge into this black hole like an ocean, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the void consciousness was tightly entangled outside the black hole, both sides resisting and consuming each other, seemingly locked in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand or let go easily. Sentinel, hello, this is our first meeting. Jorko's gentle voice emanated from the center of the black hole. I am not as powerful as you imagine. I have merely undergone a mutation, resulting in a unique life form. My essence is a singularity formed by a great explosion, capable of infinitely compressing and containing infinite energy, but this is one-sided and not under my conscious control. Currently, even if it contains more energy, I cannot utilize it, like owning a mountain of treasure but not knowing how to use it. This is somewhat similar to how the void consciousness occupies your will and you cannot control yourself. Fortunately, my will occupies an absolute dominant position within my essence, but the energy aspect is not completely under my control. It has been compressed to the extreme. But the concentrated energy storage in my body is undoubtedly the safest. So our situations have similarities and differences. So, are you also like me, a powerful superpower that mutated not long ago, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden surge in energy? At the same time, you have significant side effects that require training at a mutant academy like X Academy to better master your abilities? The Sentinel realized. However, this method of meeting is indeed uncomfortable. The Sentinel continued, meeting this way, I doubt anyone would feel good about it. I apologize, but I had no choice but to do this, Jorko replied straightforwardly. At that moment, a faint wailing sound echoed from the sky. Even though the sentinel was drawn into such a bizarre self-consciousness, he could still clearly hear the whistling sound nearby. Without much thought, he could guess that these were missiles approaching him from the air. "You handle the external matters yourself, I won't stop you," Jorko gently suggested. "Now we are allies bound to the same chariot, we share in each other's losses and gains. Once I help you stabilize the powerful energy within you and expel your split personality void, I will withdraw from your body and will never do anything to endanger your life." The sentinel furrowed his brows, his tension was not unfounded. Both the previous violent energy of a million exploding stars and the emergence of the void personality, alongside Jorko's parasitism within him, felt exceedingly strange and uncomfortable. Whoosh! The missiles in the air streaked across the sky like meteors and suddenly bombarded the sentinel after a curve. The sentinel raised his arm, unleashing his telekinetic powers without reservation, causing the airborne missiles to veer off their original trajectories, crashing down into the streets of New York like frenzied dragons. Boom! In the night, 2 explosions flared up in the city, and no one knew which district had faced this disaster. Jorko was slightly taken aback. "What you've done is a bit excessive. Be careful not to cause too much destruction and become the enemy of humanity. I could have directly destroyed those missiles, but you let them crash into the busiest district in New York, leading to the deaths of many innocent civilians. Doing this will make you a target for everyone, with nowhere to hide," the sentinel asserted confidently. Even Jorko was momentarily speechless. He knew that in the eyes of the powerful politicians, military officials, and organizations, lives were often regarded as worthless, all for the sake of satisfying their power and interests. Whether it was Jorko being used as a live experiment at the Umbrella Corporation's secret underground research facility or the entire city being leveled due to an explosion at the underground lab, resulting in the deaths of millions of innocent people, the aftermath revealed the inhumanity and ugly faces of these wicked capitalist rulers. "You can't even imagine the danger you're currently in. The energy within you is powerful enough to rival a nuclear bomb, and it's extremely unstable." He sighed helplessly. "I can no longer sit idly by. If this situation continues unchecked, the entire population of New York will face disaster because of you, and even the slightest mistake on your part could plunge you into an abyss of no return." Jorko's words were not without merit. The explosion that initially occurred in the sentinel's body was indeed due to the energy overflowing within him. "Rest assured, with your help, I have successfully stabilized the energy within me to ensure that no mistakes will occur," the sentinel replied seriously. "More importantly, you helped me deal with the split personality that had been vying for control of my will, which had caused me immense suffering. If something terrible were to happen, that would be disastrous, so you should leave this place of conflict quickly, hide, and avoid drawing attention to yourself," Jorko continued to advise earnestly. "At that point, not only will the US military not let you off the hook, but the FBI, CIA, and SHIELD will also come after you, investigating and entangling you every day. Your days will not be easy." "Wait a minute." The void consciousness suddenly surged with intensity. "What exactly is the void?" "It is, in fact, a component of the laws of nature in the universe, akin to the laws of time, space, power, and reality. The Sentinel's split personality void was born from this macro law. The laws of the universe do not have a specific form, yet they exist and are omnipresent, affecting everyone. This void has no concrete shape, it is merely an ethereal will." It interrupted Jorko's words, its eyes, for lack of a better term, staring at the black hole that Jorko embodied with malicious intent. "You are able to maintain a state of the primordial unity, existing in the singularity state before the universe was born. In this state, all natural laws of the universe have yet to arise, so even I am repelled by you, unable to invade your singularity core," the void said with a sense of resignation. "I can only say that your luck is extraordinary. In a twist of fate, the superpowers you mutated into are in a state of perfect singularity with no weaknesses. Void, it's good that you understand. Although you were born alongside the Sentinel's sudden surge in power, most of that power has now been intercepted and absorbed by me," Jorko replied fearlessly. "So your parasitism and his mental will to split into a second personality is now meaningless. From now on, you will coexist with my essence. One day, I will subdue you and make you one of the cosmic law rules that supplement my strength. The void law seems to rank much higher than the laws of eternity or death." Jorko appeared unfazed by the void consciousness, speaking calmly and confidently. Looking at those cold and ruthless deep eyes, the void consciousness shivered inexplicably. "Kid, you have quite an insight to have grasped my essence so quickly and dare to confront me head on. I truly admire your courage," the void feigned a sigh while shaking its head. It's a pity your current strength is too weak, you have just begun to comprehend the powers of a level 4 mutant.
Humph, humph, humph. My power is indeed still weak, but my inherent potential is immense, Jorko said, undeterred by the void's jibe, brimming with confidence. I am humble and can absorb all attributes for my use. As long as I continue to parasitize, devour, plunder, or merge with others' attributes, I will rapidly grow. For instance, I have already integrated the Sentinel's flight ability. When I reappear before the world, I will also be able to fly freely. Does that mean all my information, even my memories, have been spied upon by you? The Sentinel suddenly complained. I apologize, invading others' privacy is not my intention, but in a moment of urgency, I broke that rule, Jorko admitted honestly. But rest assured, I did not delve too deeply into your memories, I only wanted to integrate the advantages of your superpowers so that they can coexist within me. Kid, just because the tiger doesn't show its strength, do you think I'm a sick cat? With your level 4 mutant powers, you think you can help the Sentinel entangle me? I will now eliminate you. The void became agitated and furious, a thick killing intent spreading out, suffocating Jorko. Void, your will is derived from the split of another's mental thoughts, which inherently carries significant congenital flaws. Jorko exclaimed in shock. Leaving aside whether your will is sound, just looking at your unpredictable temperament, your violent rage, and your propensity for destructive thoughts, why is your mindset so unstable? You're like a powder keg that could explode at any moment, exuding such a terrifying killing aura. Be careful not to harm yourself or others and tread the path of self-destruction. Buzz. The void consciousness enveloped the black hole derived from Jorko's essence and began to violently tear and twist it, as if someone were stirring a water vortex with a stick, causing the entire black hole vortex to fall apart. However, this did not achieve anything. As long as the void stopped its destructive force, the black hole vortex would automatically re-emerge, intact, just like a vortex in water continuously crazily absorbing the massive energy from the Sentinel's body. Unless it could directly destroy Jorko's singularity core, which was fundamentally impossible. Not to mention that the singularity core had the characteristic of infinite compression, being impenetrable and stubborn. Even if the void itself had just been born and was inherently powerful, it was not whole or stable. Its own flaws were the biggest trouble. Thus, it could not deal with Jorko at all, completely at a loss. Although the void was agitated, it was like a hurricane unable to crush a grain of sand. No matter how great its power, it found itself helpless against Jorko, akin to a small hammer. It's the same principle. Jorko understood that the opponent was beginning to counterattack. He held his breath and stabilized his entire essence, guarding himself cautiously. This was a battle of mental power. Logically, as the will of the void law, it should easily defeat others unless it encountered a force belonging to the same law. For example, the powerful Magneto had to wear a helmet to block mental probing when facing Professor X. But at this moment, Jorko's mental power was like a needle hidden in cotton, causing the void to feel an immense pressure, much like a needle tip concealed within a pile of cotton. You think to use your unstable, scattered mental power to deal with my stubborn, concentrated willpower like a needle? This is utterly absurd. Jorko said calmly and unhurriedly. One day, I will make you riddled with holes, completely destroyed by my willpower, and become the nourishment for my mental growth. At this moment, his mental power condensed into a point like the tip of a needle, while the void consciousness resembled a piece of leather or a pile of cotton. The gap between the two was simply incomparable. The needle-like mental power pierced through the leather and cotton, and before long, the void consciousness was riddled with thousands of holes, rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon. Jorko's expression was icy as he shouted at it word by word, "Isn't it better to behave? This is my territory, and you are destined to forever be my vassal." Ah! The void consciousness, like a limp piece of defeated leather, clung tightly to the black hole, letting out a painful scream. The mental power finally could not hold out any longer, and with a bang, the entire void consciousness instantaneously dissipated like a dream, leaving only a halo-like trace attached around the black hole. In the ruins of Queens, New York, caused by the Sentinel's loss of control, his figure stood proudly amidst the debris. Though his face was tense, he felt no pain at this moment, as Jorko had successfully suppressed the split personality of Void. Then, a golden light burst forth from his body, containing waves of destruction that obliterated everything within hundreds of meters around him. The shockwave swept through like a hurricane, shattering the glass of the distant buildings in an instant. The SHIELD members outside crouched down, covering their heads. They had merely set up a perimeter to prevent the crowd from wandering into the danger zone. At this moment, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, what kind of monster has been born in Queens?" Is he trying to bring about the apocalypse? I swear, this will be my last field mission.
I should have retired from S.H.I.E.L.D. earlier, so I wouldn't have to live a life on the edge of a knife every day. Someone began to voice their discontent. They were usually top-notch killers, elite soldiers of the nation, but faced with such terrifying supernatural powers, they felt somewhat powerless. Standing here tonight to carry out their mission felt like being in hell, tormented, with the slightest misstep possibly leading to their demise, leaving nothing but bones behind. The members of the Avengers were no better off. Hulk Banner had reverted to his original form, lying on the ground and gasping heavily. Hawkeye hesitated in the shadows, having bandaged his shoulder injury but too afraid to make a move. Captain America Steve had been bound by steel beams from the beginning and still had not freed himself, standing there dazed, feeling the immense power of the opponent. Black Widow Natasha hid in the shadows, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Only Iron Man Tony hovered far in the sky, his remotely controlled army of Iron Men reduced to almost nothing, nearly at the end of their rope. Ant-Man and the Wasp also arrived, but they were equally powerless. What is he doing? Why hasn't he acted yet? Tony was baffled by the Sentinel's condition. No, he's stabilizing the powerful mutant energy within him, the AI Jarvis explained. Could it be that the earlier attack had an effect, making it difficult for him to control his new energy? Tony felt a flicker of hope. However, Jarvis quickly doused his enthusiasm. No, the energy around him and in his mind has become chaotic. Just now, an unknown mental wave impacted his mind. Sir, you may not believe it, but the detected energy reserves in him are comparable to the release yield of several nuclear bombs. What? Tony exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Are we attacking a super nuclear bomb? Yes, sir, Jarvis maintained his calm rationality. If his internal energy were to go even slightly out of control, the entire city of New York would be obliterated, just like Raccoon City. Damn it, what have we done? Just the thought that they had unleashed so much firepower on him sent shivers through Tony Stark, but fortunately, it seemed he had not encountered any accidents. Wait, notify the Pentagon immediately and tell them to stop the missile attacks, Tony Stark shouted at once. Of course, his concerns were unnecessary. Long before the first two missiles struck the city, the military representatives at the Pentagon had already become too afraid to act recklessly. Time quietly passed, and the scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Bang! At that moment, a violent heartbeat resonated, echoing throughout the area like a drum. The Sentinel slowly opened his eyes, the golden brilliance flashing in his gaze, and the throbbing pain in his mind had become very faint. The mental shock from the Void personality had taken him by surprise, but with Jorko's help, everything had calmed down, and he had unexpectedly gained a lot. Now, he needed time to digest all of this. It was time to leave this place. His figure once again floated upward, without a hint of hesitation, shooting into the sky like a rocket. The people present silently watched the Sentinel depart, with no one harboring the thought of stopping him. Under the starry night, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, its fleeting speed leaving others in the dust. Flying was his newly acquired ability, but the Sentinel was not lost in the sensation of soaring through the air. His body had just undergone a superpower mutation, and he only wanted to quickly find a place that could provide help to properly digest everything within him. Bang! As the energy within him surged, his flying speed increased, once again breaking the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom in the air. In an instant, the Sentinel overlooked the Earth, having already made up his mind to fly towards the X Academy established by Professor X. In Westchester County, New York, there sat a renowned academy known as Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, a unique school for mutants. In a world where mutants faced widespread discrimination, the existence of this academy was almost unimaginable. Seeing the European-style building ahead, resembling a large and mysterious castle, the Sentinel showed no hesitation and directly descended towards the structure. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, also known as X Academy, was founded by Professor Charles Francis Xavier using his family mansion. It is dedicated to educating young mutants and helping them learn to control their abilities. Of course, the school's success also owes much to Professor Xavier's protection. However, the fate of this school has been quite tumultuous, facing numerous challenges and attacks, with an uncertain future ahead. As soon as Robert Reynolds, the Sentinel, landed in the darkened grounds of X Academy, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spewed from his mouth. Sentinel, I am about to withdraw from your body's parasitic state and expel Void from you, freeing you from its threat forever. Jorko's thunderous voice echoed in his mind, and the sentinel desperately resisted, finally managing to break free from the state of mental disarray. A faint, almost imperceptible blow shot out from the back of the sentinel's head, then expanded like a fountain, rearranging and reforming into Jorko's figure, who appeared not far behind him. Robert Reynolds's complexion instantly turned as pale as a sheet, as if he had just been pulled from the icy sea, his clothes soaked with sweat, and he fell into a brief state of exhaustion, like an ordinary person who had suddenly been drained of all strength. Ah! Finally free from the split personality void, I feel so much lighter, the sentinel let out a long breath, feeling completely liberated as he lay back on the grass beneath him. My friend, I'm glad to help you rid yourself of suffering, Jorko nodded firmly at the sentinel. Even though most of my power has been absorbed by you, and even the portal connecting to the energy of 1,000,000 exploding stars has shifted to your body along with void, resulting in a significant decrease in my strength, the sentinel said sincerely, but thinking about living on this fragile earth, what use is such great power to me? It would rather be a burden. You have relieved me of this burden, much like a regular person shedding cancer. But I also took on a significant risk. Dealing with void in the future will likely require a long period of endurance, Jorko chuckled self-deprecatingly. However, compared to you, the risks I face are much smaller, and it will be easier to control void. It is only right that I take it upon myself to handle it. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Jorko reassured. Rest assured, I do not regret my decision. No matter what consequences I might face in the future, I will not blame you. Yes, thank you again for your selfless spirit. Right now, I feel just right. I have at least the strength of a level 3 to level 2 mutant, roughly equivalent to gamma or beta levels. If I allow some time for consolidation, my power should become even more stable and strong. I am quite satisfied, the sentinel expressed his heartfelt gratitude toward Jorko's presence. I never expected that just a moment ago, I was a worthless drug addict, unable to control my addiction, and now I have become a superhero. Life is truly unpredictable and bizarre. Turning misfortune into fortune, right? Jorko replied. In the future, I would like to be your eternal friend, and together, we will use our powerful abilities to combat evil and crime in the world, safeguarding the safety and peace of Earth and humanity. The truth is, the existence of the void personality in the Sentinel's mind was akin to late-stage cancer, very dangerous and nearly unsolvable. After it transferred into Jorko's body, while it became a temporary benign tumor, it posed little threat to him since the void personality could not invade Jorko's singularity core and could only cling to and entangle outside it. It was somewhat troublesome, but it wouldn't harm his essence, which is the fundamental difference between the two. Beep beep beep. The host has been parasitized by the void consciousness, which may cause an internal uprising at any moment, while a portal connecting to the energy of 1,000,000 exploding stars has opened to another dimension. Beep beep beep. The singularity core has supplemented an immense amount of power, while providing the host with a slight enhancement in strength. However, as the singularity is still in the early stage of energy accumulation, it can only take in energy and cannot release it, thus the power it can provide the host to exert is extremely limited. Jorko's integrated light brain system began a new round of notifications, and he checked his attribute panel again. Jorko *, pseudo-mutant. Life * merged with the space gem, bearing the void consciousness parasitism in singularity core form. Attributes * infinite replication, combinatorial transformation, parasitic consumption, symbiotic attachment, mastery of combat and martial arts, electrical integration, electronic countermeasures, telepathy, converting telekinesis into various weapons, containing the energy of 1,000,000 exploding stars, void annihilation that consumes everything, opening spatial wormholes, and performing short-distance teleportation. Intelligence * 3.39. Strength * 3.98. Speed * 3.88. Stamina * 5.00. Energy projection * 3.38. Combat skills * 4.79. Unfortunately, the singularity core itself resembled a bottomless black hole, with energy supply being endless but only taking in and not releasing. At this stage, the power it could provide Jorko to exert was very limited. This was also why, despite merging such immense energy, his own strength barely reached level 4, and he was still not even at level 3 mutant level. However, the good news was that the energy would not uncontrollably overflow and erupt like the Sentinels, so he would never have to worry about causing irreversible disasters. Who dares to trespass in my school's forbidden area at night? Are you from the Brotherhood of Mutants, or the Hellfire Club? A stern and clear female voice shattered the tranquility of the academy at night, filled with doubt and inquiry.
Did you think that with our core leaders like Professor X, Cyclops, and Wolverine recently gone or missing, shrouded in sorrow, we would let down our guard and give you an opportunity to take advantage of us?
The sudden intrusion of the Sentinel and Jericho could not escape the notice of Jean Grey, who possessed strong telepathy and mental control.
She immediately became alert and confronted their sneaky entrance.
Ms. Grey, please don't misunderstand. We are newly mutated superpowered mutants who have trouble controlling our powers, Jericho quickly interjected to explain. Just now in Queens, New York, we lost control and caused a disaster, so in search of help to better manage our abilities, we had no choice but to seek refuge in your X-Academy, hoping you can take us in and assist us, Robert Reynolds added.
It's you?
I saw the news coverage of the mutant destruction incident in Queens. Even the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't handle you, which shows your power has reached an extremely abnormal level, and you still cannot control it. Walking around like this is indeed very dangerous, Jean Grey realized as soon as she heard Jericho and the Sentinel explain the situation. We are willing to take in all new mutants and provide them with shelter, along with professional training.
Ah, that's great.
Jericho cheered first.
Jean Grey continued with a somewhat somber expression. Though Professor X, Cyclops, and Wolverine, the core leaders of the school, have gone missing or lost their lives in the recent nuclear explosion incident while tracking the Cosmic Cube, I will take charge of the school from now on, and we will continue to operate and thrive even more in the future.
What?
Professor X, Cyclops, and Wolverine have all met with misfortune? This is like a bolt from the blue, it's hard to accept. The Sentinel exclaimed in shock. Jean Grey's resolve was firm and strong. What's done is done, what can we do? Therefore, after our unanimous decision, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters will be renamed the Jean Grey School. You all have incredible abilities. I need to absorb powerful new mutants like you to refresh our academy's vital force.
Ah, indeed, Principal Grey, you are truly a decisive and steadfast person, Jericho immediately praised. Jean Grey sighed softly, her face filled with worry as she continued, you know that aside from facing rejection and discrimination from humans, we also have many opposing forces. Without Professor X's protection, the school's current situation is quite concerning. Hearing this, Jericho quickly expressed his gratitude. This is naturally the best outcome. The school takes us in, provides us shelter, trains us, and we will also do our part for the academy. This is a win-win situation, so thank you, Principal Grey, for your hospitality, assistance, and care, the Sentinel echoed.
What's wrong with you?
Jean Grey looked at the Sentinel, having never seen him in such a distressed state, nearly gasping in shock. At this moment, the Sentinel was weak all over, his face pale, drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled from water, lying on the grass in the yard in a truly alarming manner.
Jericho stepped forward to formally examine the Sentinel's physical condition. You've overexerted yourself. What happened to make you so fatigued and disheveled?
Jean Grey, with her impressive mental proficiency, naturally understood the cause of the Sentinel's distress.
Ms. Grey, thank you for your concern, I'm fine now. The Sentinel, lying on the ground, did not want to move, just shaking his head at Jean Grey. You seem like someone recovering from a serious illness, your energy and blood are both depleted. Jean Grey's expression was very grave. It's nothing serious, I just got rid of my split personality void, like a late-stage cancer patient who has just recovered. The root of the illness has been removed, but I'm still quite weak, the Sentinel said nonchalantly. As long as I rest for a while, I will slowly recover. Although I look battered on the surface, the underlying problems have been completely resolved. Ah, has the problem of your internal energy running amok been solved?
Jean Grey asked uncertainly.
The Sentinel shook his head with a smile, recalling the earlier scene, and mysteriously added to Jean Grey, I used to be very much like you, but now I don't anymore.
Me? Jean Grey asked, her face filled with confusion. The Sentinel did not elaborate further. Within him lay an immense cosmic energy, along with the void personality that had been vying for control of his will, its power rivaling that of Jean Grey's Phoenix Force and her Dark Phoenix persona. Now, all of this had been fully absorbed by Jericho, which left the Sentinel convinced that Jericho and Jean Grey were indeed of the same kind, destined for extraordinary fates. However, Jean Grey had managed to seal her powers with the help of Professor X to avoid losing control. Would Jericho be able to overcome his own issues and prevent himself from losing control as well? With this thought, the Sentinel felt both grateful to Jericho and a twinge of guilt.
Alright, I've learned about your experiences through the live television broadcasts.
Now, as the principal of this school, I officially welcome you as new students of the Jean Grey School. I will arrange for you to settle in the school immediately. First, take some time to recuperate, Jean Grey decisively announced. She then called for Aurora Monroe, also known as Storm, despite the late hour. Currently, Storm was Jean Grey's most reliable assistant. Without hesitation, she promptly led Jorko and the Sentinel to a separate dormitory, where they would temporarily stay together. As night deepened, Jorko and the Sentinel's check-in felt somewhat rushed. Although they were sharing a room, they were finally at Jean Grey's school, the former Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, and the worries in their hearts began to dissipate, allowing them to exhale in relief. Naturally, the night passed without a word, and everyone took the opportunity to rest, so as not to affect their state the next day. The next morning, Jorko and the Sentinel woke up early, completed their morning routines, and stepped out of the dormitory, preparing to take a walk and exercise in the school courtyard. If it weren't for the recent incident involving the Cosmic Cube's nuclear explosion, which led to the unfortunate demise or disappearance of Professor X, Cyclops, Wolverine, and others, casting a shadow over the Academy, this place should have been a vibrant paradise for mutants. Now, during the free activity and exercise time in the early morning, many mutant students were laughing and playing on the lawn. A boy suddenly underwent a mutation, his body covered in hard armor like a pangolin, even his face was obscured, making him seemingly indestructible. Another mutant student could manipulate the water from a fountain to automatically water the lawn. There was also a chubby boy whose body had mutated into a round mass, easily lifting a boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds, then bouncing into the air like a ball. Another boy in blue crouched on the ground like a lizard, extending his tongue like a long whip to snatch a passing beetle into his mouth, and yet another mutant used all force to climb and leap between the buildings, agile like a monkey. Jorko, Sentinel, welcome to our Jean Grey Academy. Jean Grey approached, accompanied by several people, including Storm, with a warm smile on her face. She began to introduce the new members. Everyone, please welcome Jorko and the Sentinel, the ones responsible for the incident in Queens last night. They fled here seeking refuge, and I happily took them in. From now on, you should provide them with proper guidance and training to help them better control their superpowers and avoid causing further destruction. Jorko had always been fascinated by the famed X Academy, and now that he was truly here, he felt differently. With so many gifted mutants gathered, it was like stepping into an entirely new world, brightening his view. What struck him the most was that this place was not only a refuge for mutants but also a paradise of happiness for them. At that moment, a buzzing sound from a helicopter suddenly filled the air above. Jorko looked up to see a black helicopter breaking through the clouds, circling high before precisely landing on the helipad in the elegant European-style courtyard of the Jean Grey Academy. The helicopter's landing stirred up gusts of wind, raising clouds of dust and causing the grass to sway gently. Once the helicopter came to a stop, Iceman, Angel, and Beast emerged from the aircraft. "Thank goodness, Iceman, Beast, Angel, you're finally back. If you had been any later, I honestly don't know if we could have controlled this terrible situation," Storm exclaimed, soaring out of the castle towards them, gesturing to the somewhat chaotic scene in the courtyard and helplessly noting, "The deaths or disappearances of Professor X, Cyclops, and Wolverine during the pursuit of the Cosmic Cube have been a significant loss for us and left everyone regretting it. Aurora, you know that the burden of the school now rests on our shoulders. Internal management is just a small matter," Iceman said solemnly, his expression grave. "The more difficult challenges come from external sources, especially our hostile forces, whose hostility and pressure will only increase. We must mentally prepare ourselves to face the difficulties and immense challenges ahead." Then, Iceman and the others turned to Jorko and the Sentinel, saying earnestly, "So, these are our new partners? Welcome to the team. From now on, the responsibility of maintaining the school will fall on us. If anything happens, we will face it together, and I hope you will not shy away from the crisis and difficulties that the school faces." Angel's gaze fell on the Sentinel, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes as she stepped forward for a handshake. "I've heard great things about you. I heard you were responsible for a terrifying explosion in the bustling area of Queens last night. I watched the spectacular battle that swept through the Avengers on live TV, it was truly magnificent." The Sentinel, filled with guilt, raised his hands in a gesture of apology, saying, "I never intended to cause trouble, my newly mutated superpowers were beyond my control. It was beyond my decision, a genuine oversight on my part, and I had no idea it would lead to such consequences." Looking at the gathered members of Jean Grey Academy, he continued, "However, after the broadcasts last night, I have become a villain responsible for destruction and innocent harm, which fills me with shame." "Is that so?" "My superpowers have never gone out of control," Storm said, even more surprised, her eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Last night, we only saw you on the news. What about Jorko? What exactly happened? Beast asked, directing his curiosity toward Jorko.
Jorko, hearing this, shrugged with a smile, saying, I helped the Sentinel control the runaway energy within him and healed his second split personality, then led him away from the scene to here to avoid trouble. It was more of an unintended act. However, the trouble caused by the Sentinel inadvertently intensified the conflict between humans and mutants. While the differences and struggles between the two sides were hard to eliminate, at least such incidents could be avoided, maintaining a superficial calm for a longer period. We've been busy all night and haven't had much rest. We're a bit tired and need to head back to rest now. Iceman rubbed his weary forehead, his face showing exhaustion. He then addressed Jorko and the Sentinel. Sentinel, Jorko, sorry, but we must excuse ourselves now. Feel free to explore the Academy with Aurora. In light of the significant tragedies surrounding the Academy with the deaths or disappearances of Professor X, Cyclops, and Wolverine, he appeared drained and mentally exhausted.
Iceman, Beast, Angel, you all worked hard last night too.
Go get some rest, we can handle the internal matters. Storm nodded slightly, watching as Iceman, Beast, and Angel walked toward their resting quarters.
Bang!
Just then, a loud thud echoed in the yard as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground.
Everyone turned their heads to see Nightcrawler clumsily vaulting over the courtyard wall and entering the academy.
The Sentinel inadvertently fell from the courtyard wall, landing heavily on the ground as if all his strength had been drained, lying still and unable to move for a long time. Soon after, a continuous wailing siren rang out from outside the school walls, a frantic and urgent sound as if it were chasing after some important figure, indicating a very critical situation. Clearly, yet another trouble had arisen, and Nightcrawler had gotten himself into serious trouble again. Last night, I went to assassinate that bastard president, but unfortunately, the security was too tight, and I failed, landing myself in a mess, Nightcrawler said, now lying on his back on the grass, as if explaining why he had climbed over the wall, panting heavily. Upon hearing this news, everyone reacted as if they had heard a thunderous revelation. Attempting to assassinate the president was a grave crime, compounding their troubles. The relationship between humans and mutants was already tense, and now such an incident had occurred, especially during such a difficult time for the Academy.
Nightcrawler's actions were reckless and careless. Nightcrawler, how could you be so foolish to stir up such a huge mess at this time? Do you not care about our lives at all?
Jean Grey expressed her anxiety, unable to suppress her reproach. If the White House and the Pentagon get involved and hold our Academy accountable, we might have no choice but to disband, and you could end up in prison as well, she lamented. I take full responsibility for my actions and won't drag anyone down with me. Now that I've come back to say my goodbyes and rest a bit, I'll leave this place and disappear for good, Nightcrawler stated with resolve. I'm prepared to face the worst and accept my fate in prison. You should go hide in our underground safe room. S.H.I.E.L.D. will likely track us down soon. Jean Grey softened her tone and instructed Beast, hurry and take Nightcrawler and the Sentinel to the safe room. It looks like Nightcrawler is exhausted and can hardly move, and the Sentinel got into big trouble last night. If S.H.I.E.L.D. finds them here, the consequences will be dire. Beast immediately turned and, with a few strides, reached Nightcrawler, lifting him up and calling for the Sentinel to follow as they moved into the castle, the three figures quickly disappearing from view. After watching Beast lead Nightcrawler and the Sentinel away, Aurora slightly bowed and said, Jorko, please, let me show you around the school as if nothing happened. When S.H.I.E.L.D. comes to inquire, we'll all play dumb, and hopefully, we can keep this a secret. That would be great, thank you, Jorko nodded in appreciation. Under Aurora's guidance, Jorko, a newcomer, began to explore the academy. The school had all the necessary educational facilities and athletic training areas, and the picturesque scenery left a strong impression on Jorko. The opulent castle estate spanned 200 acres, equivalent to over 10 football fields, with grand architecture and beautiful landscapes, resembling a European royal palace. This academy was transformed from Professor Charles's family estate in Westchester, showcasing the wealth of the Xavier family. Without relying solely on family wealth, Professor Charles, with his extraordinary telepathic abilities, could also read people's thoughts to acquire riches. However, he was an upright man with incredible self-restraint and discipline, which made him all the more admirable. Now, with Professor X gone, Jean Grey had taken charge of the school. After touring around, Aurora led Jorko to the administrative office to complete his enrollment procedures. Unable to help herself, Aurora turned to Jorko and asked, Jorko, what do you think of this academy? This is my first visit, and everything feels new to me, but it's definitely impressive, Jorko replied with delight. Initially apprehensive when he sought help, he felt reassured after receiving Jean Grey's approval and touring the academy, alleviating his concerns and allowing himself to relax. After all, this was a place for mutants, where their abilities were accepted, and he no longer had to worry about judgmental gazes. He even began to envision a bright future ahead.
Exactly, where there's a will, there's a way.
My previous worries do seem rather silly, Jorko smiled lightly.
Just as Jorko and Aurora were chatting happily, two female mutant students walked down the corridor of the classroom.
Today's class was so boring, I really wish Karma would stop making those meaningless speeches. Lava, while I agree with you, you shouldn't have challenged Karma like that. After all, she is a teacher at our Jean Grey Academy.
Oh please, Pixie, when did you get so timid?
The girl called Lava said, nonchalantly picking at her ear, impatiently complaining. Her gaze shifted, spotting Jorko in the hall, and suddenly her eyes lit up.
Hey, looks like we have a new buddy at the academy, and he's an Asian from the East. Lava sauntered over, playfully whistling to catch Jorko's attention.
Western women tend to be more open, and it's common for girls to pursue boys. In fact, the gender ratios and views on relationships in Western countries are often opposite to those in certain other nations, making it normal for girls to flirt with boys.
Hello, I'm Jorko, Jorko replied politely, clearly uninterested, merely nodding with a neutral expression, not wanting to engage further.
Seeing this, a flicker of malice crossed Lava's eyes.
Hey, handsome, don't be so shy. Come on, try to interact with me.
I'll ignite the passion in your heart with my fiery lava. I'm sure you'll love the feeling of being burned by me. As Jorko faced the typically Eastern-looking boy with a remarkably handsome face, Lava's fiery nature refused to give up so easily. She boldly sat down beside Jorko, her hand stealthily reaching over to try and wrap around his shoulder, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of her lips. At that moment, Jorko was already in a bad mood and attempted to move away, but Lava's movements were too quick for him to dodge. In that instant, another hot and powerful hand, like a piece of burning coal, reached out from Jorko's chest and firmly grasped his wrist.
What are you doing? Let go.
Feeling the intense heat and strength radiating from her grip, Jorko furrowed his brows and shouted anxiously. He retaliated by grabbing both of Lava's hands, quickly rising to his feet and forcing her arms behind her back, locking her in place as if she were caught in a vice. Watching from the side, Storm, Aurora Monroe, breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped back slowly.
Did your parents not teach you to treat others with respect and courtesy? Don't go touching someone without even knowing who they are.
Jorko blared at her, his tone filled with reprimand. As he spoke, he tightened his grip further, and the sound of her bones creaking echoed in the air.
Damn it, let go of me, or else you'll regret it.
Lava's face contorted in pain and rage as she shouted. The heated argument resonated throughout the hall, drawing the attention of others. A junior instructor, whose jaw and chest had suffered from psychic damage, rushed out from a nearby classroom. Jean Grey quickly arrived on the scene, a gust of wind swirling around her as Storm's white hair danced in the breeze, using the wind to float towards them. In an instant, dozens of figures gathered in the hall, all eyes fixated on Jorko and Lava, their expressions tense and solemn.
What's going on here?
Lava, control yourself and stop causing trouble.
Dr. Cecilia Reyes reprimanded.
It was well known that lava's ability to manipulate volcanic eruptions and magma was extremely dangerous, and when uncontrolled, it could cause massive destruction. There had been incidents in the past where her reckless use of her abilities had resulted in the destruction of a school building. If it weren't for Professor X's broad-mindedness, she would have been expelled long ago. But in her fury, Lava was in no mood to listen to reason. She was solely focused on saving face in front of everyone, completely disregarding the consequences. With a sharp crack, Lava suddenly unleashed the hellish power of molten magma from nowhere. Her body began to melt into magma, and waves of intense heat surged around her. Her hands morphed into streams of lava, and seemingly sensing something, she transformed into a dangerous crimson lava snake that rapidly grew, swirling with billowing heat as it lunged toward Jorko. "This is bad," someone shouted loudly. The rushing lava snake seemed poised to engulf Jorko, threatening to turn him into ashes. Storm's eyes widened in alarm as the air in the hall started to fluctuate violently, as if a storm were about to break loose to extinguish lava's flow. Beast instinctively raised his hand, a chilling aura coalescing in his palm, ready to unleash it at a moment's notice to save Jorko, the unfortunate soul who had angered Lava. If you used these little tricks to start a fire or for barbecue, it might work, but trying to use them against me is just asking for trouble.
Jorko remained unafraid, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his mouth.
Under everyone's gaze, Jorko suddenly unleashed an absorbing vortex that swallowed all of Lava's molten power. In the next moment, his palm quickly liquefied, transforming into bright red magma that surged and erupted, releasing an overwhelming heat that caused the surrounding air temperature to spike.
The thousands of degrees of magma fire were enough to melt steel into liquid and evaporate the moisture in the air.
As the magma fire appeared, the lava snake that lava manipulated was instantly consumed and integrated by Jorko's molten form, as if a stream had merged into a river, demonstrating a clear superiority in their powers. Lava, taken aback by the intense heat, shrieked in pain, retreating her hands like a startled cat. Because Jorko's lava form could absorb, incorporate, and dominate the heat energy of lava's magma, and his abilities far surpassed hers, the disparity in their strengths was evident, resulting in a complete overpowering. Hiss! In the hall, everyone gasped in shock, frozen in place, the atmosphere thick with tension, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lava's mind reeled, her face a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Her previously unassailable magma manipulation had faltered against this Asian boy. Gritting her teeth against the burning pain in her arms, she leaped back to create distance. With an aggressive flourish of her hands, she gathered a more vibrant and brilliant flow of lava, transforming it into a massive lava ball the size of a water tank that rolled toward Jorko, its scorching flames threatening to consume everything in its path, putting the entire hall in jeopardy.
Lava, stop this foolish act immediately. Storm's chocolate-colored face changed slightly, her voice sharp with authority.
Seeing this, Jorko raised his right hand, mimicking a pulling motion, and a massive fist made of molten lava shot toward lava with tremendous force. The enormous magma fireball, initially fierce, vanished upon contact with Jorko's molten fist as if it had sunk into the ocean, sending lava splattering in all directions, and the hot waves radiated outward. Lava, caught in the initial blast, found her clothes scorched with numerous holes, resembling tattered rags hanging from her, and soon her garments were burned away, leaving her with many burns and scorch marks. If it weren't for Iceman releasing his icy breath to extinguish the flames, lava would have truly turned into a puddle of molten lava at this moment. At this point, Lava felt utterly humiliated, her face flushed, covering her chest with her hands as she fled in embarrassment, laughter echoing behind her as Pixie hurriedly followed. The entire conflict, from start to finish, lasted less than a minute, with Jorko effortlessly defeating Lava with overwhelming strength. Storm, astonished, blinked in disbelief, looking at Jorko's slender shoulders and frame, her eyes reflecting admiration. The students were deeply shocked by the terrifying display of power, exchanging glances at Jorko, their faces showing fear as if they had been frozen in place, not daring to make a sound. Especially the boys, who were like startled deer, hurriedly averted their gazes from Jorko, completely abandoning any thoughts of provoking him, fearing they might attract trouble. "Thank goodness you didn't burn the academy to ashes," Storm said, having extinguished the last remnants of fire in the hall, one hand on her hip and the other covering her forehead, a wry smile on her face. Jorko shrugged helplessly, saying, "As you can see, I was just teaching that misbehaving student a lesson, there's no need to thank me." Upon hearing this, Storm couldn't help but roll her eyes but simply nodded lightly in agreement. Indeed, the chaos caused by Lava during the recent exhibition and the earlier fire in the classroom were all due to her misbehavior. She definitely needed to learn a lesson. Jean Grey's gaze lingered on Jorko, her eyes sparkling with a strange light, revealing her admiration. However, when she glanced at Iceman and the others not far behind Jorko, a hint of melancholy flickered in her heart for reasons unknown. Jorko quickly checked his attribute panel again. Jorko asterisk, pseudo-mutant. Life asterisk merged with the space gem, bearing the void consciousness parasitism in singularity core form. Attributes asterisk infinite replication, combinatorial transformation, parasitic consumption, symbiotic attachment, mastery of combat and martial arts, electrical integration, electronic countermeasures, flame absorption, high-temperature magma release, telepathy, converting telekinesis into various weapons, containing the energy of 1,000,000 exploding stars, void annihilation consuming everything, opening spatial wormholes, and performing short-distance teleportation. Intelligence asterisk 3.39. Strength asterisk 3.98. Speed asterisk 3.88. Stamina asterisk 5.00. Energy projection asterisk 3.58. Combat skills asterisk 4.91. Suddenly, a loud police siren blared, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see a shield convoy racing toward the academy, forcing its way inside. After the convoy parked near the wall, the doors swung open, and several figures emerged from the vehicles. Leading the way was Nick Fury, the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., clad in a black leather trench coat and exuding an aura of authority. Behind him were a sexy woman in tight black leather, a man with a quiver and bow, a man with detachable wings on his back, and a ruggedly built man radiating a fierce energy. The gathered students recognized these figures. They were Black Widow, Hawkeye, Falcon, and Crossbones. The fact that director Nick Fury himself was leading this operation indicated the seriousness with which this mission was regarded. As everyone observed the group, the SHIELD members also scrutinized the entire Jean Grey Academy's environment and its occupants, their expressions reflecting caution and a sense of investigation.
Well, what brings such busy agents of SHIELD to visit our academy today?
I hope you can forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Jean Grey, as the school's principal, quickly approached to greet them politely.
Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point.
You all should have seen the news broadcasts last night about a mutant rampaging in Queens, causing widespread destruction and injuring innocent civilians. According to satellite surveillance, that mutant who fled the scene has infiltrated your academy. Nick Fury scanned the room, his gaze piercing as he continued, and last night, your student Nightcrawler attempted to infiltrate the White House with the intent to assassinate the president.
Thankfully, the White House's security measures were tight, and he returned empty-handed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
We are here today because we expect your academy to voluntarily hand over these two suspects and not harbor them in secret. Crossbones added, this is a serious matter, one that no one can afford to ignore, and we hope you won't make a foolish decision that could ruin your future. At this point, the Sentinel and Nightcrawler had anticipated S.H.I.E.L.'s arrival and had quietly followed Beast to hide within the academy, meaning the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel had not actually seen them.
Ah, our academy has been plagued by such troublesome incidents?
Storm feigned panic, stamping her foot, exclaiming, but Director Fury, we are still unclear about these matters.
They are unrelated to our entire academy and are likely personal actions. This is not a prison, how can we detain them?
Besides, the mutant responsible for the explosion in Queens has no connection to our academy. We have no way of knowing if he has infiltrated and hidden here, she continued.
Iceman, Angel, and the others echoed, as for Nightcrawler, that was his personal action, and our academy cannot constrain or interfere in his private life. Are you denying the presence of these two individuals and refusing to hand them over? Nick Fury cut straight to the point, his attitude firm and businesslike.
That's fine, let me make it clear, we have a search and arrest warrant signed by the President, and we will conduct a forced search of your entire academy. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are truly difficult to deal with, Beast murmured as he returned from the academy's interior. Since these two incidents are indeed connected to our academy, and we cannot provide an explanation, we feel somewhat ashamed. Allowing you to search the entire academy is only right, and we will fully cooperate with your actions, Jean Grey said with a knowing smile, looking at Nick Fury. Director Fury, old friend, please give your orders, and let's quickly clear our names so that everyone can go about their lives peacefully.
We would greatly appreciate it. You mean you agree to let us conduct the search immediately? Nick Fury asked, confirming. Exactly. We hope to clear our names as soon as possible, and you can complete your mission swiftly. Everyone will have an explanation, right? Jean Grey said firmly, meeting Nick Fury's sharp gaze. All units, commence a thorough search of the Jean Grey Academy immediately. Pay close attention and do not overlook those two dangerous suspects. Nick Fury commanded, his large hand waving, and his fully armed field team sprang into action, rushing into the academy to conduct a comprehensive search. Director Fury, do you not worry about the credibility of your own S.H.I.E.L.D. with such suspicions? Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have been bitter enemies since the Nazis were defeated in World War II, entangled in an unending conflict, Jorko chimed in, observing Nick Fury's stern and resolute demeanor, unable to resist the urge to tease. Damn Hydra, they are indeed hard to guard against. They always operate in the shadows, causing destruction without revealing themselves, lurking quietly, and are quite treacherous, usually striking from behind without leaving a trace. It's not like these two suspects, who are causing chaos out in the open, Nick Fury replied, his gaze now fixed on Jorko, contemplating for a moment before asking, why did you bring them up all of a sudden? Did they provoke you? As far as I know, they generally don't bother unrelated individuals to avoid unnecessary grudges. Jorko countered, that's a question I'd ask you. Can you guarantee that there are no traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting there are Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Jorko nodded lightly, non-committally. It wasn't just spies, there were enough to fill a basket. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra seem to always be intertwined, both battling and depending on each other, like two sides of the same coin.
The former director, Pierce, along with Baron Zemo, and now Crossbones, Grant Ward, and others had their connections.
Rather than spies infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., it felt more accurate to say the agents were surrounded by Hydra infiltrators. Has Hydra completely infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. already?
Nick Fury rubbed his throbbing forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If he hadn't begun to suspect that Hydra had penetrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and noticed some unusual signs, he would have easily dismissed Jorko's words and even contradicted him. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had strict recruitment and vetting processes. Everyone who got in had undergone multiple layers of screening and investigation, facing various tests.
Let's not get sidetracked. To capture the Sentinel and Nightcrawler, we've specifically formed a task force to thoroughly investigate and bring them in.
Nick Fury said, pointing at the four-season entrusted S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Black Widow, Falcon, Hawkeye, and Crossbones, with a serious tone that hinted at his pride.
Are you sure assigning them to help you with this task is a good idea?
Jorko glanced at the faces of the four agents, a smirk creeping onto his lips, showing a hint of mockery.
Are you doubting our abilities? Crossbones snapped, clearly displeased. Director, why waste your breath on this weak little Asian kid? He's just spouting nonsense to buy time. What gives him the right to speak with you? Ignore him. Brock, watch your tone.
If I'm starting to doubt S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities, it's no wonder outsiders mock us. Nick Fury shot a glare at Crossbones, reprimanding him sternly. I've heard that S.H.I.E.L.D. consists of elite individuals, capable of protecting world peace and all that.
It's quite eye-opening to see that it's just a facade, Steelman interjected sarcastically. In reality, among the Avengers, the contributions of Black Widow, Hawkeye, and others were minimal, often deemed ineffective. The real powerhouses of the Avengers were Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. To compare them with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents felt like a gross misrepresentation. Are you looking down on me? Crossbones stepped forward, a dangerous glint in his eyes.
Seeing this, Jorko pushed lightly and then turned the conversation around, boldly stating, "Don't get me wrong.
Steelman isn't targeting you, he's saying everyone here is pretty average." What do you mean by that? How outrageous. This guy is way too arrogant. Aren't you all just useless? Why blame others for saying it?
Phantom Cat Katie chimed in, echoing Steelman's sentiment. Her words landed like a stone thrown into a still pond, stirring the pride of Hawkeye, Crossbones, and others. They were elite members of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet being humiliated by the students of Jean Grey Academy was infuriating. Alright, time is of the essence, everyone calm down. Let's not get sidetracked by a momentary argument. Nick Fury quickly stepped in to soothe the agitated Hawkeye and Crossbones.
He couldn't help but wonder aloud, it's been over 10 minutes, our rapid response team's search should be nearly complete. Why hasn't there been any word? Could those two really have vanished into thin air? At this moment, Crossbones' Brock's eyes flickered slightly as he pondered, Director, maybe this school has secret underground passages that connect to the sewer or lead somewhere outside?
It's quite possible they escaped while we were searching.
Ms. Gray, just tell us honestly, is there really such a situation at your school? Not only harboring suspects but also giving them a heads up to sneak them out?
Nick Fury scanned the crowd, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. He had long held a high position, which shaped his commanding demeanor, but he maintained a particularly polite attitude toward Jean Grey, showing a hint of wariness regarding the powerful mutants of X Academy. After all, the Academy housed various powerful mutants, and their strength should not be underestimated. In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. found nothing, as there indeed was a secret passage leading outside the castle. Under Beast's guidance, Nightcrawler and the Sentinel successfully escaped the Academy, leaving no trace behind.
Once S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel had searched in vain and retreated, Jorko completed his enrollment procedures at the administrative office, receiving the Academy's textbooks and uniforms. He followed the enthusiastic Katie and Phantom Cat to their new dormitory.
These dorms were individual rooms within the castle, offering excellent living conditions. The newly arranged dormitory was elegantly decorated, and the environment was quite pleasant. Jorko spent the day familiarizing himself with his new surroundings, not attending classes, but after nearly a day in his room, he opened the door to step out of the castle as night fell. Most of the mutant students at X Academy had already turned off their lights to sleep, and the campus was eerily quiet, save for the occasional hoot of an owl in the dark. A gentle evening breeze filled the air, refreshing and pleasant. The rustling of the maple trees added to the tranquility, and the moonlight danced upon the surface of the pond. To think that after all this time in America, as a person of dignity, his first stable stop would be receiving the opportunity to study at Jean Grey Academy. Jorko had originally been an unemployed drifter from an indescribable country, achieving nothing after graduating from college and struggling to find his value. In the end, he had been stabbed and, after enduring countless hardships, found himself reborn in the Marvel Universe, only to be betrayed and become a victim of inhumane experiments, trapped in a situation where survival seemed impossible. Now, having the chance to learn again was truly precious, and he felt a sense of happiness. Especially towards Jean Grey and her school, he felt deeply grateful. Thus, Jorko's mood gradually improved, and he relaxed as he wandered through the former Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, enjoying the scenery along the way, feeling a sense of peace. Suddenly, Jorko felt the ground vibrating slightly, as if an earthquake was about to occur. He quickly turned and looked back at the castle, and indeed, the whole structure was shaking.
Is an earthquake really coming?
Jorko thought, filled with confusion at the tremors shaking the castle. Furrowing his brows, he expanded his sensing abilities, attempting to locate the source of the vibrations. There had to be a source behind the tremors.
But oddly enough, he couldn't find anything, as if the entire building was shaking for no reason at all. Jean.
Jorko suddenly thought of something. Without a clear source, the only explanation could be the invisible telekinetic energy, and the only one in the academy with such powerful telekinesis was Jean Grey. With this in mind, Jorko rushed toward Jean's room, feeling the tremors intensify as he moved through the hall, each door he passed shaking slightly as if the entire castle was on the verge of collapse.
Jean? Are you okay? Jorko knocked on Jean's door, but received no response.
However, his keen hearing caught the sound of her moaning inside. She was having a nightmare.
Here, the key.
Storm, Ororo Monroe, appeared with a spare key in her hand. As the academy's headmistress, she had a spare key for every room. She appeared flustered, having sensed the unusual activity earlier, and rushed here without paying attention to her attire. Jorko inhaled sharply. Now was not the time to admire Storm's figure.
Nodding at Ororo, he quickly opened Jean's door and stepped inside.
Because of Jorko's earlier unusual glance, Ororo realized what had happened and suddenly blushed as she looked around, relieved that no one was paying attention to her. Entering the room, Jorko saw Jean lying on the bed, a look of concern crossing his face. She was pale, her brows furrowed tightly, and her hands were ice-cold as he held them. Clearly, she had been subjected to tremendous fear, which had caused her powers to spiral out of control. After all, Jean was an Omega-level mutant, not to mention her Phoenix Force. If the Phoenix Force awakened, she would be nearly invincible, capable of rivaling even the likes of Thanos, provided he didn't have all the Infinity Stones. In her ordinary life, however, Jean didn't exhibit great power. In fact, she seemed somewhat weak. Her telepathy was inconsistent, and her telekinetic abilities were limited, barely able to lift heavier objects. But both Jorko and the late Professor X knew that this was because Jean was suppressing most of her power to control the Phoenix Force. Without that suppression, the Phoenix Force's terrifying attributes of consuming and destroying everything could easily cause the host to crumble under the pressure. In the comic world, Jean Grey was no longer the host of the Phoenix Force. That role had shifted to a young girl named Hope.
Yet even reborn, Jean still possessed incredibly frightening power that was her true strength. Jean, can you hear me? It's Jorko, Jean?
Jorko held Jean's hands tightly, placing them against his chest as he lifted her from the bed, positioning her back against himself. His low, gentle voice reached her ears. At the door, the suddenly appearing Storm observed the scene and felt the vibrations around them diminishing. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped inside. The door was gently closed behind her, and Jorko glanced up briefly before focusing on calling Jean's name softly. Finally, Jean's brow began to relax, and the strong vibrations around them faded away almost entirely, her tense muscles slowly unwinding.
Principal Grey?
Jorko felt immense gratitude toward Jean, who had taken him in and given him the chance to learn again. Jean slowly opened her eyes and turned to look at Jorko, her beautiful brows knitting slightly. Jorko, why are you still awake this late?
I just got here, and I'm feeling excited, so I can't sleep.
Don't mind me, Jorko fabricated a reason, brushing it off. And you just caused a commotion, making quite a noise that woke me up, Jean said weakly, leaning into Jorko's embrace, her expression subdued. I don't know why, but a series of events lately have left me feeling like I'm in another world. My mind is troubled during the day, and I feel drained, yet at night, I'm restless and have nightmares. Hearing Jean's words, Jorko suddenly recalled something. Jean had taken over X Academy after Professor X's passing, and managing the academy, now renamed Jean Grey Academy, was quite a burden. She bore the immense pressure of defending mutant rights, especially during this transitional period. As the host of the Dark Phoenix, the Phoenix Force within her had become increasingly restless, even on the brink of losing control. Much like the Sentinel, Professor X, Magneto, and other powerful mutants, possessing great strength often felt like wielding a double-edged sword, signaling the onset of disaster and tragedy, always at risk of spiraling out of control and causing harm to herself and others. Ultimately, it came down to her inability to properly guide the power within her, lacking a systematic approach or effective solutions. If that's the case, you should try to relax, set aside the Academy's affairs for now, do some yoga, listen to music, clear your mind. It might help you better cope with the stress. Based on his understanding of the Phoenix event involving Jean, and recalling her tragic fate ahead, Jorko sighed slightly, attempting to counsel her. Perhaps in this Marvel universe, if Strucker's conspiracies could be exposed, Jean could avoid being consumed by the Phoenix Force. Yes, maybe you're right. I should let go of some responsibilities and allow others to share the load, giving myself some time and space to relieve pressure and enjoy the essence of life, Jean reflected, warmth blossoming in her heart at Jorko's words. As the cornerstone of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and the favored student of Professor X, with the sudden loss of Professor X, Wolverine, Cyclops, and other core members, all responsibility had fallen on her shoulders. She bore an immense weight, with many feelings she couldn't express. In this moment, Jorko became her confidant, temporarily filling the void of her loneliness and emotional emptiness. As a result, she began to open up to him about the recent events, and her heart, in a state of emotional drought, seemed to bloom with warmth, allowing unspoken feelings to quietly blossom. Jean gazed at Jorko's somewhat youthful face. "You're a truly special person, my telepathy can't seem to penetrate your thoughts." Jorko chuckled lightly, teasing, "Sometimes, knowing someone too well can be quite boring. Isn't it nice to keep a bit of mystery? You're quite amusing, communicating with you is not difficult at all." "Of course. I can not only help you alleviate emotional trauma and fill the void in your feelings, but I can also sense the dormant flames within you, the Phoenix Force and another hidden personality, the Dark Phoenix." With his experience from dealing with Psylocke, Jorko felt more seasoned when addressing Jean Grey. "If you don't mind, let me try to help you expel the excess Phoenix Force and the Dark Phoenix persona from within you, just like I did for the Sentinel." Jorko gazed earnestly into Jean's eyes. No way," Jean quickly denied, seemingly trying hard to hide something. Perhaps it was because Jorko was younger and weaker, she didn't fully believe him or wanted to avoid burdening him with her problems. Yet the flush rising on her delicate face inadvertently revealed her inner feelings. "You don't need to worry about me. While my abilities may not be strong, I specialize in resolving others' split personalities and relieving immense energy burdens," Jorko reassured her with a gentle smile, dispelling her doubts. After a pause, Jorko expressed concern for Jean. "The Dark Phoenix persona and the Phoenix Force within you are pushing back strongly. If one day they suddenly explode, you could find yourself in an irretrievable situation. Deep down, you know this, especially now after losing your mentor and loved ones, shouldering the enormous responsibility of the Academy. Under various pressures, the signs of this backlash are becoming increasingly evident, making it hard for you to maintain control, right?" Jorko seemed to see through everything, which made Jean feel a sense of unease toward this seemingly weak yet enigmatic boy. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her. This was only natural, especially in the early stages of their acquaintance. The unfamiliarity could serve as the greatest obstacle in their interactions. Women, in particular, have a more instinctive self-defense and rejection toward unfamiliar individuals, making them hesitant to open their hearts. So, she found herself at a loss for words, falling into silence. Jorko collected his thoughts, laying down on the soft bed beside Jean, allowing himself to relax as the cool breeze flowed in through the window. Looking up at the stars and moonlight outside, he shifted the topic. "The night sky is beautiful." Jean followed his gaze to the vast night sky. "Indeed, it's beautiful," she replied. The magnificent Milky Way and brilliant stars seemed so close, within reach. Feeling the presence of someone beside her, she gazed at the night sky, realizing everything felt so wonderful. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and all worries and troubles faded away. However, both Chao Ku and the late Professor X understood well that this was because Jean Grey used most of her strength to suppress the Phoenix Force. Without this suppression, the terrifying properties of the Phoenix Force, which devours and destroys everything, would be enough to cause the vast majority of people to crumble in an instant, even if she was just a host. In fact, in the comic world, Jean Grey was no longer the host of the Phoenix Force. The new host was a little girl named Hope. Yet, even after her rebirth, Jean Grey still possessed incredibly terrifying powers, and that was her true strength.
Jean, can you hear me? I'm Chowka, Jean?
Chowka tightly grasped Jean Grey's hands and placed them on his chest, lifting her from the bed to sit against him. His low and gentle voice rang in her ears. At the door, Storm Araro, who had silently appeared, saw this scene and felt the vibrations around them growing weaker.
After hesitating for a moment, she walked in.
The door was gently closed behind her, and Chowka merely glanced up before focusing again on softly calling Jean Grey's name. Finally, Jean Grey's furrowed brow began to relax, and the intense tremors around them nearly vanished, with her tightly wound muscles slowly releasing.
Principal Jean Grey?
Chowka felt immense gratitude towards the one who had taken him in and given him a chance to learn again. Jean Grey slowly opened her eyes and turned to see Chowka, her beautiful brows knitting slightly.
Chowka, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep?
I just got here and was too excited to sleep, don't mind me, Chowka casually fabricated an excuse, brushing it off. And you were making quite a commotion just now, which woke me up, Jean Grey said weakly, leaning against Chowka's embrace, her expression forlorn. I don't know why, but a series of changes have come one after another recently, making me feel like I'm in a different world. My mind is troubled, I'm mentally drained during the day, and at night, I can't sleep. Even when I do manage to sleep, I have nightmares. Upon hearing Jean Grey's words, Chowka suddenly recalled something. At this moment, Jean Grey had taken over X Academy after Professor X's passing, and the affairs of the Academy, now renamed Grey Academy, were complex. She was under immense pressure to defend the rights of mutants. During this critical transitional period, as the host of the Dark Phoenix, the Phoenix force within her was becoming increasingly restless, even on the brink of losing control. Just like Sentinel, Professor X, Magneto, and other powerful mutants, having immense power felt like a double-edged sword, foretelling the onset of disaster and tragedy, with the potential to go out of control and hurt herself and others at any moment. Ultimately, it was still a failure to properly guide the power within her, lacking a systematic approach and effective solutions. In that case, why don't you try to relax a bit, temporarily set aside the Academy's affairs, do some yoga, listen to music, clear your mind? It might help you cope with the pressure better. Based on his understanding of the Phoenix girl Jean Grey and reflecting on the tragic fate she would face, Chowka couldn't help but sigh slightly, trying to advise her. Perhaps in this Marvel universe of America, if Strucker's conspiracy could be exposed, Jean Grey might avoid being consumed by the Phoenix Force.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
I should let go of some responsibilities, allow others to share the burden, and give myself some time and space to release pressure and enjoy the essence of life. Hearing Chowka's counsel, a warm feeling surged in Jean Grey's heart. As a pillar of Xavier's Institute for Gifted Youngsters and a prized student of Professor X, now with the sudden loss of Professor X, Wolverine, and other core figures of the Academy, the entire responsibility of the Academy had fallen on her shoulders.
She was under immense pressure, with many thoughts she couldn't express.
At this moment, Chowka became her confidant, temporarily filling the emotional void and loneliness within her. She began to share the recent events with Chowka, and her heart, which was in an emotional vacuum, seemed easily warmed, giving rise to inexplicable feelings. The Phoenix girl gazed at the slightly youthful face of Chowka before her. You're quite a special person, even my telepathy can't penetrate your thoughts. Chowka smiled wryly and teased, sometimes, seeing too clearly into a person can be boring.
Isn't it nice to keep a bit of mystery?
You really are amusing, it's not difficult to communicate with you.
Of course.
I can not only help you heal your emotional wounds and fill the emotional void but also sense the origin spark lying dormant within you, which is the Phoenix Force, as well as another hidden split personality, the Dark Phoenix. Having gained experience from his previous interactions with Psylocke, Chowka felt more adept when facing Jean Grey. If you don't mind, let me try to help you expel the excess Phoenix Force and the Dark Phoenix persona from within you, just like how I helped Sentinel with his second split personality.
What do you think?
Chowka looked into the Phoenix girl's eyes, his expression sincere. No way, Jean Grey stuck out her tongue and hurriedly denied it, seemingly trying hard to hide something. Perhaps it was because of Chowka's youth and perceived weakness that she found it hard to believe his words or didn't want to burden him with her troubles. But the flush rising on her exquisite face inadvertently revealed her inner feelings. You don't need to worry about me. Although my strength isn't great, I specialize in resolving others' split personalities and their overwhelming energy burdens. Chowka noticed her concerns and smiled gently, dispelling her doubts. After a brief pause, Xiaoke seemed to express his concern for Qin Gray, saying, "The Dark Phoenix persona and the Phoenix force within you are very strongly rebounding against you.
If one day they suddenly erupt, you'll find yourself in an irretrievable situation.
You know this deep down, especially now, after losing your mentor and loved ones and bearing the enormous responsibility of the entire academy."
Under all this pressure, the signs of that backlash are becoming increasingly evident, making it hard for you to maintain control, right?
Xiaoke seemed to see through everything, causing Qin Gray to feel somewhat uncertain about this seemingly weak yet mysterious boy before her. A wave of inexplicable panic surged in her heart. This was only human nature, especially since they had only known each other for a short time.
The unfamiliarity would become the greatest obstacle in their interpersonal communication.
Women, in particular, tend to instinctively guard and reject those they do not know well, making it difficult to open their hearts.
Thus, she momentarily didn't want to discuss her matters with Xiaoke and fell into silence.
Xiaoke collected his thoughts, laying down beside Qin Gray on the soft bed, completely relaxing as the cool breeze flowed in through the window, gazing at the stars and moonlight outside, shifting the topic.
"The night sky is so beautiful."
Qin Gray followed his gaze toward the vast night sky. "Yes, it's truly beautiful. The majestic Milky Way and the brilliant stars seemed so close, almost within reach." Feeling the presence of someone beside her, she stared at the night sky, realizing how wonderful everything was. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and all worries and troubles were cast aside. If only time could stay forever in this moment, how wonderful it would be. Phoenix girl Qin Gray secretly glanced at her companion Xiaoke, who at this moment was in a phase of emotional emptiness, slightly lost in thought, when a strong desire suddenly surged in her heart.
"Qin, I will definitely help you eliminate the hidden dangers within you. You must promise me, no matter what we do next, you will follow my arrangements."
Xiaoke suddenly sat up forcefully, grabbing Qin Gray's hand.
He actually intended to pull Qin Gray up and make some kind of ambiguous move. "What do you want to do?"
Qin Gray was startled. With her open-minded Western character, she found it difficult to accept Xiaoke's bold behavior. Instinctively, she forcefully shook her hand to try to break free from Xiaoke's grasp.
"I just want to see how strong you are now. Who is stronger, you or me?" Xiaoke unleashed his power as a level 4 mutant, emitting halos from his fingertips.
With the support of his immense power, he tightened his grip on Qin Gray's hand, making it hard for her to break free. Flames of the phoenix ignited on Qin Gray's hand, and her other free hand traced arcs in the air, sending waves of flames crashing back toward Xiaoke's wrist. However, Xiaoke's other hand, infused with the recently absorbed Sentinel Star energy, directly clashed with Qin Gray's palm, easily shattering her counterattack.
Boom!
Xiaoke exerted his full strength, instantly maximizing his power, and crushed all of Qin Gray's retaliations, firmly holding both of her hands.
"Your hands are really soft and tender."
Grasping the Phoenix girl's hand, Xiaoke felt an unprecedented comfort that spread through his body. Her hands were softer than soft jade in fragrant warmth, so soft it reached the bones. Holding Qin Gray's hands tightly, Xiaoke concentrated his thoughts, piercing into her mind like a needle. "I won't hurt you, I'm just helping you eliminate the split dark Phoenix persona within you, while also resolving the excessive burdens of the Phoenix power inside you.
Be obedient, don't resist, okay?" "All right.
Xiaoke, you are quite bold. I've had my mutant superpowers for so many years, and you are the first one to dare say you can completely eliminate my hidden dangers." There was a hint of bitter laughter in Qin Gray's voice, but she no longer resisted.
"Even my mentor, Professor X, couldn't do anything about it and could only temporarily suppress my powers and dark persona with his strong mental force. Did you know that?
Although I still possess the power of a level 2 mutant when the Dark Phoenix isn't dominating my internal strength, no one can help me eliminate the dangers."
"How can I know if I don't give it a try?"
"Just trust me this once, you won't suffer for it." Xiaoke pulled Qin Gray's hand, preparing to take further action.
"Aren't you going to let go of me soon?"
Qin Gray still resisted, her body radiating Phoenix power as she suddenly shook, trying to break free from Xiaoke's control. But her efforts were in vain. Xiaoke's grip was as tight as a vice, even tending toward controlling all her strength. What shocked her even more was that Xiaoke's palm transmitted waves of cosmic energy that fused with the origin fire, Phoenix power, within her, creating a feeling of reluctance to let go. This was an extremely dangerous signal. She understood that she was the host of the Dark Phoenix, and the cosmic energy from Xiaoke had a deadly attraction for her. The Phoenix Force is a mysterious and powerful force, an embodiment of the primal cosmic life force and emotional energy, immortal and ever-changing, born from the chaos of the universe and the origin of all things. It is a child of the universe and a connecting point for all existing or future entities in the omniverse, as well as the guardian of the Mkron crystal. If the energies could communicate and merge with Xiaoku's spirit, it would bring countless benefits.
What pure origin fire!
Naturally, Xiaoku did not want to let go of Qin Gray's hand. He was nourished by the phoenix power within her, immersed in a state of selflessness. After all, the phoenix power is also chaotic power, and emptiness, one of the strongest forces in the universe. Just a moment of holding hands, and the cosmic energy within him had condensed significantly. Especially as the core singularity of his quantum brain opened wide, greedily devouring the phoenix power and compressing it into his being.
This phoenix girl's phoenix power has a tremendous complementing effect on my singularity body.
If we cooperate and refine, letting energy and spirit interact, my power will surely soar, and she will benefit greatly from it as well. In the end, Xiaoku still released Qin Gray's hand, reminiscing about how her phoenix power nourished him. I could even directly accept the parasitic Dark Phoenix's negative persona again, just like helping a sentinel, allowing the will of emptiness and the Dark Phoenix to struggle and consume each other within me.
Who knows, I might even profit from it. Once he let go, both fell into a moment of silence.
But in the next instant, the Phoenix girl and Xiaoku's hands clasped tightly again, followed by a close embrace. They poured their all into wanting to let the energies within them communicate with each other. Thus, the cosmic stellar energy and phoenix power intertwined, the energy surging boundlessly. The Phoenix girl felt the refinement and nourishment of cosmic stellar energy within Xiaoku's body, almost moaning in comfort. She vaguely sensed that her phoenix power seemed to be removing impurities, condensing into a group, no longer violently dispersing and frequently going out of control like before. Meanwhile, Xiaoku also felt relieved, with the profound and majestic origin fire of the Phoenix girl continuously being drawn into him, making his core singularity even more crystalline and brilliant, with the derived black hole becoming more substantial and pure. This union was purely based on mutual need and the various crises they faced that brought them together. They both hoped to merge the vast energies within them, each gaining what they needed, thus neither resisted. The cosmic stellar energy within Xiaoku flowed through the Phoenix girl's body, while the phoenix power within her also flowed through Xiaoku's body. As the energies circulated and transmitted within their bodies, they gained a deeper understanding of each other's power attributes and body structures. At this moment, the Phoenix girl was utterly shocked. She felt that Xiaoku's body structure was very peculiar, with a powerful force surging within him like a tidal wave, striking her and leaving her astounded. Meanwhile, Xiaoku sensed the vast and violent phoenix power lying dormant within her body, feeling a sense of insignificance that human strength could hardly control, as if it could go out of control at any moment. But this beautiful fusion did not last long. Their perfect communication and exchange were destined not to allow them to achieve their wishes. First, the emptiness while lurking within Xiaoku felt jealous at this scene.
It transformed into a gaping maw and swallowed both Xiaoku and the Phoenix girl whole.
Then, the emptiness ignited intense void flames, as if wanting to burn them into ashes.
Oh no, we are trapped, countered by the emptiness, swallowed into its will. It wants to refine us into nothingness.
Xiaoku and the Phoenix woman are tightly embraced, looking out together, and all they see is the endless, bewildering void. In the void, waves of nothingness fire ripple about. This fire is transparent and scorching, as if it possesses the magic to turn everything into nothingness. Their bodies can clearly feel powerful compressions, grinding, and burning, as if they have been forcibly swallowed into a strange void fireball, which is attempting to incinerate them to ashes and return them to the embrace of nothingness. Xiaoku and the Phoenix woman are continually burned and refined by the fire of nothingness, their bodies making crackling sounds, as if they are molten gold, and their skin is gradually melting away. They suddenly find themselves in a chaotic situation. If they do not quickly come up with a countermeasure, they will surely fall victim to the nothingness.
This is bad.
The nothingness lurking within me has suddenly gone berserk and is starting to retaliate fiercely, intending to completely refine us, Xiaoku said, opening his eyes and looking at the bewildering space filled with burning nothingness fire, his expression serious.
Ha ha ha. You ignorant little worm, do you think you have the right to block me for the sentinel and absorb me into your body? Yet, you actually guessed what I want to do. Your attempt to merge and eliminate the hidden dangers within has interfered with me.
The will of the nothingness, filled with endless hatred, surged into the struggling spiritual will of Xiaoku and the Phoenix woman. My flames of void space can completely melt and devour everything. You should just accept your fate and wait to be refined by me. Then, the void flames engulfing Xiaoku and the Phoenix woman became even denser, and crackling sounds of burning echoed from all directions, as if the space itself was about to be dissolved by the immense fire of nothingness, returning everything to zero.
What should we do?
The Phoenix woman, Jean Grey, exchanged glances with Xiaoko, both realizing the seriousness of the situation. They each unleashed the vast energy within them, connecting and enveloping their bodies, exerting all their strength to seal off the burning power of the external void fire. However, the increasingly thick void fire and spatial power left them feeling somewhat powerless. Especially the second personality of the Phoenix woman, the Dark Phoenix, lurking within her, began to stir restlessly, seemingly ready to go berserk and turn against them at any moment.
If this goes on, we will eventually be refined. Is this the nothingness you absorbed from the Sentinel? The backlash is so severe, it's terrifying.
You also said you wanted to absorb the Dark Phoenix within me. If it's already so difficult to face one nothingness, adding a Dark Phoenix wreaking havoc inside you would be seeking your own death.
You'd probably be destroyed to the last particle. However, you are clever. Do you have any good ideas? At this point, we shouldn't hide anything anymore.
Let's fully exchange and merge the energy within us while awakening the Dark Phoenix inside you, using it to resist the nothingness.
Although it's risky, it might serve a dual purpose, resisting the nothingness and permanently eliminating the hidden danger of the Dark Phoenix's split personality within you.
You can't catch wolves without sacrificing the kids. Fortune lies in risks, so hopefully, this desperate gamble can give us a glimmer of hope.
Alright.
Given the situation, we have no choice but to do it this way. In this critical situation, the Phoenix woman, Jean Grey, and Xiaoko had no choice but to open their hearts completely, trusting and relying on each other to fight against the nothingness. They embraced tighter, each silently urging the power of the Phoenix and cosmic stellar energy within them, exchanging and merging with each other to unleash their strongest power to resist the burning and refining of the void fire. The Dark Phoenix, having received the full power from both the Phoenix woman and Xiaoko, was instantly awakened from its slumber.
It transformed into a completely black Dark Phoenix, engulfed in raging flames, entwined with the external void fireball.
As expected, the two are natural enemies. They refuse to yield to each other, beginning to clash and burn against one another.
You think that by awakening the Dark Phoenix you can break through and defeat me? That's simply wishful thinking.
Seemingly sensing the true intentions of the Phoenix woman and Xiaoko, which were to exchange energy and use the Dark Phoenix to resist, the nothingness was thoroughly enraged. It seems I must fully unleash the flames of nothingness, holding nothing back, and melt you all within it.
In the primordial chaos of nothingness, grant me boundless dark power from the silence before the universe was born.
The unknown mysterious void was forcibly opened by the nothingness, and waves of annihilating power fell from it, pouring into the void fireball formed by its will. The nothingness transformed entirely into a void fireball, which was the very fireball that trapped Xiaoko and the Phoenix woman, Jean Grey. At once, the nothingness used its power to open the void space before the creation of the universe, and the burning energy within the void fireball became even denser, waves of energy coming like mountain collapses and tsunamis. The Dark Phoenix, engulfed in flames, wrapped around the void fireball, burning with all its might, attempting to penetrate and merge, as both sides engaged in a contest of strength. Xiaoko's internal energy surged relentlessly, filling his entire being with a tumultuous flow of energy. The majestic cosmic stellar and phoenix powers gathered into a mass, the energy resembling both liquid and solid, heavy as mercury, flowing and swirling violently, forming a vortex, with sparkling starlight emerging from the vortex, continuously giving birth to a star river vortex. At a glance, it seemed as if Xiaoko's body contained a nebula vortex, while his core brain singularity quietly floated at the center of the nebula vortex, like the center of a star river black hole, guiding the movement of the entire star river vortex. The points of starlight swirling out of the star river vortex continuously integrated into the core brain singularity. The singularity became increasingly radiant, the derived black hole became more solid, the vortex grew larger, and its suction became more ferocious, with the sound of the black hole swallowing growing louder.
You think that by condensing and refining a unique singularity within you, you can withstand my power?
The will of the nothingness became furious. Your core singularity is indeed powerful, akin to that which existed at the birth of the universe, but even if you refine it into the fulcrum of the universe, with your currently weak and limited power, you cannot exert much strength at all and cannot contend with me.
Not to mention, do you think it is easy to truly accumulate and refine into the fulcrum of the universe? Xiao may currently lack power, but the Dark Phoenix within me is fully awakened. Can it not contend with you?
The Phoenix woman, Jean Grey, proudly radiated her mental waves. You are not the complete nothingness, you are merely a fragment of its will that has descended.
Xiaoke revealed the essence of the nothingness. It is like the absolute high to ultimate, merely a fragment of the absolute supreme that is spilled over at some unknown time. Phoenix woman, you actually awakened the dark phoenix within you and used her power to resist me. What a clever idea. No wonder you are the essence of the most powerful mutant, the possessor of phoenix powers. Seeing that it could not defeat the two before it, the nothingness was filled with intense hatred and began to issue a malicious curse. I curse you. May you forever sink into the endless sea of desire, unable to extricate yourselves. As the nothingness drew upon the unknown powers of void space, it noticed that Xiaoke's singularity was evolving into a black hole vortex, wildly absorbing its power of nothingness and the phoenix power, compressing and integrating it into the core singularity. It did not pay too much attention to this. However, when its gaze fell upon the Phoenix woman, it became completely enraged. Because from the Phoenix woman's body, waves of azure flames began to emerge, and illuminated by the firelight, a dark phoenix soared up from within her, flapping its wings as if ready to fly. Immediately after, this dark phoenix enveloped the void fireball formed by the nothingness, fiercely engaging in counter-burning and counter-penetration. How could the nothingness tolerate the dark phoenix's counter-dissolution and counter-absorption? That would gradually weaken it, with unimaginable consequences. Moreover, once the overwhelming and perverse phoenix power contained within the Phoenix woman was fully unleashed, who could contend with it? Thus, at this moment, the nothingness unleashed an extremely resource-consuming secret technique, Dark Evil Curse. I curse you, that your power will never increase, and your combat skills will never improve. I curse you, that you will forever fall into degradation and never find liberation. I curse you, to be controlled by the dark, negative, split personalities born from the flames of desire, burning away all your strength, causing you to lose all your superpowers. What kind of means is this? The nothingness seems to have suddenly become the king of hatred and curses, turning all its resentment into substance, applying it upon us, eroding us, weakening us, making it impossible for us to rise again. Xiaoke was fully operating his core singularity, transforming it into a black hole vortex, crazily absorbing the power of nothingness and the phoenix power. Just then, he heard the curse from the nothingness. It is well known that Thanos and Deadpool gained immortality through divine curses, entangling themselves with the goddess of death. In the Marvel Universe, curses are not uncommon, they belong to the realm of magic, as technology, magic, and metaphysical powers coexist in Marvel's lore. The curse struck like an invisible force, penetrating into Xiaoke's mind and disturbing his consciousness. This powerful yet intangible, irresistible curse power wrapped around his core singularity. The originally dazzling core singularity began to dim, and the integrated soul will seem to grow agitated, emitting cries that sounded like a stillborn's lament. These cries were filled with madness, abandoning the calmness, composure, and steadiness of the past, losing the qualities of enlightenment, cleverness, mystery, bloom, and cunning, becoming purely a soul's thought that was desperate and driven to madness. In an instant, various illusions appeared before Xiaoke, signs that his soul was leaning towards schizophrenia and that a dark personality was about to be born. Originally, the core brain singularity was infinitely condensed, stubborn, and internally closed off, impervious to all invasions. Even the nothingness struggled to penetrate it and could only wrap around it externally. But now, that invisible curse unexpectedly seeped into his soul will, invading his core. What a magical yet terrifying power this was. Poof! At the same time, the Phoenix woman, Jean Grey, who was striving to stabilize her internal Phoenix power, gradually eliminating impurities and driving away hidden dangers, also fell victim to the curse of the nothingness. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly contorting and darkening, filled with a frenzied burning desire, though a trace of clarity lingered in her eyes. Such a powerful master as the nothingness, even if only a fragment of true nothingness, was no trivial matter when it unleashed its full strength. Especially at a crucial moment when the Phoenix woman was fully awakening the dark phoenix and perfecting herself, the nothingness directly shattered her soul will, causing her indelible harm. In an instant, both Xiaoke and the Phoenix woman were injured by the nothingness curse, interrupting their processes of power refining and accumulation. Xiaoke was slightly better off, his core was a singularity impervious to all poisons, immune to changes in temperature, and stubbornly solidified, specifically designed to counter various external invasions, so the curse's corrosive power had a limited effect on him. In contrast, Jean Grey experienced a drastic rise in body temperature, a hot aura seeping from every pore, as if the phoenix power within her was about to go berserk and become uncontrollable.
Xiaoku even sensed that the phoenix power within her had exceeded her body's limits, completely going wild and brewing impending disasters within, akin to the Sentinel, capable of causing massive destruction or even annihilation to everything on Earth. The power of the phoenix within the Phoenix Woman was too formidable. Once it went out of control, a terrifying catastrophe would descend upon them. As the saying goes, the higher the internal power, the more severe the backlash.
Xiaoku, this is the ultimate evil curse of the nothingness.
Extremely mysterious, hard to counter, and impossible to guard against. I never expected the nothingness to use such dark sorcery. The Dark Phoenix, sharing the fate with Jean Grey, saw the critical situation and began to roar urgently. Jean is severely injured, an explosion could happen at any moment.
She can't suppress the raging phoenix power within her. Xiaoku had originally thought the Dark Phoenix's independent will was not yet fully developed and would not communicate with him or the Phoenix Woman.
Now he realized that this Dark Phoenix had evolved to be remarkably complete and powerful within Jean Grey.
What should we do?
If her body explodes, the energy communication and fusion with me will immediately collapse, and she might die as a result. At this moment, Xiaoku felt helpless. He had no way to restrain or dissolve the nothingness evil curse. Unable to protect himself, his core singularity was dimmed and unable to refine energy for defense. Only by expelling the curse could he truly unleash his power.
Energy release, Dark Phoenix, receive.
At that moment, Jean Grey's eyes suddenly flashed with clarity as she loudly called for the Dark Phoenix within her. The surging phoenix power within her erupted like a volcanic explosion, finding an outlet, crashing out and transforming into a vast sea of flames, enveloping the Dark Phoenix entirely.
This immense phoenix power turned into a fiery realm several acres in size, tightly wrapping the Dark Phoenix within.
In an instant, the Dark Phoenix received ample energy supply, its momentum skyrocketing as it tightly wrapped and burned the void fireball, gradually showing signs of assimilating the fire of nothingness. At the same time, the Phoenix Woman, using her unleashed and raging phoenix power, freed one hand to suppress the curse she was suffering from.
Xiaoku, quickly help me. Let our powers fully communicate and break free from this predicament wrapped in the void fireball and the Dark Phoenix. The anxious voice of the Phoenix Woman, Jean Grey, echoed in his ears, as the situation became dire and time was of the essence. From now on, we can completely rid ourselves of the entanglement and parasitism of the nothingness and the Dark Phoenix. Without a host, they will likely dissipate along with their energy and leave this world for where they belong. Xiao, use your cosmic stellar energy to activate the phoenix power within me, and help me burn away and refine the curse. Her mental defenses had completely crumbled, and the clarity she once had vanished without a trace, her throat producing moans that seemed to resist yet invite at the same time. Xiao, no. We are still fighting against the nothingness. This won't work.
Suddenly, she let out a terrified scream. She felt herself completely invaded by Xiaoku, unable to resist in both mind and body. Because at the moment of Xiaoku's invasion, waves of cosmic stellar energy surged from his body, perfectly merging with her phoenix power, rendering her utterly powerless to resist. The combined power of the two surged within the void fireball transformed by the nothingness. Xiaoku's cosmic stellar energy flowed into the Phoenix Woman's body, intertwining with her phoenix power, continuously enhancing their strength and even beginning to draw upon the essence of the Dark Phoenix. Under the nourishment of the cosmic stellar energy, the Phoenix Woman's phoenix power gradually awakened. In the void, countless sourcefire seeds and primordial memories surged like a tide, swirling endlessly in the Phoenix Woman's mind. She began to understand her past, future, and ultimate essence, all starting to inherit and awaken under the influence of this power. The combined power of the two formed a vortex at the deepest part of the void fireball, with endless phoenix power and nothingness power flooding into their bodies, washing over every inch of flesh, every sinew, every essence, and every bit of energy. The combination of cosmic stellar energy, phoenix power, and nothingness power suddenly transformed into an indescribable scent, seemingly representing the primal force of this world. The core singularity within Xiaoku's body shone brightly under the nourishment of the Phoenix Woman's phoenix power, its natural black hole energy roaring and surging, as if celebrating joyously, returning all rivers to the sea. A sense of great joy, freedom, and purity pervaded Xiaoku's body. As his inner power was stirred, the core singularity that had been entangled by the curse began to shine once again under the influence of this power. The Phoenix Woman's transformation was even more astonishing. Xiaoku could even feel that within her body, countless vortices were forming, constantly absorbing the void power, and even drawing in a substantial amount of his cosmic stellar energy to refine her chaotic and unstable phoenix power. This transformation was akin to her phoenix power, which once resembled a destructive fire raging through the wild, now being collected and put into a furnace for energy generation and storage, with limitless potential. Thus, the phoenix power within the Phoenix Woman became increasingly stable, gradually converging into a single entity, becoming more refined. The hidden dangers within her were being eliminated step by step, and her clear and resilient mental will was slowly rising.
I don't know if Chao Ku and the Phoenix Woman's combined efforts have dispelled the curse.
I can barely hold on, I can't deal with this nothingness. The essence of the nothingness power is several levels above my phoenix power, unless I am willing to suffer mutual destruction. The dark phoenix, enveloping the void fireball, endured the dissolution, penetration, and waves of impact from the void fireball. In the Marvel Universe, power levels are classified into 12 tiers, arranged according to strength. The lower the number, the stronger the power. Overall, the ranking of Marvel gods is as follows. Omnipotent cosmic level, hyper cosmic level, multiverse level, individual universe level, celestial level, surface level. The first level represents absolute high OOA. The second level represents heart of the universe. The third level represents the vague, unknown creator god, nothingness. The fourth level represents primal transcender. The fifth level represents life tribunal. The sixth level represents goddess of revenge, infinite from otherworld. The seventh level represents ultimate eraser. The eighth level represents phoenix power. The ninth level represents 5 great creator gods, planet devourer, death, eternity, infinity, annihilation. The 10th level represents Iceman, Professor X. The 11th level represents celestial group, one of the earliest life forms born from the eternal creation of the 5 great creator gods. The 12th level represents ordinary mutants. Thus, it is evident that the Phoenix power ranks only at the 8th level, while the nothingness power reaches the 3rd level, a difference of 5 levels in essence. Moreover, previously, the 8 levels of mutants corresponded neatly to the entire power system of the Marvel Universe between the 12th and 8th levels, with powers still limited to the category of mutants. Of course, the current nothingness is not the complete nothingness, but likely only a small fragment of nothingness as well that has permeated into the reality plane, originally parasitizing within the Sentinel due to its sudden mutation, and now absorbed and transferred into Chao Ku's body. Otherwise, in this reality universe, it would be impossible to withstand the invasion and destruction of the nothingness. The dark phoenix spread its black wings wide, and purple-black blood seeped from its body. It could not discern what Chao Ku and the Phoenix Woman were doing, as they were isolated within the void fireball.
What? You are dispelling my curse. What is happening?
The power of my dark evil curse is weakening and about to disappear. The curse's strength is nearly being refined away by your massive combined energy? The nothingness, incarnated as the void fireball enveloping Chao Ku and the Phoenix Woman for burning and refining, also sensed the anomaly. It discovered that Chao Ku and the Phoenix Woman were actually refining its curse while absorbing its nothingness power.
The power of the dark evil curse was diminishing.
Originally, Chao Ku and the Phoenix Woman could each individually refine the curse of the nothingness, but it would require a tremendous cost. However, now with their energies harmonizing perfectly, they were intimately connected without barriers, significantly speeding up the refining process.
Chao Ku successfully absorbed the Phoenix Woman's phoenix power and her mental energy.
At the same time, the Phoenix Woman also gained insights into Chao Ku's cosmic stellar energy and the mysteries of the power of nothingness, as well as the secrets of the origin of Phoenix power, benefiting both parties immensely. When the Phoenix Woman shuddered, Chao Ku felt his own body lift as well. A vast and powerful mental force swirled like a vortex from the Phoenix Woman's mind, flowing into Chao Ku's consciousness and rotating around before returning to her mind. This was the mental energy capable of manipulating others' spirits and souls. In that brief moment, Chao Ku deeply felt the overwhelming mental power, which, while not containing energy manipulation techniques, encompassed profound insights into the Supreme Spirit, allowing him to become as familiar with mental energy as the Phoenix Woman. This understanding and mastery of mental energy had never been as profound as it was at this moment. He felt as if he had entered the Phoenix Woman's mental world, absorbing her insights and control over mental energy. This enabled his core singularity's energy attributes to be fully replenished, making his soul and will even stronger, reaching a new height in the understanding of mental and telekinetic power. His entire being underwent a fundamental change, beginning to rotate while absorbing the essence from the dark phoenix. A layer of shimmering phoenix fire enveloped his core singularity, crackling and sparkling like the halo of the sun.
Ultimately, the power underwent a transformation, with phoenix power and nothingness power perfectly merging. The absorbed immense essence of the dark phoenix and nothingness energy was fully infused into his core. After being condensed and refined, Xiaoke's singularity finally possessed enough power to grow further, becoming invincible. Beep beep beep. The host has successfully absorbed vast phoenix power and nothingness power, compressing and storing it within the core singularity of the light brain, gaining immense benefits that will have endless applications for solidifying the foundation. Beep beep beep. At the same time, the host's mutant power intensity has broken through level 4, barely reaching level 3, stepping into the realm of level 3 mutants. Xiaoke was exhilarated, completely forgetting that he was in an intimate embrace with the Phoenix Woman. After exchanging energy with Xiaoke, the Phoenix Woman gained significantly, her Phoenix power was refined, and the nature of her energy underwent a complete transformation, becoming more stable and easier for her to control. She also temporarily suppressed the backlash from the Dark Phoenix, eliminating considerable internal risks. As Xiaoke and the Phoenix Woman's energies and mental awareness communicated, he felt as if he had experienced the process of refining and absorbing energy within himself. The condensed Phoenix power flowed within the Phoenix Woman, then circulated through his body, leaving an imprint within him, absorbed and stored by his core singularity. This gave him a complete Phoenix power while also gaining mental energy. The benefits were truly limitless. The Phoenix Woman suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Xiaoke with a hint of shyness. "Xiaoke, please let go of me." She instantly released her Phoenix power, trying to push Xiaoke away. However, a torrent of powerful energy from Xiaoke also surged forth, embodying both tenderness and ferocity, alternating between yin and yang. In a matter of moments, it transformed in countless ways, directly dissipating the shockwave of Phoenix power she had unleashed. At this moment, her strength had surged dramatically, yet she found herself unable to push Xiaoke away. The stored power within Xiaoke was far richer than that of an ordinary mutant, and its essence had undergone another transformation, already containing the immense potential of the heart of the universe. "Sheen, don't think that just because your Phoenix power has stabilized and the risks have been eliminated, you can betray me. My latent essence is no less than your Phoenix power." Xiaoke resisted the push of the Phoenix Woman's Phoenix power, speaking in a deep voice. "I can feel that you still can't fully suppress the parasitism of the Dark Phoenix and completely expel this split dark persona, can you? Now I can still help you by drawing the Dark Phoenix into my body, helping you eliminate the risks completely. The Dark Phoenix, like the nothingness, can absolutely do nothing against me, just like with the Sentinel. I am willing to bear all the disasters and risks for you. Xiaoke, could you let go of me first?" The Phoenix Woman said softly. "We've already become this close, there's no need to rush into fleeting pleasures. Moreover, I've just taken over the academy, and it's a tumultuous time. I can't spend all day indulging in your antics, the responsibilities on my shoulders are heavy." Hearing the Phoenix Woman Sheen Gray's words, Xiaoke released her. She quickly ignited her Phoenix fire, transforming it into a fiery garment that enveloped her. Xiaoke understood that both he and the Phoenix Woman had gained a lot from this experience. She had even grasped the ultimate essence and functions of Phoenix power, and her internal risks had been entirely eliminated. At this moment, she was significantly reliant on him, and his core singularity had also developed a great dependence on her due to the nourishment of Phoenix power. "You still need to undergo the final test to completely rid yourself of the parasitic threat of the Dark Phoenix. I will do my utmost to help you," Xiaoke said with determination. "I promise to bear all the hidden dangers and disasters. It's not worth it for you to make such a huge sacrifice. Really, after this trial, I will break through my bottleneck and refine my Phoenix power within. It shouldn't be a problem, and I'll take on the risks of the Dark Phoenix myself," the Phoenix Woman whispered. "I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. She is your ultimate nemesis. If you don't expel her from your body now, you will ultimately perish under her violent annihilation." Xiaoke let out a long howl. "Let's go. We'll break through the void fireball space of the nothingness and kill this beast. Our strength has increased dramatically, and we have undergone earth-shattering changes. Especially you, who can temporarily draw upon most of the Dark Phoenix's power. The nothingness is gravely weakened, entangled in a deadly struggle with the Dark Phoenix, and its power has been reduced to the minimum." A satisfied smile spread across Xiaoke's face as he embraced the Phoenix Woman and let out a fierce howl, rocketing skyward from the depths of the void fireball. Boom! At this critical moment, the void fireball emitted a deafening roar, and endless infernal flames surged forth like a tidal wave. "Power of nothingness, seal for me." Xiaoke witnessed this scene, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At the moment he struggled to break free from the void fireball,
he suddenly grasped as if seizing a piece of emptiness, forcefully blocking all the power of the void flames outside.
Xiaoko, you actually obtained Shin's phoenix power, and your strength has skyrocketed. The Dark Phoenix, already battered and bloodied, was preparing for a desperate fight. However, as Xiaoko and the Phoenix Woman charged out from the Void Fireball, they unleashed their core powers and successfully resisted the raging void flames.
The immense and overwhelming power they displayed left the Dark Phoenix dumbfounded. It had never expected that Xiaoko and the Phoenix Woman could eliminate the evil Dark Curse, breaking through the confines of the Void Fireball and escaping successfully. It was simply too powerful. What shocked the Dark Phoenix even more was the transformation in the Phoenix Woman. Her aura had undergone a dramatic change, radiating the majesty of an Omega-level mutant. Waves of Phoenix flames curled around her like a mighty dragon, and the continuous influx of Phoenix power clashed fiercely with the incoming void flames, instantly annihilating them all. Let's work together to escape far away, completely rid ourselves of the parasitism of the nothingness and the Dark Phoenix, and forever eliminate the hidden dangers within us, the Phoenix Woman urgently shouted to Xiaoko. Xiaoko laughed heartily, his laughter filled with both boldness and a touch of arrogance, as if to say, Shin, what are you afraid of? These two are destined to be restrained by me. Watch as I absorb them all into my body, turning waste into treasure, transforming harm into benefit, and making them a part of my power. As the two flew out of the void fireball, their energies rapidly intertwined, harmonious and peaceful as if they had fused into one, nourishing each other. Their mental energies communicated closely, and their combined power instantly surged. The two indomitable primordial energies intertwined, suddenly compressing 1,000-fold, as if a collapsing force had erupted throughout the entire space-time continuum. Not good. After their combination, the nature of their internal energy has undergone a fundamental change, and their power has surged dramatically. The nothingness sensed the changes within its void fireball space and was taken aback. If it weren't for being ambushed by the Dark Phoenix and having its power firmly suppressed, it might have continued to trap Xiaoko and the Phoenix Woman. But at this moment, it had consumed too much energy and could not suppress the rapidly rising power of the Phoenix Woman and Xiaoko. Boom! It sounded as if millions of stars were collapsing simultaneously, and the entire universe seemed on the verge of disintegration. This sound emanated from the void fireball space of the nothingness. It turned out that after Xiaoko's body shrank 1,000-fold, it violently expanded again. Bang! In the room, Xiaoko's body suddenly split open, and a violent force of spacetime collapse erupted, drawing both the nothingness and the Dark Phoenix's will into it. Following that, his body returned to its original state, intact and unharmed. At this point, the nothingness and the Dark Phoenix were completely absorbed into Xiaoko's body, and the Phoenix Woman finally escaped, just like the Sentinel, as all hidden dangers within her were eliminated. Xiaoko voluntarily bore the consequences of all these terrifying risks. Fortunately, his core was a tightly sealed cosmic singularity. The nothingness and the Dark Phoenix could only parasitize within his infinite replication body, the hive mind, unable to invade his core singularity. Beep beep beep. The host has once again absorbed the Dark Phoenix, and being parasitized by the Dark Phoenix has led to another earth-shattering change in power and abilities. Please check the attribute panel data. Eagerly, Xiaoko checked his attribute panel again. Xiaoko *, pseudo, mutant. Life * integrated with the space gem, enduring the will of the nothingness and parasitism of the Dark Phoenix, in the form of a core singularity. Attributes * infinite replication, combinatory transformation, parasitic consumption, symbiotic possession, mastery of combat and martial arts, electrical integration, electronic countermeasures, telepathy, converting mental energy into various weapons and destructive disasters, containing the explosive power of millions of stars, Phoenix power converted into telekinetic control, nothingness annihilation consuming everything, opening spatial wormholes for short-distance teleportation. Level * Tier 3, Mutant. Intelligence * 3.64. Strength * 4.38. Speed * 4.08. Stamina * 5.55. Energy projection * 3.88. Combat skills * 4.79. It was as if his cosmic singularity served as the foundation, intertwining and opposing three forces, forming a triangular balance, or a stable iron triangle. A night of experiences passed like a dream, and the next morning, Xiaoko officially joined Jean Grey's school to begin his studies. He was placed into a new mutant group class. One must not underestimate Jean Grey's school. Its predecessor was the Weasel Academy for Gifted Youth, which, after decades of careful management by Professor X, has a vast influence, strong faculty, and a substantial reserve of students, with a significant number of attendees and excellent teaching conditions. Once officially attending school, Xiaoke came into contact with the teachers and students. This included teachers of various levels, such as those he already knew: Iceman, Beast, Storm, Shadowcat, Karma, Dr. Cecilia Reyes, and new acquaintances like Pixie, Marvel Girl, Gambit, Cannonball, Northstar, Aurora, Peggy Elizabeth Gentry, Ultimate Sentinel, Frenzy, Toad, Dupe, and the Lockjaw. Additionally, there were simulated danger rooms for training scenarios for teachers and students. Although the dangers were merely products of artificial intelligence, they were still excellent mentors. The number of students was vast, including Magma, Sprite, Little Rock, Firestar, Monet Ivek, Clarice, Maria Treister St. Croix, abbreviated as M, Dust, the Three Cuckoo Sisters, Evil Kid, Mercury, Colossus, Surge, Blink, Blindfold, Cypher, Match, Indra, Daze, Armor, and Blink. The student teams included the New Mutants, Hellions, Alpha Squad. Some were the Young X-Men, while others were the X-Men Reserves. It turned out that the X-Men's X-Force had nearly disbanded with the deaths and disappearances of core members like Professor X, Cyclops, and Wolverine, including the Gold and Red teams. Currently, the main remaining forces were the X-Factor and Blue Team. X-Factor was formed by Cyclops, Angel, Beast, Iceman, and Marvel Girl after they left the X-Men. Their initial purpose was to disguise themselves as hunters pursuing mutants, capturing and imprisoning newly emerged mutants, but in reality, they trained them. Later recruits included Caliban, Firefist, Slow, Artie, Leech, and Richter. After Cyclops' death, X-Factor was led by Havoc and Polaris, serving as a task force for government missions. Its members included Multiple Man, Wolfsbane, Quicksilver, now deceased, Forge, Mystique, joined the Brotherhood of Mutants, and Sabretooth, also joined the Brotherhood. Of course, this was just the scale of the X-Men and students at the headquarters of Jean Grey Academy. The subordinate branches and organizations are scattered all over the world, reaching every corner of the globe. This includes the X-Factor Investigations, a detective agency initiated by Multiple Man in the New York mutant community, attracting his old teammates such as Strong Guy, Wolfsbane, Sirin, M, Richter, Shatterstar, Darwin, Longshot, Havoc, and Polaris. Some members like Sirin, Darwin, and Quicksilver have perished. Excalibur, a team initiated by Nightcrawler, Shadowcat, and Phoenix, Rachel, during their healing period in the UK, became Britain's most important superhero team after World War II, and its members are not limited to mutants. The name Excalibur comes from the legendary sword of King Arthur. The original Excalibur included former X-Men members like Colossus, Shadowcat's Dragon Lockheed, Dr. Megan, Amanda Sefton, and Peter Wisdom. The current new Excalibur includes members such as Bling, Sage, Juggernaut, and Longshot. Generation X was a group of young mutants taught by the reformed Emma Frost, White Queen, and Banshee at Massachusetts Academy, a subsidiary of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Many members have sacrificed, surviving in the X-Men's partial teams, including Chamber, M, Blink, and Jubilee. X Corporation was originally a mutant mutual aid organization initiated by Professor X globally, with branches in major cities, run by Xavier School alumni and agency recruited, handling the protection and development of mutants in various regions. M later dissolved as most mutants lost their abilities. Members included Domino, Catalyst, Hong Kong Branch, Sunspot, Magma, Slow, Los Angeles Branch, Warpath, Feral, Sunfire, Mumbai Branch, Cannonball, M, Multiple Man, Siren, Richter, and Sabra, Paris Branch, Thunderbird and Lifeguard, Singapore Branch, along with lawyer Jander Waden. Thus, one must not underestimate Jean Grey Academy. Although core figures like Professor X, Cyclops, and Wolverine have fallen or gone missing, and other important members have also died, its influence remains profound. Subordinate organizations and branches are spread across the US and the world, playing significant roles and energies globally. Within the Academy, for the sake of her own image, Jean Grey did not want to make her relationship with Xiaoke public, so she deliberately avoided getting too close to him, not wanting to attract too much attention. After all, the head of the school having an unclear relationship with a young student would not be good for the Academy's reputation if made public. Therefore, she started to intentionally avoid excessive contact with Xiaoke. After a night of excitement, the next morning, Jean Grey handed Xiaoke directly over to Storm, Ororo, instructing her to take care of his daily interactions and management. Storm approached Xiaoke, wielding the power of the wind, and smiled slightly. "Xiaoke, I formally welcome you to our school once again. From now on, you are our official student and also a member of the Young X-Men. In case of mutant crises, you will have assignments and missions as well. Ororo, I am truly honored to be accepted by Principal Jean Grey as an official student of Jean Grey Academy, and it's a privilege to have a teacher like you guiding me.
This is truly happiness, Xiaoke said, admiring Storm's graceful aerial movements. It's evident that your mastery over the wind has become even more refined.
Principal Jean Grey has mentioned you to me, saying you are quite extraordinary, with potential far exceeding our expectations and what your appearance suggests, Storm replied. You helped Principal Jean Grey stabilize her internal power and eliminated the dual major hidden dangers that had long plagued her, which earned you our respect. Moreover, Principal Jean Grey's condition and abilities are directly related to the rise and fall of our academy. Your assistance to her was no small feat. She seemed to hold Xiaoke in high regard, giving him a strong endorsement. You are the most capable assistant to Principal Jean Grey, managing all aspects of the academy, Xiaoke said pointedly. Today is your first official day of classes. I'll take you to the new mutants class led by Tempest, Rogue. They are waiting for you in the classroom, Storm said. Okay. The two chatted as they headed toward the classroom for the new mutants team led by Rogue. Following Storm, Xiaoke observed the various extraordinary abilities displayed by the mutants on the playground. Despite having seen some of them the previous morning, he couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement, marveling at the vastness of the world and its wonders. He thought to himself how invincible he could become if he could absorb all these powers. Speaking of which, after supplementing himself with immense energy several times, his genes had also undergone mutations. However, unlike the Phoenix Woman, Wolverine, and Cyclops, he did not possess the X gene. Strictly speaking, he could be classified as a psychic or mutant, rather than a true mutant, making him a very special existence. Along the way, although the students cast unusual glances at Xiaoke, their wariness and vigilance had noticeably diminished since their first encounter yesterday.
Xiao, it's great to see you again. You're going to be our classmate now, but I haven't seen that uncle who came with you, Magma and Sprite, students who stepped out of the classroom, greeted Xiaoke. Magma appeared cheerful, seemingly unfazed by the embarrassment from being defeated by Xiaoke the day before. Magma, don't be so blunt. Why are you being so warm? He might not even have a good impression of you. Your fight yesterday was the best proof.
Sprite chimed in carefully.
Who cares what they think? Having such an amazing guy like Xiao is enough. Magma remained her usual pure and enthusiastic self. Feeling the special attention from Magma, Xiaoke didn't find it off-putting. Instead, he felt a little swayed, pushing down any inappropriate thoughts. Thank you for being so warm-hearted. Yesterday was indeed a misunderstanding, and I'm sorry.
Since I'm new here, I hope you can take care of me, Xiaoke said, deliberately trying to be polite, though he lingered his gaze on her a moment longer, feeling a bit parched. He thought to himself, this Magma, despite being a fire-based mutant, has developed quite well. Given some time, she might be like Pixie and Sheen.
How do you find school so far? Is there anything you need to pay special attention to?
Xiaoke shifted the topic, asking the students earnestly.
Well, Xiao, it seems you are not that cold-hearted. You are quite friendly.
Magma observed that Xiaoke seemed receptive and not repulsed by her, which made her very happy. Everyone here is very friendly, and thanks to your warning last time, those competitive boys should behave themselves and won't dare to provoke you again.
It seems that our little battle has turned into a deterrent for my schooling, making them all more sensible, Xiaoke chuckled, then walked with them toward the classroom for the new mutants team.
Just before entering the classroom, they heard an eager voice calling from the door.
Xiao, our class's new transfer student, you're here. For some reason, Rogue's face beamed with enthusiasm, greeting Xiaoke as if they were already familiar.
However, Xiaoke could clearly see the forced smile on her face, subtly hinting at a trace of sadness. It was evident that her friendliness towards students was merely habitual politeness. Inside the classroom, along with Rogue, the original X-Men members Iceman, Beast, and Angel were also present. There were also other mutant students, including Magma and Sprite, who had come in with Xiaoke, as well as Armor, Blindfold, and Dust.
Upon seeing Xiaoke's arrival, Rogue's beautiful eyes sparkled with brightness.
Some boys in the class couldn't hide their jealousy. Although they were displeased, they all politely nodded and greeted Xiaoke.
Ms. Rogue, hello. Xiaoke stepped forward to extend his hand.
Out of courtesy, Rogue reluctantly shook his hand, covered tightly in her gloves, as she could absorb others' superpowers and read their thoughts through touch. Therefore, she usually kept herself well covered.
Meanwhile, Xiaoke nodded slightly to Iceman, Beast, and Angel as a greeting. Xiao, we warmly welcome you to join our class. I believe your arrival will make our class even better.
I have absolute confidence that you will become a great role model for our class and the entire school, inspiring everyone to strive for excellence. Little Trick smiled at Joko and welcomed him, then continued, "So, Joko, please introduce yourself to the whole class so everyone can get to know you." The first day of school was proceeding smoothly, with nothing particularly noteworthy happening. However, by the time school was dismissed in the afternoon, Joko received special attention from Jean Grey. She called him over and led him to the brainwave amplifier located in a hidden chamber deep within the academy. Accompanying them was Storm, whose silver eyes occasionally scrutinized Joko. Joko ignored Storm's gaze, his face filled with awe as he stared at the massive device before him. If he hadn't seen this equipment with his own eyes, he would never have felt the overwhelming impact of being there in person. This was built by Magneto, a friend of our Professor X during his lifetime. It can amplify the brainwaves of the Professor and me, allowing us to connect with every mutant in the world. Jean Grey explained as she put on the helmet in front of her. The surrounding space instantly transformed into a void, with countless red dots lighting up, each representing a mutant. New mutants are constantly being born in this world, or some awaken their X genes and become mutants overnight. Of course, some mutants are hunted down by humans and die in hatred. They both envy our power and fear it. But the best method is still to seek a way to coexist peacefully with ordinary humans. Jean Grey firmly upheld Professor X's wishes from his lifetime. Joko pondered for a moment, ready to continue Jean Grey's point, when suddenly, a violent explosion erupted like thunder, shaking the entire academy. "What's going on?" Joko exclaimed in shock. Jean Grey and Storm both wore expressions of surprise. With the brainwave amplifier helmet on, Jean closed her eyes to sense the situation outside, and her face instantly turned grave. "We are surrounded." "Surrounded? By whom?" Joko asked, astonished yet again. "By the military." Jean Grey's charming face turned serious. Joko's mind raced, recalling the mysterious assassination of the US president by the Nightwalker. He understood that this would not end easily. You can't touch a tiger's butt or poke a dragon's reverse scale without provoking their fury. The earlier visit from S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrest suspects was merely a prelude. If they didn't learn their lesson, they could expect to suffer the consequences. It seemed the school had indeed been ordered to be attacked by General Stryker, and the military's hardline stance was troubling Jean Grey. Worse still, humans had developed a new lethal virus specifically targeting mutants, which undoubtedly exacerbated the hatred and conflict between the two groups. "Joko, quickly inform your homeroom teacher, Little Trick, as well as Phantom Cat and Ultimate Sentinel, to lead your entire new mutant class to evacuate through the underground secret passage. Leave this to the leadership of our academy." Phoenix Jean Grey commanded. "Why? We can fight back. Even if they send more people, we can use our powers to defeat them." Joko replied, somewhat displeased. "For example, Iceman can freeze everything in 1,000 miles, these ordinary people are useless against us. War has never been a solution, it only leads to more hatred." Jean Grey said sternly. "Joko, you will understand Professor X's good intentions and what I just said in time. Now hurry and inform Little Trick, Ultimate Sentinel, and Phantom Cat. Tell them it's my order for them to lead their respective new mutant classes to evacuate." Joko furrowed his brow, leaving without a word. On this point, he was completely opposed to Professor X and Jean Grey's views. He was not one to swallow his anger or hold back. He wanted to settle scores openly. However, being new, his opinion held little weight, and he ultimately decided to carry out Jean Grey's orders. He quickly dashed out of the enclosed brainwave amplifier chamber, running toward the teacher's dormitory area. It was the end of the school day, and he could only hope to find Little Trick and Phantom Cat in the dormitory. Fortunately, Joko was quite lucky and encountered Little Trick in the corridor of the teacher's dormitory. He grabbed her and quickly explained Jean Grey's order, to gather Phantom Cat and Ultimate Sentinel, and lead their new mutant class students to evacuate through the underground passage immediately. "What are you doing? This is a crisis for the academy, how can I just leave?" Little Trick protested unhappily. "Principal Jean Grey has decided to abandon resistance. Staying here will only get us captured, especially the new mutant students, they are all still kids and shouldn't be innocently caught up in this disaster." Joko insisted as he pulled her toward the exit. "Then I also," Little Trick started to say, but was interrupted by a violent explosion. A fully armed squad of Special Forces soldiers and Sentinel robots blasted a large hole in the courtyard wall with grenades, ruthlessly breaking through the academy's gates and storming in. Bang! 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 Without saying a word, they immediately raised their guns and opened fire on the mutants they encountered inside the academy.
Wow! The fascist army really has come, shooting everyone they see.
Luckily, Iceman arrived just in time. He quickly conjured an ice wall, temporarily blocking the invading troops and protecting the mutant teachers and students inside the academy. The worst part is they have also created sentinel robots specifically designed to deal with mutants, participating in this assault on our school.
Joko's expression darkened as he pulled Little Trick and ran to gather all the mutant students. Stop shooting! Don't use conventional bullets.
The military commander outside the ice wall shouted loudly, switch to drug reagent bullets to neutralize all mutant superpowers.
Joko and the others were startled and hastily sped up their actions, quickly meeting up with Phantom Cat in the teacher's dormitory area. They then rushed towards the student dormitory to urgently gather the new mutant class teams they were responsible for leading. Everyone, hurry! Escape through the school's secret passage. An army is coming.
Joko held Phantom Cat Katie's hand, temporarily gaining supervision that penetrated walls. He could even see through the thick walls to the large number of fully armed soldiers in armored vehicles outside the academy, along with many sentinel robots being researched by the military, already surrounding the entire academy, ready to launch an attack. This time, the military was serious. Little Trick, Phantom Cat, Ultimate Sentinel, teachers, we have to leave quickly. You must lead our entire new mutant class teams to escape through the academy's secret passage. Joko said decisively. But he saw that Little Trick was carrying an unconscious mutant child on her back, and he was immediately alarmed. What happened to this student?
Reagent bullets?
They can permanently eliminate a mutant's superpowers and turn them into ordinary humans. Xiaoka's face turned ashen upon seeing the student on Rogue's back with a needle mark from the reagent. That despicable striker. This reagent was extracted from a mutant serum known as the Cure, whose real name was Jimmy. It was effective against mutants, as their powers had no effect on it, and it could temporarily nullify a mutant's X gene when in proximity, causing their powers to disappear and revert them to ordinary humans. He was the source of the serum for the Cure, which produced the reagent bullets that could permanently strip mutants of their powers and make them ordinary people. Xiaoka cursed under his breath, bent down to take the child from Rogue's back, and hoisted the child onto his own back before sprinting toward the academy's basement. Not far away, the silhouettes of soldiers and sentinel robots designed to deal with mutants seemed to have noticed the commotion and were rushing toward the academy. Boom! Another artillery shell whistled through the air, and with a thunderous roar, it exploded, collapsing half a wall. Xiaoka closely followed his student team, including Magma, Sprite, Little Rock, Blink, and joined by Rogue and the Ultimate Sentinel, as they dashed in the opposite direction of the explosion toward the center of the academy. Bang! 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 A barrage of gunfire erupted, with countless bullets screaming toward Xiao Ku and his student team from behind. However, most bullets were blocked by the ancient castle walls of the academy, and Xiao Ku could clearly hear the sound of bullets raining down on the ground behind them. Eagle, Eagle. Multiple targets have entered the building. Request immediate heavy fire weapon strike. Just as Xiao Ku and his team burst into the castle, a shell whistled toward them. Damn it! Xiao Ku muttered under his breath. Fortunately, Rogue's pet alien dragon Lockheed swooped down from the air, spraying a wall of fire behind them, creating a barrier. The Ultimate Sentinel, with his modified biomechanical body, positioned himself at the back to absorb much of the incoming attacks. Boom! The shell was blocked by the fire barrier and the Ultimate Sentinel, but the massive shockwave still sent the last few slower children in Xiao Ku's student team tumbling toward the front of the group. The sound of helicopter blades grew louder, and Xiao Ku looked up to see 3 armed helicopters hovering above. The dark barrels of their guns were aimed menacingly at the group of fleeing mutant students making their way toward the building's center and underground space. The electronic synthesized voice of the sentinel robots echoed, "Targets, cease all resistance immediately, and all personnel halt all actions. Crouch down with your hands on your heads. Otherwise, we will execute you on the spot." A military officer's voice blared through the loudspeaker. Damn, they're really pressing us hard, not letting anyone escape, not even the kids. Xiao Ku's heart sank. He understood that facing such a large army was impossible for them. They couldn't contend with thousands of troops and various modern weapons, not to mention numerous sentinel robots. Finally, everyone managed to retreat into the basement of the castle, where the secret underground passage had already been activated. All the mutant students lined up, quickly flowing into the passage, eager to escape the academy and avoid the bombardment. Meanwhile, the school's higher-ups and many teachers decided to stay behind to deal with the military. After traversing the long underground passage, Xiaoku and the mutant students, led by Rogue and Blink, finally distanced themselves from the castle school and entered a dense, remote natural forest. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, glad to have escaped the military siege on the academy. After discussions between Rogue and Blink, they decided to lead the new mutant students to the X-Academy branch on Alcatraz Island in San Francisco for refuge. The area outside Jean Grey Academy was vast and wild, making it difficult to leave without transportation. So, Rogue, Blink, the ultimate sentinel, and Xiaoku led the children through a grueling escape through the jungle before finally emerging from the dense forest. Disguising themselves as ordinary students, the group of mutant children, led by Rogue, Blink, the ultimate sentinel, and Xiaoku, discreetly arrived at the city train station, quickly purchasing train tickets to head for San Francisco.
Alcatraz Island, also known as Devil's Island, is just a stone's throw from San Francisco.
It is about the size of 2 football fields, surrounded by rugged rocks and cold waters, with treacherous sea conditions and whirlpools making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to swim there.
In 1934, the small island was designated as a prison by the federal government and remained operational until 1963 due to financial difficulties.
During that time, nearly all the notorious criminals in American history had served time there, including mob boss Al Capone, hence the name Devil's Island. In 1989, Alcatraz was reopened under the jurisdiction of SHIELD to hold super criminals, but was forced to close again due to lack of funds, using the excuse that the prison had been damaged in an earthquake, when in reality, much of the funding was used to expand SHIELD's reach. On October 17, 1989, a 6.9 magnitude earthquake struck San Francisco, killing over 270 people, and the government took this opportunity to close the prison. Later, Charles Xavier purchased the site with a large sum of money to establish a branch of the academy, with the head of the branch being Colossus. Colossus had grown up on a farm, and upon learning of his brother's death, which was actually due to government surveillance, he was devastated. Later, he discovered his ability to transform his body into organic steel. The government learned of this and began to monitor him. With Professor X's help, the surveillance was lifted, allowing him to join the X-Men and eventually become the head of the San Francisco branch. Colossus's entire body is composed of a silver substance similar to steel, granting him extraordinary strength and defense. Colossus sat in front of a multitude of monitors, his massive arms gleaming silver. Beside him, a goth girl with a buzz cut and a nose ring flipped through a folder, mumbling, "Chatty? Shameless? Teen angst? Self-harm tendencies? Split personality? What are all these? Why is the academy allowing someone like this, with such erratic thoughts, to help manage the daily operations? Ellie Femister, watch your words. I am your teacher and supervisor. I completely trust the school's arrangements, and Deadpool will also be your new supervisor. You need to understand." Colossus admonished firmly, his deep voice sounding like a drumbeat in the air. The goth girl, Ellie Femister, had to stop her comments and refrain from saying anything more about Deadpool. Days later, on Alcatraz Island, the X-Academy, the Jean Grey Academy San Francisco branch Rogue, Blink, and the Ultimate Sentinel led Xiaoku, Magma, Sprite, and a large group of new mutant students to seek refuge. The San Francisco branch of the X-Academy had only a few members at the moment. Colossus handled almost all the work, including cooking, nursing, and cleaning. Meanwhile, his colleague Deadpool appeared to be doing nothing, slacking off, while the intern, goth girl Ellie Femister, was also not much help aside from training. The arrival of Xiaoku and the others instantly brought new life to the previously quiet branch, significantly boosting its vibrancy. Colossus, Deadpool, and Ellie warmly welcomed Rogue, Blink, the Ultimate Sentinel, and Xiaoku, sitting down to begin their discussions. Nightcrawler attempted to assassinate the president? That ended up implicating the entire academy, prompting the president to dispatch General Stryker to lead the military in surrounding and attacking the school headquarters? Colossus exclaimed in astonishment. The military is currently rampantly capturing us mutants, which is why we escaped through the school's secret underground passage, Blink quickly replied. Especially the students I teach, they are all newly transformed children just entering the school. We absolutely cannot let them be innocently implicated, leaving them with indelible scars from this terrible war. Bullet Ellie Femister leaned against the wall by the door, her arms crossed over her chest, chewing gum continuously, popping a big bubble with a loud pop. Indeed, the school first thought of having you, Little Trick, and Ultimate Sentinel bring these children here to escape from the immediate peril. Steelman frowned, thinking for a while before squeezing out this sentence.
Are the innocent mutant children not even spared by the military, and do they intend to erase them all?
Steelman's tone revealed a hint of doubt and concern. How should I put it, this time the president is truly furious, and we cannot easily provoke him.
Steelman added.
Well, the military's actions this time are truly inhumane. They actually mobilized troops to forcibly invade the academy, shooting at us and causing a massacre.
If we hadn't escaped in time, I can't imagine what kind of terrible consequences would have occurred.
Phantom Cat's expression turned grim, her eyes filled with anger towards the military.
Oh?
So, the Nightwalker who attempted to assassinate the president a few days ago was retaliating for the explosion incident in Raccoon City, leading a protest against the government and the military, seeking an explanation?
Bullet Ellie Phimister raised an eyebrow and asked.
I don't know what the Nightwalker thinks himself, but anyway, this has nothing to do with any of us or the academy. We will not do such foolish things.
Little Trick hurriedly said. Is that so?
Steelman stood up, curiously sizing up Joko, and asked, but I did not detect the X gene within you. Strictly speaking, I am not a true mutant, I can only be considered a pseudo-mutant.
Joko furrowed his brows slightly. Oh? Steelman raised an eyebrow and then looked at Little Trick.
My abilities have disappeared. The US military has developed a serum that can erase mutants' superpowers. Little Trick said lightly, even revealing a hint of a smile. My superpower is to absorb others' superpowers through contact, which has always caused me a lot of trouble, so when the military attacked our academy, I picked up the syringe they shot down and injected it into myself, erasing my superpower and becoming an ordinary person again.
No.
I have already checked your body. That drug only temporarily suppressed your mutation gene and did not completely eliminate your powers. Steelman looked at Little Trick and nodded, saying, to restore your abilities, our medical equipment here can do it. It's not difficult, we can discuss it later. I want to infiltrate General Stryker's military base alone and rescue all our teachers and students from the academy, including Jean Grey, Beast, Iceman, and more.
The Deadpool suddenly spoke up from the side, isn't that also repaying them a favor?
Humanity's fear of mutants has reached an irreconcilable level. I hope you can seriously consider your decision.
Phantom Cat Katie said with a serious expression.
According to the wishes of our late Professor X and his successor, Principal Jean Grey, we should avoid conflicts and battles with humans as much as possible and strive to promote a truly peaceful coexistence between both sides. Not just mutants, even inhumans or others with various mutant superpowers and superheroes have always been feared by humanity. Just wait and see, one day, they will unite to restrain all those with great power. I hope that by then you can still stand your ground. Deadpool said to Phantom Cat earnestly, we must show our strong powers, only then can we earn respect and importance, as well as space to survive. Compromise will only make us appear weak and is useless.
I hope you are right.
Phantom Cat patted Deadpool's shoulder, since you have made your decision, I won't advise you further. Joko immediately volunteered, Deadpool, I am willing to go to war with you against the military to rescue our academy's principal Jean Grey, Beast, Iceman, and many other teachers and students.
You also want to fight the military?
Little Trick exclaimed.
Then she hurriedly advised, you are just a new student, don't add to the chaos, and don't risk your life.
Don't compare me with those little kids you teach, I am much older than them.
Joko sighed helplessly.
You have this passionate desire to save our academy's teachers and students, which is already very admirable. Steelman said without much patience. By the way, Little Trick, I have a way to restore your abilities. I just need to stimulate your X chromosome again to break through the suppression of the serum and awaken it. Some mutants have a second or even third awakening of their X gene, and their superpowers become stronger.
Little Trick, do you want to become a mutant again?
Little Trick shook her head vigorously upon hearing this. For her, being an ordinary person might be what she truly wanted. Phantom Cat glanced at Little Trick and then said, let her decide for herself, no one has the right to choose her future path. Deadpool's plan was simple, take advantage of General Stryker's army being deployed to surround and attack the Jean Grey Academy. His military base would inevitably be empty, allowing for a surprise raid. He understood very well where William Stryker's secret military base was located and was aware of the level of defense there, so he could directly raid that location. Capture Stryker, obtain his various experimental data, and then produce reports and secret documents to expose them, creating public opinion in the media to call for protection of the persecuted mutants. Deadpool and the others knew how many captured mutant children Stryker had, just the experimental records of those children would be enough to cause a huge uproar. This is a global information age. It doesn't take a day for people to use the internet and various communication means to spread this information worldwide. Before America even reacts, they could directly put pressure on the government.
Put pressure on the president. Your targeting of mutants relies on public support, right? Now I also have public support for protecting mutants.
The US has been addressing racial discrimination for so many years. Racial equality has become the correct political and even strategic path.
What Deadpool needs to do now is make mutant equality a political correct route as well.
Of course, this is not easy, but Deadpool and the others have enough time to do it slowly.
In fact, even if they ultimately do not achieve their goals, it doesn't matter.
As Deadpool said, the status of mutants must be fought for by themselves, not through others' charity. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. This has been true throughout history.
So-called revolutions and revitalizations cannot be achieved through pity and sympathy.
Of course, the so-called glorious revolutions, bloodless uprisings in the West, and a certain contemporary Bald Saints non-violent protests are, in Joko's eyes, a joke, a huge joke.
If this world were truly so harmonious, how could it have experienced 2 world wars that consumed tens of millions of lives?
So-called politics is merely a means, a place to seek benefits and achieve goals, but the key to deciding who can obtain benefits still lies on the battlefield. Even if the president compromises, it won't be because of bloody evidence, it will be more because of the powerful strength displayed by the Academy.
Akali Lake. Are you sure this is the place? Is it based on the military movements and sources you have grasped, and have you surveyed it in advance? Steelman looked at Joko with confusion.
Joko was able to specify that Stryker's military base was at Akali Lake, but of course, he hadn't actually investigated it, he was just relying on his understanding of the Marvel World's plot.
Akali Lake, it looks just like a huge reservoir, how could there be a secret base? Hey, that's just a simple shielding device.
We can sneak in and break through, collecting evidence of Stryker using mutants for human experiments as leverage to either make him comply or expose his crimes to the public. Joko raised an eyebrow and continued, as long as Stryker's crimes are revealed and exposed, winning the public's support for us, this matter might just be settled, and we can also save our Jean Grey school. Afterwards, Steelman and Deadpool discussed and decided to temporarily leave the San Francisco Alcatraz Jean Grey Academy branch in the hands of Phantom Cat, Little Trick, Ultimate Sentinel, and Bullet Ellie Phimister. They themselves decided to fly a helicopter to General Stryker's military fortress to rescue the Academy's Jean Grey, Beast, Iceman, and other teachers and students. In the end, under the strong insistence of Joko, Ultimate Sentinel, and Bullet Ellie Phimister, they boarded the helicopter together, flying towards General Stryker's military base. The helicopter flew at high speed, and a few hours later, Steelman, Deadpool, Joko, Ultimate Sentinel, and Bullet Ellie Phimister arrived at the secret base in the Akali Lake Industrial Center. However, when they arrived in front of the reservoir, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do.
Although they knew there was a secret base below, they couldn't find the entrance.
Joko closed his eyes, and a powerful magnetic field instantly spread out. In his perception, invisible waves rippled through the world like ripples on water.
Electromagnetic waves are waves, since they are waves, they can be utilized by him.
Waves are the language of heaven and earth, and according to string theory, the entire world is made up of countless continuous waves. If Joko could thoroughly comprehend this, he might instantly grasp the essence of the world. Indeed, he had been studying physics lately, especially quantum mechanics. Since the strength of his abilities is related to his physical strength and the energy absorbed from his singularity, he does not need to deliberately cultivate his powers. Instead, absorbing energy allows him to level up faster, and applying his abilities on a microscopic level is also worth his attention and study. Chowka slowly opened his eyes, a complex mix of emotions swirling within them. He looked at Colossus, Deadpool, the Ultimate Sentinel, and Ellie Phimister in turn, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. Below the reservoir, there exists a vast structure. Judging by the amount of steel used, it's roughly equivalent to a military base. Although Chowka did not explicitly confirm it, everyone understood from his description that Stryker's base was right here. However, since Stryker was a military figure, launching a direct assault on a military base felt somewhat reckless. But as Deadpool had said earlier, there were undoubtedly things down there that could silence everyone, and their original intent for coming here was to rescue the many imprisoned individuals from the Academy.
Alright, since we've clarified the situation, let's move out. Let's go.
The armed helicopter ruthlessly fired a rocket, and with a thunderous boom, a massive hole was blown into the lakeshore, revealing the intricate buildings below. The helicopter spun rapidly, hurtling toward the underground military fortress at high speed.
General Stryker, the time for revenge has finally come.
Deadpool's smile turned sinister and irreverent. He quickly returned to his usual cheeky self, launching another rocket that slammed into the structure beneath the lake.
Boom!
After a violent explosion, the military base erupted into chaos, as if a kettle were boiling over.
Woo! Woo! Alarms blared, plunging the base into utter disarray.
A large number of soldiers poured out from deep within the base, and ground-to-air artillery and missile defense systems activated, all aimed at stopping the invading armed helicopter.
It's mutants invading! Open fire! Open fire! Bang! Bang! Bang!
Countless bullets and shells rained down on the helicopter from below, but they were all skillfully dodged, missing their target.
Switch ammunition!
At the command, several soldiers grabbed RPGs, while others systematically switched to grenade launchers.
Boom!
The artillery unleashed a barrage once more. Xiaoke quickly pulled out a Barrett sniper rifle, bracing it against the helicopter door, and began picking off the soldiers on the ground. His marksmanship had been honed by Pixie's direct instruction, making him incredibly accurate. Every shot found its mark as soldiers in the base were taken down one by one. Occasionally, incoming artillery posed a threat, but he was able to shoot the rounds out of the sky, causing them to explode midair with a powerful burst, sending shockwaves that trembled the air around them. The grenade launchers and ground-to-air artillery posed a lethal threat to the helicopter as it pressed forward into the base. Now that they had arrived at their destination, it was time to abandon the helicopter.
You all are such an eyesore,
Deadpool said coldly, eyeing the soldiers obstructing their way.
Colossus, Xiao, Ellie, we're preparing to bail, jump together.
Deadpool called out, steering the helicopter directly into the crowd of soldiers below. In that instant, he swiftly opened the cabin door and leaped from the high-speed flying helicopter without hesitation. Colossus, Ellie, the ultimate sentinel, and Xiaoke had no choice but to quickly follow suit, scrambling out of the helicopter as it charged toward the soldiers.
Boom!
The helicopter crashed violently into the ground, exploding among the soldiers' ranks, flames shooting into the sky. In an instant, the explosion's force shattered the bodies of the soldiers, and the ground turned a deep red, littered with the remnants of those caught in the blast. The few soldiers who survived the horrifying scene were struck with panic, dropping their weapons and fleeing in all directions.
Alert! Alert! Intruders!
The system's alarms continued to blare, and countless lasers immediately targeted Deadpool, Colossus, and Xiaoke as they landed on the ground, with automated defense machine guns opening fire on them.
Colossus furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was troublesome.
He stomped his foot hard against the ground and charged into the base.
Colossus's body was as strong as steel, ordinary bullets couldn't harm him, and powerful grenades would be sent flying back before they could even make contact.
So he led the way, acting as the perfect shield for Xiaoke and Deadpool, who were also incredibly resilient and nearly impossible to kill. Only Xiaoke and Ellie Femister could proceed steadily under Colossus's protection, navigating through the hail of bullets with relative ease. Colossus, Deadpool, Xiaoke, the ultimate sentinel, and Ellie exchanged glances, let out a low roar, and then charged deeper into the base. The ultimate sentinel, clad in combat gear, paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Xiaoke and Ellie Femister's faces. Without a word, he quickly followed their lead. Once the ultimate sentinel moved, Xiaoke and Ellie Femister wasted no time in pursuing him as well. Go this way, the flood control tunnel. Xiaoke pointed ahead, his black tactical suit making him look particularly formidable, his sharp eyes glinting like a predatory hawk.
Shapanda, disable the surveillance equipment. Xiaoke immediately ordered the ultimate sentinel as they entered the flood control tunnel.
Karima Shapander had once been a police detective, and after being severely injured from a gang attack, she was transformed into the Omega Sentinel as part of the Sentinel program. The modifications granted her super strength, super endurance, super speed, super reflexes, flight, healing, and regeneration abilities. Her body was covered with high-tech weaponry and she could also teleport. The ultimate sentinel raised her hands, unleashing an invisible electromagnetic pulse that spread instantly, causing electronic devices to explode around them. At the same time, an iron door nearby flew open, revealing a hidden passage.
Go!
Colossus and Deadpool led the charge, displaying their most valiant demeanor as they surged forward. As they rushed ahead, the base, which had just received the alarm, descended into chaos, having never experienced such an event since its establishment except for Wolverine's successful escape years ago. The security system, worn down over the years, was now almost laughably weak. Yet today, they were facing a group of uninvited guests. Quick, pull up the footage.
I want to track the enemy's movements. A military officer shouted, but the devices damaged by the electromagnetic pulse were physically harmed and couldn't be easily repaired at the control console, which was now dark.
The officer watched his soldiers look back at him in confusion, and after a moment of hesitation, he shouted angrily, "Follow me."
Block them at the front.
The officer pulled out his sidearm and rallied a fully armed squad of soldiers, heading toward the main corridor. Stryker, the base commander, was not present. He knew the essence of this base. If its situation were to be exposed, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Therefore, for both professional and personal reasons, he had to hold his ground firmly.
Bang!
A dull thud echoed as several soldiers in protective gear were thrown back violently by Colossus's charge, their bones breaking upon impact. A modern army of hundreds was utterly unable to withstand the advance of Colossus, Deadpool, Xiaoku, the Ultimate Sentinel, and Ellie Femister. Before long, they pushed deep into the heart of the base.
A beautiful woman wearing glasses stood at the entrance, smiling seductively.
With black eyes and hair, she had the exquisite features of an Eastern woman, her figure strikingly attractive in a thin black bodysuit that accentuated her curves perfectly.
"General Stryker has been waiting for you." Deathstrike removed her glasses and smiled at Colossus, Deadpool, and Xiaoku.
Stryker had originally been a colonel, but after the president was attacked by the mutant Nightcrawler, he vented his anger on all mutants. To retaliate against mutants, the president authorized Stryker to use extreme measures against them, promoting him to general. "Colossus, Deadpool, Ellie, and Shapander, I'll handle this woman. You all go deeper into the base to rescue Principal Grey, Beast, Iceman, and the others." Xiaoku immediately stepped forward to confront Deathstrike. In the next moment, Deathstrike lunged forward, aiming a kick at Xiaoku's chest. Xiaoku's gaze turned cold. He raised his left arm to block with his elbow, while his right hand drew the adamantium dagger from his waist, slashing toward her calf. Deathstrike quickly twisted her body to evade, closing in on Xiaoku's abdomen. Her fingers elongated into sharp claws that gleamed with a metallic sheen, aimed at Xiaoku's heart. These claws were also made of adamantium.
"Every move is lethal."
Xiaoku scoffed, his body instantly transforming into an infinite hive form that blended with the surrounding environment.
He thrust the adamantium dagger unmercifully toward Deathstrike's torso.
The adamantium dagger could sever even the hardest metals, let alone Deathstrike's flesh and blood.
With a clang, sparks flew.
Deathstrike's adamantium claws clashed against Xiaoku's adamantium dagger with a resounding impact, causing her to stagger back, and a distinct cut appeared on the claws. Adamantium was reputed to be the hardest metal in the world, yet even after clashing, it suffered damage. Deathstrike's expression shifted slightly. She subtly adjusted her stance and lunged with her left hand. Xiaoku coldly laughed, his speed surpassing hers, and the razor-sharp adamantium dagger pierced through her heart, simultaneously pushing her high into the air. Seeing the gaping hole in Deathstrike's chest, Xiaoku's brow furrowed deeply. He noticed that the wound was healing at an alarming rate. Previously, when Colonel Stryker had captured Wolverine and numerous other mutants, he had conducted those gruesome and perverse experiments at this base, injecting Deathstrike with Wolverine's X gene, granting her a healing ability akin to his. This was similar to how General Ross had created the Abomination from the Hulk's genes. However, the imitation was far inferior to the original Wolverine. Xiaoku suddenly felt that the situation had become quite tricky.
"Surprised, are we?"
Deathstrike grinned, her fiery red lips curling into a seductive smile.
"I almost forgot that you were also a friend of Logan from X Academy. But, the mutants from X Academy are my enemies."
Deathstrike lunged forward again, her adamantium claws extending and glinting with lethal intent, completely abandoning defense and adopting a desperate fighting style. "You seem quite confident in your healing ability," Xiaoku remarked coldly.
"Ha! For you, my healing ability means I cannot die."
"I don't know who gave you that confidence, but your performance can end here."
Xiaoku suddenly executed an unexpected teleportation.
In an instant, he appeared behind Deathstrike, thrusting his adamantium dagger mercilessly into the back of her skull, piercing through her beautiful face as if skewering a watermelon. Deathstrike's alluring body immediately slumped in Xiaoku's arms, clearly struck at the most critical point, her brain rendering her healing ability unable to take effect immediately.
She couldn't recover right away.
However, she was not completely dead, a faint breath still lingered. If given enough time to heal, she might come back, but that would depend on whether Xiaoku chose to spare her life. It was important to note that while Deathstrike possessed Wolverine's powerful healing ability, she was not truly immortal, she was far inferior to Wolverine, let alone Deadpool, who was famously unkillable.
Clearly, you have a misunderstanding of immortality.
Xiaoke held the near-death Deathstrike in his arms, feeling a surge of indecision about what to do with her.
Just then, the Singular Light Brain System's prompt echoed in his mind, beep beep beep.
The target is currently in a critically weakened state. The host can penetrate and invade the depths of her soul, altering the target's memories and planting a loyalty seed to the host that will bind her soul, allowing control over her life and death.
Beep beep beep. Does the host wish to proceed with the soul invasion to manipulate and enslave the target?
Xiaoke was not a mindless killer. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to take lives, much like when he spared the 3 Inhumans from the Illuminati and later Baron Zemo. Now, with the Singular Light Brain System suddenly presenting this new function to manipulate and enslave a dying target's thoughts and memories, Xiaoke felt a rush of excitement. It resembled Professor X's telepathic abilities during his lifetime, allowing him to invade others' minds and alter memories at will.
Proceed with the soul invasion and implement the target's enslavement.
Xiaoke commanded decisively, feeling a thrill of anticipation. He then saw his mental will radiate like a beam of light, highly condensed like a steel needle, swiftly piercing through Deathstrike's punctured brain. This was akin to a computer virus infiltrating a mainframe, altering the system and causing it to crash, or a stubborn virus lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to explode, resulting in irrevocable disaster such as the theft of valuable confidential files or the loss of precious documents. In reality, the human body and soul are much like a computer's hardware and software. Perhaps the soul and consciousness could also be freely copied, recorded, installed, and uninstalled. When technology reaches that height, the soul could be transferred at will, achieving true immortality. As Xiaoke's mental will, in the form of a needle, invaded and altered Deathstrike's memories, it was similar to modifying a computer's program. In his singular form, his power and mental will were highly concentrated at a single point, like a needle, penetrating effortlessly and effectively.
Some things, no matter how large or powerful, could be rendered useless if their strength was not concentrated.
For example, no balloon could withstand the puncture of a needle, one touch, and it would burst.
Beep beep beep. The target's memories have been successfully altered.
From now on, she will recognize the host as her master, obediently following the host's commands and never betraying again.
The Singular Light Brain System's prompt rang out again, beep beep beep.
The host has activated the subservient function on the attribute panel, please check it yourself.
Wow, the subservient function system is activated?
My goodness, the system has such a twisted trick up its sleeve.
Xiaoke was initially shocked, then became elated. He eagerly checked his attribute panel again. Xiaoke *, pseudo-mutant.
Life * integrated with the space gem, enduring the will of the nothingness and the dark phoenix parasite, in singular form. Attributes * infinite replication, combinatory transformation, parasitic consumption, symbiotic possession, mastery of combat and martial arts, electrical integration, electronic countermeasures, telepathy, converting mental energy into various weapons and destructive disasters, containing the explosive power of millions of stars, phoenix power, nothingness annihilation consuming everything, opening spatial wormholes for short-distance teleportation.
Intelligence * 3.64. Strength * 4.38. Speed * 4.08. Stamina * 5.55. Energy projection * 3.88. Combat skills * 4.91. Subservient * Deathstrike, Yuriko Oyama.
However, amidst the chaos of storming Stryker's military base at Lake Alcatraz, he had no time to ponder the newly appeared subservient function. Moreover, with Deathstrike's thoughts altered and now under his control, her brain severely injured and healing slowly, Xiaoke gently set her down on the ground, letting the blood spread around her. He transformed into a whirlwind and charged deeper into the base. Soon, he burst into the core laboratory of the base, and the scene before him left him in shock. Inside were cages made of special metal, each containing a listless mutant. Xiaoke could recognize several of them: Principal Chingray, Storm, Beast, and others. There were also numerous nutrient chambers cultivating biosoldiers, with assembly lines operating to produce sentinel robots.
Welcome to my paradise.
Suddenly, the radical General Stryker appeared before Xiaoke, arms outstretched in a gentlemanly welcome gesture, a victorious smile on his face.
So, what do you think? Not bad, huh?
Faced with this scene, Xiaoke felt no sense of unfamiliarity. He had already experienced similar inhumane torture and treatment at the Umbrella Corporation's secret underground bioweapons research base.
I have no interest in your ambitions.
Xiao Ke said coldly, staring at General Stryker.
You believe mutants are a threat? Well, eliminate people like you, and then there will be no one left to see us as a threat.
Haha, your ideology is completely different from Professor X's. Perhaps you should go follow that international thief Magneto, and wallow in the chaos with him. General Stryker laughed heartily. The survival rights of a nation, a culture, or even a species must be fought for through the law of survival of the fittest.
Xiao Ke maintained his belief in the principle of might makes right. If we cannot coexist peacefully with ordinary humans, then war is the only option.
The victor will be king, and the loser will be the bandit.
Ultimately, the winning side will embody justice, for history is always written by the victors.
Very well.
I intend to exterminate all of you mutants.
General Stryker's tone remained as resolute as ever.
Daring to assassinate the president is an outright challenge to the world's order.
The hatred humanity harbors for your kind has reached an uncontainable level.
General Stryker, if you want war, then bring it on.
The outcome is still uncertain, Xiao Ke replied calmly. Tolerance has its limits, and once succeeded, we will retaliate against your military.
Humph, your very existence is a mistake that only I can correct.
I will use your genes to create the most powerful weapons on Earth.
Stryker declared defiantly, human weapons.
Extract all the X chromosomes and mutations, and merge them into one person. That is my masterpiece.
Kid, see for yourself the power of it.
In an instant, a muscular man with a bare chest appeared behind Stryker. Just by looking at him, Xiao Ke understood this was the artificial mutant Stryker had meticulously designed as part of his X-weapon program. One could even say he was a predecessor to Deadpool. This guy was agile, had incredible healing abilities, and had absorbed various mutant powers, making him quite formidable.
You can entertain him while I deal with you,
General Stryker said, a sickly flush appearing on his face. Soon, every mutant in the world will be hunted down.
All of humanity will recognize this tremendous threat.
Then mutants will be wiped from this world entirely. The world will return to peace and tranquility. That is my mission. Filthy mutant scum should not exist in this world. Stryker's form shrank slightly, and his mocking smile gradually faded from Xiao Ke's view.
Roar! The artificial mutant let out a furious roar, pulling out two metal blades from behind. Xiao Ke knew they were made of vanadium titanium adamantium, the strongest metal on Earth.
Suddenly, the artificial mutant spun around and swung one blade at Xiao Ke's head.
Clang!
With a crisp sound, Xiao Ke drew his adamantium dagger and raised it high, blocking the ferocious blow.
In the next moment, he followed up with a side kick aimed at the mutant's abdomen.
Just then, the artificial mutant's eyes turned bright red, and two laser beams shot out, targeting Xiao Ke's heart.
Laser vision?
Xiao Ke gritted his teeth, his body suddenly flashing as he teleported to the side, dodging the deadly rays.
Boom!
The laser beams pierced through a partition wall of the laboratory, the tremendous impact blasting rubble everywhere. Then, the artificial mutant's eyes shifted to an eerie silver, and a fierce wind suddenly whipped through the secret base, sweeping up countless metal devices and hurling them toward Xiao Ke.
Storm's ability to control the winds? Humph! Playing with wind in front of me?
Xiao Ke scoffed, retreating rapidly. He then gathered all his infinite replicates back into his singularity form, becoming a single point.
No matter how fierce the storm, it couldn't harm a tiny grain of sand.
The terrifying storm unleashed by the artificial mutant wreaked havoc, tearing through everything in its path.
Boom!
Heavy objects were tossed around, walls collapsed, and the massive laboratory was left in ruins, as if it had faced the apocalypse. Xiao Ke keenly sensed that the artificial mutant, having lost sight of its target, was charging toward his original hiding spot as a singularity.
Die!
Xiao Ke manipulated his infinite replicates to revert to his true form, shouting as he thrust the adamantium dagger forward, aimed directly at the mutant's chest. The artificial mutant showed no signs of wavering, immediately connecting the handles of his blades to form a unique double-edged weapon. He jumped high, spinning down with the force of a mountain crashing down toward Xiao Ke's head. Xiao Ke's adamantium dagger was too small to withstand the attack from the giant weapon, forcing him to step back and evade. The artificial mutant's blade struck the ground, shattering it instantly and sending debris flying. Xiao Ke's expression turned serious as he teleported to the side of the artificial mutant, swiftly slashing with his adamantium dagger toward the mutant's ribs. So far, Xiao Ke had never seen anyone withstand an attack from an adamantium dagger using mere flesh and blood.
However, the sound of cracking echoed from within the artificial mutant, and his entire body transformed into a metallic form akin to Colossus, covered in metal. Boom!
The artificial mutant was sent flying by Chaoko's attack, but the dagger only left deep cuts on his metal exterior.
Colossus's ability to turn his body into metal? Chaoko's pupils constricted in realization. He can withstand even my full-force slash with the adamantium dagger? With a clang, several adamantium claws burst forth from his body, revealing that the artificial mutant had an adamantium skeleton. This guy was far superior to Deadpool in terms of ability.
Seeing the artificial mutant charging at him again, Chaoko's eyes filled with murderous intent.
Full power strike. Snap. Snap.
Chaoko switched the adamantium dagger to his left hand, clenching his right fist, which seemed to gather a hurricane, brewing immense energy. At the same time, his cold, emotionless eyes fixed on the charging artificial mutant.
Steel body, invincible defense. The artificial mutant activated Colossus's defensive steel form. The artificial mutant charged at Chaoko, attempting to bulldoze him down with his armored tank-like form. Boom!
The energy compressed in Chaoko's right fist surged forth like a hurricane, shredding everything in its path before slamming into the mutant's chest. The artificial mutant was caught off guard, instantly struck by the hurricane's force, leading to a violent explosion. The artificial mutant was sent flying by Chaoko's blow, crashing against the laboratory wall and embedding itself deep into it.
Boom!
At that moment, the entire Lake Alcatraz suddenly collapsed downwards by several meters, and then, as if triggered by a terrifying force, the lake water shot sky-high, pouring down in a torrential rain over an area of several dozen kilometers. The entire Lake Alcatraz, along with the industrial center, was flattened in an instant, leaving only a deep pit over several kilometers in diameter at the center of the lake. It seemed that Colossus, Deadpool, the Ultimate Sentinel, and Ellie had made significant progress after infiltrating the base, likely detonating the entire military base's arsenal, resulting in such a terrifying explosion. The enormous explosion sounded like thunder, and the surroundings were instantly ravaged by the violent blast, leaving a wasteland that resembled the end of the world. Joko knew that saving people was the priority at this moment, and he had no time to continue entangling in battle with the artificial mutant. He swiftly darted through the iron cages, quickly rescuing Jean Grey, Beast, Iceman, and others. The unlocking of these cages was incredibly convenient. With just a few taps on the control panel's keyboard, they were unlocked in a jaw-dropping speed. Once everyone was freed from the cages, they dashed out like rabbits fleeing for their lives, rushing towards the exit of the underground base. The military base was already on the brink of collapse, about to be completely submerged by the lake. If they didn't escape in time, they would be forever buried in this crumbling underwater military base. As they fled, Joko made sure to pick up the dead woman lying on the ground as he passed her, bringing her along on their escape. Finally, they successfully reached the surface. Steelman, Deadpool, Ultimate Sentinel, and Bullet Ellie had already taken the lead, seizing an aerial transport plane from the military base and anxiously waiting to assist the mutants escaping from the base. Everyone quickly boarded the plane, avoiding the impending flood from the lake. The military personnel still remaining in the base had already been submerged beneath the ruins, with only a few fortunate ones managing to escape. They stared blankly at the collapsed base, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Joko sat on the transport plane, with Jean Grey and Storm among the mutants who had escaped from the base. They looked at the dead woman Joko was carrying with confusion. Jean Grey couldn't help but ask, "Joko, why are you carrying her?" "She is General Stryker's personal secretary and enforcer, fiercely loyal to him. By saving her, aren't you bringing trouble upon yourself? She won't be grateful to you." "Principal Jean Grey, don't worry. I have already defeated her, and she is completely subservient to me now. She will only be loyal to me and serve me personally," Joko confidently assured her with a nod. "However, she was severely injured by me, with a hole blown through her head. Though her body has nearly the same powerful healing ability as Wolverine Logan, it's not possible for her to recover and awaken so quickly," he added. "Are you really sure you can subdue her? Don't let her turn on you and leave you with a ticking time bomb," Storm kindly reminded him. "Don't worry, I have my ways to deal with her," Joko replied firmly, nodding at Storm. Soon, Deadpool and Steelman flew the transport plane back to Jean Grey Academy. However, they were caught off guard by the large number of armed soldiers still stationed around the academy, effectively turning the area into a military no-go zone. "Look! There's something in the sky!" Suddenly, a soldier yelled in terror, looking up at the sky. "Stop talking nonsense!
It's broad daylight, you must be dreaming, right? Ah, what the hell is that?
Other soldiers were also startled by the sudden sight. As they saw the massive transport plane diving down, they panicked and raised their guns, shooting at the descending aircraft. However, ordinary bullets hitting the plane felt like mosquito bites, causing no damage at all.
Boom!
The plane crashed to the ground, and the terrifying shockwave blasted the surrounding soldiers away like a violent tsunami. At the same time, Storm showcased her incredible powers, her eyes turning silver as she harnessed the wind in the air, conjuring a massive hurricane. The force of this hurricane was astonishing. It swept up several armored vehicles, tossing them over to the distant road. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, an open area appeared as if it had been sliced by a whirlwind's blade.
Roar! Storm let out a roar, transforming into a thunderstorm.
The swirling tornado, like a ferocious beast, forcibly yanked a helicopter targeting the mutant teachers and students on the ground down from the sky. Under her control, the helicopter was disassembled into scattered parts in no time. Before the terrified pilot could climb out of the cockpit, the out-of-control helicopter was lifted back into the sky by the wind, exploding violently under the hurricane's tearing pressure. Another helicopter, seeing the situation turn dire, tried to flee but was caught by the tornado's tail and sucked into the storm, like a small boat being engulfed by a tumultuous sea, facing imminent destruction. The pilot desperately pulled on the controls, trying to keep the aircraft balanced and escape the terrifying hurricane. However, he pulled too hard, and with a snap, the control stick broke off.
The pilot, wide-eyed and sweating profusely, couldn't help but curse, "Fuck."
Just then, a violent explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward, and dozens of people were instantly engulfed by the fire, their screams echoing in the air.
With Storm leading the charge in resistance, the other mutants sprang into action, wielding their powers to launch a fierce counterattack against the military.
The entire Jean Grey Academy was filled with mutants, teachers and powerful students joining forces to attack the military, creating a scene reminiscent of gods descending from the heavens, shaking the earth. At that moment, a shell whistled through the air as numerous armored vehicles finally reacted, unleashing their firepower towards the mutants from Jean Grey Academy who had just returned and were attacking the troops. In an instant, the academy seemed on the verge of becoming a hell on earth, filled with the sounds of cannon fire and explosions.
"It's so noisy."
Steelman glanced coldly, his right hand shooting out like lightning, swatting the incoming shell away. The shell ricocheted back along its original path, striking an armored vehicle amidst the shocked gazes of everyone.
With a loud bang, the armored vehicle was instantly flipped over, its thick exterior blown to pieces.
Steelman, excited by the fight, became like a steel war god, swatting away shells as if playing with a ball, greeting each armored vehicle one by one.
"Conventional weapons are useless against him. Use the X-gene suppressants,"
someone shouted, and the remaining soldiers finally realized, quickly pulling out all the suppressants they had on hand and firing them at Steelman and the many mutant students and teachers.
Wind blades.
Storm was unfazed, gathering countless wind blades around her. The syringes shot from the guns were shredded to pieces by the wind blades the moment they were fired, unable to hit their targets at all. The soldiers' faces turned desperate as they looked at each other, filled with helplessness.
How could they fight such opponents? They couldn't even hurt them. "All right. The game ends here." Iceman grinned, activating his freezing powers, instantly covering the academy in ice. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Steelman and Deadpool continued their assault, along with the entire mutant populace of Jean Grey Academy fighting back, managing to hold back a modern army of hundreds with sheer determination. The surroundings of the buildings quickly became pockmarked as if countless meteors had struck, leaving a scene of devastation. A large number of vehicles and weapons were completely destroyed under their collective action, and the mutants showcased such overwhelming abilities that ordinary humans stood no chance at all.
Within just a few minutes, there were no soldiers left standing before them. It's time to meet the mastermind behind this.
The mutants from Jean Grey Academy moved together into the academy's interior. However, Jean Grey had always held the belief of avoiding conflict with the military and sought to resolve matters peacefully. She was strictly adhering to Professor X's wishes and style from his lifetime, believing that mutants and humans could coexist harmoniously. The interior of the academy was very quiet, suggesting that General Stryker had deployed his men outside the building, effectively sealing off Jean Grey Academy and leaving very few people inside. Joko, carrying the dead woman Yukiko Shokan on his back, kept a low profile among the crowd. As a newcomer with average abilities, he didn't stand out, so he could only follow along and blend in with the rest. They swiftly made their way to the underground chamber, and in no time, they arrived at the entrance. Steelman furrowed his brow as he approached the closed heavy door and charged towards it like a steel tank. With a loud crash, the metal door shattered and fell to the ground. Inside the chamber, General Stryker stood with a gun in hand, grinning as he pointed it at Steelman. Behind him was his old partner, Dr. Bolivar Trask, wearing a helmet and intently staring at a large monitor. A pale-faced boy stood behind Trask, and Joko recognized him as Stryker's son, Mastermind, a mutant with psychic abilities. Previously, Mastermind had been a student at Professor X's school before being transformed into a subject of Stryker's X-Weapon project, just like Wolverine's daughter X-23 and the Dead Woman, both of whom had also been transformed by Stryker, with X-23 being Subject 23. Mastermind had the ability to influence others' senses, while the cerebral fluid extracted from him allowed Stryker to control the minds of mutants. I knew you would catch up to me here, so I moved back here as soon as part of you attacked my military base at Akali Lake. General Stryker directly addressed Jean Grey, who was leading the mutants.
Especially you, Jean. You are different from the other mutants.
Honestly, your views align with those of Professor X, and I must say, they are quite similar to mine.
If possible, I would really like for you to work under me.
Work for you?
Before Jean could respond, Deadpool grinned and interjected, "You can even use your own son. We're a bit worried that our principal Jean Grey might also be sold out by you someday, leaving nothing behind."
"Well, I'm afraid you'll just have to go to hell."
Stryker smirked coldly, his finger poised to pull the trigger.
Deadpool merely looked on calmly, completely unfazed by the threat of bullets, his lips still curled into a sinister smile.
What's going on? My hand, what did you do?"
"Ah!" Stryker screamed as a bloody hole appeared in his palm, blood gushing from the wound.
"My hand. How is this possible?"
"I deployed X-gene suppression devices all around. You shouldn't be able to use your powers here."
"That's because I didn't use any mutant powers. I just shot your hand. My gun is equipped with a silencer, and you didn't pay attention because we're all here."
Deadpool stepped forward with a smile, snatching the gun from Stryker's hand and playing with it along with his own suppressed pistol.
"Viper 34K6, specially made expanded metal bullet? General, you really think highly of me."
Deadpool sneered. Finally, he aimed the gun at General Stryker.
"You can die now."
"I was just following the orders of the President to target you in Jean Grey Academy." Stryker's pupils dilated, and his face was filled with horror.
"Enough with the nonsense, it's time for you to go to hell,"
Deadpool said with a wicked grin.
"Humph.
Even if I die," Stryker suddenly burst into mad laughter. Before he could finish his sentence, Beast, Hank McCoy, blocked Deadpool and said, "Don't kill him, we still need him to negotiate with the President. We hope the President can eventually turn around and grant us amnesty, allowing our school to return to normal." As a government official and the director of mutant affairs, Hank did not want mutants, especially Jean Grey Academy, to completely sever ties with the government. Keeping General Stryker alive would allow them to negotiate with the President and salvage the Academy's difficult situation.
"Hank is right, Deadpool.
Spare him for now, keep him under control, and then turn him over to the President." Jean Grey also stepped in.
"Stryker, you're just so unlikable." Deadpool found some handcuffs and temporarily restrained General Stryker.
Just then, the pale-faced boy, Mastermind, suddenly staggered and collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Dr. Bolivar Trask, you conspired with General Stryker, engaging in the cruelest and most vicious experiments on mutant X genes, even creating perverse X-human weapons.
Do you not feel any guilt or remorse?"
Jean Grey, while disapproving of Dr. Trask's actions and feeling disgusted by him, still wanted to forgive and let him go.
"Quick! To the underground prison. Stryker has released Magneto,"
Dr. Bolivar Trask exclaimed, panic-stricken.
"Don't let him escape." "Magneto? Eric Lenscher?" Jean Grey was taken aback. "Wait, how could Magneto be imprisoned in our academy?"
She had only been captured in Stryker's military base for a few days and was shocked to learn that so much had happened in the academy. "Oh, you beast, how come you suddenly have a change of heart and want to be a good person?"
Deadpool mockingly questioned.
In the eyes of all the mutants, hardliners like Dr. Bolivar Trask were enemies of all mutants, and no one would want to believe his words. But looking at the pale-faced Dr. Trask, who seemed hesitant to speak, Jean Grey eventually nodded in agreement.
"Okay, I'll go over now, Professor. I am also conducting research on mutants at the request of the government.
You must understand that mutants' abilities have long posed a threat to the safety of all humanity, and the government cannot help but find ways to restrain your destructive powers and protect all human lives. Dr. Bolivar Trask spoke slowly. I have done too many things that go against morality and conscience, and I feel deeply condemned inside. From now on, I only hope to apply to withdraw from this long-standing X-gene research against mutants. But even without me, there will certainly be others continuing this research. Angel suddenly interjected, shaking his head helplessly and sighing, that's true, the government and military will not easily give up. Principal Jean Grey, you must hurry. Marx is an extremely rare level 4 mutant, and he harbors a deep hatred for humanity. If he manages to escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dr. Trask urged anxiously while sighing. Level 4? Joko asked, confused. Storm whispered to Joko, that's the classification of mutant threat levels. Go quickly, and I'll explain in detail later. Dr. Bolivar Trask urged the group from Jean Grey Academy. Of course, there were still those who did not trust Dr. Trask. Deadpool, who had previously been a subject of his experiments, restrained him and controlled him together with General Stryker. Deadpool had suffered greatly from mutant experiments, leaving him deeply traumatized, so he was not willing to let them off easily. Joko followed Jean Grey and the others as they rushed towards the laboratory below. There was a secure isolation chamber constructed from plastic material by Dr. Bolivar Trask, which could be moved and described as a mobile prison, where Magneto was being held, recently brought to Jean Grey Academy. At that moment, on the floor of the prison, a staff member lay dead. Using his abilities, Magneto extracted the iron elements from the body to fashion a key, which he easily used to unlock the cell door. Ah, it's been too long. The air of freedom. Magneto stepped forward, lifting himself off the ground and flying towards the exit. Whoosh! 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 Countless wind blades shot towards Magneto's heart. His expression changed dramatically. He couldn't control the wind, so he relied on the surrounding magnetic fields to dodge at the last moment. You're a mutant from X Academy? Magneto looked at Storm, who had suddenly appeared and attacked him, his brow furrowed. Magneto, do you want to leave here? Storm asked calmly. Mutants should enjoy corresponding rights. Since we are products of higher evolution, it signifies that we are superior to ordinary humans on a genetic level. Why should we obey the arrangements of ordinary humans just to barely survive? Magneto's blue eyes locked onto Storm as he flew on the wind, noticing Jean Grey and the others arriving behind her. Storm hesitated, unsure how to respond. Deep down, she actually agreed with Magneto's viewpoint. Joko, who was also present, felt a resonance with Magneto's sentiments. Before meeting this great antagonist, he hadn't realized it, but now, face to face, he discovered Magneto's charisma and leadership qualities. Join us. For the future of mutants, join my Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto smiled, extending his hands towards Storm in a gesture of embrace. Those self-righteous humans will only understand fear if they taste suffering. They will learn the correct attitude to coexist with other races. As the leader, Jean Grey stood firmly, looking up at Magneto with seriousness. You can leave, we won't stop you. But every person has their own ambitions. The people of Jean Grey Academy will not join your Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto looked at Jean Grey with surprise, then floated past her, his voice echoing to the others present. I had forgotten that my old friend and rival, Professor X, was either killed or went missing during the last nuclear explosion incident in the New Jersey East Coast jungle. Now, it's you, Jean Grey, this little girl who has inherited his academy, and X Academy is all under your control. However, I have never agreed with the shared philosophy you and Professor X held. This world ultimately belongs to the strong. If anyone among you changes your mind in the future, you are always welcome to join my Brotherhood of Mutants. The crowd from Jean Grey Academy remained silent. Magneto had flown past everyone but suddenly turned around to look at Storm, Beast, Steelman, and a few others. It's good to see you all again. Magneto smiled as he donned his specially designed helmet. This helmet was crafted to prevent Professor X from invading his mind and controlling his actions. Even though Professor X was no longer alive, he still kept this habit. Magneto, how did you escape? Deadpool, who was pushing Stryker and Dr. Trask, caught up and saw Magneto free, his expression darkening. You know, the human body contains a significant amount of iron, enough to bear a person's weight. Magneto replied with a smile. That's my weapon. I won't let you succeed. Deadpool shouted, drawing a katana from his back and charging at Magneto. With a mere wave of his hand, a distant metal water tower flew toward Deadpool, crashing into him. Deadpool swiftly jumped aside, dodging the collapsing tower. However, Magneto extended his hand, lightly tapping in the air, and liquefied the massive metal container into countless metal balls, which whizzed towards Deadpool like bullets. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air filled the space as countless metal balls rained down, blocking out the sun. Deadpool swung his katanas to defend himself, but there were simply too many steel balls. Soon, his body was riddled with holes. After a moment, he lay on the ground, pale and injured. But then, one by one, the metal balls fell from Deadpool's body. He was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Magneto shook his head. "I don't want to fight with you, I've already wasted enough time. Besides, your principal Jean Grey has already agreed to let me leave. Why must you be so rude and obstruct me?" With that, Magneto waved his hand, and countless pieces of steel flew in, forming a metal cage that trapped Deadpool tightly. Deadpool angrily swung his katanas, easily severing a few steel bars, but more steel bars immediately surged forward, binding his limbs firmly. In the next moment, Magneto suddenly soared into the sky and flew away. This huge commotion came to a hasty conclusion with General Stryker and Dr. Bolivar Trask controlled by Deadpool and the others, and Magneto's escape. After regaining his freedom, Magneto began to gather his Brotherhood of Mutants to create chaos as revenge against the government for his imprisonment. The US government was troubled by this but had no better solution. Ultimately, with Beast serving as a mediator due to his government position, the President and the US government had no choice but to re-enlist the X-Men to deal with Magneto and his Brotherhood of Mutants. During the subsequent negotiations between both parties, certain concessions were made. Jean Grey Academy handed over General Stryker and Dr. Bolivar Trask to the President, who in turn agreed to pardon all charges against Jean Grey Academy. However, there was one condition: the government was willing to recruit members of the X-Men as government-appointed special mutant police officers to deal with the troubles caused by Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants. As a result, Jean Grey Academy regained its tranquility, and everything returned to normal, with the government granting them temporary recognition and appointment. 300 kilometers off the coast of New York City, an artificial island was engulfed in chaotic battle. Magneto led his Brotherhood of Mutants to seize the island, capturing several key defense points. Just after Jean Grey Academy had conflicts with the President and the government, they were suddenly courted by the President, even being appointed to government positions as a form of appeasement. After being entrusted by the President and the government, the X-Men members hurried to confront Magneto, but they arrived late due to delays along the way. Using her powerful telepathic abilities, Jean Grey managed to compel most of the soldiers on the island to lay down their weapons and leave by boat. Storm, Iceman, Steelman, Deadpool, Angel, and others were engaged in fierce combat with several of Magneto's subordinates. Inside the base, the massive red tank was rampaging, crashing through walls and creating man-sized holes as he charged toward the room where the mutant boy Jimmy, known as the Cure, was held. Red Tank, originally known as Cain Marco, was nominally the brother of Professor Charles Xavier. However, his dark childhood had led him to harbor extreme hatred for Professor X, and after gaining great power from the Dark God, he allied himself with Magneto to oppose the Professor. He was far from the mere henchman depicted in movies. His power rivaled that of the Hulk, Thor, and Hercules, and his body was nearly indestructible, able to withstand Thor's divine strikes and Wolverine's adamantium claws. Stop! This is a military-restricted area, no one is allowed to enter, or you will be shot on sight. Several fully armed soldiers appeared before Red Tank. This is an order. You need to evacuate immediately. A general stepped out from the shadows. General Ross? The soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered. General Ross, what are you doing here? Why am I here? Because, the General Ross suddenly pulled out a gun and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger at the soldiers. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out, and the soldiers fell to the ground, eyes filled with disbelief. They died without understanding why General Ross would kill them. Looking at the fallen soldiers, who died with regret and indignation in their eyes, General Ross continued, "Because I'm not General Ross at all, I'm just disguised as him. You're just a bunch of small fry, I could easily deal with you." Red Tank shouted at General Ross, feeling insulted. Why waste effort when it could be done simply? General Ross spoke in a female voice. In the next moment, a surprising scene unfolded as General Ross was gradually covered in blue, scaly skin. The figure transformed into Mystique. Or rather, the General Ross was actually Mystique using her shape-shifting mutant ability. Quickly find the serum source boy, Jimmy, who can neutralize mutant powers, and bring him back to Mark's Eric.
Our mission will be complete, Mystique said urgently. If we delay any longer, those so-called X-Men will arrive, and it will be even harder for us to take him away.
I heard they have reconciled with the president and the government, and have been bought off to willingly become the president's lapdogs and hounds. This poses a huge trouble and obstacle for us.
The X-Men are coming?
Red Tank, upon hearing this, instantly erupted in rage and turned to leave.
I'm going to kill them. Damn it, what are you doing? Have you forgotten our mission? Mystique exclaimed in alarm.
However, she dared not stop Red Tank. He was terrifying enough to bring down skyscrapers in his fury.
What mission?
Killing the X-Men is the most important thing. I'm tired of them and Charles.
Red Tank was stubborn. Do you want to bear the wrath of Magneto?
Red Tank paused, then turned around, grunting as he continued forward, smashing a wall with a single punch to clear his path.
I think it's time for your little intrusion to come to an end. Deadpool suddenly appeared before the two, drawing the two katanas strapped to his back. Get out of the way.
Red Tank charged at Deadpool like a furious bull, clearly in a foul mood. Deadpool grinned, leaping high to avoid Red Tank's attack while stabbing at his head with one of the katanas.
To his surprise, the adamantium blade couldn't penetrate. Surprised, aren't you?
Red Tank snarled, grabbing Deadpool by the neck and slamming him violently to the ground. Outside the base, Storm landed gracefully, riding the winds and surveying the battlefield's aftermath, her brow furrowed tightly.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and from a corner, a soldier who had somehow survived the mutant battle fired a shot at Storm. The bullet whizzed toward her, only to be deflected by an invisible wall of wind 1 meter in front of her.
The next moment, the lucky yet foolish soldier was swept away by the storm.
At the same time, Joko, along with his loyal servant, the dead woman Yukiko Shoken, was also involved in the operation. The dead woman possessed an extraordinary healing ability, making her nearly immortal, similar to Deadpool and Wolverine. So even after Joko stabbed her head with an adamantium dagger, she would merely sleep for a day or two before fully recovering. However, once she awoke, the dead woman became incredibly reliant on Joko, as if she couldn't live without him, clinging to him like she needed air.
Joko, come help us. Suddenly, Jean Grey's voice echoed in Joko's mind. Jean, have you run into something particularly troublesome? Normally you wouldn't reach out to me, fearing to stir up trouble, especially since Miss Yukiko has been following me. Joko furrowed his brow.
He harbored no resentment or dissatisfaction towards Jean Grey's actions. After all, their relationship had grown sufficiently close, even to the point of romantic involvement. Jean Grey's telepathic abilities were incredibly powerful. She seemed to have fully inherited Professor X's legacy and even surpassed him in some aspects.
She could easily invade others' minds and alter memories.
On this front, Joko's mental invasion skill was quite similar to hers. Of course, Joko's entire will and consciousness were condensed and protected within his light-brain singularity. If he did not wish to let anyone invade, even someone as powerful as Professor X or Jean Grey would find it impossible. This made his will as tough as adamantium, unbreakable, and exceptionally sharp, never fracturing or splitting. Only he could manipulate others' mental wills at will. At that moment, several individuals dressed in white-striped patient uniforms rushed out of the facility. From their disheveled and ragged appearance, it was clear they had once been mutants captured for experiments. Upon seeing Joko standing beside the dead woman, they immediately became terrified, not daring to approach, fearing that Joko and the dead woman were there to capture them.
It's all right, you can go.
Joko, having experienced being a living experiment, could empathize with their plight, and he spoke with compassion. After saying this, he dashed into the depths of the facility with the dead woman at lightning speed, his face filled with rage, as if a beast were roaring within him. On the beach near the coast, Deadpool looked grimly at Red Tank, feeling helpless for a moment. His pride lay in his unkillable, superhuman endurance, yet his attacks couldn't break through Red Tank's defenses, leaving him at a loss for what to do.
Fortunately, Red Tank couldn't kill Deadpool either, resulting in a stalemate.
However, the appearance of Magneto broke this deadlock. Magneto glanced at Deadpool and then extended his right hand, causing Deadpool to feel as if an invisible hand was squeezing his throat, lifting him into the air, his face turning red.
Boom!
With a dull thud, Deadpool was slammed against the wall, crashing down. The walls of this room were made of titanium alloy, and even Deadpool's tough body was left with broken bones as he lay on the ground, unable to get up for a moment.
Go! Magneto commanded imperiously. However, no one moved.
Even the newly arrived Human Torch, Iceman, Polaris, and the still unawakened Scarlet Witch were all frozen in place, clearly under control.
Charles? Magneto instinctively frowned.
When he turned around, he saw that it was not Professor X standing behind him but Jean Grey. Although Professor Charles had either died or gone missing, Magneto still found it hard to accept that fact. It was clear he still held fond memories and sentiments for his old rival and brother, Professor Charles.
Do you think you can stop me?
Magneto sneered at the somewhat anxious Jean Grey.
Jean Grey's body shook violently.
Although she possessed formidable telepathic abilities, she was still far from the level of Professor X. Controlling just a few people was pushing her to her limits, and she could hardly maintain her concentration.
Magneto swiftly glided towards Jean Grey like a phantom, appearing right in front of her in an instant.
Taking advantage of her distraction as she focused on controlling others, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the throat. Though the Dark Phoenix that had once parasitized her had been expelled, eliminating a significant threat over the years, her power had diminished as a result. At this moment, she could not summon the Phoenix Force and was no match for Magneto. She struggled desperately, but she could not break free from his grasp.
No! Magneto, stop! Deadpool yelled anxiously.
However, his broken bones needed time to heal, and he was unable to stand at the moment.
Charles is dead, and you still want to inherit his legacy and continue to die?
That coward who always hid behind others died so easily. I still can't believe it's true. Magneto sneered as he reached for Jean Grey, then slammed her hard against the solid wall with a thud. Unlike Deadpool, who possessed abnormal defenses and healing abilities, Jean Grey coughed up blood from the impact and could no longer get up. Magneto didn't even spare her a glance as he turned and walked toward the inner chamber of the military base fortress.
No!
Deadpool cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face.
Magneto! Deadpool yelled, struggling with all his might to crawl towards Magneto.
Without turning his head, Magneto waved his hand, and Deadpool was flung away like a rag doll, crashing into the wall, unable to rise again, just like Jean. With a loud crash, Red Tank smashed through the last wall, revealing a pale, bald little boy with a frightened expression, cowering in the corner, utterly at a loss.
Take him. We're leaving.
Magneto coldly glanced at the boy before ordering Red Tank, who had just charged through. Red Tank stepped forward and hoisted the little boy onto his shoulder. The boy screamed incessantly, pounding on Red Tank with his hands, but his abilities were utterly ineffective. Red Tank was not a mutant, his power came from the dark god Sidorak, and anyone who touched the ruby imbued with magic would gain its power. At that moment, several soldiers from the base crept up from behind, suddenly pulling out guns and opening fire on Magneto, Red Tank, and Mystique. The first to be hit was Mystique, who had been following closely. It turned out the bullets were not ordinary but were the cure serum made from the little boy Jimmy's blood, specifically designed to nullify mutant powers. The blue scales on Mystique's body instantly faded, revealing her smooth skin.
What happened to my transformation ability? It's gone? Mystique stared blankly at her now bare body.
Magneto immediately manipulated the surrounding metal, either piercing or knocking out the ordinary human soldiers who had dared to shoot at them. Within moments, all of them were dealt with. Seeing Magneto prepare to leave without caring for her, Mystique's heart sank.
We, the Brotherhood of Mutants, do not need powerless companions. And you, no longer a mutant.
Magneto coldly dismissed her as he walked out. Mystique felt as though she had fallen into an ice pit, her heart chilled to the bone.
You're not going anywhere.
Iceman's voice suddenly rang out as he, along with Angel, Storm, Steelman, Joko, and others, blocked the entrance.
Iceman! Why did you arrive late?
Jean has already been attacked by Magneto and severely injured. The situation is critical. Deadpool asked, surprisingly serious and furious.
Iceman's expression darkened. I'm sorry, Deadpool. I didn't expect things to turn out this way.
But there are more important matters we need to address. Jean knows that the production line for the power-suppressing serum in this base must be destroyed immediately. Deadpool glared at the group in front of him, breathing heavily but remaining silent.
Iceman, you're still too young. Do you really think you can stop me? Magneto coldly laughed.
Once, I was like a brother to the revered Professor Charles, fighting for the rights of mutants.
And now? What happened to your initial intentions? What are you doing now? Colluding with the government to persecute your own mutant brothers? Mutant brothers? Is this how you treat your own kin? Iceman shot a glance at the despondent Mystique. A mutant without powers is no longer a mutant, they're just an ordinary human.
Magneto's words cast a heavy atmosphere over the scene.
The Human Torch sneaked a glance at Magneto, internally conflicted. Then there's nothing more to say. Iceman sighed.
If you want to leave, you'll have to take us all down first. The tense situation was on the verge of erupting into violence, as if a storm was about to break loose.
Jean, are you all right?
Suddenly, Deadpool exclaimed, rushing towards Jean Grey, whose injuries had completely healed by now. Everyone turned in shock to look at them. Jean Grey had already stood up, her long hair cascading down to cover her face.
She looked pale and extremely weak. Let Magneto and the others go. We mutants shouldn't harm each other.
Jean Grey suddenly shouted, her face turning even whiter.
Jean, what are you talking about? Magneto is a tremendous threat that cannot be allowed to live.
Deadpool seemed furious.
Deadpool, stop shouting.
Right now, Jean is our leader, and we must listen to her. I trust that she has her reasons and that nothing will go wrong, Iceman quickly said in support of Jean Grey. Magneto, we are not mortal enemies, there's no need for us to fight to the death. If we destroy each other, it will represent a loss of power for mutants, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The president and the government won't let it go, and we'll all end up in dire straits, Jean Grey said graciously.
You continue opposing the government, and we will follow behind you, cleaning up after the mess. Everyone gets what they want, isn't that great?
That's all there is to it.
I didn't expect you to see through this and think so clearly, it's impressive.
Magneto said, his expression pale and lost in thought.
This turmoil ultimately concluded with Jean Grey's concession, a pretense of appeasement towards the government, and allowing Magneto and his crew to leave.
Having lost her powers, Mystique was abandoned by Magneto and later brought back to the Academy by Jean Grey, reintegrating her into the X-Men, albeit without her powers.
Everything returned to calm.
After 2 or 3 days, the children sent to the Alcatraz branch for refuge returned, led by Little Trick and Phantom Cat.
Everyone rejoined and resumed their normal class life. Joko also settled into his daily studies with this new mutant class. However, one day after classes, he was summoned into a meeting room by Storm, Wonder Girl, Iceman, Angel, and others. He noticed that as he entered the room with Little Trick, Phantom Cat, and Ultimate Sentinel, the expressions on everyone's faces were somewhat unusual, and the atmosphere felt oppressive and heavy. Are we facing another troublesome issue? Joko asked, instinctively adding, it's been a tough time, when it rains, it pours.
I know all too well what it feels like to have a series of unfortunate events without any good news. At this moment, Storm, as the leader of the meeting, took over the conversation. That's right, just as you said, we are indeed facing a significant problem. Storm continued, this afternoon, leaders from various countries gathered at the United Nations building to participate in the highest security summit of the UN Security Council. That deranged Magneto, Marx Eric, even sent people to kidnap Pulsar, intending to use his power to unleash a pulse wave that would affect all the leaders and participants at the summit, causing them to either lose their mutant abilities or gain new ones. Everyone nodded slightly, their expressions revealing a dawning realization. With the growing tension between humans and mutants, the social status of mutants had further diminished, ultimately deepening Magneto's hatred and hostility towards humanity, leading him to devise such extreme measures. He intended to make humans feel the anger of mutants. Once those elite humans lost or gained powers due to the radiation, they would inevitably face disdain and scorn from their own kind and the humans, making them experience the pain that mutants had long endured. More critically, while this radioactive material could strip mutants of their abilities or turn humans into mutants, the cells would reject each other, potentially causing a catastrophic explosion. In other words, if Eric's plot succeeded, the world leaders attending the UN summit would likely explode, resulting in a devastating blow to the entire world, possibly even bringing about a catastrophe for all humanity, a warning that was not exaggerated.
Magneto is insane to take such a monstrous action.
Storm clenched her fists, anger igniting in her eyes as she spoke with righteous indignation. Even the usually reserved Little Trick and Phantom Cat reached a consensus at this moment. They must stop Eric and rescue Pulsar, who had left the Academy and was now under Magneto's control, ensuring he did not become an innocent victim of this disaster. At that moment, Phantom Cat Katie and Little Trick both looked at Joko, their eyes filled with expectation, encouraging, Joko, come with us on this mission. Fight for peace and justice for humanity, and save our Academy member Pulsar. We can't let him fall into danger. As these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned to Joko. Under their scrutiny, Joko rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before nodding firmly with a smile. I think I should be able to help. Since he had joined Jean Grey Academy, he felt the responsibility to shoulder the obligations that came with it. Moreover, if Magneto truly succeeded, the entire world would be plunged into crisis, and Joko did not want to see the world descend into chaos. After all, he understood the principle that when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs survive? If that's the case, that's great. Little Trick's eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but clap her hands on the armrest of her chair, her face beaming with excitement. Everyone had seen Joko's abilities during his battle with Magma, and with Jean Grey's strong endorsement, they believed that with his assistance, the mission would have a greater chance of success. Before we set off, we need to prepare. We've developed a large-scale brainwave amplifier. Everyone should wear one. It should help us easily defeat Magneto when we fight him. Iceman, the leader of the X-Factor team on this mission, spoke again. The original brainwave amplifiers of X Academy were actually developed by Magneto and given to X Academy, proving his extraordinary talent in this area. Both Charles and Eric, as leaders of mutants, possessed remarkable abilities, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lead their respective mutant factions. As soon as he finished speaking, the AI mutant Danger entered the meeting room, carrying a briefcase. Danger, created for use in the Danger Room at Xavier's school, had become a sentient AI with its own will. It possessed a mechanical body, capable of equipping various weapons, creating holographic images, controlling other machines, and storing a vast amount of information about the X-Men. After entering, Danger used a holographic projection keyboard to input a password, and the briefcase opened, revealing a high-tech device resembling a headset, covered in intricate sensory coils as if it were the pinnacle of biological engineering. Danger demonstrated how to use the brainwave amplifier in front of Joko and the others. After putting it on, Joko felt his strength, speed, and mental acuity enhance under the system's amplification. With Danger's demonstration, Joko quickly grasped the operation of the brainwave amplifier and memorized it. By the way, I almost forgot to remind everyone that this brainwave amplifier was primarily advocated and heavily invested in by our principal Jean Grey, Danger explained, pointing to the amplifiers. Hearing this, Joko and the others looked at the devices they were donning with gratitude, saying, "Principal Jean Grey truly thinks of everyone and has worked hard for us. It's nothing. I hope this brainwave amplifier can fulfill its intended role in our mission and help everyone," Danger replied, feeling a slight blush as it noticed the gratitude in everyone's eyes, its blue gem-like eyes shimmering. At this moment, Iceman remained expressionless, appearing extremely calm, even cold. One could see the tension in his tightly pressed lips and the contours of his face. "Now is not the time for sentimentality and gratitude," Angel muttered intentionally. Storm immediately reminded everyone needs to pay attention. "We are a makeshift team for this mission, and we must have a sense of teamwork and coordinate our actions closely. My friends, we must maintain consistent teamwork. Whether we can defeat the enemy depends on our cooperation and teamwork abilities," Iceman concluded solemnly, his eyes shining with determination. At night, the river water was as dark as ink, and the night breeze gently blew, carrying a hint of coolness. At the harbor near the mouth of the Hudson River in New York, USA, the Statue of Liberty on Liberty Island stood quietly. In the torch of the statue, Magneto, Max Eisenhart, stood in a line with Mystique, Sabretooth, Blob, and Toad behind him. Facing the vast view, Magneto spread his arms as if to embrace the whole world. He overlooked the endless Hudson River and the brightly lit Empire State Building across the river, with a fervent look flashing in his murky eyes. Witness the moment of miracle. After today, the entire world order will surely change. Perhaps it is time for us mutants to rule the world. Eric murmured in a deep voice, filled with a sense of thickness and madness. He withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked into the interior of the Statue of Liberty's torch. At this moment, inside the torch, a giant circular device had inexplicably appeared. It was an infinite wave amplifier, with a metal column at each end, and the wrists of Pulse were tightly bound to those metal columns with sturdy iron chains, making it difficult to break free. Pulse crouched weakly, letting the cold wind batter him, filled with helplessness. "Pulse, I know you don't want to die like this, but you must understand, after today, you will forever be recorded in the annals of human history. Your name will be known for eternity. Your sacrifice is meaningful, invaluable for the entire mutant race. Sacrificing one of you will achieve the greater good for all mutants, allowing us to rise above humanity and rule the world." Magneto, Max Eisenhart, spoke to himself. His will was firm, unshaken by anyone, and he had great expectations for Pulse. Pulse, being a mutant himself, in some ways, Eric did not want to see Pulse die, but in his view, many times, to achieve a great cause, paying the corresponding price and making sacrifices was inevitable. As the saying goes, a general's success comes at the cost of countless bones. And Pulse's sacrifice could very well open a brand new and hopeful era for the mutant community, making such a sacrifice worthwhile. Hearing Magneto's words, Pulse shrank there, his head tilted to one side, drooping on his shoulder, filled with utter despair. Alright, the leaders of various countries should have entered the United Nations Security Summit venue by now. We should prepare to start the device. As soon as the words fell, Eric fixed Pulse's palms onto the metal column's interfaces, while commanding Sabretooth nearby to prepare to activate the device. At that moment, a fierce sound of fighting suddenly came from below the torch. Magneto couldn't help but frown. As expected, they really broke in, Human Torch, Red Tank, and Toad are stalling for time. Hurry up and act, he urged Sabretooth and the others in front of him. However, just as his words fell, accompanied by a loud bang, a hole appeared in the wall, bricks flew, and dust swirled. As the smoke cleared, two figures suddenly appeared. One person was wearing a red tight-fitting suit with a spiderweb pattern, and his face was obscured by a spider mask, making it impossible to see his features. The other had a full head of golden long hair, dressed in black tight leather, with a cape fluttering in the wind, wielding a short-handled square hammer, looking majestic and handsome, with an ethereal quality that was hard to ignore. Thor, God of Thunder, you're here. Pulse, bound to the device, instantly recognized Thor, his eyes filled with surprise, and the despair in his heart ignited with hope. Thor? If I'm not mistaken, you are one of the Avengers, right? We mutants do not interfere with you Avengers. Why are you ruining my good plan? Magneto, Max Eisenhart, narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold tone. We Avengers fight to uphold justice and peace in the world, and what you're doing at this moment is endangering human society's safety, so this is something we absolutely cannot tolerate and must stop at all costs. You Avengers really meddle too much. Have you ever thought about whether what you're doing is worth it? Magneto's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Not forgetting to undermine their sense of justice. What do you gain from maintaining human society's safety? Fame? Wealth? Or power and status? Yes, since you gain nothing, humans only see you as free labor. Why work so hard for their survival? Sabretooth, Atlas, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and drive them out, don't let them ruin our great plan. Eric knew that his words would be hard to dissuade Thor and Spider-Man, Peter Parker, so as soon as he finished speaking, he shouted at Sabretooth and Atlas. The nearby Sabretooth roared in response, his muscles bulging like a ferocious beast, charging over here. Little Spider, this is up to you. No problem, don't worry, Thor, I will definitely perform well. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, made an okay gesture towards Thor. Well, if you perform well, I will have Tony talk to your boss for a promotion and pay raise, and maybe you can even join us Avengers. Hearing Thor's words, Spider-Man became even more motivated. Daydreaming, Sabretooth can take on two at once. Sabretooth's strength was fierce, like a speeding train, crashing through obstacles while swinging his huge fist towards them. Big guy, your opponent is me. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, shot out webs from both hands, sticking a large bundle of soft and sticky gum to Sabretooth's face. Taking this opportunity, he executed a sliding kick, channeling several times his own strength into his right leg, knocking Sabretooth down to the ground. On the other side, Eric was clearly impatient, transmitting power to Pulse, eager to start the device. Facing Thor, who was slowly walking towards him, Eric clenched his hand in a pulling motion, controlling several heavy metal blocks to bind Thor's hands and feet to the wall. Do you think this can trap me? Thor's arms slightly shook, and his body instantly transformed into a form of lightning, bright white lightning and thunder exploding with immense energy, enveloping his hammer. The hammer of Thor swiftly crushed the iron blocks, scattering them in every direction. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Thor summoned the hammer back into his hand and hurled it once more, causing Magneto, who was about to activate the device, to pause in his tracks. Damn it, it seems I must deal with you before I can start the device. Seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Magneto's eyes as he interlocked his fingers. At the same time, the steel around him seemed to respond to some mysterious guidance, shooting towards Thor like arrows. This caused Thor to rise into the air, buoyed by the iron elements within his body. Feeling the agitation of the iron inside him, Thor narrowed his eyes slightly. The threat levels of mutants were classified into 8 categories: Omega, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, and Zeta. Despite the 8 levels, mutants were practically divided into 1 to 5 tiers. Judging by Joko's abilities, he probably just reached Gamma level, which is the 3rd tier of mutants.
As an alpha-level mutant, Magneto possessed incredibly powerful and unparalleled abilities.
He could manipulate and create magnetic fields, control metal as weapons, interfere with the Earth's magnetic field to negate gravity and fly at high speed, sense and control the surrounding electromagnetic spectrum, and even manipulate the iron within human bodies.
Alpha-level mutants were second only to Omega-level mutants, and Magneto was among the very top of the Alpha level.
Even when facing low-tier Omega-level mutants, he was still a formidable opponent. This demonstrated just how powerful Magneto's abilities were, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to lead the Brotherhood of Mutants. Just as Thor found himself in a dire situation, a steel-clad figure zoomed down from the sky. It was clear that the flamboyant and ostentatious Iron Man, Tony Stark, had made a grand entrance. Behind him, the buzzing sound of Quinjet wings indicated that the Avengers from S.H.I.E.L.D. were following closely behind. In an instant, Iron Man took a deep breath, and a red glow erupted from his suit's eyes. The combat mode of the suit activated instantly, enhancing its capabilities to the max. A layer of light blue flames enveloped Iron Man like a barrier, blocking the incoming metal and sharp objects from all sides. At the same time, this armor barrier effectively nullified Magneto's magnetic pull. At least in that moment, Magneto's magnetic powers had no effect on Iron Man, who had maximized his suit's power and activated the most potent chest cannon to flank Magneto alongside Thor. Tony understood Magneto's prowess and how difficult he was to deal with, so he took this battle seriously from the start, fully committed and devoid of his usual unreliability. It was rare to see him so disciplined and serious. Boom! The Hulk leaped out of the Quinjet, resembling a god of war, radiating an overpowering aura. He jumped from the Quinjet, crashing down from above, using his massive form to absorb Magneto's attack while simultaneously delivering thunderous punches to Magneto's head. The scene transformed into a three-way assault on Magneto, with Thor, Iron Man, and Hulk joining forces against him. As an intense battle was about to unfold, a group of figures climbed up the Statue of Liberty, reaching the level of the torch. Among them were Joko, Storm, Little Trick, Phantom Cat, Iceman, Angel, and Ultimate Sentinel.
Magneto, you've been claiming to think about the future of mutants, but isn't Pulsar a mutant too?
Storm confronted Magneto directly. Sacrifices are sometimes necessary. After the world order changes, the boy Pulsar will understand my actions from beyond the grave.
Ha!
That sounds grand, but it's just a cover for your own selfish desires. Indeed, everyone present had their own stance, and everything Magneto did was ultimately for himself. His actions were far from the noble selflessness he claimed, instead, they were driven by personal interests. Once mutants ruled the world, as the king of mutants, Magneto would shape the entire world's order and become the ruler of the world.
Who wouldn't want that kind of position? Boom!
A loud noise erupted as Hulk's fists missed their target, having been easily dodged by Magneto, but they smashed through stone tables and exhibits, creating fine cracks on the ground. Dust swirled, as if the place was about to be leveled, and the torch structure of the Statue of Liberty also suffered the ramifications of this disaster, threatening to be completely destroyed. In contrast, Magneto found himself the target of numerous powerful foes and was forced to retreat. After all, two fists could not fight four hands, and human strength ultimately had its limits. He could only condense a circular iron block into the shape of a shield to protect himself. Whoosh! Accompanied by a dazzling flash of light, Iron Man's chest cannon fired down, shattering the iron shield Magneto had formed before him. However, at the same time, the energy barrier that enveloped Iron Man was also dissipating, rapidly breaking apart and vanishing into thin air as if everything that had happened before had never occurred. Looks like your powers also have a time limit. Since that's the case, this battle should come to an end. After all, the order of this world is written by the victors. After blocking the triple assault of Thor's hammer, Hulk's fists, and Iron Man's cannon, Magneto flicked his cape, a dark glint appearing on his aged cheeks, revealing a hint of spirited confidence. Simultaneously, he interlocked his fingers, preparing to unleash a powerful move, channeling the magnetic forces of the Earth. The entire torch structure began to shake violently, making it clear that the Statue of Liberty's torch could not withstand the onslaught of the numerous powerful beings in combat. It seemed that it would collapse at any moment, and everyone faced the danger of falling from 100 meters into the ground. Most present lacked the ability to fly, and a fall would likely result in them being smashed into a pulp. Nearby, several steel objects were manipulated by the invisible magnetic force into a massive hammer, aiming to crush Iron Man, who was known for his flamboyance and ostentation. The gust of wind generated by the hammer's descent made Joko, who was merely observing, feel the pain on his face. That power seemed to possess the force of 1,000 tons, as if it were about to completely crush Iron Man and the entire torch of the Statue of Liberty, along with everyone inside it, into pieces. However, just at the critical moment when the hammer was about to erase Tony Stark from this world, that power suddenly lost control and fell heavily to the ground.
What is happening? How is this possible?
Upon seeing this, Magneto's face instantly froze, and he was left dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. He clearly opened his mouth to speak, yet he could not hear his own voice. He crossed his hands, trying to continue exerting his magnetic control, but no matter how hard he tried, the magnets seemed to have lost their response and did not work at all. Gradually, his hearing, smell, and sight began to fade away slowly, and he could not even feel the original metallic taste in his mouth. His facial features seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant. Magneto felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, cold sweat pouring out, and his mind was shocked to an unimaginable degree. Your 5 senses have been stripped away by me, and you have lost your connection to the Earth's magnetic field, so naturally, you cannot exert your powers. It turned out that it was Jork who suddenly appeared, standing in front of Iron Man, taking Magneto's full force hit for him. Indeed, Jork only had the strength of a level 3 mutant and was originally not a match for level 2 mutant Magneto. He wasn't even worthy to hold Magneto's shoes.
But strangely, he was parasitized by Void and Dark Phoenix.
Especially at the critical moment when Jork recklessly blocked Magneto's attack, when he saw Magneto charging at him, possibly posing a lethal threat to his host, Void and Dark Phoenix automatically manifested and fought back with all their might. Whether out of self-defense or to uphold the dignity of the strong, they could not just stand by. Usually, they fought among themselves, balancing each other, but once faced with an external crisis, they could temporarily put aside their grudges and unite against the outside threat, resolving the external predicament first. Thus, Jork being parasitized by Void and Dark Phoenix had its pros and cons.
The advantages and disadvantages were almost evenly split. It was not all bad.
Jork brushed off the dust from his clothes, smirking with a look of mockery and disdain on his face.
This was the combined power of Void and Dark Phoenix.
The greatest essence of Void and Dark Phoenix, the Void world containing the truth of the universe created by the mini-universe, superpowers, and the original spark of origin, formed a battle formation that integrated offense and defense. In this world, one could neither attack nor escape, and at the same time, Void and Dark Phoenix could randomly strip opponents of their superpower, mini-universe, senses. Even the 6th sense could be stripped away, let alone the 5 senses, which was a piece of cake for them. Meanwhile, with the help of Iceman, Angel, and Ultimate Sentinel, Spider-Man, who had defeated Sabretooth, shot out webs to firmly bind him. Additionally, seeing the situation was not good, Atlas quickly jumped down from the torch of the Statue of Liberty and fled for his life. At the last moment, unexpectedly, Magneto broke free from the power restraints of Void and Dark Phoenix, leaping down from the torch held high by the Statue of Liberty, transforming into a plume of black smoke in midair and swiftly escaping. Thus, the battle was declared over. This battle, from start to finish, was extremely fast, catching everyone off guard and ending so quietly. Magneto, Human Torch, Atlas, and others were driven away, Sabretooth was captured, Pulse was rescued, and the leaders of various countries at the United Nations Security Council were safe and sound, seemingly escaping this crisis without a clue.
Little Mischief stepped forward to rescue Pulse.
Pulse shrugged and politely declined Little Mischief's hug, saying, "Thank you for rescuing me, Little Mischief. But let's skip the hug, I just escaped from the jaws of danger and don't want you to absorb anything from me." This time, it's thanks to this Asian friend, his power is so strong that he actually made Magneto back down and flee. Tony Stark raised his hand to his chest, still feeling uneasy, then looked up at Jork and asked with curiosity.
He is Jork, a formal student at our Jean Grey Academy.
He absorbed the Dark Phoenix within Principal Jean Grey, completely eliminating the risk of energy loss control within her. Storm, Ororo, quickly explained to Iron Man and those present.
Because Jork absorbed the Dark Phoenix, when he encountered danger, the Dark Phoenix automatically exerted its defensive power, driving Magneto away.
I see, if it weren't for Jork today, we might not have been able to handle Magneto, and it's hard to say whether we could have saved the Statue of Liberty. Thor exclaimed with realization. I just don't know if Jork can control that violent Dark Phoenix power freely. If he doesn't control it well, it might lead to a huge disaster. He is like a ticking nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. Just then, a Quinjet landed in midair beside the torch held high by the Statue of Liberty. Phil Coulson, Hawkeye, Black Widow Natasha, and Quick Sky arrived late.
Is your SHIELD field team's speed always this slow?
Storm couldn't help but comment. When Phil Coulson and the others saw the chaotic scene and the captured Sabretooth, they looked bewildered.
Aren't we Avengers usually the fastest to arrive? Aren't we part of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony Stark immediately retorted.
Phil Coulson had died when Loki's scepter pierced his heart during the Chitauri invasion. However, due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Tahiti resurrection plan and Nick Fury's strong insistence, he was successfully revived using the Kree extraction liquid, allowing him to continue with field missions now.
Pulse was originally a missing student from our Jean Grey Academy. We'll take him back to school.
Iceman said to Phil Coulson and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As for Sabretooth, he is Magneto's accomplice in the incident targeting the world leaders, so you should take him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for interrogation and clarify the whole situation.
Very well, this incident is concluded, everyone can withdraw. Iron Man Tony Stark was the first to agree.
He exaggeratedly activated his armor and, before he finished speaking, eagerly jumped down from the torch of the Statue of Liberty, leaping from nearly 100 meters in height. As everyone scattered to leave, Phil Coulson suddenly received a call from S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. After quickly finishing the call, he looked up at Jork and said, "Jork, considering that you harbor the uncontrollable violent power of the Dark Phoenix within you, you are like a ticking nuclear bomb that could explode at any moment. Moving forward, effectively controlling the power within you is a responsibility that S.H.I.E.L.D. should be concerned about. I hope you can cooperate and come with us back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. This is a temporary invitation from Director Fury, and I hope you understand and cooperate actively.
Please come with us now." "Sure, I have no objections. I'll go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. with you guys and meet your legendary Agent King, Director Nick Fury."
Jork decisively interrupted Phil Coulson's words and agreed to his request without hesitation. "Great, Jork will go visit S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson. Remember to send someone to bring Jork back to our academy once the visit is over." Iceman nodded in agreement on behalf of Storm, Angel, and the others from the Jean Grey Academy, and then they all boarded the rescue helicopter from the academy and departed. Jork had no choice but to follow Phil Coulson and the others onto the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet, escorting Sabretooth and other members of Magneto's group, flying towards S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch. In New York, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. It was a towering skyscraper, and through the massive glass curtain walls, one could overlook the entire city under the night sky. At this moment, this international metropolis, home to 20 million people, was showcasing its endless charm. The dazzling lights, the ceaseless flow of traffic, the towering skyscrapers, and at the top of some buildings, particularly prominent neon signs.
Like Wayne Enterprises, Rand Corporation, Stark Industries, Umbrella Corporation, Hammer Industries, Hosben Group. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s full name is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, abbreviated as S.H.I.E.L.D., with its headquarters located in Washington, D.C. The New York location is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s continental branch, but for the vast majority of people, it has always been an extremely mysterious place. Even locals know very little about its internal situation. This area has long been designated by the government as a military restricted zone, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Only a few know that this is not a true military restricted zone, nor is it under the jurisdiction of the North American military. It belongs to an international semi-official organization of the United Nations that spans the globe, S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a very important branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even the North American government and military must report in advance if they want to come here, similar to the United Nations headquarters located in North America. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. has maintained a relatively harmonious relationship with the North American government. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is not directly governed by the North American government, it is overseen by the United Nations, which is made up of several superpowers and representatives from mainstream countries. As the leader among the superpowers, North America holds a significant position within S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, S.H.I.E.L.D. is certainly unwilling to have direct conflicts with the North American government.
At this moment, in the director's office on the top floor, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, the infamous One-Eyed King, was frowning and asking,
"Are you sure it was Magneto, Max Eisenhart, who did this? Is he really trying to strip all mutants in New York of their powers while turning the heads of state from various countries attending the Security Council meeting at the United Nations into mutants, or causing them to die from energy backlash if the transformation fails?"
Based on the existing traces, we can basically confirm that it was him, and we've also successfully captured Magneto's accomplice, Sabretooth. As long as we interrogate him, we should be able to fully understand the ins and outs of this incident. Moreover, there is a mysterious hacker organization, Tide Organization, assisting them by providing timely intelligence support. The one answering him was Phil Coulson,
an 8th-level agent who had just returned from his field mission. He was one of Nick Fury's most valued subordinates. The Tide organization is the one that has been buzzing around us like a fly, constantly tracking and digging into S.H.I.E.L.D's various secrets?
The deputy director, Hill, who was also listening to the report, looked somewhat surprised.
Exactly.
Coulson nodded, then fell into thought, saying, "From what I understand, this Tide organization has been dedicated to exposing the secrets that various governments want to hide, much like hacker Robin Hood Assange. But for some unknown reason recently, they've focused their main efforts on us and displayed an attitude of not giving up until they achieve their goal, which is not in line with their usual style."
Nick Fury lightly tapped his finger on the desk, pondering and asking, "Are you suspecting that there's a hidden hand behind this incident pushing them to collaborate with the Brotherhood of Mutants?"
"That possibility is quite high," Coulson replied. "Organizations like the Tide organization typically don't care who their target is, they have many options to choose from. Suddenly fixating on us like this could increase their own exposure risk, which is an unwise action. So, in my judgment, it's very likely that someone approached them and commissioned them to breach our database, only this would explain their sudden shift."
"What do you think?" Fury then looked at Hill. "My view is similar to Coulson's."
"This matter is likely not as simple as it seems," Hill shrugged.
Nick Fury nodded slightly, then continued to ask Coulson, "What data might have been leaked that the Brotherhood of Mutants could take advantage of? Have you verified everything?"
"We have a general understanding. Specific data has already been transmitted to your terminal, Director."
Is that so? Let me take a look." Nick Fury pressed one hand on the desk, activating the electronic screen and quickly browsing through the information.
Before long, he finished reviewing the material, looked up, and said, "I understand the situation. So, the task of tracking the Tide organization is assigned to you. You can mobilize personnel as needed, but once you find them, don't act rashly.
Remember to report back to me in a timely manner."
"Understood, Director,"
Coulson affirmed before leaving. After Coulson left the office, Hill, standing nearby, finally spoke up, "Is there something else going on? Did you have to wait until you sent Coulson away to talk? Am I that easy to see through in front of you? I can't hide anything from your keen eyes?" Nick Fury looked astonished.
"It's always been like this, I almost feel embarrassed to say it," Maria Hill said with a smirk.
"Ahem. Don't keep pointing out my shortcomings, back to the point."
To cover his embarrassment, the one-eyed director cleared his throat and said seriously, "I suspect their next target with the Brotherhood of Mutants is to completely expose the Tahiti Project, while the Brotherhood wants to seize this perverse medical technology that can bring people back to life."
"What? The Tahiti Project? Are you sure?" Hill's expression changed upon hearing this. "But I remember you deleted the Tahiti Project from the archives, didn't you?"
"The specific plan details have indeed been deleted by me, but there will always be unignorable traces left behind, such as personnel movement records during that period, budget flows, and the supply chains of all logistical materials, etc." Nick Fury's expression grew serious as he said, "Although the leaked data covers a wide range, there is currently no concrete evidence to prove that the target is definitely the Tahiti Project. However, based solely on my experience and intuition, I have every reason to firmly believe that their target is indeed related to this," Nick Fury stated. Maria Hill then solemnly added, "The fact that they are aware of the existence of the Tahiti Project speaks volumes about the likelihood of this possibility." Hill paused there, as the topic was too heavy. She believed Nick Fury naturally understood her meaning and it was unnecessary to say it too plainly. "This is exactly what I am deeply worried about." Nick Fury's expression grew even graver. He certainly understood Hill's implications. The so-called Tahiti Project was, in brief, an extremely secretive initiative focused on researching how to use an alien Kree corpse that S.H.I.E.L.D. had accidentally obtained for human resurrection studies and experiments. Initially, this project was assigned to Phil Coulson, and it progressed smoothly at first, successfully extracting a liquid named GH325 from the Kree corpse. This liquid could allow someone on the brink of death to be revived on the spot. However, the only issue was that those receiving the treatment would endure unimaginable pain, leading them to prefer death over such inhuman suffering. Moreover, while GH325 could rapidly heal the body, the cost was the integration of Kree genetic memories, resulting in personality splits and mental instability. For this reason, Phil Coulson had suggested to Nick Fury that the project be halted, as anyone who witnessed the treatment process understood how cruel it was. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury listened to Coulson's advice and temporarily suspended the project. It wasn't until Coulson was mortally wounded by Loki during the Chitauri invasion incident that Nick Fury, in an attempt to save him, reluctantly restarted the Tahiti project. But just like those who had undergone treatment before, Coulson could not withstand the inhuman pain, and even though he was ultimately saved, his mind suffered severe trauma. To help him return to normal, they had to hypnotize him, sealing away those painful memories and implanting a false memory of a vacation in Tahiti to replace them. After that, to indicate that this was a one-time exception, Nick Fury decisively terminated the Tahiti project, deleted all related records, and issued a gag order. Most of the personnel involved in the project voluntarily chose to undergo hypnosis to seal away the memories they did not wish to revisit, leaving only a few who retained that knowledge. Therefore, very few people truly knew about the Tahiti project. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., those aware of it were few and far between. Yet now, the Brotherhood of Mutants, led by Magneto, and the Tide organization were implementing a grand scheme, and this matter had been leaked. This could only indicate one thing: there were issues within S.H.I.E.L.D., it was not as solid and impenetrable as they imagined. Hill did not articulate this clearly, as the topic was too sensitive, helpless, and heavy. What should we do now? Hill asked, uncertain of Nick Fury's plans. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury replied, "As for how the plan was leaked, we currently have no way to investigate, and I don't want to alert the enemy. Let's set this matter aside for now. The most important thing is to ensure that Tahiti project doesn't come to light again." Maria Hill inquired, "So what should we do?" Nick Fury explained, regardless of the origins of the shadowy figure who hired the Tide organization, that leaked data has likely fallen into their hands. They might be able to use that data to find all personnel related to the Tahiti project, leading to individual breakthroughs. In reality, there are not many who participated in the Tahiti project, and most voluntarily underwent hypnosis to completely seal those memories, leaving only a small number. Moreover, among that small number, almost all of them work at headquarters, so even if they wanted to target them, it wouldn't be so easy except for one person. You mean, Hill suddenly pictured someone in her mind. Exactly, the person you are thinking of. Dr. Raymond, who was fully responsible for the psychological treatment and subsequent hypnosis for the Tahiti project, Nick Fury said slowly. But hasn't he concealed his original identity and created a new one, living a secluded life while undergoing treatment for schizophrenia? Maria Hill countered. Nick Fury sighed, "If it weren't for this data leak, I wouldn't want to disturb him lightly, as he was implicated in that incident, leading to his condition. But the current situation clearly doesn't allow him to remain out there. If those with malicious intentions find him, he would be like someone holding treasure while being coveted. He is at great risk of being kidnapped and facing life-threatening danger. They won't be merciful just because he is ill." That's true. He will inevitably be targeted and unearthed by certain ulterior motives, especially since our highest secrets have already been leaked. Nothing is completely impenetrable in this world, Hill agreed. After all, the medical technology that can revive humans is a deadly attraction for anyone. Dr. Raymond is indeed like a treasure sought after by others, Nick Fury noted. So, I hope you can make the trip to bring him back to headquarters. If his condition hasn't improved and he needs further treatment, I will arrange for someone to provide it at headquarters. Hill readily agreed, "Leave it to me, I will definitely bring him back." "Then I appreciate it," Nick Fury nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. According to common sense, even as the director, he shouldn't easily send Hill, a fully fledged deputy director, out on a mission. But given the circumstances, it was an unavoidable situation. Only those who knew about the Tahiti project could execute this task. Sending someone else would only complicate matters and significantly increase the risk of exposing this incident. Among the few who were aware, there was a strong possibility of finding the mole who leaked the Tahiti project. With no way to determine who the mole was, he could only trouble Maria Hill to make the trip. He had a fair amount of trust in Hill. Although she often disagreed with him on many matters and frequently took an opposing stance, such as her strong opposition to his plan to form the Avengers, she consistently insisted that relying solely on vague ideas was not enough to ensure superheroes willingly cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D., some constraints were necessary. Thus, she initially did not support the establishment of the Avengers and vehemently opposed his decision. Nick Fury's views contrasted with hers, but ultimately, it was just a difference in ideology. He did not believe Hill would do anything to harm S.H.I.E.L.D. It is worth noting that Hill was directly appointed to S.H.I.E.L.D. as deputy director, and in a way, she was sent by the committee that controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. in the background to oversee Nick Fury. Compared to Nick Fury, the committee that controls S.H.I.E.L.D. clearly trusted Hill more. After the Chitauri incident, the committee considered replacing Fury as director because Fury had repeatedly gone against their wishes during that event, acting unilaterally. However, Maria Hill firmly supported Nick Fury and strongly opposed the committee's actions in this matter.
From this, it's clear that Maria Hill always stands firm on major principles.
If Nick Fury were to be replaced, it would almost certainly be her taking over the director's position, yet she has no reason to speak on behalf of Nick Fury. It is precisely because of her past performances that Nick Fury places a great deal of trust in her. At least among those who know about the Tahiti project, Hill is currently the only person he can trust. If he didn't send Hill, Nick Fury would probably have to take action himself. But as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., every move he makes is under scrutiny. If he were to act personally, it would be like shouting that there's something to hide, so he ultimately chose to rely on Hill. I have sent the specific information about him to your personal terminal. You can decide the rest on your own. I won't interfere further, Nick Fury said after sending the information to Maria Hill. Hill glanced at the special watch on her wrist, nodded slightly, and made an OK gesture to indicate she understood. After an unknown amount of time, Sabretooth slowly regained consciousness, only to find himself in a completely unfamiliar and fully enclosed isolation area. In front of him, Quake Sky and Jork were standing in this small secure room, watching him like a tiger with its claws taken away, trapped in a zoo. What is this place? Sabretooth roared in anger. Not long ago, he had been thrilled to follow Magneto's fervent ideals, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a prisoner. Don't worry, friend. This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York Domestic Affairs Headquarters secure isolation room, and it's our shared home. Quake Sky said, her eyes glinting with wisdom as she comforted him gently. But why can't I feel my powers? Sabretooth moved his fingers, but the surroundings were silent, he could not unleash his full strength. To be precise, his 5 senses had recovered, and all his abilities were restored, but he simply could not manifest them. He possessed sharp claws, the same healing ability as Wolverine, and the power of immortality, making him stronger in strength, speed, observation, and perception than Wolverine. Yet now, he felt as if he were trapped in a cage made of solid alloys and tempered glass. Sabretooth, we are actually doing this for your own good. Think about it, as your feral abilities grow stronger, what would happen if you couldn't control your power? There are plenty of examples of self-immolation, Jork said, shrugging his shoulders with an innocent smile, seemingly genuinely concerned for Sabretooth. He tapped the plastic food tray and added, these are made of plastic, you won't get hurt from a mishap with your powers. Plus, it's incredibly quiet here, free from outside disturbances. You can focus on reading and studying, honing your skills, doesn't that sound great? Sabretooth roared uncontrollably, I will never let you get away with this. Quake Sky, Daisy Louise Johnson, patted her chest and pretended to be scared, saying, oh, I'm so afraid. But before that, you better think about how to get out of this cage with no exit. Jork chimed in, just stay here and reflect on your actions. It must be said that Sabretooth's strength was indeed formidable. If it weren't for Spider-Man Peter Parker using webs to subdue him, it would have been difficult for the people from Jean Grey Academy to defeat him together. A third-tier mutant, his power was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention there were Alpha and Omega-level mutants. It is known that Omega-level mutants are considered to be at the cosmic level. Those at the cosmic level can easily defeat God-level heroes, such as the Eternals and Silver Surfer. Any superhero reaching that level possesses the capability to destroy planets. Jork couldn't help but ponder how to deal with an Omega-level mutant if he ever encountered one. Clearly, the Sentinels and Phoenix Jean Grey they faced earlier were not true Omega-level mutants, only when their split personalities reached their peak, possessing world-destroying abilities, would they be considered true Omega-level. Sabretooth's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at Quake Sky and asked, was this all his idea? Quake Sky nodded and replied, that's right. This was all initiated by our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. S.H.I.E.L.D.? What a joke! You specialize in dealing with mutants, completely dedicated to protecting human interests, yet we are mutants ourselves. Sabretooth said with resentment and anger. But you, as Magneto's loyal accomplice, nearly plunged the entire world into crisis. If it weren't for our Avengers and the X-Men from Jean Grey Academy banding together to repel Magneto, it would have been an irreparable mistake. Friend, as one of our kind, do you still not see the truth? Quake Sky said with a smile, her words laden with deep meaning, as if she were trying to enlighten Sabretooth and alleviate his resentment. Sabretooth fell into silence, seemingly slowly accepting this fact. Though he was unwilling, now that he could not unleash his powers, it was difficult for him to cause any more trouble.
Alright, we've asked about everything we needed to. We won't disturb you any longer while you're in isolation, Quake Sky said, waving her hand with a smile. She then signaled for Jork to turn and leave with her, so as not to interrupt Sabretooth's time in confinement. They had helped as much as they could, and they only hoped that Magneto's plans for destruction would quiet down for a while. In fact, being isolated at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was far better than being in a government prison. Though their factional positions differed, they were ultimately of the same kind. Jork, our S.H.I.E.L.D. has unanimously decided that we need your cooperation for a temporary confinement for a few days. As Jork followed Quake Sky out of the mysterious secure isolation room, Quake, with a very serious and solemn expression, said to him, "First, we need to observe and study your mutation abilities after absorbing the Dark Phoenix to see if there's a possibility of feral behavior occurring in your daily state that could lead to immense destructive power, which might result in an irreversible disaster. We need to conduct regular superpower tests on you and make the most appropriate risk assessments, not only for your safety but also for the safety and peace of all humanity." Dr. Beth, I feel like you're intentionally making things difficult for me, Raymond. Just then, as Jork followed Quake Sky toward the research lab within S.H.I.E.L.D., he suddenly heard a man's voice ahead, filled with grievance. In front of them was a middle-aged white man, about in his 40s, wearing a blue and white striped patient gown, looking helpless as he spoke. Walking alongside him was a white female doctor in a standard lab coat with golden hair. She had a silver nameplate hanging on the left side of her chest, clearly displaying her name, Dr. Caitlin Beth. As the man in the patient gown, Raymond, was speaking passionately, Dr. Beth listened calmly, occasionally jotting down notes on the patient file in her hand. Once Raymond finished, she put down her pen and turned to him, speaking softly. "Do you know why Commander Hill recalled you to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for the strictest protection?" Dr. Beth leaned closer to Raymond, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "We were both important executors of the Tahiti Project. Now that this secret has leaked to the Brotherhood of Mutants, they are digging into this matter. I believe it won't be long before they specifically target you to extract all the key secrets of resurrection from you, and when that time comes, it won't be up to you anymore." "What? My God, even such a top secret can leak from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Then I have to question the internal security measures of S.H.I.E.L.D., Raymond exclaimed, jumping up in agitation. Dr. Beth returned to a normal volume and sighed meaningfully. "It's truly unfortunate. To be precise, bringing you back to S.H.I.E.L.D. might restrict your freedom of movement, but it is also a measure taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. to better protect you and prevent you from being captured by the Brotherhood of Mutants." "Then doesn't that mean I'm practically imprisoned, without any personal freedom?" Raymond lamented. "Alright, your current condition shows no issues at all, and your earlier remarks were quite impressive. I dare say most normal people can't match your eloquence. After strict mental evaluations, your mental state is very normal right now. But..." Raymond knew that where this conversation was going, there would surely be a twist. "But, to prevent you from being idle, you are now officially reassigned to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical lab as a psychologist." Dr. Beth flipped through the patient file in her hand, looking at the records as she asked. "So, you mean I'm back at S.H.I.E.L.D. and forced to work as a psychologist at the rehabilitation center?" Raymond said with a wry smile. Dr. Beth quickly added, "To be precise, you will be my assistant. I hope you can wholeheartedly cooperate with my daily work, understand?" Raymond's expression stiffened slightly, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Behind them, Quake Sky caught up with Jork and greeted them. "Dr. Beth, Dr. Raymond, this is Jork. Director Nick Fury has decided that Jork will be staying in our medical lab for a while. And that you, as medical and psychological doctors, will observe and assess him to ensure that his superpowers do not go out of control and pose a significant threat to the public." "Oh, another patient like me? We really are kindred spirits," Dr. Raymond exclaimed dramatically as he directed his gaze towards Jork. He had initially been very reluctant to be confined by S.H.I.E.L.D., feeling a mix of shock and anger when Commander Hill forcibly brought him back to headquarters. He thought S.H.I.E.L.D. was worried about the deterioration of his condition, and he was eager to escape this place that restricted his freedom. If possible, he would prefer human rights and freedom over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s so-called safety. It was only after his recent conversation with Dr. Beth that he began to understand the truth of the situation. Thus, in Dr. Beth's eyes, he was just a pitiable person whose freedom was forcibly limited. "Jork?" Dr. Beth also exclaimed in surprise, then nodded affirmatively, saying, "This is manageable. Our agent Gemma Simmons is also an expert in life sciences, both human and alien, and is the youngest graduate in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Academy of Sciences and Technology. Young people often have a common language, so let's assign Jork to Agent Gemma Simmons."
The four of them continued chatting as they walked into the medical lab within S.H.I.E.L.D. The pharmacological and medical labs at S.H.I.E.L.D. were very advanced and well-equipped, with the top biochemical research experts. After all, toxic gases, venoms, and viruses are significant threats to human safety, and as an organization dedicated to maintaining human safety, S.H.I.E.L.D. could not be without research institutions in these areas, otherwise, it would become a serious shortcoming. However, at this moment, Jork was not thinking about any of that. Seeing the scene reminded him of the tragic experience of being used as a live subject in the Umbrella Corporation's underground secret smart biochemistry research facility.
Why did this scene feel so familiar, as if history were repeating itself?
That incident had left him with a profound psychological shadow, so he almost instinctively felt the urge to escape from here immediately, nearly losing his rationality and causing a disaster. Fortunately, his reason suppressed his inner cowardice and impulse. If he lost control in S.H.I.E.L.D., it would validate the fact that he could not control his superpowers, and he might be sent back to the CIA or FBI, imprisoned forever, which would indeed be a significant problem. That was definitely not a viable option. He could only rack his brain to plan how to outsmart Dr. Beth and Agent Gemma Simmons, the biochemical and medical experts, in an attempt to slip through the cracks. Unfortunately, he was now realizing that Agent Gemma Simmons would be far more difficult to deal with than he had anticipated.
Damn!
Since you are so resolute, we can indeed breathe a sigh of relief for now, Dr. Caitlin Beth said, genuinely relieved as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Jork, you will stay in our lab from now on, under my observation and testing, essentially acting as a temporary expert in our technology department, Gemma Simmons added, solidifying the arrangement.
We won't confine you or restrict your freedom. You can engage in activities with us in the tech lab. I can explain about absorbing the Dark Phoenix.
Jork began, bracing himself to deliver a somewhat dubious excuse he had prepared. However, Dr. Beth interrupted him before he could finish. Let's not discuss your absorption of the superpower for now.
Hearing this, Jork felt not relief but heightened vigilance.
Dr. Raymond felt similarly, sensing that Dr. Caitlin was about to put him in a difficult position.
Well, unless absolutely necessary, I really don't want to mention it again, Jork replied firmly.
Indeed, he quickly realized that his intuition was correct, and things were unfolding just as he had expected. We know, Mr. Raymond, that you are an authority in psychology, far more qualified than we are. Dr. Beth turned to Dr. Raymond.
That's all in the past.
I've been experiencing episodes lately. It's true what they say, a doctor cannot heal himself, Dr. Raymond replied candidly. Dr. Raymond, to be honest, I have read many of your articles and have always admired you. I even consider you my idol, Dr. Beth said, adjusting her glasses with a serious expression.
But that doesn't mean you can casually question and belittle my expertise.
My bachelor's and master's degrees in psychology were obtained from Stanford University, and their value is unquestionable. Please cooperate with my work and don't feel that your reputation is compromised under my supervision. You don't need to worry, Doctor. I might not be good at much, but following medical advice has always been my principle, Dr. Raymond responded with a hint of teasing. Once Quake Sky had brought Jork to the medical lab and handed him over to Agent Gemma Simmons for observation and testing, she left. Jork found himself staying in the lab with Gemma Simmons, Dr. Beth, and Dr. Raymond. Soon, Dr. Beth, Gemma Simmons, and Dr. Raymond engaged in an ongoing discussion about medical academic topics, and they even began talking about the Rosenhan experiment in medical history. Jork felt utterly bored, his head buzzing, and his mind unable to settle. They were intentionally making things difficult for him. He had forgotten most of the knowledge from his less prestigious university, and how could he discuss such topics with these masters and doctoral professionals? He had no idea what the Rosenhan experiment was. What they were saying felt like a foreign language to him.
This is it. Jork thought, feeling like a walking corpse trailing behind Dr. Beth, Dr. Raymond, and Agent Gemma Simmons, his life feeling dim and bleak.
Hey, Jork, are you alright? Why do you look so pale? Just as Jork's thoughts turned gray, Gemma Simmons' voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Dr. Caitlin Beth then explained to Jork, now we are going to observe another mutant with uncontrolled abilities. His name is David, and like the recently captured Sabretooth, he is also a dangerously volatile individual. The group proceeded to another secure isolation room. As the door to the isolation room opened, Jork instinctively looked inside and saw a short-haired, blue-eyed young white man waving at them, appearing friendly and greeting them warmly.
Dr. Caitlin, Agent Simmons, you finally arrived.
Being locked up alone is driving me crazy. I'm so bored and lonely.
David?
Dr. Raymond reflexively called out the name. As soon as the words left his lips, he was surprised to find that he knew this young man with blue eyes whom he had never met. His recognition seemed to stem from dreamlike memories within him, as if the scene before him had occurred in a dream, requiring time to adjust. It was only when he saw specific people and events that those dreamlike memory fragments would suddenly surface. Just like now, when he greeted the blue-eyed young man David, he had no prior impression, but upon seeing him in person, memories associated with him from dreams immediately flooded back. From these memories, he learned that the blue-eyed young man's full name was David Haller. Like Sabretooth, he was also identified as a dangerously volatile mutant, captured and brought to S.H.I.E.L.D. for confinement, so they shared a bond of mutual understanding. Wait a minute. As Jork clarified David's identity in his memory, his body suddenly stiffened. David Haller? Good grief, that name is quite common in Europe and America. There are probably many people with the same name, but the only one named like this who is a patient with schizophrenia undergoing treatment must be the one and only David Charles Haller, the late Professor X's son. Although Professor X died without ever knowing he had this son, and David himself was unaware that his biological father was the leader of mutants, the true terror of David lay not in being Professor X's son but in his own uncontrollable and terrifying power. His title comes from a passage in the Bible. In the Gospel of Mark, it is said that Jesus encountered a man possessed by evil spirits, and when Jesus asked for his name, he replied, "My name is Legion, for we are many." Jesus then understood that the man was not possessed by a single evil spirit, but by many evil spirits all at once. David is referred to as Legion because he closely resembles the figure in the Bible who was possessed by many evil spirits. Although he is not possessed, he has over 1,000 alternate personalities in his mind. Most of these alternate personalities are eccentric and bizarre, and what's even more terrifying is that each has its own unique superpower, many of which are highly destructive. Because of this, he is one of the few mutants assessed as an Omega-level mutant. However, David is different from other types of mentally ill patients. Schizophrenics, when not switched to an alternate personality, are often relatively normal and not much different from ordinary people. It's worth noting that even Magneto and Professor X, the leaders of mutants on opposing sides, are only rated as level 2 mutants, indicating the terrifying power David possesses. However, this refers to his peak state. Right now, his condition is not too severe, and he can probably count the number of alternate personalities on both hands, still quite a distance from being an Omega-level mutant. But just like the Void and Dark Phoenix within Jork, he is still a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. His power level is proportional to his mental state. The stronger he becomes, the worse his mental fragmentation gets. No one knows if he might suddenly deteriorate due to some stimulus and go on a rampage. For ordinary people, not to mention facing an Omega-level mutant with world-ending powers, even facing off against a level 3 mutant like Wolverine, who has greater vitality than offensive power, offers no means of resistance. So, when Jork realized that the patient David before him was the very Legion he had known, he froze, his hair standing on end, completely stunned. I knew that name sounded familiar. This is just too much. Even Dr. Raymond, who had just been reassigned here, felt an impulse to curse. Being brought to S.H.I.E.L.D. for confinement and having his freedom restricted was one thing, but now he had to share a space with this unpredictable time bomb. How could he live normally? Although David appeared fine now, once he entered his episode mode and switched to a certain twisted alternate personality, he could instantly turn violent, killing with ease as if chopping vegetables. Dr. Raymond certainly did not want to become a victim of his outbursts. Initially, when he followed Dr. Beth and Agent Simmons to this place, he thought he could stay safely in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical lab for a while without hurrying to leave. After all, there was no need to worry about food and drink, and staying a bit longer wouldn't kill him. At worst, he'd just be restricted in his freedom and a little bored. But now, he regretted being so unlucky, wishing he hadn't acted so impulsively without understanding the situation, which forced him to continue sharing a space with this unpredictable bomb. What should we do now? Dr. Raymond's mind raced. Having seen a lot, even facing the danger of having a gun to his head in the past, he was still quite shaken at this moment. Just as he racked his brain to think of how to handle the situation, Jork maintained a positive attitude, choosing to go with the flow and remain calm without the same level of fear and anxiety. Now, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to use him as a live test subject, they would need to weigh the consequences of the destruction his potential rampage could bring. The power gave him an inexplicable confidence. Jork was now also a level 3 mutant and wouldn't be easily frightened. In fact, he felt a sense of exhilaration. It was clear what his intentions were. Of course, he wanted to absorb David's immense and twisted power, just like he had done with the Void and Dark Phoenix, which included his ability to endlessly split and absorb others' souls. Just like the legends where falling off a cliff could lead to obtaining a powerful secret technique, or randomly saving an old beggar on the street guarantees that they are a revered elder with ancestral wisdom. However, what exactly is this? Jork was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know if he could control the thousands of alternate personalities within David.
Asian. Asian? The voice that came again brought Jork's thoughts back to reality.
When he focused again and looked ahead, he saw that David had somehow moved right in front of him, waving his right hand in front of his eyes, trying to get his attention and pull him back to reality.
Shit? Jork jumped in shock. How could he be perceived as the abnormal one by this crazy person?
He quickly stepped back, realizing after calming down that David was merely trying to observe him closely to see what was wrong since he hadn't responded, with no malicious intent.
Sorry, I was distracted, lost in thought. Jork quickly explained.
Ah. David let out a sigh of relief, displaying a relieved smile. That's good.
When you didn't respond, I thought they had given you a sedative again.
Thanks for your concern. My head is a bit dizzy. I need to be quiet for a while. I'll chat with you later when I have time, Jork said, having little interest in chit-chatting with a person suffering from multiple personalities, even momentarily putting aside his wariness. David didn't press further, smiling as he said, "All right, you stay quiet, and we can talk later. I also need to undergo observation, testing, and treatment from Dr. Beth and Agent Simmons." Thus, Dr. Beth, Dr. Raymond, and Agent Simmons began to work together to perform various checks and evaluations on David.
Was that the feeling of switching alternate personalities?
Raising his arms and looking at David, who had returned to normal and was mentally clear, Dr. Raymond began to gain a preliminary understanding of David's so-called switching of alternate personalities through close observation and instrument testing. During the switch, while David temporarily lost control over his body, his consciousness remained intact and did not lapse into unconsciousness. David, known as Legion, bears this name because he closely resembles the figure in the Bible who was possessed by many evil spirits. Although he is not possessed, he has over 1,000 alternate personalities in his mind. Most of these alternate personalities are eccentric and bizarre, and what's even more terrifying is that each possesses its own unique superpower, many of which are highly destructive. Because of this, he is one of the few mutants assessed as an Omega-level mutant. However, David differs from other types of mentally ill patients. Schizophrenics, when not switched to an alternate personality, are often relatively normal and not much different from ordinary people. It's worth noting that even Magneto and Professor X, the leaders of mutants on opposing sides, are only rated as level 2 mutants, indicating the terrifying power David possesses. However, this refers to his peak state. Right now, his condition is not too severe, and he can probably count the number of alternate personalities on both hands, still quite a distance from being an Omega-level mutant. But just like the Void and Dark Phoenix within Jork, he is still a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. His power level is proportional to his mental state. The stronger he becomes, the worse his mental fragmentation gets. No one knows if he might suddenly deteriorate due to some stimulus and go on a rampage. For ordinary people, not to mention facing an Omega-level mutant with world-ending powers, even facing off against a level 3 mutant like Wolverine, who has greater vitality than offensive power, offers no means of resistance. So, when Jork realized that the patient David before him was the very Legion he had known, he froze, his hair standing on end, completely stunned. I knew that name sounded familiar. This is just too much. Even Dr. Raymond, who had just been reassigned here, felt an impulse to curse. Being brought to S.H.I.E.L.D. for confinement and having his freedom restricted was one thing, but now he had to share a space with this unpredictable time bomb. How could he live normally? Although David appeared fine now, once he entered his episode mode and switched to a certain twisted alternate personality, he could instantly turn violent, killing with ease as if chopping vegetables. Dr. Raymond certainly did not want to become a victim of his outbursts. Initially, when he followed Dr. Beth and Agent Simmons to this place, he thought he could stay safely in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical lab for a while without hurrying to leave. After all, there was no need to worry about food and drink, and staying a bit longer wouldn't kill him. At worst, he'd just be restricted in his freedom and a little bored. But now, he regretted being so unlucky, wishing he hadn't acted so impulsively without understanding the situation, which forced him to continue sharing a space with this unpredictable bomb. What should we do now? Dr. Raymond's mind raced. Having seen a lot, even facing the danger of having a gun to his head in the past, he was still quite shaken at this moment. Just as he racked his brain to think of how to handle the situation, Jork maintained a positive attitude, choosing to go with the flow and remain calm without the same level of fear and anxiety. Now, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to use him as a live test subject, they would need to weigh the consequences of the destruction his potential rampage could bring. The power gave him an inexplicable confidence. Jork was now also a level 3 mutant and wouldn't be easily frightened. In fact, he felt a sense of exhilaration. It was clear what his intentions were. Of course, he wanted to absorb David's immense and twisted power, just like he had done with the Void in Dark Phoenix, which included his ability to endlessly split and absorb others' souls. Just like the legends where falling off a cliff could lead to obtaining a powerful secret technique, or randomly saving an old beggar on the street guarantees that they are a revered elder with ancestral wisdom. However, what exactly is this? Jork was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know if he could control the thousands of alternate personalities within David.
Asian. Asian? The voice that came again brought Jork's thoughts back to reality.
When he focused again and looked ahead, he saw that David had somehow moved right in front of him, waving his right hand in front of his eyes, trying to get his attention and pull him back to reality.
Shit? Jork jumped in shock. How could he be perceived as the abnormal one by this crazy person?
He quickly stepped back, realizing after calming down that David was merely trying to observe him closely to see what was wrong since he hadn't responded, with no malicious intent.
Sorry, I was distracted, lost in thought. Jork quickly explained.
Ah. David let out a sigh of relief, displaying a relieved smile. That's good.
When you didn't respond, I thought they had given you a sedative again.
Thanks for your concern. My head is a bit dizzy. I need to be quiet for a while. I'll chat with you later when I have time, Jork said, having little interest in chit-chatting with a person suffering from multiple personalities, even momentarily putting aside his wariness. David didn't press further, smiling as he said, "All right, you stay quiet, and we can talk later. I also need to undergo observation, testing, and treatment from Dr. Beth and Agent Simmons." Thus, Dr. Beth, Dr. Raymond, and Agent Simmons began to work together to perform various checks and evaluations on David.
Was that the feeling of switching alternate personalities?
Raising his arms and looking at David, who had returned to normal and was mentally clear, Dr. Raymond began to gain a preliminary understanding of David's so-called switching of alternate personalities through close observation and instrument testing. During the switch, while David temporarily lost control over his body, his consciousness remained intact and did not lapse into unconsciousness. If his memory served him right, S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed had a number of hostile forces, including various military organizations, the Brotherhood of Mutants, the Nazi organization Hydra, and many other evil and criminal groups, all entangled in numerous grievances with S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he was still unclear about certain details of his abilities, there was no need for him to recklessly speculate. What he needed to do was to use his own strength to ensure his absolute safety. For Jork, who had always lacked a sense of normal security, this had never changed. Upon receiving Jork's consent, Gemma Simmons and Dr. Caitlin Beth both looked pleased. For them, this was extremely beneficial for their research on mutant superpowers. For Jork, it was also a way to gain a deeper understanding of his own abilities and perhaps find methods to enhance his power. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Gemma Simmons smiled and patted the armrest of her chair, saying, "Dear Jork, I'm so glad you made a choice that benefits us both. I've always hoped to accompany you in exploring your abilities, but I think you'll be happier with Dr. Beth and me by your side. Of course, you needn't worry about your safety. I believe we have ample time for your assessments," Dr. Caitlin Beth said as she stepped forward, her expression serious as she addressed Jork. "Jork, please follow me." Jork nodded and stood up, turning to Gemma Simmons, saying, "I hope you're worthy of my trust, Agent Simmons." With that, he followed Dr. Caitlin Beth and Gemma Simmons out. Agent Simmons kept a smile on her face as she looked at him, her gaze deep and calm like a serene lake, as always. As Beth and Gemma led the way through the research lab, Jork felt like a child entering a grand garden, curiously studying the surroundings and the various strange and advanced instruments, many of which were specially customized and unique. As the most important global security agency, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not inferior to the CIA or FBI in terms of operational capabilities. In research, with the support of many high-IQ mutants, S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed profound and concealed. At the very least, its research capabilities were not worse than those of some universities or specialized research institutions. The S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratories were filled with various cutting-edge technological devices, and overall, it was quite satisfying. As their guide, Gemma Simmons felt quite proud seeing Jork's expression. As a genius in biochemistry, especially as an elite member graduated from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, she considered S.H.I.E.L.D. to be like her home. Jork's admiring gaze made her feel immensely proud, causing her to drop her initial reservations and engage with him more actively. The history of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't very long, but I believe it's not inferior to any intelligence organization or military agency, is it? Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. is amazing, and the agents serving it are also incredible. Jork chuckled, jokingly asking Gemma Simmons, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting two remarkable female researchers to dinner? Dr. Caitlin Beth's expression darkened as she glared at Jork, standing a few centimeters taller than him, looking down as she said, sorry, but I have no interest, especially in those who are not fully matured, both physically and mentally. Agent Gemma Simmons nodded in agreement, indicating her lack of interest in Jork as well. All right. Miss, Jork raised his hands and said, I admit that I might not meet your standards right now, but considering my age and development, I should reach your acceptable criteria soon. Jork, I really want to see how thick your skin is with a gamma knife. Dr. Beth said through gritted teeth, her excitement making the veins on her forehead bulge. Seriously, after we try it out, can we go grab dinner or catch a movie together? Jork said nonchalantly, quickening his pace until he was almost shoulder to shoulder with Dr. Beth's athletic and alluring figure. He had learned a lot from his experiences with characters like Psylocke and Jean Grey about how to navigate the minds of naturally open and passionate Western women, and he was becoming quite adept at it. Under the pressure of Jork's stronger psychic abilities, Dr. Caitlin Beth's mental defenses had little room to resist. Realizing that she couldn't handle Jork's cheekiness, Dr. Beth could only maintain a stern face and quicken her pace towards the lab. Seeing this, Jork shrugged and silently followed, deciding it was time to put an end to the playful banter. Continuing to press the issue might make him seem juvenile and annoying, and they could genuinely turn hostile. After all, they had just met and weren't familiar enough to be overly casual. Though he didn't know where he had gone wrong, Jork was well aware that his hopes of inviting these two brilliant women out on a date and developing a relationship were likely to be dashed. He could only lament that he had seen many mature women in this world, and indeed, the difficulty of winning them over was much higher than that of simply charming a college girl, which had always worked for him back in school. Thoughts aside, the three soon arrived at the core research facility of S.H.I.E.L.D. After intentionally avoiding many colleagues, Beth and Gemma led Jork to a laboratory that looked highly confidential. Gemma Simmons first verified her iris, then pressed a keypad lock, swiftly entering the password. Finally, she activated a communication device and spoke into it, Fitz, it's me. Dr. Beth and I are bringing someone with very powerful abilities over for testing and research. As soon as Gemma's words finished, the steel-sealed door in front of the three split along an X trajectory, revealing a deep passage inside. Seeing this, Jork couldn't help but exclaim, I can only say that your security measures here are probably more complex than those at the White House. There are too many people watching S.H.I.E.L.D. with ill intent. Gemma Simmons frowned slightly and said, it's not just terrorist organizations, there are also extreme mutants, like the Brotherhood of Mutants, the Hellfire Club, and other enemy organizations, alien entities, and various evil criminal groups. Therefore, to protect S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal secrets, we must take such measures. Upon hearing this, Jork nodded gently. He understood that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibilities extended beyond merely supervising and controlling superpowered individuals. They also bore the crucial tasks of defending against threats from extraterrestrial life, enemy organizations, and terrorist groups. If S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked certain secret methods and security measures, he might have chosen to flee without hesitation. Before stepping into the passage, Jork first set the orange cat down from his shoulder, allowing it to play on its own. Then he followed Dr. Caitlin Beth and Gemma Simmons into the corridor. The surrounding rays clearly indicated that numerous instruments were taking measurements. To demonstrate his harmlessness, Jork released his telekinetic defenses, letting these rays make unobstructed contact with his body. He distinctly felt as if he had ingested some substance, and the activity level of his abilities surged slightly. Watching this change, Jork sighed silently. He was unsure whether this was a good or bad thing. At that moment, a seemingly somewhat silly but radiating a bookish, nerdy aura, blonde young man approached. Let me introduce you, this is Jork, our guest invited by S.H.I.E.L.D., Gemma Simmons said with a hint of complaint, addressing the young man, clearly indicating her attitude towards her friend. Leo Fitz's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he circled Jork, examining him with a somewhat peculiar gaze while saying, is a little boy like this really worth S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention? From what Jork has demonstrated so far, his abilities are indeed quite powerful. Whether he is a mutant still needs to be confirmed, Gemma Simmons replied while adjusting the instruments. Not necessarily a mutant, could he be one of those inhuman superpowered individuals? Leo Fitz continued to inquire with interest. It's important to note that many people mistakenly believe that mutants are merely mutated humans. However, over time, mutants have gradually formed an independent racial identity, stemming from stable genetic changes, known as the X gene. With the presence of the X gene, mutants separate themselves from the human population and become a distinct race. This is also the reason why governments around the world implement strict policies against mutants. They pose a significant potential threat due to their established population. On the other hand, exceptions like the inhumans, whose threats are relatively more palatable to governments, essentially still belong to the human category and lack unique, established genetic components.
For example, the Illuminati of the Inhumans. Inhumans are not the same as mutants.
Indeed, inhumans may not have the X gene, but that does not mean they lack power. They still fall under the category of superhumans. S.H.I.E.L.D. invited Jork for research purposes and also to prevent potential power from falling into enemy hands. The best way was to turn him into an ally or, more securely, integrate him into their system for their own use. Leo Fitz was closely examining Jork while Jork was quietly observing him. Unlike the common, self-assertive Western youths, Leo Fitz appeared particularly cute and nerdy. When he noticed Jork scrutinizing him without restraint, Leo Fitz was not offended. Instead, he stepped forward, extended his hand to Jork, and smiled charmingly, saying, "Hello, Jork, I'm Leo Fitz, a research expert in mechanical and electronic engineering at S.H.I.E.L.D." Jork naturally shook Leo Fitz's hand and replied earnestly, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Fitz.
Honestly, you are one of the most talented academic figures I've ever met."
Leo Fitz smiled slightly and said, "Really?
What an honor, especially coming from such a big boy." Jork glanced at the height difference between them and sighed.
He knew that in his current half-grown state, gaining external recognition would not be easy. Being too young often made it difficult for people to trust and acknowledge him, which was only natural. However, this did not dampen Jork's enthusiasm. He began to use all his charm to engage with Leo Fitz, Dr. Beth, and Gemma Simmons, but progress was limited. Their conversations were merely casual chit-chat. With their talents, gifts, and educational backgrounds, it was as if Jork were looking up at a mountain. They were on entirely different levels, making it hard to find common ground or topics to discuss. The two exchanged playful banter and seemed to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Dr. Beth and Gemma Simmons paid little attention to them. After adjusting the instruments, they directly interrupted the conversation, saying, "All right, you two, if you want to chat, you can schedule another time. Now, Jork, please take off your shirt, we're going to start the tests."
"Of course."
At this point, Jork showed no sign of hesitation and promptly removed his shirt, standing in front of Dr. Beth. At just 16 or 17, Jork, like most East Asians, was in a phase of rapid development. However, after absorbing the energy from the Big Bang twice and transforming his life form, along with possessing the infinite replicative body of the hive, the transformation of his body was quite remarkable. His muscular and skeletal structure was nearly perfect.
Even by Caucasian standards, he couldn't be considered weak.
Dr. Beth and Gemma Simmons were momentarily captivated by the sight before them, their eyes sparkling with fascination.
But being experienced experts in biochemistry and medicine, they quickly regained their composure. Dr. Beth incredulously remarked, "Jork's physique is incredibly robust, not inferior to any mutant's physique. I can feel an incredible power within. This is the result of my rapid physical development since I arrived in America."
"That's all I know," Jork shrugged and explained.
"You mean your power isn't innate but something you gained after coming to America, like a blessing from the gods?"
Gemma Simmons stepped forward, gently touching the muscle structure along Jork's back, exclaiming, "This is truly amazing. Honestly, I know nothing about it. If I did, I wouldn't have agreed to come here for these tests."
"You will get your answers, we will too."
Dr. Caitlin Beth's whispered words echoed in Jork's ear. Dr. Caitlin Beth's fingers gently traced along Jork's spine, the soft touch sending tingling sensations through him, a truly marvelous feeling. However, Jork felt uncomfortable with this action. To him, Dr. Beth's behavior resembled that of a curious cat, intensely probing into his secrets.
Feeling compelled to shift the topic, Jork turned to Gemma Simmons and asked, "Can we get started?"
"Absolutely."
Gemma Simmons nodded without hesitation.
She felt a bit anxious, worried that her friend might do something embarrassing under everyone's gaze, as it could negatively impact both parties and the reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D. So, she quickly prepared the necessary instruments for the experiment and said to Caitlin Beth, "Beth, could you help me out? Please get all the equipment ready and pre-tune the machines. I'm a bit busy right now and hope you can take care of it so we can proceed smoothly."
"Is that all right?" Dr. Beth shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "This is our job after all."
Now that you are the head of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech department, it's only natural for me, as your subordinate, to follow your instructions.
I have no objections. Then, Jork, see you after we're done.
With that, Dr. Beth waved her hand, swaying her alluring figure gracefully as she exited the lab.
She really is charming.
Jork couldn't help but exclaim, then seemed to realize his blunder and quickly corrected himself. Of course, you're quite charming too. Gemma Simmons rolled her eyes, forcing a stiff smile while glancing at Leo Fitz, whom she considered her potential boyfriend.
She said, "Thanks, but let's start the experiment now."
Next, Gemma Simmons directed Jork to stand on a hexagonal platform about 10 meters wide, operating the instruments while explaining, "This is our gravity control field, specifically developed to deal with enhanced mutants. It is equipped with sensitive light detection devices to test various physical data against gravity." She paused briefly before continuing, "By using specific formulas, we can measure most of your basic physical data, such as strength, resistance, and the speed of your nerve responses, as well as your own mobility speed. Now, I'm going to start increasing the gravity. You need to drop your force field defenses and rely solely on your basic bodily instincts to counteract the gravity, just to protect yourself. Let me know when you're ready, and if you feel uncomfortable, be sure to speak up immediately."
Gemma Simmons instructed Jork with experience. Jork understood and nodded, signaling that he was ready. Gemma Simmons flipped the switch on the instrument, and her calm voice came through the microphone into Jork's ears.
"Experiment begins. Current gravity is at 1.2 times normal, lasting for 1 minute. Good, very good, everything is normal, the subject has shown no adverse conditions. Gravity increased to 1.5 times normal." As the experiment progressed, Gemma Simmons grew more astonished. As the lead investigator, she knew precisely what it meant for the gravity to reach 5 times normal. This wasn't just a simple increase in weight, every muscle, every bone, even every strand of hair and every cellular tissue had to bear 5 times their original weight. Someone living under such gravity, if suddenly exposed to normal gravity, could easily burst through a bus with sheer force. Until now, aside from Hank McCoy from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters and Iron Man using their abilities, no other mutants had been able to withstand such gravity. In the Avengers, Thor barely had this potential, while the Hulk in his untransformed state and Iron Man without his armored suit could not endure such force. Yet now, Jork showed no signs of strain, clearly still had plenty of stamina. Jork performed a few warm-up exercises on the platform, feeling the power surging within him under the pressure. He extended his left hand to Gemma Simmons, giving her an OK gesture, and called out, "I feel great, let's keep going." Gemma Simmons was slightly taken aback, then resumed adjusting the gravity settings. Testing continues, gravity increased to 6 times, monitoring subject's cardiopulmonary function, everything is normal, experiment continues. As gravity kept increasing under Gemma Simmons's increasingly astonished gaze, it climbed to 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. The current instrument's gravity limit was 25 tons, which, calculating Jork's weight of about 130 pounds, equated to over 380 times the limit. However, with Jork's power panel strength value at 4.38, reaching 10 times that value was roughly equivalent to the limit of what his body could handle, about 1,300 pounds, still under a ton. This reaction could be clearly observed through monitoring his cardiopulmonary function. It was like the state of an ordinary person after running 3 or 5 kilometers. According to Gemma Simmons's calculations, Jork's ability to withstand gravity had reached his own limits. "Jork, can you perform ordinary movements? Like running? If possible, try jogging in there." After hearing this, Jork nodded and easily began a slow jog. After a few laps, he gradually increased his speed until he stabilized at a sprinting pace. He maintained this speed for about 10 minutes before stopping and looking at Gemma Simmons. For Jork, this heavy gravity environment seemed exceptionally suitable for training. He could distinctly feel his body strengthening, albeit slowly, but compared to usual, it was a rapid enhancement. This made him sense the potential for improvement in his abilities, but he was more focused on how this preliminary test would ultimately define his superpowers. "After precise testing, we have reached a final assessment conclusion regarding your physical condition." Gemma Simmons seemed to understand Jork's feelings at that moment and did not play coy. She continued directly, "The calculated results indicate that your pure physical strength can withstand approximately 1,300 to 1,500 pounds, with a strength value between 4 and 5. This does not include your explosive strength, it's just the value generated when you use your physical powers normally.
Of course, there may be some data discrepancies due to varying exertion methods. Clearly, the values obtained from the previous tests were accurate. On Jork's attribute panel, his strength value was 4.38, and his endurance value was 5.55, which aligned well with the actual findings. If we measure against today's conventional infantry weapons, aside from some high-tech individual firearms, only large-caliber sniper rifles can inflict harm on you. This is due to the points of force. If you can control your muscles to absorb the impact to a certain degree, such attacks aren't beyond your capacity to withstand. You could say you've reached a bulletproof level, and regular firearms can no longer kill you. And then there's your speed. Calculating your current high-speed movement, you've broken the sound barrier. Without any restrictions, your normal high-speed movement should be around Mach 1 to 2, which barely reaches sonic speed. Of course, due to environmental limitations, your speed would be affected. It's estimated to be around Mach 1, which corresponds to a strength value of about 4. Finally, regarding your neural reaction speed, I can only provide an estimated value. Your neural reaction speed is approximately 0.07 seconds, which has reached the peak among biological organisms in nature. Speaking of which, do you enjoy watching movies? Any particular feelings about them? Jork thought for a moment before responding. Under normal circumstances, I don't feel anything particularly special, but if I focus, that feeling of staring at a still image can be quite uncomfortable. After hearing this, Gemma Simmons couldn't help but reflect. I've seen many mutants who have suffered unimaginable pain because they couldn't control the coordination of their supersensory and neural reaction arcs. And for you, I can only say that you seem like a child favored by the heavens. If I had to describe it, you are like an absolutely supreme existence. Your resilience is just remarkable. Your regenerative abilities alone have already reached a level above 5, comparable to that of powerful mutants, not to mention you have other superpowers. Upon hearing this, Jork merely smiled slightly, thinking to himself, the absolute favored child? I believe I will eventually become a human chasing after the absolute supreme deity. Now, let's test your super abilities. Gemma Simmons led Jork to the depths of the laboratory, into a high-intensity sealed space that simulated a wind tunnel. So far, what abilities have you discovered on your own? Gemma Simmons held an electronic screen, carefully adjusting various devices within the simulated sealed space. Next to her was her potential boyfriend, Leo Fitz, who was assisting her. As she operated, the entire simulated sealed area echoed with the sounds of metal moving. Jork pondered for a moment and replied, besides the gravity control and slight telekinesis I've already demonstrated, I also possess some degree of self-healing control. He paused briefly before adding, moreover, I am proficient in combat and martial arts, can manipulate flames and electricity, withstand temperatures nearing 1000 degrees Celsius, and electrical currents up to 1000 volts. Lastly, I feel like I am about to obtain the ability to fly, with a speed estimated to be similar to my full speed running. Of course, Jork withheld some information, not revealing to Gemma Simmons and Leo Fitz about his rebirth from absorbing the energy of the explosion in Raccoon City, consuming the space stone from the cosmic cube, his ability to open wormholes for spatial travel, a hive's capacity for arbitrary transformation, and the acceptance of the void in Dark Phoenix, nor his telepathic abilities capable of harnessing the powers of a million supernovae. Upon hearing this, Gemma Simmons looked at Jork again with a peculiar expression, but she did not probe further. Instead, she instructed Jork to use his abilities on the instruments she had activated to gather the most accurate data. Jork said little more, directly taking to the air and racing through the simulated sealed space at supersonic speeds for 2 laps. Then, he unleashed a torrent of intense flames and electrical currents from his hands, severing the metallic objects set up for testing. Following that, he unleashed flames, electricity, gravity fields, and telekinesis, bombarding all the testing tools with reckless abandon. For a moment, the entire simulated sealed space felt as if it had been bombarded multiple times, nearly shattering the outer walls of the space. Faced with such immense destructive power, Gemma Simmons could only painfully intervene, fearing that he would ruin this testing facility designed for assessing mutant abilities. Finally, she extracted a sample of Jork's blood and then directed him to leave. However, she, along with Leo Fitz and Dr. Caitlin Beth, who returned to join them, took Jork back to the spacious and well-lit research lab to begin analyzing his blood sample for the final testing results. Jork did not object. As part of the collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scientific research lab, he stipulated that after the blood sample testing was complete, it must be destroyed and kept strictly confidential. Gemma Simmons and Dr. Caitlin Beth agreed to his request, although they hadn't received approval from director Nick Fury.
they understood that such precious research material could not be retained. Many powerful mutants, or those with tragic experiences, were unwilling to let their blood samples and research materials circulate, as they could easily fall into the hands of adversaries and become key to controlling them. Subsequently, Jork, under the guidance of Dr. Caitlin Beth, once again met with Professor Raymond, the psychologist who was deeply engrossed in studying David's many alternate personalities. At this point, Jork felt like he was temporarily under house arrest at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch, where they were conducting real-time observations and tests on him to establish his various superpower metrics, while also filing records at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to assess his potential threat to human society. Thus, Jork's departure did not mark the end of Gemma Simmons's work. She first contacted Nick Fury through an internal communicator, reporting on the situation in the lab, and then fully immersed herself in the study of Jork's blood sample. Clearly, Gemma Simmons, majoring in biochemistry, felt a sense of responsibility to take on the task of researching Jork's blood sample, especially with her crush Leo Fitz providing assistance by her side. On one hand, she believed that it was her duty to see the work through to the end. On the other hand, her immense curiosity about Jork's super abilities fueled her motivation. If Jork's abilities stemmed from the X gene, he could potentially become one of the most powerful mutants following Professor X Charles and Magneto Eric, with abilities that were not just latent but were already starting to manifest. If Jork's powers did not originate from the X gene, she was deeply intrigued about how they were generated. This overwhelming curiosity left Gemma Simmons filled with drive and desire. Most importantly, however, was the need for confidentiality. No one could ascertain how many other forces had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., such as Hydra's spies. Jork felt an odd sensation as Dr. Caitlin Beth's fingers gently traced along his spine, the soft touch almost electrifying him. The feeling was indeed strange. However, he found her curiosity uncomfortable. It was as if Dr. Beth were a cat, intensely probing his secrets. With no choice but to redirect the conversation, Jork turned to Gemma Simmons and asked, "Can we get started?" "Of course." Gemma Simmons replied without hesitation. She felt a bit anxious, worried that her friend might act out in front of everyone, which could negatively impact both parties and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation. So, she swiftly prepared the necessary equipment for the experiment and said to Dr. Caitlin Beth, "Beth, could you help me out? Please get everything ready and pre-tune the machines. I'm a bit busy right now, and I hope you can take care of it so we can proceed smoothly." "Is that all right?" Dr. Beth shrugged nonchalantly and said, "This is our job after all. Now that you are the head of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech department, it's only natural for me, as your subordinate, to follow your instructions." "I have no objections." "Then, Jork, see you after we're done." With that, Dr. Beth waved her hand and gracefully walked out of the current lab. "She really is charming." Jork couldn't help but exclaim, then seemed to realize his slip of the tongue and quickly added, "Of course, you're quite charming too." Gemma Simmons rolled her eyes, forcing a stiff smile while glancing at Leo Fitz, whom she considered her potential boyfriend. She said, "Thanks, but let's start the experiment now." Next, Gemma Simmons instructed Jork to stand on a hexagonal platform about 10 meters wide while she operated the instruments, explaining, "This is our gravity control field, specifically developed to handle enhanced mutants. It comes equipped with sensitive light detection devices to test various physical data against gravity." She paused briefly before continuing, "Using specific formulas, we can measure most of your basic physical data, such as strength, resistance, and the speed of your nerve responses, as well as your mobility speed. Now, I'm going to start increasing the gravity. You need to drop your force field defenses and rely solely on your basic bodily instincts to counteract the gravity, just to protect yourself. Let me know when you're ready, and if you feel uncomfortable, be sure to speak up immediately." Gemma Simmons directed Jork with her usual expertise. Understanding her instructions, Jork nodded and signaled that he was ready. Gemma Simmons activated the equipment, her calm voice echoing through the microphone. "Experiment begins. Current gravity is at 1.2 times normal, lasting for 1 minute. Good, very good, everything is normal, the subject has shown no adverse conditions. Gravity increased to 1.5 times normal." As the experiment progressed, Gemma Simmons grew increasingly astonished. As the lead investigator, she knew precisely what it meant for the gravity to reach 5 times normal. This wasn't merely an increase in weight. Every muscle, every bone, every strand of hair, and every cell had to endure 5 times their original weight. Someone living under such gravity, if suddenly exposed to normal gravity, could easily burst through a bus with sheer force. Until now, aside from Hank McCoy from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters and Iron Man using their abilities, No other mutants had been able to withstand such gravity. In the Avengers, Thor barely had this potential, while the Hulk in his untransformed state and Iron Man without his armored suit could not endure such force. Yet now, Jork showed no signs of strain, clearly still had plenty of stamina. Jork performed a few warm-up exercises on the platform, feeling the power surging within him under the pressure. He extended his left hand to Gemma Simmons, giving her an OK gesture, and called out, "I feel great, let's keep going." Gemma Simmons was slightly taken aback, then resumed adjusting the gravity settings. Testing continues, gravity increased to 6 times, monitoring subject's cardiopulmonary function, everything is normal, experiment continues. As gravity kept increasing under Gemma Simmons's increasingly astonished gaze, it climbed to 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. The current instrument's gravity limit was 25 tons, which, calculating Jork's weight of about 130 pounds, equated to over 380 times the limit. However, with Jork's power panel strength value at 4.38, reaching 10 times that value was roughly equivalent to the limit of what his body could handle, about 1,300 pounds, still under a ton. This reaction could be clearly observed through monitoring his cardiopulmonary function. It was like the state of an ordinary person after running 3 or 5 kilometers. According to Gemma Simmons's calculations, Jork's ability to withstand gravity had reached his own limits. "Jork, can you perform ordinary movements? Like running? If possible, try jogging in there." After hearing this, Jork nodded and easily began a slow jog. After a few laps, he gradually increased his speed until he stabilized at a sprinting pace. He maintained this speed for about 10 minutes before stopping and looking at Gemma Simmons. For Jork, this heavy gravity environment seemed exceptionally suitable for training. He could distinctly feel his body strengthening, albeit slowly, but compared to usual, it was a rapid enhancement. This made him sense the potential for improvement in his abilities, but he was more focused on how this preliminary test would ultimately define his superpowers. After precise testing, we have reached a final assessment conclusion regarding your physical condition. Gemma Simmons seemed to understand Jork's feelings at that moment and did not play coy. She continued directly, "The calculated results indicate that your pure physical strength can withstand approximately 1,300 to 1,500 pounds, with a strength value between 4 and 5. This does not include your explosive strength, it's just the value generated when you use your physical powers normally. Of course, there may be some data discrepancies due to varying exertion methods." Jork understood that the information archived in S.H.I.E.L.'s top-secret files would be heavily encrypted, accessible only to core personnel with the highest level of clearance. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. were to face an enemy invasion, the sensitive data regarding him would certainly not be leaked. As someone with immense potential lurking within Jean Grey Academy, Jork had captured the attention of S.H.I.E.L.'s elite, becoming a potential secret weapon. If they could indeed utilize him, he might catch their enemies off guard at a crucial moment. However, the primary challenge lay in how to establish a good relationship with Jork. In this regard, Gemma Simmons was racking her brain, feeling a headache coming on. From Jork's demeanor, it seemed he, like most teenage boys, had a strong desire for the opposite sex. But she couldn't possibly resort to using seduction tactics on him. First of all, Jean Grey Academy was merely a school established to protect mutants, and it lacked the same level of control over its members as other organizations. Furthermore, it was no easy feat to win over members from the school. There were many superpowered girls within, making external allure tactics likely ineffective. Even if there were suitable candidates, who should it be? It certainly wouldn't work for her to go herself. Her strengths lay in academic research, and she was a genius in that area, not in matters of romantic charm. As for S.H.I.E.L.'s other agents, perhaps Black Widow and Quake could give it a try, but attempting to seduce a minor would likely spark considerable controversy. Even if Natasha were to be involved, as a former leader, she might not comply with Gemma's plans, and she probably wouldn't be interested in a teenager unless there were possibilities for further development. Thinking along those lines, Gemma Simmons found herself momentarily stunned, then mentally berated herself as an idiot. Why should she be stressing over these matters? She was just a dedicated expert in chemistry and biology, focused on her academic work. However, who could predict what the future might hold? At that moment, Jork was having a pleasant interaction with the amiable Dr. Raymond and David, the atmosphere among the three appearing quite harmonious. During dinner time, Jork followed Dr. Raymond to the S.H.I.E.L.D. cafeteria, selected his food, and sat down. It wasn't long before David joined them at the table, greeting them with a smile. "Good evening, Dr. Raymond." Since Jork looked relatively young, David chose to ignore him directly. "Good to see you too. Upon recognizing David, Dr. Raymond felt a wave of tension but managed to maintain his composure, masking any nervousness he might have been feeling.
Just got here and confined to S.H.I.E.L.D., are you getting used to it? David asked with a smile.
Of course, I'm different from you. I'm only here due to a work transfer, so it's hard not to adapt to the situation, Dr. Raymond shrugged.
I see you're assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. to observe me closely, which means you'll be keeping me company every day? David remarked, spreading jam over the bread with a plastic butter knife designed for hospital use.
You're currently regarded as the most dangerous individual by S.H.I.E.L.D., so it's only natural for me to monitor you daily, Dr. Raymond replied with a wry smile. I just arrived today and feel a bit worn out. I plan to have dinner and then turn in early, so I won't be accompanying you tonight.
Got it.
David suddenly understood. You look a bit off today, your face doesn't seem too good.
Are you not resting well lately, or? Why do you think my face looks bad? Aren't you aware?
On one hand, I'm being targeted by the Brotherhood of Mutants due to the Tahiti Project and Coulson's resurrection incident. On the other, arriving at S.H.I.E.L.D. and seeing you, a world-threatening mental patient, under such immense pressure, who could possibly look good? Dr. Raymond thought to himself, suppressing the urge to vent and instead maintaining an impassive demeanor. Plus, I've been lacking sleep, and the unexpected work transfer and long journey haven't helped.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
David let out a sigh of relief. I thought they had forced you to take some new medication. Dr. Raymond could see that David was genuinely treating him as a friend and cared about him, indicating that David had been lonely and bored from being isolated in the safe house for so long. Suddenly having someone to accompany him clearly made him happy.
However, Dr. Raymond didn't want to linger on this topic, so he quickly changed the subject, asking, what about you?
You seem to be doing well lately, you haven't had any episodes.
Are you considering applying for release?
Definitely, but you know how difficult it is to get out. Even someone like you, a psychologist, has been blocked. I don't have much confidence in getting out on my own, David replied, looking somewhat helpless. Not necessarily, my inability to leave is due to some unforeseen factors, which doesn't mean you can't.
Dr. Raymond shook his head. How about this? After dinner, I'll help simulate a test for you. If you can pass my test, you'll likely also pass S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech department's evaluation. How does that sound? Really? That would be fantastic. David's face lit up with joy.
After spending most of the day with Dr. Raymond, he knew that Dr. Raymond was an authoritative figure in psychology even before coming to S.H.I.E.L.D. In normal circumstances, he was more professional than the resident doctors within S.H.I.E.L.D. As Dr. Raymond said, if he could pass Dr. Raymond's test, he could surely pass the tests from the resident doctors at S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, he had thought about this before but had been too shy to bring it up. He planned to wait for Dr. Raymond to settle down and become more familiar with everyone before making the request. He hadn't expected Dr. Raymond to offer help so readily, and that made him ecstatic.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raymond. David exclaimed excitedly.
Just a small favor, we're all friends here, so there's no need for formality, Dr. Raymond replied with a smile.
Yes.
David nodded repeatedly, unable to hide his excitement and joy in his eyes. Seeing David's enthusiasm, Dr. Raymond felt a bit embarrassed himself. At least until Nick Fury lifted the restrictions on him, that had always been the case. The information on such a powerful superpowered individual had to be securely held in the hands of trustworthy personnel, ensuring that the possibility of leaks was minimized. Just like the confidentiality surrounding the Tahiti project, despite being tightly guarded, it could not completely eliminate the risk of information breaches. As the saying goes, walls have ears, and there is no such thing as a perfectly soundproof wall. However, the higher the level of secrecy, the more effectively the risk of leaks could be reduced, or at least the timing of any potential leaks could be postponed. Therefore, the most reassuring choice was for Gemma Simmons to personally handle this examination, with the data ultimately kept in the hands of just a few individuals. For these reasons, Gemma Simmons began her busy, intense work. She was always a very serious, focused, and responsible S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Naturally, time flew by in such a working environment, and those fully immersed in their tasks often found it hard to detach themselves. It wasn't until someone gently tapped her shoulder that Gemma Simmons snapped back to reality.
Simmons, how are you? Has that boy already left?
Dr. Caitlin Beth, standing behind Gemma Simmons, asked curiously, evidently having witnessed the chaos unfolding deeper in the lab. Gemma rubbed her forehead, picked up a cup of coffee, and took a few sips of the bitter brew before responding seriously. To be honest, I don't feel good right now. As for that guy, he definitely can't stay at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for long under our supervision.
Is it that tricky?
Dr. Caitlin Beth picked up a file from Gemma's desk, her pupils constricting as she noticed the prominent X symbol on the cover. You're using the highest level confidential files.
You know the rules, you can only look, not speak,
Gemma reminded her seriously, allowing Dr. Beth to peruse the file, given her higher clearance within S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Caitlin Beth nodded and opened the file. The first page contained York's general social information, including his name, place of birth, schools attended, medical records, and details about his friends and family. This information appeared typical of many people's personal records, containing plenty of false information, as York was using the fabricated identity of a Chinese-American soldier who had supposedly died during the last Chitauri invasion.
She quickly skimmed over this page.
However, when she turned to the next page, her expression became serious. At the top of this page, Gemma Simmons had marked in bold text, "No X gene detected in the subject. The superpowers are a result of gene mutation caused by unknown factors, not a natural mutation produced by the X gene."
The subject actually belongs to the Inhumans, not mutants. Below this were detailed results from Gemma's analysis of Jork's blood sample. Extraordinarily rapid cell division detected in the sample, with a rate of division, growth, evolution, and mutation that is unimaginable, far exceeding that of ordinary humans. However, the cells in the sample seem to be in a state of semi-exhaustion, with more evolved cells consuming the less advanced ones to maintain stability. It is speculated that the subject is energy deficient. The energy absorbed is insufficient to meet consumption demands, leading to an inability to sustain continuous high-efficiency evolution, and can only maintain this sluggish state of evolution. Testing revealed that the blood sample's cells did not exhibit malignant reactions after being exposed to gamma radiation. Instead, the cells gained energy from the radiation, accelerating their division and evolution, allowing for a higher level of evolutionary state. The analysis indicates that the subject reacts positively to moderate exposure to gamma radiation, likely enhancing his power intensity. Cell resistance tests show that the known subject exhibits no malignant reactions to radiation.
Assimilation tests indicate that the subject's cells have strong absorptive and exclusionary properties, consuming all other injected substances without any effect on the subject's cells.
Further testing is underway using viruses.
Accompanying these detailed records were instant monitoring photos that Gemma had captured during the experiment.
It was clear that she had ample evidence to support her analysis.
Dr. Caitlin Beth had complete confidence that Gemma Simmons was not exaggerating, but the conclusion caught her off guard. A special mutant powered not by the X gene mutation, with an analysis indicating he possessed powers beyond imagination, was a psychological shock to the mutants. However, just as with the relationship between humans and mutants, individuals like Jork were far too rare among mutants to significantly alter the trend. He was merely an extremely rare exception.
Thus, Dr. Caitlin Beth immediately asked Gemma Simmons, "Have you reported this to Director Nick Fury? What does he think?"
"Director Fury hopes we can establish a good relationship with him. If we can integrate him into our ranks, perhaps even into the Avengers, that would be the best outcome. But he's not a mutant, we have no reason to restrict his freedom or force him to join us." Dr. Caitlin Beth set the file down, her fingers drumming on the table. "Although he's not a mutant, he is still an inhuman, which falls within our jurisdiction. Even if we don't have a reason to force him into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers, we can still ask for his help when needed. He's now a formal member of Jean Grey's Academy, perhaps we can recruit him into our ranks."
Gemma Simmons organized the files, speaking over her shoulder to Dr. Caitlin Beth. "Damn it, the Jean Grey Academy isn't a training ground for S.H.I.E.L.D.
They have their own complete structures and systems, along with various formal appointments in collaboration with the government, like the large-scale X-Men teams, which also require plenty of manpower."
"What are you thinking?"
"Jean Grey's Academy won't agree to this." Dr. Caitlin Beth pressed her forehead, completely baffled by why Gemma Simmons would suggest such a thing.
Did S.H.I.E.L.D. really need to rely on external forces, even begging the Jean Grey Academy for help? Of course, Jean Grey's Academy won't easily agree. That's the consensus between me and Director Fury. And this isn't just about now, it's about the future. We must spare no effort to secure every potential power we can.
This is not only for us but also for all of humanity, and for the future of mutants and even Inhumans. Hearing this, Dr. Caitlin Beth fell silent for a long while before slowly saying, "I hope you haven't made a mistake, and I hope your decision doesn't lead to tragedy." Gemma Simmons nodded silently, and with her actions, the paper files were instantly copied into numerous duplicates. David was born inheriting his mother Gabrielle Haller's schizophrenia while also inheriting the powerful telepathy of his father, Professor X. As a result, he was inherently a being with extraordinary mental traits, possessing not only immense psychic power but also being a multiple personality disorder patient. His mental world contained thousands of split personalities, some of which were born from his own continual fragmentation, while others coexisted through the absorption of other people's consciousness. Each split personality possessed a superpower, meaning he effectively had thousands of superpowers. Theoretically, his superpowers were limitless. When David and his mother, who served as the Israeli ambassador to the UK, were living in Paris, their home was invaded by an assassination squad. Witnessing the assassination of his stepfather ignited the latent psychic abilities within him. He used his power of psychic fire to burn the brains of the assassins and absorbed their souls into his own consciousness. Notably, David's main consciousness fused with that of the assassin leader, Karami, who then spent years trying to separate his consciousness from David's. Although Karami regained his self-awareness, his consciousness remained trapped within David's mind. He discovered that he could somehow control David's telepathic abilities and used this power to interpret David's thoughts. Realizing that David's core personality was fundamentally gentle and innocent, Karami experienced a change of heart and decided to restore David's mind to a normal state. David possessed thousands of split personalities, each controlling their unique superpower. Karami began reintegrating these personalities into David's core personality, which acted as their supervisor, thereby earning the title David. However, during this process, some personalities resisted Karami's efforts. Among them were three of Karami's strongest opponents. One was the previously mentioned Shadow King, while the other two were Jack Wayne and Cindy. The Shadow King was an evil intruder and a psychic entity. Cindy was a capricious rebellious girl who could manipulate fire and exert control over David's powers. Wayne was an arrogant adventurer capable of psychokinesis who harbored particular animosity toward Karami, planning to destroy his consciousness to maintain his own independent existence within David's mind. These conflicting personalities battled continuously in David's mind, including the other absorbed consciousnesses and personalities, making him feel like a monster possessed by many demons. The moment his focus wavered, these personalities would reject one another, each vying for independence, often pushing him to the brink of collapse. David's abilities were limitless. As long as he continued to absorb the consciousness of others, he could acquire their powers, which was why he was classified as an Omega-level mutant. This situation was somewhat similar to Jork's ability to merge with others' superpowers, but there were essential differences. David's core consciousness was easily susceptible to invasion and attack by the absorbed foreign personalities, leading to chaos in his thoughts and mental state, making it difficult for him to maintain clarity and rationality. In contrast, Jork's soul and mental will existed in the form of the Singularity Mind Core, condensed to an almost imperceptible point, locked in an internal state, and as indestructible as a diamond. Nothing could penetrate it, causing no substantial harm to him. Even powerful entities like the Void and Dark Phoenix were completely unable to invade his consciousness, rendering them powerless against him. Additionally, another distinction was that David coexisted by integrating others' consciousness and personalities, whereas Jork parasitically absorbed others' powerful supergenetic codes, integrating them into his own singularity mind. Essentially, Jork's potential was far more formidable than David's, difficult to put into words. MD, I was careless. It was evident that Dr. Raymond, as a psychologist, quickly realized the underlying issues with David. His eyelids twitched restlessly. If he had taken a moment to think earlier, he would have recalled the existence of the Shadow King and would likely have abandoned this seemingly clever plan to kill two birds with one stone. Confronting the Shadow King was undoubtedly more dangerous than his current situation with David. Although David was a level 1 mutant, he was far from his peak state. Even if he did lose control, the damage would not be exaggerated. However, the Shadow King was different. This guy could stand toe-to-toe with Professor X and possessed remarkable power. Even in a berserk state, David might not be able to handle him. Moreover, a rampaging David would be a mindless schizophrenic, while the Shadow King was a calm, almost psychopathic individual. If given a choice, Raymond would rather face a berserk David than engage in a direct confrontation with the Shadow King. However, the situation had progressed to this point, and he had no way out. Even Jork, who remained on the sidelines, had received a prompt from his system suggesting that the Shadow King had temporarily gained control over David's body. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have alerted him about encountering the Shadow King. There's no choice, I can only take things as they come.
Realizing that the David in front of him was no longer the David he knew, Dr. Raymond braced himself and prepared to move forward step by step. Faced with the Shadow King, he could no longer withdraw from further probing into David. As a psychologist, Dr. Raymond was just an ordinary person without superpowers. His combat abilities could not be compared to those of a level 2 mutant, and he lacked the capacity to deal with a psychic opponent like the Shadow King. Additionally, the other two dominant split personalities in David's mind, Jack Wayne and Cindy, were inherently chaotic. Facing the Shadow King, who possessed overwhelming power, Dr. Raymond was wary of triggering a conflict among the personalities battling within David's mind. Fortunately, the Shadow King was not the type to resort to violence at the drop of a hat. He seemed more inclined to influence others' emotions in subtle ways to completely crush his opponents. As long as Dr. Raymond presented himself as a neutral third-party healer, not provoking any incidents, a conflict should not easily arise. Can we start?
David looked up, a strange smile on his face. Upon seeing this, Dr. Raymond silently cursed himself. No wonder David had been unable to leave the facility. With his current appearance, anyone could tell something was off. Unless the resident mental health evaluators at SHIELD were blind, they could not possibly overlook the issues. As a psychology expert, he could sense the Shadow King's true presence through his mind's eye, understanding the situation. However, Caitlin, Beth and the others were unaware of this. They likely still believed that David occasionally switched to alternate personalities and had not truly improved. In this situation, thinking that David could be easily let out was nothing short of a pipe dream. "Yes, we can begin," Dr. Raymond said, picking up a pen and paper, maintaining a calm expression on his face. Despite the internal frustration, he did not intend to reveal his hand easily. Let the Shadow King have his performance. As long as it didn't escalate into a significant conflict, everything could be negotiated.
20 minutes later, Dr. Raymond put down his pen and concluded the test. "How about it? Am I cured?"
David asked, still wearing that peculiar smile.
"Ha!"
Dr. Raymond chuckled coldly in his heart, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him. It must be said that the Shadow King was incredibly boring. He actually sat there cooperating with Dr. Raymond for so long without any extreme reactions. Dr. Raymond had expected that he would do something outrageous, giving him an opportunity to end the test. He never anticipated that the Shadow King would play along for a full 20 minutes. As for the results of the test, they hardly needed discussion. Even someone without professional training could see that the current David was entirely different from his usual self. The logic and correctness of his answers were not the focal point. After all, no psychologist would solely rely on a few test questions to judge a patient's mental state. If one solely looked at the coherence of speech, Dr. Caitlin Beth wouldn't have stopped Dr. Raymond either. To be honest, in your current state, you should not be able to pass the tests of SHIELD's resident professional psychologists. Dr. Raymond shook his head.
"Oh? Is that so? What a pity?"
David smiled, but there was no trace of regret on his face. It was clear he didn't care about the result.
"Raymond, yes, that's your name, right? Do you think I still have a chance of recovery?"
David's eyes fixed intently on Dr. Raymond, the corners of his mouth still curved in that unsettling smile. "Uncertain," Dr. Raymond replied casually.
"Uncertain? Who can say for sure? If I could, would I still be locked up here?"
David nodded, chuckling. "I see. Well, I apologize for the trouble.
By the way, I don't want him to know about my existence, understand?"
At the last moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with a yellow glow.
"Not good."
Dr. Raymond's heart raced. He immediately realized the Shadow King's intent, but a wave of dizziness swept over him, blurring his vision. Meanwhile, in Jork's mind, the system's alert tone rang out again. "Beep beep beep, you are experiencing a psychic invasion attack from Amor Farouk, level of intrusion moderate."
Beep beep beep. Do you want to completely counteract and eliminate it? Was there even a question?
Of course, it was to erase it. With a thought, Jork felt a dazzling white light flash through his mental will, and the dizziness dissipated entirely.
That was a miscalculation.
After a brief moment of confusion, Dr. Raymond regained consciousness, feeling a pang of fear. David, or rather the Shadow King's last move, had proven that he had seen through Dr. Raymond's act of cooperation, attempting to influence Dr. Raymond's mind with his abilities. In fact, Dr. Raymond realized he had made a significant mistake. He should not have pretended not to notice David's sudden abnormality, as it was far too evident, requiring no specialized knowledge to detect. As a top-tier authority in psychology, failing to notice this was simply unforgivable. Fortunately, the Shadow King could not guess that Dr. Raymond knew his true identity. He likely assumed Dr. Raymond regarded him merely as a strong, prominent alternate personality within David's mind, and therefore pretended not to notice any issues to avoid provoking this personality. Still, the Shadow King's direct challenge and warning left Dr. Raymond quite unsettled. Had it not been for his good fortune and the assistance of Jork's system, which thwarted the Shadow King's psychic invasion, the consequences would have been dire. If the Shadow King had succeeded, the repercussions would be unfathomable, potentially leading to Dr. Raymond forgetting the recent events or keeping the secret buried deep in his subconscious. You started this mess, we'll see how it plays out. Dr. Raymond silently vowed to find a way to make the Shadow King pay in the future. The brief encounter with the Shadow King made Dr. Raymond acutely aware of the world's complexity and danger. Before this, whether dealing with hospital staff, SHIELD personnel, or interacting with David, he had always felt an invisible sense of superiority stemming from his title and status as an authority in psychology. He could often read others' minds, like having telepathy, instantly grasping many things about the world and discerning the fates of numerous individuals. Unknowingly, he had developed an illusion of superiority. However, the appearance of the Shadow King delivered a heavy blow to him. Even in a disadvantageous situation, the Shadow King was more strategic than he was, nearly causing him to suffer a significant loss. Without Jork's system's help, he could have been in serious trouble. This incident made Dr. Raymond realize that he could no longer cling to an unfounded sense of superiority over everyone, otherwise, he wouldn't know how he ended up in trouble. From this perspective, he was grateful for the wake-up call from the Shadow King, which helped him regain clarity. What's wrong with me? How did I fall asleep here? Just as Dr. Raymond resolved to make the Shadow King pay, David suddenly stirred as if waking up from a dream, looking bewildered and asking, "Never mind. I think I'll go for a stroll in the library. Dr. Raymond, do you want to join me?" David pondered for a moment, realizing he couldn't recall the situation, so he dismissed the thought and stretched before addressing Dr. Raymond. "I'll pass, I want to rest here for a while." Dr. Raymond shook his head in refusal. "All right then, I'll head out on my own. See you in a bit." David shrugged it off, bidding Dr. Raymond farewell and leaving on his own. Has my memory been affected again? Watching David's retreating figure, Dr. Raymond muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. From David's reaction, it was clear that he was completely unaware of the Shadow King's recent manipulation of his body to engage in a testing game with Dr. Raymond. He had even forgotten that Dr. Raymond had offered to help him with the test in the cafeteria. The excitement he had shown upon hearing Dr. Raymond's offer highlighted how important this matter was to him. However, he now failed to mention it at all, indicating that he had either completely forgotten about it or subconsciously considered the test to have concluded. In any case, it was evident that he had been significantly influenced and disturbed by the Shadow King. This was not the first time the Shadow King had done such a thing. Having parasitized David for over 30 years, he had influenced David's memories on multiple occasions. For instance, David had always believed that his family had owned a precious British shorthair cat, yet in reality, they had never owned any cats or dogs. That cat was completely fabricated by the Shadow King within David's core personality. Such hallucination events were numerous, continually subjecting David to psychological manipulation, subtly pushing him toward becoming increasingly radical until he ultimately lost his sanity. "This twisted old dog will get what's coming to him," Dr. Raymond muttered softly. His first direct encounter with the Shadow King had nearly led to his downfall, but at least he had managed to escape relatively unharmed. It was clear that the Shadow King would not appear easily again in the short term. If he could take control of David's body at any time, there would have been no need for him to remain hidden for 30 years, continually influencing David from the shadows. It was evident that he was very reluctant to let David discover his existence. If David became cautious, any further manipulations would be easily detected, making it increasingly difficult for the Shadow King to breach David's psychological defenses. Moreover, without an absolute guarantee of victory, he was unlikely to engage David directly. After all, David was a level 1 mutant, and even if his potential was not fully realized, he couldn't be easily overpowered. With all these considerations, the Shadow King would understandably not show up frequently. As a psychologist, Dr. Raymond was skilled at reading people's minds and was not overly worried about this situation. Additionally, this encounter was not without its gains. After the jolt from the Shadow King's intervention, Dr. Raymond had completely discarded his unwarranted sense of superiority, becoming more humble and cautious, which was an unexpected benefit. However, the remaining issue was that his original plan to have David leave through normal procedures was now clearly unattainable. With the Shadow King creating chaos, David frequently found himself in an unresponsive state, making it impossible to pass any supposed rehabilitation tests. The resident psychologists at S.H.I.E.L.D., including Dr. Caitlin Beth, might have already been manipulated by the Shadow King, making it unlikely they would agree to let David leave.
Am I really going to have to stage a dramatic escape from S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Dr. Raymond rubbed his forehead, displaying a troubled expression. At the same time, Jork was deep in thought. He considered whether he should help David by consuming the excess split personalities in his mind, even extracting the powers associated with his personality fragmentation and soul absorption, essentially removing the entire psychic realm from David's consciousness. Just as he had previously assisted Sentinel and Phoenix, he could help David eliminate these hidden dangers, taking on all the risks himself.
As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Of course, Jork's thoughts were idealistic, but they undoubtedly came with significant drawbacks.
If this information were to leak and become public, it could easily attract attention and scrutiny from various external forces, greatly disrupting his daily life. Particularly within S.H.I.E.L.D., where he was already under tight surveillance, any further attention would make his actions increasingly difficult. As it stood, he was treated like a ticking time bomb of superpowers, confined within S.H.I.E.L.D. and losing nearly all personal freedom.
In contrast, Dr. Raymond had completely different thoughts. A David who could lose control at any moment made him reluctant to continue interacting with David at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. Now, with the added threat of the Shadow King, he felt a strong sense of unease. It was akin to sleeping with a grenade beside his pillow. Even if he knew it wouldn't explode easily, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters through stealthy means might be a last resort, but staying here didn't seem like a good option either. If there really are no other alternatives, I may have to go that route. Dr. Raymond contemplated.
He decided to give himself a few more days to think carefully about whether a better solution might arise.
If he ultimately couldn't find a way, he would have to choose to leave.
Being labeled as an escaped mental patient was better than constantly remaining in danger. Resolved, Dr. Raymond spent the entire night racking his brain, hoping to find a mutually beneficial solution, but unfortunately, no inspiration struck. David seemed to have completely forgotten about the events from the previous evening and had been absent. Jork felt somewhat aimless, but thankfully, compared to David, Dr. Raymond seemed more willing to engage with him, so he naturally followed Dr. Raymond around. In America, highly educated elites were greatly revered, while Jork was merely a college graduate from an obscure institution.
Establishing himself in this environment was undoubtedly challenging.
What he truly needed was to diligently study and continually improve his knowledge level. His intelligence score, just over 3, indicated his ignorance and lack of skills, which had become his most significant shortcoming. Thus, he chose to stay close to the knowledgeable Dr. Raymond, eager to learn from him in daily life to enhance his intelligence. By the next lunch hour, Dr. Raymond led Jork to the cafeteria, where they encountered David again.
However, during their conversation, they completely avoided mentioning the previous day's testing.
Dr. Raymond even subtly probed, only to discover that David genuinely had no recollection of what had occurred in the cafeteria the evening before. Dr. Raymond realized that he was at a loss for options. Even if he wanted to help David, he couldn't find a good way to do so at the moment. If he recklessly informed David about the Shadow King's parasitic presence in his mind, it might cause some trouble for the Shadow King, but it would likely end with the Shadow King correcting David's memory again. At that point, Dr. Raymond would become a target, a thorn in the side of a level 2 mutant that even Professor X struggled to eliminate, a situation that was certainly not favorable for him. He wasn't foolish enough to take that risk. So, for now, he had to pretend he knew nothing and continue to play dumb. However, he also understood that the Shadow King was unlikely to do anything too extreme to David. The unique nature of David's mind and consciousness was such that others could not forcibly occupy it, including the Shadow King, which left him helpless in that regard. Originally, the mutant organization Summer Island intended to intervene in David's situation, and the Shadow King's exposure was only a matter of time. There was no need for Dr. Raymond to complicate matters. As for the near mishap he faced under the Shadow King's influence the previous evening, he believed he would eventually have the chance to reclaim his dignity. It was just a matter of time, no need to rush. After lunch, Dr. Raymond had planned to return to his room with Jork to rest, but unexpectedly, David suddenly went out of control. An overwhelming aura of dark, nightmarish energy enveloped him, creating an illusion or dream around him, akin to how Doctor Strange and the Ancient One opened the mirror dimension. He attempted to pull Jork and Dr. Raymond into his illusion and absorb them. Jork felt a shock of realization. David's powers were indeed a double-edged sword. If they didn't harm others, they harmed himself, often spiraling out of his control, making everything feel dreamlike and ephemeral. Humph. It seemed one of David's split personalities had taken control. He snorted and said, "You've really thought this through, especially you, Dr. Raymond.
You've always wanted to avoid me, to keep your distance.
Very well, I'll absorb your soul consciousness into my mind, and you'll truly understand the secrets of my thousands of split personalities.
It's not as terrible as you think."
As he spoke, David's body shifted, projecting an illusion from his mind that rapidly flickered in the air, directly attacking Jork and Dr. Raymond. It was like a realm, more precisely, a self-contained world, David's private world, where he was the master, the absolute supreme. It was a scene reminiscent of a great dream over millennia. I know myself in this life, where the world was a hazy dreamscape filled with shadowy phantoms, where lethal attacks seemed illusory but were, in fact, very real. Once an opponent fell into this dream and let their guard down, they could be killed without a trace, their essence absorbed and forcibly imprisoned within David's mind.
Now, you want to absorb my soul and imprison it in your brain? What a delusion!
Jork laughed coldly.
But very well, I couldn't ask for more.
I'll comply with your wishes and risk my life to resist you, buying time and opportunity for Dr. Raymond to escape.
I have the courage to fight and the belief in my invincibility. With that, Jork chose to abandon his resistance, leaping willingly into the illusion projected by David's mind.
At the same time, the Dark Phoenix's flames surged within him, roaring like a great river, igniting a desire to conquer the skies. However, with the presence of the consuming beast, which followed him like a pet cat, both the Dark Phoenix and the Void personalities were too intimidated to act boldly, not daring to confront the Shadow King as they did before. Fortunately, the consuming beast was napping in Jork's room and had not followed him out, allowing David's powerful split personalities to entertain twisted thoughts. Under Jork's control, the power of the Dark Phoenix surged forth, counteracting David's projected illusions. Jork was pulled into David's mind, which offered Dr. Raymond a chance to escape the clutches of David, narrowly averting a disaster. As Jork merged with the Singularity Mind Core and was absorbed into David's mind, he confirmed that it was indeed a mirror world-like mental illusion. This mental illusion was as substantial as the external reality. Just as the real Earth could give rise to countless living beings, David's brain could absorb and host numerous souls, even automatically generating and coexisting with new souls. In essence, David's mental illusion was akin to the Earth we live on. The difference lay in that the Earth hosted living beings, while David's brain absorbed or split parasitic psychic energy entities.
To put it more concretely, it was like a computer network game, accepting various players into this virtual game world to play. Because it could give birth to and absorb countless souls, it generated millions of split personalities. Moreover, just as many countries coexist on Earth, the numerous split personalities in David's mental illusion were similar. Even his core personality could not dominate absolutely. As Jork arrived, the Shadow King immediately attacked. He had no time to respond, hastily bracing himself against the onslaught. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging blows in a life-or-death struggle. The Shadow King, also known as the Lord of Shadows, was a pure psychic energy entity that fed on human hatred and manifested his form by occupying human bodies. At this moment, his dark powers surged to their maximum, their strengths colliding in a monumental clash, cycling through the cosmos, with the forces of light and dark interweaving. Jork, possessing the strength of a level 3 mutant, was not naturally suited to face the Shadow King directly, who was a level 2 mutant. However, the presence of David's core consciousness, along with the personalities of Jack Wayne, Cindy, the Illusion, and Karami, restrained the Shadow King, forcing him to divide his attention. The Shadow King struggled to manage these powerful split personalities while fighting Jork, making it difficult for him to maintain focus. Jork fearlessly engaged in combat, appearing to sacrifice himself for justice, selflessly dedicating himself to the fight against the Shadow King. This fierce battle was a dazzling display of skill, a back-and-forth that continued to escalate. Jork laughed heartily. Shadow King, an ancient evil spirit and a collection of human negativity, truly lives up to your reputation. You face internal and external threats from David, Jack Wayne, Cindy, the Illusion, and Karami all attacking you, yet you manage to hold your ground. You are indeed the strongest opponent I've faced so far, and I genuinely admire you. Beast! While the Shadow King was not in immediate danger, he was incredibly frustrated by the relentless pressure from the others. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. In his rage, he began to laugh.
He could not believe that Jork, who appeared weak and insignificant, was actually so powerful and resilient. According to logic, no matter how special any ability was, Jork's mutant power level made him seem like a small ant before the Shadow King, a creature that could be crushed at will without effort. No matter how skilled a mutant, low power levels would undermine their effectiveness, creating flaws. He had never felt threatened. Yet now, Jork seemed more like an upgraded nanomachine ant, flawlessly powerful, each attack launching with an indomitable force, completely consuming the Shadow King's attacks, rendering them futile, like a tiger trying to catch a turtle, impossible to land a blow, leaving him helpless. Unbeknownst to him, Jork was not the kind of mutant with overpowering abilities. He actually had his flaws. Jork had transformed into an extremely special state, embodying characteristics of immortality, invulnerability, and indestructibility, existing in a singularity form that was infinitely compressed between existence and non-existence. He possessed the most stubborn core traits of immortality. Even the essence of the void could not obliterate him, rendering the Shadow King, a mere level 2 mutant, utterly powerless against him. Jork inherently held the advantage of being impossible to kill, like an unshakable weeble that could never be toppled. Let me show you another of my supreme magics, mind control and reality distortion. The Shadow King finally began to unleash his ultimate techniques. His ability to distort reality allowed him to transform illusions into tangible, material forms, flexible and ever-changing, embodying the true essence of his power to twist reality. At that moment, he directed this magic at Jork, unleashing a nightmare of endless illusions that engulfed him. Everyone dreams, and many are plagued by nightmares. Once this dream was cast, it felt like a shackle was placed upon Jork's soul, pulling him into an endless nightmare from which he could not escape.
Of course, this nightmare was just the appetizer. The true challenge lay in the boundless dream that followed.
Jork was astonished to find himself achieving a state of universal heart within this dream, nearly on par with the absolute one above all, OAA, ruling over the entire infinite universe and dimensions, whimsically controlling everything, dictating who would be oppressed and who would be exalted, all at his pleasure, without restrictions, commanding reverence from all. In this beautiful dream, he was lost in ecstasy, unaware that he had become disoriented within David's mental illusion. At this moment, Jork was deeply engrossed in the dream, his soul becoming ethereal and unanchored, precisely when his mind was at its weakest. Suddenly, the Shadow King's will descended, ready to seize Jork's lost and defenseless spirit, plunging him into a dire crisis. However, a massive staff of judgment rose behind the Shadow King like a celestial pillar. This was the illusion, opposing the Shadow King and acting to help Jork. The illusion possessed many hidden weapons, the most formidable being the ability to enact and dismantle the illusionary world within David's mind. Witnessing Jork's struggle against the Shadow King, the illusion transformed into the highest arbiter of justice, materializing the Staff of Judgment and launching a surprise attack against the Shadow King.
Using this reality-distorting illusion magic?
Shadow King, you have violated the iron laws, disrupted order, and must face my judgment. Your actions of using evil to combat good and oppressing the weak are nothing more than a joke before my decree. I will let you taste the bitterness of failure and show you that the era of the original evil lords is long gone. The Staff of Judgment, carrying the overwhelming force of order and law, struck first in a solemn declaration. It swung down to intercept the Shadow King before Jork.
Judgment Staff. Representing the decree and judgment of order and law?
The Shadow King was taken aback, nearly losing control of his psyche. This was his innate weakness against the path of chaotic evil. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable illusion possessed the true essence of the highest judgment staff of order and law. Just as he was momentarily dazed, the staff transformed into a fierce weapon, executing a lethal strike with immense speed, a relentless assault targeting the Shadow King. Jork, as a level 3 mutant, could not naturally compete directly with the Shadow King, a level 2 mutant. However, the presence of David's core consciousness, along with Jack Wayne, Cindy, the Illusion, and Karami, constrained the Shadow King, forcing him to divide his attention. The Shadow King struggled to manage these powerful split personalities, which made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain focus. Jork bravely plunged into the fray, appearing to sacrifice himself for justice, selflessly dedicating himself to the fight against the Shadow King. This fierce battle was a dazzling display of skill, a back and forth that continued to escalate. Jork laughed heartily. Shadow King, an ancient evil spirit and a conglomeration of human negativity, you truly live up to your reputation. You face both internal and external threats from David, Jack Wayne, Cindy, the Illusion, and Karami, yet you managed to hold your ground. You are indeed the strongest opponent I've faced so far, and I genuinely admire your resilience.
Beast!
While the Shadow King was not in immediate danger, he was incredibly frustrated by the relentless pressure from the others. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. In his rage, he began to laugh. He could not believe that Jork, who appeared weak and insignificant, was actually so powerful and resilient. According to logic, no matter how special any ability was, Jork's mutant power level made him seem like a small ant before the Shadow King, an insect that could be crushed at will without effort. No matter how advanced a mutant's abilities, low power levels would lead to deficiencies, making them ineffective. He had never felt threatened. Yet now, Jork seemed like an upgraded nanomachine ant, flawless and powerful. Each attack unleashed a force that consumed the Shadow King's strikes, rendering them ineffectual, as though a tiger were trying to catch a turtle, impossible to land a blow, leaving him helpless. In that instant, Jork experienced a profound moment of clarity, almost as if he had received a divine revelation. His Singularity Mind core became denser and more resilient, shining like an indestructible diamond, unassailable and fierce. More importantly, his soul and the Singularity Mind had fully merged, becoming one inseparable entity. His will now roamed freely, resonating with the true cosmos, its power reaching an unparalleled level. At this moment, everyone around could clearly sense the change in Jork, as if he had undergone a baptism of enlightenment. His soul had been elevated, feeling as though he had attained enlightenment in an instant, with his strength growing continuously and his combat prowess soaring ever higher. This enhancement seemed limitless, as cosmic essences, the power of a million stars, the flames of the phoenix, and the essence of the void surged into him from the depths of the universe like a tidal wave. He felt liberated, as if he had become a perpetual motion machine, constantly absorbing energy from the outside world without any consumption of his own true essence. Boom! Jork's right hand gripped the adamantium dagger tightly, and without fear, he charged toward the Shadow King, lunging fiercely. He swung the dagger, its blade darting out like lightning, ultimately transforming into a cutting force that ended with a powerful return. This action contained endless combat techniques, and the airflow created by the adamantium dagger seemed to possess magical properties, instantly shattering the surrounding illusions. Many of the dreamlike, ethereal dark energies dissipated as a result. Seeing this, the Shadow King was furious and retreated several steps. This was the first time he had been forced back since the battle with Jork began. His anger boiled over. He had just been on the verge of capturing Jork or even killing him in one fell swoop, thereby eliminating future threats and potentially acquiring all of Jork's superpowers. But at that critical moment, the Staff of Judgment, controlled by the illusion, had struck unexpectedly, thwarting all his plans. The Shadow King was well aware of Jork's unique and formidable attributes. If he could obtain Jork's essence, it would be a significant leap in enhancing his own genetic makeup. Unfortunately, everything had fallen apart, and he was filled with resentment. After Jork awoke, he lost the opportunity to defeat the Shadow King again. Even as a level 2 mutant, the Shadow King had to reluctantly accept this reality. Yet, the bitterness in his heart plunged him into obsession and madness. Damn it! The Shadow King's face darkened like a pot bottom as he shouted, "You dare to push me back? Very well, you are doomed. In this world, anyone who can resist me will end up in a grave with no place to bury them." As he spoke, he unleashed an even more intense assault, fully disregarding the restrictions imposed by Jack Wayne, Cindy, Karami, and others. He locked onto Jork as his ultimate target and charged at him with all his might. His hatred for Jork surged, filling him with a strange rage. Boom! Deep within the Shadow King, it felt as if something akin to an egg had shattered. Fiery dark magic seeped from his pores, and his mental control powers manifested again, appearing exceedingly mysterious as he attempted to invade Jork's will once more. Fortunately, the Shadow King had been lurking in David's mind for over 30 years. The superpowers he had stolen were numerous, including astral projection, telepathy, telekinesis, reality distortion, time manipulation, superstrength, ultrasound, pain transfer, beam projection, teleportation, gigantification, mind control, superspeed, and X-ray vision. As a result, he deviated from his usual strategy, mobilizing all his power, speed, and strength against Jork in a frenzied attempt to kill him. Each impact made it difficult for Jork to maintain his balance as the energy from the Shadow King's strikes surged through him. However, the unrefined energy from those attacks also entered his body but was skillfully diffused by the Singularity's black hole. The Singularity acted like an insatiable bottomless pit, continuously needing to consume higher essence energy to accumulate power. At that moment, the black hole formed into a vortex, evolving into a Singularity black hole vortex designed to absorb and replenish the energy stored within. Jork's method of absorbing and converting the powers and energies of others into his own reserves proved to be incredibly effective. Normally, the Shadow King's attack powers could not be absorbed. Anyone struck by his attacks would find themselves in a dire situation, their bodies collapsing under the impact.
Yet, Jork's Singularity Core could withstand all that energy.
The more attack energy he absorbed, the better he understood his opponent's capabilities and superpower attributes, eventually allowing him to gradually take over his opponent's powers and skills. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astonished. Jork, selflessly risking his life, actively engaged the Shadow King, taking on the brunt of every powerful strike. The Shadow King was the common enemy of the many split personalities in David's mind. Although no one could truly overpower him, Jork's spirit of self-sacrifice and his full-on resistance against the powerful Shadow King deeply moved Cindy, Jack Wayne, Karami, and even David's own will. Nevertheless, the Shadow King, being a level 2 mutant, had a clear advantage over Jork. Even if it was just a level difference, it was as if they were worlds apart. Despite the many split personalities surrounding him, he remained composed in his battle with Jork, standing firm and even possessing the strength to counter the assaults from multiple characters while focusing entirely on attacking Jork. The Shadow King adeptly faced the encirclement, suppressing the turmoil within, always keeping his target locked on Jork, unleashing all his hidden techniques for a full-on counterattack. Jork found himself in a disadvantageous position, taking hits one after another, yet he never faltered. As the Shadow King's internal power gradually diminished, Jork's counterattacks grew more intense.
This guy is truly formidable. Jack Wayne nodded quietly to himself.
This new addition, who seems so weak, actually manages to stand against the Shadow King.
It's a true reminder that appearances can be deceiving, profoundly altering my understanding.
I wonder what hidden trump cards the Shadow King still has. Having been parasitic in David's mind for so long, the superpower skills he has stolen seem endless.
Could he unleash another devastating attack? After Jork unleashed a powerful strike, the illusion, which had returned to a watching position, couldn't help but voice its doubts. Time manipulation.
As the Shadow King's attacks on Jork drained his power, he suddenly employed his time-manipulating abilities, and in an instant, they were back at the moment when they first started their confrontation. It was clear that the Shadow King had returned to his peak state, once again overpowering Jork. Jork let out a loud roar, filled with bravado. Let's see how many times you can manipulate time. I don't believe you can keep this up indefinitely, unless you truly possess the Time Stone. In that moment, Jork felt a deep realization wash over him, as if he had received a sudden enlightenment. His Singularity Mind Core became even denser and more resilient, shining like an indestructible diamond, impenetrable and formidable. More importantly, his soul and the Singularity Mind had truly achieved complete fusion, becoming an inseparable entity that could no longer be pried apart. His will surged freely, resonating with the true cosmos, reaching a power that was unparalleled. At this moment, those around him could clearly perceive Jork's transformation. It was as if he had undergone a baptism of enlightenment, his soul elevated to a new height. He felt as if he had attained a level of cosmic consciousness, nearly equal to the Absolute One above all, OAA, wielding control over the entire infinite cosmos and dimensions, whimsically commanding everything to his will. In this newfound state, he could suppress anyone he wished, and everyone would bow before him. In this beautiful dream, he was lost in ecstasy, unaware that he had become disoriented within David's mental illusion. At this moment, Jork was deeply engrossed in the dream, and his soul had become ethereal and unanchored, exactly when his mind was at its weakest. Suddenly, the Shadow King's will descended, ready to seize Jork's lost and defenseless spirit, plunging him into a dire crisis. However, a massive staff of judgment rose behind the Shadow King like a celestial pillar. This was the illusion, opposing the Shadow King and acting to help Jork. The illusion possessed many hidden weapons, the most formidable being the ability to enact and dismantle the illusionary world within David's mind. Witnessing Jork's struggle against the Shadow King, the illusion transformed into the highest arbiter of justice, materializing the staff of judgment and launching a surprise attack against the Shadow King.
Using this reality-distorting illusion magic?
Shadow King, you have violated the iron laws, disrupted order, and must face my judgment. Your actions of using evil to combat good and oppressing the weak are nothing more than a joke before my decree. I will let you taste the bitterness of failure and show you that the era of the original evil lords is long gone. The staff of judgment, carrying the overwhelming force of order and law, struck first in a solemn declaration. It swung down to intercept the Shadow King before Jork.
Judgment staff. Representing the decree and judgment of order and law?
The Shadow King was taken aback, nearly losing control of his psyche. This was his innate weakness against the path of chaotic evil. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable illusion possessed the true essence of the highest judgment staff of order and law. Just as he was momentarily dazed, the staff transformed into a fierce weapon, executing a lethal strike with immense speed, a relentless assault targeting the Shadow King. Jork, as a level 3 mutant, could not naturally compete directly with the Shadow King, a level 2 mutant. However, the presence of David's core consciousness, along with the personalities of Jack Wayne, Cindy, the Illusion, and Karami, constrained the Shadow King, forcing him to divide his attention. The Shadow King struggled to manage these powerful split personalities, which made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain focus. Jork bravely plunged into the fray, appearing to sacrifice himself for justice, selflessly dedicating himself to the fight against the Shadow King. This fierce battle was a dazzling display of skill, a back and forth that continued to escalate. Jork laughed heartily. Shadow King, an ancient evil spirit and a conglomeration of human negativity, you truly live up to your reputation. You face both internal and external threats from David, Jack Wayne, Cindy, the Illusion, and Karami, yet you managed to hold your ground. You are indeed the strongest opponent I've faced so far, and I genuinely admire your resilience. Beast. While the Shadow King was not in immediate danger, he was incredibly frustrated by the relentless pressure from the others. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. In his rage, he began to laugh. He could not believe that Jork, who appeared weak and insignificant, was actually so powerful and resilient. According to logic, no matter how special any ability was, Jork's mutant power level made him seem like a small ant before the Shadow King, an insect that could be crushed at will without effort. No matter how advanced a mutant's abilities, low power levels would lead to deficiencies, making them ineffective. He had never felt threatened. Yet now, Jork seemed like an upgraded nanomachine ant, flawless and powerful. Each attack unleashed a force that consumed the Shadow King's strikes, rendering them ineffectual, as though a tiger were trying to catch a turtle, impossible to land a blow, leaving him helpless. In that moment of realization, Jork knew he had to capitalize on this opportunity. His determination solidified, he prepared to unleash the full extent of his powers against the Shadow King, confident that he would not only survive but ultimately triumph. As the battle raged on, the stakes grew higher, and Jork, fueled by a newfound strength, was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Singularity black hole continuously absorbed vast amounts of pure energy, which gradually coalesced into a tangible form, achieving a complete materialization of spirit. With the energy provided by the Shadow King's transmission of power, the black hole formed a highly concentrated vortex, where immense power surged wildly within. The various superpowers of the Shadow King, like an immortal existence, were greedily devoured by the Singularity black hole, undergoing extreme compression. This indicated the high density and concentration of energy, thus forming the vortex, representing the ultimate manifestation of high density, high concentration, and high essence. The cosmic singularity was exceptionally powerful. It could encompass all things in the universe and freely transform various energies, wielding unparalleled power. Jork could use this to better clarify and regulate all of his own powers, firmly anchoring various super abilities and elemental energies, starting to truly realize the state of returning all sources to the origin, with all rivers flowing into the sea, and all sects uniting as one. Although the cosmic singularity was in a state of superconcentration, it remained a tangible entity, dwelling within infinite chaos, continuously absorbing and releasing chaotic power, giving rise to the birth, eruption, and destruction of one cosmic era after another. It represented the ultimate path of origin, obliteration, death, and conclusion. All infinite paths evolved from this. Chaos was like an endless mass of cotton, while the cosmic singularity was like a sharp needle embedded within, a vibrant seed of life, the focal point and center of the entire chaos. Yet, this needle-like existence, as a seed of life, could take root, sprout, and grow within the cotton pile, continuously expanding, ultimately forming an infinite universe that possessed both infinitesimal and infinite characteristics. No other force could surpass this cosmic singularity. It was the ultimate expression of limitless potential. During the clash with the Shadow King, more and more energy continued to condense and compress, supplementing the vortex of the Singularity black hole, causing Jork's power to rise steadily. With just a slight movement, his strength became overwhelmingly potent, as if he could move mountains and fill seas. Notably, the black hole vortex was in a state of extreme brewing, seemingly preparing for the moment of final eruption. However, Jork maintained a low profile, continuing to feign defeat, allowing the Shadow King to keep transferring attack power to him. This cultivation felt as if he had undergone countless hardships on his own. At this point, even the usually astute Shadow King sensed something was amiss. Yet, he could not discern what Jork was truly doing or how he was managing to evade his attacks, thinking perhaps he was merely relying on the last vestiges of his energy to hold on. Not only the Shadow King, but many others present, including Jack Wayne, Cindy, Karami, and the Illusion, began to notice subtle clues. They all found Jork's behavior quite strange. How could someone appear to be on the verge of collapse yet remain undefeated for so long? Even the Shadow King, who most wanted to defeat Jork immediately, began to look at him differently. What is this kid up to? Suddenly, Jack Wayne's eyes lit up as if he had grasped the truth and exclaimed, Lord Shadow King, this person is secretly absorbing your attack power to cultivate a supreme ability. In moments of confusion, observers often see more clearly. Jack Wayne, the traitor, intentionally revealed this secret, awakening the Shadow King's realization. Upon hearing this, the Shadow King let out a furious roar. Damn you! You dare absorb my power to enhance yourself and practice such wicked techniques. However, at that moment of sudden realization, Jork laughed heartily. Shadow King, it's too late now. Let me show you the power of the path of the singularity I have been cultivating. Boom! Jork unleashed a more powerful killing move, gathering various elemental forces into countless cosmic points in the air, each point containing highly condensed energy. Deep within the multitude of personalities coexisting in David's mind, these cosmic points surged like a meteor shower, crashing and tumbling everywhere. Each point was accompanied by an indomitable spirit, akin to angels singing vibrant hymns, exalting the majesty of the points. Jork's form suddenly stood tall, and with a forceful tear of his hands, he rent open a massive hole in David's mental consciousness world. He stripped away the illusionary world from David's mind, then consumed it himself, stepping forth like a king emerging from the depths of the chaos, standing proudly in the open. Ah! David let out a piercing scream, a torrent of desperate sounds erupting from his throat. The Shadow King followed Jork, rushing out of David's consciousness space, quickly escaping as his soul's essence began to fade. Simultaneously, another consciousness transformed into a wisp of pale gray smoke and vanished without a trace. Jork speculated that this might be that absolute high indicated by the Singularity mind system, representing an essence that had descended into the real world from that absolute supreme. Jork didn't pursue them. Upon returning to the real world, he resumed his original form. He was acutely aware that the Shadow King had escaped from David's mental world, but he felt powerless to chase after him. Fortunately, Jork successfully stripped away the illusionary world that had caused David's personality fragmentation, merging it into himself, just as he had previously absorbed the void in Dark Phoenix. From this moment on, David was completely freed from the torment of personality fragmentation, allowing multiple personalities to coexist harmoniously. He transformed into a level 2 mutant with powerful psychic control akin to Professor X, as this was the X gene superpower inherited from his father. Everything else had been absorbed and integrated into himself. Jork once again checked his attribute panel. Jork, pseudo-mutant. Life * integrated with the space gem and the illusion spiritual world, bearing the void will and the Dark Phoenix's parasitism, in singularity mind form. Attributes * infinite replication, combinatory transformation, parasitic absorption, symbiotic attachment, mastery in combat and martial arts, electrical integration, electronic resistance, absorption of high temperatures, emission of flames and magma, telepathy, converting psychic energy into various weapons and disasters, possessing the mental domain illusion, absorbing symbiotic soul wills, containing the explosive power of millions of stars, transforming Phoenix power into psychokinetic control, void obliteration, black hole vortex that devours all, opening spatial wormholes for short-distance teleportation. Intelligence * 3.86, strength * 4.58, speed * 4.39, endurance * 5.73, energy projection * 4.09, combat skills * 4.99. Subordinate * Death Girl, Lily. Meanwhile, Dr. Raymond, who had previously been mentally invaded by the Shadow King, was oblivious to the fact that Jork had entered David's spiritual illusion and engaged in a fierce battle with the Shadow King. Jork had also successfully stripped away and absorbed the illusion and numerous coexisting split personalities, completely eliminating the potential dangers of David's multiple personalities and uncontrolled superpowers. When Dr. Raymond regained clarity of thought while observing David, a young nurse approached him with a polite demeanor, informing him, "Dr. Raymond, there's a friend outside who wishes to see you. Would you like to meet her?" "My friend?" Dr. Raymond replied, taken aback, pointing to himself.
Yes, she is a lady. She didn't mention her name but asked me to convey that if you wish to change your living situation, she might be able to assist you, the nurse relayed honestly. Oh? Dr. Raymond was somewhat surprised by this response. Considering he was currently in trouble, sheltered at SHIELD headquarters and deprived of personal freedom, it was not strange that a friend would want to visit. However, the message relayed by that person hinted at something unusual. What did it mean to offer help to change living situations? Was she suggesting that she could help him leave SHIELD headquarters and live safely and freely outside? Furthermore, what kind of friend would not identify herself but instead relay such a strange message? Dr. Raymond wasn't being overly suspicious, the situation itself was quite abnormal. He was at least 70% sure that the person wanting to see him outside might not be someone he knew at all. There was definitely something fishy about this. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to investigate further and meet this so-called friend to see who she really was. Regardless of her intentions, there was no harm in a meeting. Even if she turned out to be a fraud, he would not lose anything by simply seeing her. With that thought in mind, Dr. Raymond smiled slightly and said, "Sure, please take me to her." "All right, please follow me," the nurse said, leading the way without further thought. Before long, the two arrived at the visiting room outside. Within SHIELD, the strict security measures were more stringent than those in a prison. Visitors outside could communicate face-to-face with SHIELD staff and detainees, but they were still required to speak through a layer of glass for isolation. Moreover, staff typically would not pry into the content of these conversations. As Dr. Raymond entered the room, he saw a mixed-race woman in a form-fitting floral dress sitting outside the glass partition. She casually flipped through a newspaper on the table, patiently waiting. A floral dress? A mixed-race woman? The moment Dr. Raymond laid eyes on the floral dress woman, he noticed her most striking feature. "I don't know this woman, why would she come to see me?" Upon seeing Reina, Dr. Raymond's confusion deepened. He was completely unaware of Reina's background and identity, which only deepened his confusion about why she had sought him out. So, the question arose, as a peripheral member of Hydra, why had Reina suddenly come to SHIELD to find him, a psychology expert he had never met, who was already detained and under strict surveillance? Dr. Raymond quickly pondered this but found himself at a loss. This is quite interesting. His curiosity was piqued, and he felt a sense of anticipation for what would unfold next. "Hello, Dr. Raymond, my name is Reina, and I'm pleased to meet you," she said, her demeanor charming. Dr. Raymond couldn't help but think that Reina was indeed a captivating woman. "I don't seem to recall you. Have we met before?" "What brings you to me?" he asked directly, noting her proactive greeting. "We've certainly met, I was once your patient." "Perhaps I was not memorable enough for you to remember me," Reina replied with a smile, but it was clear she was lying. A beauty like her would hardly be forgotten, especially as a patient. Reina continued, "I'm here to propose a deal with you, Dr. Raymond." "A deal? What kind of deal?" Dr. Raymond had already guessed Reina's intentions, likely concerning the resurrection secrets of the Tahiti project, but he feigned ignorance. Instead of answering directly, Reina suddenly glanced at the staff members nearby, resting her chin on her hand and throwing a flirtatious look. "Could this handsome gentleman please stop listening in on our conversation? This is private, and I have some personal matters to discuss with Dr. Raymond." "Don't worry, I won't violate any SHIELD regulations." "This is not very appropriate," the staff member hesitated, initially intending to refuse. However, upon seeing Reina's pleading gaze, he ultimately relented. He felt a pang of regret after agreeing, as it violated SHIELD's internal visitation rules. Yet, having already given his word, he added, "Just don't take too long, I don't want to get in trouble." "No problem, we'll keep it brief, 5 minutes at most." "I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position," Reina replied, giving him a playful kiss gesture. The staff member flushed at this and quickly left. "Ms. Reina is quite skilled at charming men, she knows how to persuade them easily," Dr. Raymond observed, looking at her with newfound respect. "When a woman is striving in society, she must first conquer the men. Not using one's advantages would be such a waste, wouldn't you agree?" Reina responded with a confident smile. "Fair point," Dr. Raymond nodded sincerely before changing the subject, "but let's get back on track. You mentioned a deal, what exactly are you proposing? And what did you mean by the message you had the nurse convey to me?" Reina smiled, "Dr. Raymond, you're quite straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. I've heard that you've recently encountered significant troubles. SHIELD is doing everything they can to protect you, but you want to find a legitimate reason to leave." Dr. Raymond narrowed his eyes. Heard? It's not easy to hear about such matters. Are you investigating me, Ms. Reyna?
Investigating might sound a bit harsh, caring is a more appropriate term, Reyna replied, still grinning.
All right, let's say it's caring. But why are you suddenly concerned about me, someone who's been detained? Dr. Raymond pressed further.
Of course, it's because I need something from you, and that's part of the deal, Reyna said with a smile. If you agree to our transaction, you can leave S.H.I.E.L.D. openly and enjoy your freedom. You'll also receive a substantial reward that will ensure you and your family will never have to worry about money again.
Such a good deal?
Dr. Raymond was somewhat surprised.
Don't doubt me. If you agree, I can help you get out right away and transfer the funds to you. After you receive the money, you can give me what I need, Reyna said earnestly.
That's quite a hefty offer, Dr. Raymond remarked, intrigued.
What exactly do you want from me? I want information.
I hope you can share everything you know about the Tahiti project. Reyna lowered her voice as she spoke the last part, ensuring only the two of them could hear.
The Tahiti project?
Upon hearing this name, countless memories flooded Dr. Raymond's mind. S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson, Cree corpses, the Egghead director. Memories surrounding the Tahiti project surged through him like a tide, leaving him momentarily unsure of how to respond to Reyna.
I'm actually a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Raymond was somewhat taken aback.
Once he confirmed Reyna's identity, he began to piece together her motives, which fell within his expectations. He had been discreetly recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. and was invited by the Egghead director to participate in the Tahiti project under the guise of a visiting professor while actually assisting Coulson in developing the project, something very few within S.H.I.E.L.D. knew. Moreover, from these memories, he realized that his original memory had been thoroughly erased and modified. However, every time the keyword Project Tahiti was mentioned, his long-buried memories would be activated like a tidal wave, with many parts that had been forgotten surging back to the surface. As the person fully responsible for the psychological therapy and hypnosis related to Project Tahiti, he had successfully solved the psychological problems of team members, but ultimately, he was overwhelmed and became mentally disoriented, his personality began to split, and he nearly fell into madness, even ending up in a psychiatric hospital for treatment. As the saying goes, it's hard to heal oneself. Even though he had profound expertise in psychology, he could not untangle the knots in his own heart. It was only when all memories related to Project Tahiti were erased and modified that he regained his normal state.
I see.
Dr. Raymond already had a rough outline in his mind, and he no longer found it strange that Lena, a stranger, had suddenly visited him. He still had doubts about where Lena came from and even wanted to understand the situation of the person behind her. All along, Lena only knew that she was serving a mysterious figure codenamed Eagle Eye, but she did not know who Eagle Eye truly was, nor was she aware that his real identity was John Garrett, a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., a pawn of Hydra embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. She had only been acting as a peripheral member of Hydra, while Project Tahiti was a target Hydra had long wanted to infiltrate but had no means to do so. Despite Hydra having planted numerous spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., even the nominal boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., former director Alexander Pierce, who often made Nick Fury concede, was a high-ranking member of a major Hydra faction. Among the mid to high-level agents, at least one-third were moles, such as level 8 agent John Garrett, Crossbones, Pierce's confidant Sitwell, and Grant Ward, to name a few. It can be said that it was quite unfortunate that none of the Hydra members had ever participated in Project Tahiti. Even if they wanted to collude from the inside and outside, they found no opportunity and could only use various means to dig into the project. Hydra was extremely curious about how Phil Coulson had been revived. They believed that the Project Tahiti established by Nick Fury might have already found the technology to bring someone back to life, and obtaining this technology would be crucial for their future plans. Unfortunately, Fury seemed to have been prepared. After Project Tahiti was sealed, he used his authority to completely erase the contents of the project from the database. It would be a fantasy to find any information about Project Tahiti online. Therefore, they could only try to locate those who had fully participated in the project to have any chance of uncovering the details of Project Tahiti. This explains why Lena was commissioned by Hydra to find Dr. Raymond, as he was well-versed in Project Tahiti and even knew the core content of the project, unlike those who had only participated in part of it and only knew their responsibilities without any knowledge of the core content. Based on Dr. Raymond's deduction, he was definitely not the first target Hydra found in relation to Project Tahiti, but Hydra surely had not figured out the most important core part of the project. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Lena directly to him. After clarifying the events, Dr. Raymond looked at Lena with a hint of calmness and disdain. Lena immediately sensed the change in Dr. Raymond's expression and frowned slightly, saying, "Dr. Raymond, what do you mean by that?" She was obviously uncomfortable with the disdainful look from Dr. Raymond. Dr. Raymond did not answer directly but instead changed the subject, asking, "Miss Lena, since you know about the existence of Project Tahiti, you must understand how extensive the implications of this project are.
Do you really think I would divulge the project just because of the conditions you promised?"
If he truly made such a deal, he might get the money, but he would lose his life.
He chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Dr. Raymond, are you worried that we will cause you trouble afterward? I can assure you." "You assure me? What do you have to assure me?"
Dr. Raymond interrupted Lena with a scoff before she could finish. "I bet you don't even know who is operating behind the scenes and wants this information." Being looked down upon like this by Dr. Raymond, Lena, no matter how deep her scheming was, couldn't help but feel a bit angry. But when she wanted to retort, the words caught in her throat. She suddenly realized that Dr. Raymond was right. She indeed did not know who wanted the information about Project Tahiti. She only knew she was working for Eagle Eye John Garrett, that Eagle Eye had instructed her to find Raymond to extract information, but who was Eagle Eye?
Was it a person or an organization?
She had no idea. She only knew that Eagle Eye had grand ambitions and immense power, enabling her to gain the upper hand in confrontations with SHIELD agents, yet she still did not understand the identity and background of Eagle Eye. In other words, she had always been just a pawn of Eagle Eye, completely unaware of anything. In fact, aside from the entire Hydra organization wanting to obtain the technology for human revival, Eagle Eye John Garrett needed Kree blood to restore vitality and heal himself as he was on the brink of death due to organ failure from the first test of the Deathlock project.
Does he know?
Lena looked at Dr. Raymond with an incredibly incredulous expression.
No, that's impossible.
As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she immediately dismissed it deep down. Before coming, she had already checked Dr. Raymond's information and knew that he was only absorbed into SHIELD because of Project Tahiti, at most a psychological medical technology talent. In addition to the information, she had also conducted a thorough investigation into Dr. Raymond's background and was well aware of his situation from childhood to adulthood. She firmly believed that Dr. Raymond had no background and was insignificant within SHIELD. A miserable fellow like Dr. Raymond, who accidentally got caught up in the mutant world conflict, had always focused on academics and professional research, so he must be completely ignorant of the internal politics and power struggles within SHIELD. He's definitely trying to deceive me. It must be that way.
Lena kept convincing herself in her mind. "Miss Lena?"
Dr. Raymond noticed her silence and reminded her with a half-smile. Lena came back to her senses and, after calming her emotions, said, "Dr. Raymond, if I were you, I would definitely accept this deal because you don't understand the situation you're facing."
"Oh? Is that a threat?"
Dr. Raymond raised his eyebrows slightly.
"Just a friendly reminder," Lena replied, regaining her composure and continuing with a smile. "As a weak woman, I naturally can't do much, but I can't guarantee what actions the people behind me will take if they learn that you are unwilling to cooperate." "You mean, if I don't make this deal, you'll come after me?" "I'm not sure about that, but I suggest you think it over. Sometimes living can be more painful than dying. Are you done talking?"
If you're done, please leave. I need to go to the gym for some exercise. We can talk later."
Dr. Raymond stood up, ready to leave. "Dr. Raymond, are you sure you want to bring this upon yourself?"
Lena also stood up, her tone revealing a hint of urgency.
"Take care, I won't see you out."
Dr. Raymond walked out of the room without looking back, waving his hand over his shoulder.
"You?"
Seeing that Dr. Raymond was really leaving like this, Lena could no longer maintain her previous calmness and became agitated. This was the first time she had been played like this, and it was by a man no less. The reason she was chosen by Eagle Eye John Garrett was because she was skilled at dealing with people, especially men. She could entice those with ulterior motives to obey her through her charm. Therefore, tasks involving negotiation or persuasion were usually her responsibility. After investigating Dr. Raymond's situation, she had thought this mission was almost guaranteed to succeed, but she never expected the outcome to be completely opposite to her expectations. Throughout their confrontation, Dr. Raymond had maintained an absolute upper hand, pressing her down hard. She had always been in a passive position, which left her feeling very confused and angry. Does he really want to stay in SHIELD, sacrificing his freedom and beliefs? The more Lena thought, the angrier she became. "Beautiful lady, have you finished your conversation?" The staff member, who Lena had previously dismissed, returned at some point and asked ingratiatingly. "Humph." Lena, at that moment, had no mood to deal with him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave, leaving the staff member looking bewildered, not understanding what he had done wrong, presumably because the visitor was in a bad mood. After leaving the visitation room, Dr. Raymond certainly did not go to the gym. He only used that line to brush Lena off and escape. He strolled down the hallway, pondering what might happen next. Director Fury has already deleted the documents related to Project Tahiti. If Hydra wants to continue digging, they will inevitably target the few people who fully participated in the project. Compared to Fury and Coulson, I'm definitely an easier target. Since they've come knocking, they surely won't give up easily just because I refuse to cooperate. Listening to Lena, it seems they are planning to come at me hard next? This is quite the coincidence, isn't it? Dr. Raymond thought to himself, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Pissing Lena off was part of his plan. Since clarifying the situation, he had made this decision specifically to provoke Hydra into taking hard measures against him. He believed that with Nick Fury's methods, it was impossible for him to easily abandon someone he considered an important figure. He estimated that the people on Hydra's side were ambitious and would surely become impatient, leading to a confrontation. After all, the technology for human revival was what Hydra craved the most. It was only natural given their predecessors had suffered heavy losses and wanted to revive certain key figures to continue their anti-human, anti-social agenda. If a commotion arose, Nick Fury would undoubtedly take notice. As long as he stayed hidden within the SHIELD base, he should be able to weather this storm safely. This would perfectly address his immediate concerns. Compared to the world-ending time bomb that was the Leviathan and the old dog known as the Shadow King, Hydra was nothing. He might struggle to deal with the Leviathan while under SHIELD's protection, even fighting for his life, but dealing with ordinary Hydra agents would be a piece of cake. Moreover, even Hydra's minions, like the Centipede organization developing super soldiers, would be insignificant in front of SHIELD agents. Because of this, Dr. Raymond had never taken Hydra seriously from the beginning. If Hydra had already taken control of the situation and replaced SHIELD, he might have had some concerns, as they could resort to weapons of mass destruction at that time. But now. As for why he didn't simply agree to the deal and use Hydra to leave, wasn't that obvious? Being a rebel was not an easy task. He had to think things through, stand firm, and hold strong beliefs. This was crucial. If he did so, he would not only offend SHIELD but also might not even gain any benefits from Hydra. He could very well end up being stabbed in the back by Hydra. Hydra's internal situation is extremely complex, with a mix of good and bad people involved. At first glance, Hydra's strength seems inferior to SHIELD, as they often operate undercover within SHIELD. However, this is not the case. Hydra is a vast organization that can be divided into 4 parts. The first part consists of multinational corporations that use legitimate activities to cover up their illegal actions. For example, the Typhon Group, which has 250,000 employees, is entirely controlled by Hydra. The group's business scope covers many fields, including food, pharmaceuticals, weapons, and aerospace materials. The second part encompasses various government agencies, including the Treasury Department, the FBI, the NSA, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, and more. Within these departments, some key figures are even direct leaders of Hydra. The third part consists of international criminal organizations, with AIM, Advanced Idea Mechanics, which has dealt with Iron Man, being a representative of this category. The fourth part includes intelligence agencies, with SHIELD being just one of them, merely a relatively important asset within Hydra's vast organization. Hydra can mobilize assets worth up to hundreds of billions of dollars, with well-trained agents and soldiers spread across various bases worldwide, totaling at least 100,000. Faced with such a massive organization, Dr. Raymond truly does not believe he has enough capability to confront them. He knows that who knows if someone might harbor resentment upon seeing him receive a substantial amount of money and then strike against him. Although he is not afraid of these weaklings in Hydra resorting to underhanded tactics, he could even retaliate. It would result in him offending both SHIELD and Hydra, a situation he absolutely does not want to see. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he made the decision to anger Lena and directly tear their relationship apart. Next, it was only a matter of when Hydra would take action. After all, Dr. Raymond is under the protection of SHIELD, so this course of action indeed posed minimal risk to him. Dr. Raymond possesses medical technology for reviving the dead, making him a very key figure. If this news were to leak, he would likely become a target of contention among various organizations and forces. Currently, only Hydra and the Brotherhood of Mutants have taken notice of him, while within S.H.I.E.L.D., he still interacts with Leviathan and Quake daily, suggesting some underlying connections among the three. On the other side, after leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Lena immediately contacted her superior, Addison, who is responsible for the Centipede organization, a front for Hydra. Lena does not yet have the qualifications to communicate directly with Eagle Eye John Garrett, so all orders are conveyed to her through Addison, and any matters are discussed with him. Addison is currently in prison but can communicate with the outside world without hindrance and can do so at any time. This is one of the reasons Lena believes Eagle Eye must have a deep background, as very few people in the entire United States can freely come and go from prison as if it were their backyard, except for figures like Kingpin, who are at the level of crime lords.
What? He refused?
Upon hearing Lena's brief report of the situation, Addison's voice came through the phone, filled with dissatisfaction.
Yes, and he seems unconcerned by my threats, Lena added in a low voice. Addison replied, he can't really have lost his mind, can he? I've heard that long-term interaction with the mentally ill, especially spending a lot of time in a psychiatric hospital, can drive even normal people to madness. Not to mention, he was already showing signs of mental illness before he was forcibly brought into S.H.I.E.L.D., having worked as a psychologist treating psychiatric patients. Well,
I can't be sure, but from my interactions with him, I feel he should still be mostly normal.
Then why isn't he tempted by money? That doesn't make sense. Is he really thinking only about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection now?
Addison paused for a moment before continuing, just wait a bit, I'll consult with Eagle Eye about this.
Okay, Lena replied.
A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Eagle Eye says there are plenty of our undercover agents inside S.H.I.E.L.D. as support, so we can naturally abduct him from S.H.I.E.L.D. without concern.
You don't need to worry about that, Addison said. What about next? Next, just wait.
Once we bring him out from the protected S.H.I.E.L.D., you will personally interrogate him.
I don't believe he can still be stubborn at that point.
Understood, Lena replied loudly. After hanging up, Lena felt a faint sense of unease in her heart. Even though Eagle Eye claimed everything was normal and that their undercover agents were all over S.H.I.E.L.D., viewing Dr. Raymond as a fish in a barrel, she remembered Dr. Raymond's dismissive smile and his cryptic words to her. She couldn't shake the feeling that this matter might not be so simple after all.
Lena comforted herself inwardly, I hope I'm just overthinking this.
In one of Hydra's secret bases near the suburbs of New York, a luxurious conference room was filled with high-ranking members of Hydra convening for an urgent mobilization meeting. Everyone qualified to sit in this conference room was an elite talent from various levels. The rectangular conference table had only a few seats on either side, and those present were all significant figures within Hydra. The seat of honor was empty, with Madame Hydra, Viper, sitting in the first seat on the lower left. Next to her was Gideon, in second place. Across from them sat Alexander Pierce, responsible for the World Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Security Division. He was also the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the handler of the Winter Soldier. He orchestrated the Insight program, developing the helicarrier to carry out large-scale assassination operations against citizens deemed threats, thereby forcing the world into submission. Madame Hydra, Viper, originally had control over Hydra's base in Tokyo, and this gathering was called in response to many Hydra leaders summoning her back. The rest of the attendees sat below them, including Pierce's right-hand man, Agent Sitwell, and Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, as well as General Hale, one of Whitehall's subordinates.
Hey-ya, Hydra! The room echoed with a united chant, muffled by the door.
All members present at this Hydra secret base were gathered for a routine meeting.
Outside the meeting room, guards stood upright, focused on their posts.
Inside the meeting room, a tall, alluring woman stepped in amidst the chanting. She was the head of Hydra. Her blood-red lips seemed to exude lethal allure. She was Sienna Schmidt, the daughter of the Red Skull, and now the actual power holder of this Hydra secret base.
She was ruthless toward enemies and equally unyielding with her own people.
Closely following her was the muscular Bucky Barnes, Captain America's closest ally during World War II. He was later transformed into the Winter Soldier by Hydra, with a chip implanted in his brain to control his mind, and now he serves as Hydra's enforcer. His hair hung down to his neck, and one of his arms glinted with a metallic sheen under the light. The Hydra members attending the meeting revealed jealous looks in their eyes. Each time they went through this ridiculous routine, they had countless complaints in their hearts, but reason compelled them to complete the entire sequence of actions and loudly chant, Hydra reigns. Because any sign of disrespect toward Hydra would lead to the Winter Soldier's iron fist mercilessly smashing their heads. If one were to be killed by Bucky's iron fist, that would be considered fortunate. Falling into the hands of the alluring woman, Sin, would truly be worse than death. With the arrival of Sin, Sienna Schmidt, and after a few people took their seats, Gideon began to speak. As the initiator of this gathering, I am honored to invite you all here. For millennia, the Malik family has held to an ancient tradition, and this meeting is convened for that tradition. Upon hearing this, Whitehall interrupted, somewhat irritated, Gideon, you can't be serious that you called us here just for your family's ridiculous blood ritual.
If that's the case, that's simply absurd.
Gideon ignored Whitehall's mockery and continued, the origins of Hydra can be traced back thousands of years. For millennia, the Malik family has been devoted to bringing back the deity we worship, and now, after all these years, our efforts have finally borne fruit. Hydra has returned. Just then, Grant Ward entered the room and took the seat of honor amidst everyone's gaze, leaving many puzzled. You are our undercover agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., Grant Ward. Although you are regarded as a capable and excellent agent, in our eyes, you are merely a model of an excellent agent, nothing particularly special. Baron Strucker's sharp gaze fixed on Grant Ward. Grant Ward did not get angry. Instead, he slowly scanned the surrounding Hydra members before finally speaking. Yes, I am Grant Ward, and I am one of many who have been given the opportunity to continue my life. Just as promised before, all the travelers, those who bravely sacrificed themselves for me, have finally returned, and all thanks go to the Malik family. Each and every one of you will receive the rewards you deserve. For those who still have doubts, let what you see with your own eyes prove it. With that, Grant Ward instantly transformed into the visage of the Hydra symbol, resembling a beehive. Initially, the Hydra members looked surprised, but soon they began to feel excitement. The very foundation of the Hydra organization is built on faith in Hydra, and tales of Hydra are well known among the people. As the surprise subsided, the Hydra members began to chant in unison, Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Once the high-ranking members of Hydra gradually calmed down, Grant Ward began to give orders. For thousands of years, Hydra's various branches have been operating independently. Now it is time for them to unite. I need you to accomplish an important task. What task? Pierce asked, puzzled. We must find a way to obtain the technology for reviving the dead from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Project Tahiti. Sienna Schmidt, immediately took over the conversation, speaking earnestly and loudly, because most of our Hydra ancestors have fallen, they need to be revived and summoned back to continue the great endeavor of ruling over all humanity. That's right, this is the cause of inheriting our ancestors' legacy. The Hydra members responded in unison. The vast conference room now felt somewhat empty, with Sienna and Grant Ward sitting in the main seats, behind them the Hydra emblem featuring a skull with 6 serpent limbs. Against this backdrop, Sienna's already alluring appearance gained an additional air of authority. Everyone, I don't want to waste your time. I just hope you can cooperate with Ward and the Winter Soldier to immediately strike against S.H.I.E.L.D. and capture Dr. Raymond, who is familiar with the entirety of Project Tahiti, so we can ultimately grasp the technology for reviving humans. Sienna was already accustomed to giving orders and directly stated her purpose. Of course, neither I nor Hydra, Grant Ward, will let you act blindly or walk into a death trap. Our Hydra moles are spread throughout S.H.I.E.L.D., and they will fully cooperate with this operation. Furthermore, the Brotherhood of Mutants has also agreed to act alongside us, so when we strike against S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York base, do not have any concerns. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been completely surrounded by us. It's time to formally launch an attack and completely destroy the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York. Yes, Miss Schmidt. We will not let you down. The Winter Soldier behind her immediately saluted in acknowledgement. Dr. Zola, Sienna called out. As soon as she finished speaking, an old-fashioned robot about 1.5 meters tall slowly walked into the conference room. Its display screen showed an elderly man wearing glasses. Winter Soldier, what's the problem? Dr. Zola looked at Bucky, who was standing next to Sienna, and said in a metallic synthetic voice, is it a problem on his end? I can't fix that. It's worth noting that Dr. Zola had previously formed a trio with the Red Skull and Baron Strucker, carrying the Tesseract to self-destruct and was supposed to no longer exist. However, the impressive part is that Zola's will was just a clone. The one that was destroyed was merely one of his will copies. In simpler terms, it was just an intelligent robot that stored cognitive information, and both Strucker and the Red Skull were also clones. Hearing Dr. Zola's teasing, Sienna showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, she licked her seductive lips and said alluringly, the problem isn't down there. That part is just fine. This morning, I discovered some abnormal messages displayed on the Winter Soldier's control terminal. It seems the control chip in his brain has been interfered with by some unknown signal. When Sienna mentioned that the Winter Soldier was indeed experiencing issues, Dr. Zola became serious, his electronic synthetic voice lowering, and his display screen shifted to a serious expression. Taking the control terminal from Sienna, Dr. Zola carefully examined the history logs. At this moment, the Winter Soldier felt a tinge of disappointment, and he quietly shifted his gaze to Sienna's face, hiding that disappointment behind a fervent look. Dr. Zola meticulously checked the control terminal and even employed the robot's built-in detection unit to analyze the historical signals before tossing the control terminal back to Sienna with irritation. "There's nothing major, it's just that the Winter Soldier's autonomous consciousness is resisting. This is a situation we anticipated, it's just that his resistance came a bit earlier than we expected." The Winter Soldier still has autonomous consciousness? Isn't he supposed to be controlled by the chip? Technology isn't omnipotent, nothing can control a person's mind forever. Just like your ability, can you really control someone forever? Humans are the most marvelous creatures created by God, and the brain is the most miraculous organ in the human body. Especially consciousness, whether it exists in the human brain or originates from the soul, remains an unanswered question in academia. Just like you, Doctor, although your body has long since died, your consciousness can persist in intelligent machines like computers, can't it? At least you still have a bit of scientific thinking. Feeling praised for his greatest achievement, Dr. Zola's tone rose a few notches in pride. "So, don't think you can permanently control the Winter Soldier just by using a chip? Then, Doctor, according to your reasoning, the Winter Soldier will become even harder to control in the future. What do you think we should do to avoid this issue?" "Brainwashing, freezing, only awaken him when he needs to execute a task, just like the plan I devised when the Winter Soldier was first created. I've always insisted that's the correct way to contain the Winter Soldier, yet you stubbornly wanted him to conduct daily activities in the base." "Ah, ha ha ha." Hearing Dr. Zola's complaint, Sienna laughed alluringly. "Within the entire base, only the Winter Soldier's physical prowess can satisfy my daily physiological needs. You haven't found other solutions, have you? Mr. Schmidt wouldn't want to see you like this. But he's no longer around, we are now striving to bring him back into the world, back into the light, aren't we? Now I can dominate everything. Pleasure is also a source of my power, I truly enjoy that feeling." "That is not your source of power, it is merely a side effect of your abilities. Sienna, you need to try breaking through your limits." Sienna did not respond, and Dr. Zola shrugged with his mechanical arm. The computer screen that represented Dr. Zola let out a resigned sigh, emitting a white puff of vapor as if to express its helplessness. "Forget it, I won't urge you anymore. Does the Winter Soldier need me to take him away now? It's better to implement the containment plan sooner rather than later. No, let's wait another day. Tomorrow morning, after the regular meeting, the Winter Soldier will be yours." "For now, he still belongs to me," Sienna replied, revealing an alluring smile. She was accompanied by the Winter Soldier, as they, along with many other Hydra leaders, rediscussed and formulated a strategic plan for a direct and forceful attack on S.H.I.E.L.'s New York base. They were naturally commanding Hydra's forces, executing the plan to advance on S.H.I.E.L.D., abduct Dr. Raymond, and obtain the technology for human revival, with the Winter Soldier as the main force of this operation, who could not be removed from the plan. On the surface, this place was the Cottonwood Manor in New York State, but in reality, it was a secret base of Hydra under the command of Sienna, the daughter of the Red Skull. Sienna, alongside Pierce, Gideon, and other high-ranking Hydra officials, had summoned various leaders of Hydra to launch a strong offensive against S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. Since Captain America and the Red Skull perished together, and Dr. Zola was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., it seemed that every time Hydra lost a head, two new ones would grow in its place. Sienna Schmidt, the leader, had united with the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Alexander Pierce, who was a Hydra mole, to rescue Dr. Zola from S.H.I.E.L.D. and inherit the legacy of her father, the Red Skull, thereby creating a new Hydra base with Zola. After dinner, the night deepened. The mutants temporarily under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance returned to their respective holding areas one after another, with only those particularly dangerous mutants being kept in separate isolation rooms. The sky quickly darkened, and night fell. In the dimly lit detention area of S.H.I.E.L.D., Dr. Caitlin Beth was chatting with Leviathan, officially providing him with psychological counseling. "David, can you think back to when Dr. Raymond came to S.H.I.E.L.D. to follow up on your symptoms? Did he say anything particularly special to you?" Dr. Caitlin Beth asked softly. "Special words? I don't think so, but he seemed very certain that he would be leaving here soon, he couldn't stand the confinement." Leviathan pondered. "Really nothing? Think harder."
Dr. Caitlin Beth insisted, a hint of frustration in her voice. Perhaps concerned about the implications, her reaction caught Leviathan's attention, prompting him to ask, Dr. Caitlin, is something wrong with Dr. Raymond?
No, don't overthink it, Dr. Raymond is fine, she replied, realizing she might have been too hasty and quickly calming her emotions. However, Leviathan did not follow her lead, simply looking at her calmly. You know, I've been ostracized by my peers since childhood. While it's partly due to my lack of social skills, more importantly, I can always tell when someone is lying to me, which makes them unwilling to play with me. Dr. Caitlin Beth understood Leviathan's implication and could only respond helplessly. Dr. Raymond might indeed be in a bit of trouble, which is why he's drawing so much attention from various forces. But I can't confirm the specifics right now, so I'm keeping a close eye on this matter. You're one of his close friends, and I just wanted to see if I could find any useful clues from you. Suddenly, a low growl came from outside the door, and immediately after, Dr. Raymond burst into the room, agitated. His shout startled Dr. Caitlin Beth, making her think that he had once again succumbed to a mental breakdown. She staggered back several steps, looking at the rushing Dr. Raymond with uncertainty. At that moment, Dr. Caitlin Beth noticed that Leviathan's expression remained calm, while Dr. Raymond's eyes were filled with rage, with a faint blue lightning flickering within them. Dr. Raymond was exhibiting unusual behavior, while the condition of Quake, who followed him, was even harder to describe. Outsiders were unaware that he had absorbed the illusions and all the split personalities from Leviathan's mind. These split personalities were restless and noisy, causing a cacophony in his mind. However, all of this was hidden deep within Quake's consciousness, making it difficult for outsiders to detect any abnormalities. But Dr. Raymond's abnormality, in stark contrast to Quake, was evident in his external expressions. Dr. Caitlin Beth thought she was seeing things and rubbed her eyes, looking again, only to find that she had not misjudged. Dr. Raymond's eyes were indeed sparking with electricity. Seeing this bizarre scene, she instinctively wanted to scream. But at that moment, she suddenly noticed that everyone in the detention area, patients, nurses, and even the several burly security guards patrolling, had all seemed to be frozen in place, as if someone had pressed a pause button, remaining motionless. This almost supernatural situation caused cold sweat to break out on Dr. Caitlin Beth's palms. She, like the others, stood there paralyzed, not daring to move or make a sound. As for Quake, he had long sensed Dr. Raymond's condition, but he wasn't particularly afraid of the danger posed by Dr. Raymond's sudden transformation. The Singularity Light Brain system chimed in once more, beep beep beep. According to this system's detection, it has been confirmed that Dr. Raymond has been infiltrated by the Shadow King. Beep beep beep. The Shadow King is lurking deep within Dr. Raymond's mind and soul, posing a potential danger at any moment. Please be cautious and alert, host. However, just then, all the frozen individuals moved simultaneously. No matter which way they had been facing before, they now turned to face Dr. Raymond, their eyes glowing with the same earthy yellow light, speaking in unison, "This has nothing to do with me." "Do you think I would believe that?" Dr. Raymond shouted frantically. "Listen to me, this really has nothing to do with me. I only made a slight modification to his memory, I didn't do anything else," all those with earthy yellow glowing eyes replied in unison. "I don't believe you. Who else could it be?" Dr. Raymond's emotions remained extremely unstable. Witnessing this scene that seemed ripped from a horror movie, Dr. Caitlin Beth felt her legs weaken, and she couldn't muster the strength to turn and run. "This isn't real, this isn't real," she kept repeating to herself, wishing desperately that everything before her was just a dream and that she could wake up soon. Unfortunately, her wish was destined to go unfulfilled. Now, Leviathan's mind was stable, while Quake, having absorbed all of his split personalities and illusions, had become somewhat strange in spirit. Especially the Shadow King, having escaped from Leviathan's consciousness and re-infiltrated Dr. Raymond's body, could freely dominate Dr. Raymond's form and perform various eerie actions. Dr. Raymond, who was originally completely unrelated to this situation, suddenly exhibited mental instability, seemingly on the verge of losing control, as his primary personality and the Shadow King argued and conversed within his mind, fully displaying their conflict externally. Quake had separated all split personalities from Leviathan's mind and absorbed them into his own body. They were not particularly friendly toward their new primary personality, Quake. After all, no sub-personality wanted to be anything other than the sole master of the body, each longing to replace Quake. Even among themselves, they could hardly stand each other. Then, the situation within Quake's body was extremely peculiar and special. His primary personality was a unique singularity that integrated the cosmic cube and was also a highly developed thought-processing light-brain singularity, or rather, a light-brain singularity. A densely concentrated point surrounded and protected the primary personality, making it impervious to intrusion by both the Void and the Dark Phoenix, not to mention the multitude of sub-personalities from Leviathan. Fortunately, Quake had also absorbed the illusions from Leviathan's mental landscape, granting his mind a space for illusions where all absorbed split personalities could find a place to reside. This included the Void and the Dark Phoenix, who had previously parasitized within him, finally finding their own refuge, which was far better than clinging to Quake's light-brain singularity. However, their bottom line was clear: even if they could not become the sole masters of the body, they absolutely could not allow the Void or the Dark Phoenix to replace Quake. Although Quake's primary personality had many flaws and was easily bullied, having a weak primary personality was still better than a strong one. If the Void and the Dark Phoenix replaced Quake, all the other sub-personalities would be utterly consumed. Therefore, they would not stand idly by while the Void and the Dark Phoenix ran amok. Until now, they had refrained from stirring up trouble, believing it wasn't yet time to confront the Void and the Dark Phoenix, as both were formidable foes they could not deal with. They really didn't want to risk everything for Quake, the primary personality, unless it was absolutely necessary. The last time, the Shadow King had already overstepped his bounds, forcibly taking over Leviathan's body and even affecting a small fragment of Leviathan's memory, which crossed the tolerance line for all the split sub-personalities. Now, Quake had forcefully stripped them of everything by absorbing them, which was another outrageous and unexpected turn of events. Thus, led by the adventurer Wayne and a few other more dominant sub-personalities, a group of sub-personalities banded together to resist the Void and the Dark Phoenix within Quake, launching a counterattack. At the same time, this allowed Leviathan to completely rid himself of the disturbances from the sub-personalities in his mind, particularly freeing himself from the most dangerous Shadow King, thus restoring his normal state. Once Leviathan was back to normal and mentally clear, he realized what had happened and learned about the existence of the Shadow King for the first time. However, he was unaware of the Shadow King's origins, as even his sub-personalities did not know, believing the Shadow King to be a more powerful personality than the others. Upon understanding this, Leviathan naturally felt a strong aversion toward the Shadow King. However, experience is a valuable teacher. The Shadow King, sensing that the situation was turning against him as Quake absorbed the illusions from Leviathan's consciousness, seized the opportunity to back down and escape. He then employed his deceptive and parasitic abilities to forcefully invade and attach himself to Dr. Raymond's consciousness. This left Dr. Raymond, who was already showing signs of mental instability, unknowingly caught in the trap. He began to experience a split personality, one being the Shadow King and the other his own primary personality, nearly leading him to submit. Leviathan's primary personality was very kind and soft-hearted. Upon seeing that his split personalities and illusory consciousness had vanished, and he had restored his mental clarity, he not only calmed down but felt completely relieved. But now, Dr. Raymond was in trouble. Originally lacking superpowers, he found himself with newfound abilities after the Shadow King invaded his mind, merging with the Shadow King. In the end, they reached an agreement. The Shadow King could no longer indiscriminately influence his memories or forcibly dominate his body without consent, or else there would be serious consequences. Although Dr. Raymond currently appeared to have no abilities, he was still the primary personality. If he were willing to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate the Shadow King had little chance of survival. Thus, the Shadow King had no choice but to temporarily agree to Dr. Raymond's terms, while Dr. Raymond was willing to keep the invasion and parasitism a secret from S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, besides Leviathan, Dr. Raymond had also returned to normal, leaving Quake as the only one who seemed somewhat abnormal. This was because Quake had forcibly absorbed the illusions from Leviathan's consciousness, and now he had replaced Leviathan, possessing the ability to accommodate all soul personalities. The absorbed sub-personalities began to challenge Quake. However, just recently, Dr. Raymond had clearly lost control, with the Shadow King dominating his mental landscape. The most dangerous and malevolent sub-personality, the Shadow King, escaped and was not absorbed into my mind. Leviathan, Dr. Raymond, you must be careful. The Shadow King could very likely look for an opportunity to invade your consciousness again, Quake warned, sensing that the Shadow King had not entered his mind and had vanished, feeling that the situation was dire. But Leviathan was clearly unhappy with this outcome, worryingly stating, regardless of the circumstances, if we can't see the Shadow King truly eliminated in front of us, he could be a ticking time bomb. Our situation remains perilous. Leviathan's unreasonable and arbitrary attitude finally pushed the absorbed sub-personalities within Quake to their limits. They had long since moved beyond base interests, having evolved into more evolved forms, where dignity no longer held significance for them. However, it was clear that simply lowering their heads would not make the Shadow King abandon his attempts to invade others' minds. They had to truly root out and eliminate the Shadow King before they would be satisfied. But where could they find and completely eliminate the Shadow King now? Who knows where the Shadow King had run off to after escaping Leviathan's consciousness? Leviathan's unfounded theory was utterly frustrating and made them lose their patience entirely. Little brat, don't push us. Our patience is limited, and once we cross the line, leading to an emotional breakdown, we might just end up destroying everything, and it would be a lose-lose situation for everyone. All those under the Shadow King's controlled thoughts said in unison, their eyes glowing with earthy yellow light. You're the one pushing me. I said it, Shadow King, I'm not done with you. You're currently parasitizing Dr. Raymond's mind. Leviathan stubbornly shouted in anger. You. The Shadow King activated his mental control, manipulating everyone present, their faces filled with murderous intent as they fixed their gazes on Leviathan. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, ready to explode, a sudden voice rang out, interrupting the standoff. Oh, what a lively scene! Am I arriving at a bad time? With a flash of red mist, a man clad entirely in crimson, dragging a tail behind him like a devil straight out of a book, abruptly appeared beside Dr. Caitlin Beth. Oh my God! Dr. Caitlin Beth finally couldn't hold back a scream. God, the devilish man chuckled, everyone usually calls me a devil, you're the first to call me God. If you don't mind, how about we set up a date later? Just for dinner, how about it, beautiful lady? I refuse. Dr. Caitlin Beth said, forcing herself to suppress her fear. Don't be afraid, I'm a gentleman. Even if your rejection truly saddens me, I won't do anything to you. After all, beautiful ladies are meant to be cherished. Red Devil, is that you? Just as this devilish man was teasing Dr. Caitlin Beth without a care, Dr. Raymond's voice interrupted him. You actually know me? The devilish man turned to look at Dr. Raymond, appearing somewhat surprised. Red Devil was indeed his name. To be precise, it was one of his most commonly used aliases. He couldn't even remember his real name, having lived for so long enough that he couldn't keep track of some trivial matters in his mind. Names are undoubtedly one of those unimportant things, and compared to the name he couldn't remember, he preferred to be called the Red Devil. The fact that Dr. Raymond could address his alias indicated that he should know him. However, he couldn't recall who the other person was at that moment. The Red Devil was an important member of the Hellfire Club, but these superpowered beings frequently shifted between the Hellfire Club, the Brotherhood of Mutants, and the Inhuman Enlightenment Society. Even the previous character, the Psylocke, had been in and out of the Hand, the Hellfire Club, and then into the Brotherhood of Mutants before finally joining X Academy. This aligns with the American penchant for continual change and experimentation in both life and work. Even their political system operates similarly, with government officials not enjoying stable positions but facing elections every 4 years. Even the president is treated similarly, without a breeding ground for bureaucratic corruption, where elections and appointments are democratic and frequent, without lifetime positions. The entire society has formed a consistent atmosphere of this nature, where no one can act special. The saying goes, a tree that moves will not die, but a person who moves will live, and such an atmosphere likely has its reasoning. You damned bastard, you're still so arrogant, the collective Dr. Raymond in the yard spat through gritted teeth. You are. Farouk? The Red Devil recalled something and looked surprised. You're still alive? I heard someone say you weren't supposed to be alive after being dealt with by Professor Charles. Shut up. Upon hearing the Red Devil mention this, the collective Dr. Raymond suddenly interjected, their expressions darkening, questioning, why are you here? I'm here to find a little boy named David Charles Holler. Do you know him? The Red Devil asked. Upon hearing the name, the collective Dr. Raymond felt a pang of unease. But before he could think of how to respond, Leviathan spoke up, I'm David Charles Holler, who are you? Oh, what a coincidence. The Red Devil hadn't expected to run into the right person immediately. After a moment of surprise, he smiled and said, let me introduce myself, I'm the Red Devil, here to invite you to join our Brotherhood of Mutants. He then turned to face Dr. Raymond, and Dr. Raymond, I also want to invite you to visit our Brotherhood headquarters, what do you think? No way. Before David could respond, the Shadow King and his subordinates suddenly erupted in anger, glaring at the Red Devil, he belongs to me. No one can take him from me. Suddenly, all the lights and shield went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Buzzing. Simultaneously, the base was filled with the blaring sound of alarms, and various emergency lights began to flash. Quake had sensed something was amiss as soon as the Red Devil from the Brotherhood of Mutants burst into S.H.I.E.L.D. Bang! He kicked open the door, intending to take Dr. Raymond and escape the detention area immediately. At this moment, Quake aimed to protect Dr. Raymond. Professor, we're in serious trouble. The power supply in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York base has been cut off, and someone has invaded. Now that the Red Devil has entered here, it's likely that the Brotherhood of Mutants is involved, and there's certainly Hydra allied with them, along with their moles in S.H.I.E.L.D. They must have launched a sudden attack from inside, cutting the power and creating chaos. However, in the next moment, Dr. Raymond's expression suddenly changed, his demeanor turning extremely tense. Oh no, the base has lost power. The Brotherhood of Mutants and Hydra have attacked together. They must be trying to abduct me to obtain S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology for human revival. I need to alert Director Nick Fury quickly and have him send more people to protect me. With that, Dr. Raymond bolted for the exit, running at an astonishing speed. Quake hurriedly followed suit, racing outside with him. As the two turned to flee, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the corridor on the right side of the detention area. They paused to look, only to see the Red Devil abandoning his confrontation with Leviathan and slamming an agent down to the ground like a ragdoll. Their target is clearly me, willing to tear off their disguise and launch a direct assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. This shows how insane they are. We should quickly escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. and run outside to the base, Dr. Raymond said. At this moment, although Dr. Raymond was possessed and dominated by the Shadow King, he retained his calmness and meticulous thinking. Despite Quake pulling him along, he seemed quite resolute. Professor, I fear that's not wise. Without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection, your situation will be even more dangerous. There's no time to waste. Let's hurry to Director Fury's office and seek refuge. Quake insisted, pulling Dr. Raymond towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office on the ground floor, leaving Leviathan behind to hold off the Red Devil's pursuit. As the base suddenly plunged into darkness, the Hydra moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. simultaneously launched their attack, aiding the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants and Hydra's current leader, Sienna Schmidt, along with the Winter Soldier and Hydra agents. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, already surrounded by Hydra moles, was thrown into chaos as the crisis erupted. At this moment, the entire interior of S.H.I.E.L.D. was lit only by dim emergency lights and flashing alarm signals. Sienna, unable to see anyone, led the Winter Soldier and Hydra agents deeper into S.H.I.E.L.D. without obstruction. The deafening alarm sounded throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, indicating that someone had breached the complex, and the threat was significant. The alarm lights in the corridor flashed urgently as Quake pulled Dr. Raymond through the maze-like passages, rushing towards the director's office on the ground floor. This is an opportunity, a chance to escape S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control, Dr. Raymond thought, with the Shadow Kings will dominating his body. The plan to flee S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters rapidly formed in his mind. Although S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters had tight security measures, they could not withstand the infiltration by numerous Hydra moles, leading to this sudden internal conflict. The Shadow King secretly hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York division would be completely breached. That way, he could manipulate Dr. Raymond to escape amidst the chaos. Quake was thinking of heading towards the elevator, which would take them directly to the ground-level office of Director Nick Fury or the main control hub of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, in the ground-level control hub of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, Commander Hill, Coulson, and most of the senior base personnel had gathered there, but Black Widow, Natasha and Hawkeye were conspicuously absent. Several high-ranking officials huddled together, staring at the surveillance screens, engaged in heated discussions.
Oh my God! Does anyone know this woman?
She's incredibly strong, she just knocked a trained agent flying with a single punch, Commander Hill exclaimed, arms crossed and brows furrowed.
Phil Coulson echoed in surprise, Director Fury, do you recognize this woman? Has one of your colleagues turned her into a super soldier?
Shut up, Coulson. I don't know her, I'm having our intel agents check the database for comparisons.
Don't make a fuss, our Black Widow and Quake are no less formidable, Fury snapped back.
Hearing their discussion, Melinda May quickly moved behind Hill to get a clearer view of the surveillance screen. On the screen, there was a woman with long, wine-red hair, dressed in tight leather, dispatching two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with punches and kicks. The surveillance cameras in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had remarkably high pixel quality, allowing everyone to see that this powerful woman had a devilish figure, yet was exceedingly ruthless and terrifying. In the next moment, the woman walked past another camera, and the camera captured her face, immediately beginning an intelligence analysis.
Identified as Sienna Schmidt, known as Sin, the daughter of the Red Skull, who holds extreme admiration for her father.
She is also a classic villain and supercriminal, having gained godly powers by obtaining the hammer of the winter goddess in Antarctica, transforming into the winter goddess. Additionally, she has allied with the god of fear, the serpent, and the father-daughter duo is planning to unleash fear upon the world. Sin possesses no superhuman abilities, but she is highly skilled in combat and weapon use, with formidable physical strength and combat techniques, akin to a deadly black widow spider. The intelligence personnel identified Sienna and transmitted the information to the projection screen, detailing how fearsome the woman on the surveillance was.
Oh my god. Sin, the daughter of the Red Skull? This is truly unbelievable, Phil Coulson exclaimed repeatedly. Coulson, don't make a fuss.
Take a look at your trained agents, they're utterly helpless in front of this woman. I truly question whether your field supervisor is doing a competent job. The usually stoic Nick Fury seized the opportunity to mock Coulson.
Shut up.
If you continue bickering without taking immediate action, these Hydra agents will be the first to breach our core, Fury warned.
And the Brotherhood of Mutants, who knows how many of them have allied with Hydra this time.
At least the Red Devil, a level 2 mutant, is definitely among them.
An alluring yet calm female voice suddenly spoke, revealing it to be Commander Maria Hill.
Sienna, Cynthia, walked with a seductive stride, leading the expressionless Winter Soldier and a group of Hydra agents deep into the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, supported by the Hydra moles already inside. If they couldn't capture Dr. Raymond, they would likely create a massive chaos and destruction within S.H.I.E.L.D. If it weren't for the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already been so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, it would never have been so easy for Sienna and the Winter Soldier to lead a group of Hydra agents inside. Meanwhile, Black Widow Natasha and Quake had already intercepted Sienna and the Winter Soldier, leading a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and an intense firefight began in the complex terrain of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters.
Dr. Zola, we've encountered an interception from Black Widow, this former Soviet agent, and I've heard she's quite powerful. Can you provide me with detailed intel about her? Sienna asked Zola through the communication channel during the firefight with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents.
Black Widow betrayed her country years ago and defected. Her real name is Natasha Romanoff, born in 1928 in Stalingrad, former Soviet Union.